Hello everyone, like, subscriber and share fanfiction audiobook channel for next part. And thank for purchasing so many order to store. Chapter 1. See Circle Calendar 1484. Valley of the Gods. Rumble. 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 Only one conqueror's haki who can awaken will appear among the millions of people known to the outside world. At this time, it seems that I don't want money. There are more than a dozen conquerors haki. Wreak havoc on the square of this Valley of Gods. The ground is full of dust, and the land of the Valley of the Gods is cracked every inch of it. The originally clear sky. I don't know when thick dark clouds gathered. Let the sun not shine. This depressing to the ultimate atmosphere filled the hearts of everyone present with gloom. In the center of the square, two figures standing side by side looked at the surrounding crowd with different complexions. Known as the Overlord of the Sea, Rox D. Bell, the captain of the Rocks Pirates, took a look around, the veins on his forehead burst out, and his face was instantly filled with a violent and bloodthirsty look. Edward, Shiki, Charlotte Linlin, Silver Axe, Akoku, John. You bloody bastards, how dare you betray Laozi by choosing to join forces with Marine and World Government? You should be very clear about what will happen to those who betray Laozi. The roar of the rocks echoed throughout the Valley of the Gods. The officers of the Rocks Pirates named by him. His face changed unnaturally. Ordinary members of the Rocks Pirates around. He looked at the scene in front of him in a daze. They didn't expect this to happen at all. Obviously their Rocks Pirates came to the Valley of the Gods, intending to start a decisive battle with the world government and Marine. But now how do the Cotters join forces with Marine and World Government to deal with Captain Rocks and Deputy Captain Ash? Facing the wrath of Rocks. Golden Lion Shiki, who is the Cotter of the Rocks Pirates, took a deep puff of the cigar in his mouth, exhaled a puff of thick white smoke, and said in a low voice. Rocks, don't you know why we're doing this? You two brothers are really too strong. With you and Ash here, we will always be under the pressure. The most important thing is, wait until you replace the world government and become the new king of the world. The first thing to do is probably to kill us people. Hearing this, Rocks glanced at Ash beside him, and then laughed angrily. Is this why you betrayed Laozi? Edward, Silver Axe, how about you? Ignoring Shiki anymore, Rocks glanced back and forth at the other Cotters. After the trio of Silver Axe, Akoku, and John glanced at each other, they grinned sinisterly. Captain Rocks, you, the Overlord of the Sea, have been aloof for so many years, didn't you expect this kind of thing to happen? Charlotte Linlin didn't reply, but her face was also extremely cold, and her eyes were fixed on the two brothers Rocks and Ash. After Whitebeard Edward Newgate's complexion changed, he finally took a deep breath and said firmly. Captain Rocks, I want to form my own pirate group, I need family. Edward has long been tired of the atmosphere of the Rocks Pirates. Obviously a partner on the same boat. As a result, the members of the Rocks Pirate group can fight each other to the death for the treasure, and even just need to disagree with each other, the two sides will fight. This kind of conspiracy pirate group, Edward can't stay for a day. What he wants is that the partners on the boat are like family members, supporting each other and taking care of each other. However, as long as there are Rocks and Khan, he will never have the opportunity to form his own pirate team. Rocks, the Overlord of the Sea, is already strong enough. But as Rocks' younger brother, Rox D. Ash, is even more terrifying than Rocks' talent. Without any exaggeration. This guy Ash is the scariest monster Edward has seen in these years. After hearing this answer, Rocks laughed back with rage. Ha 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 ha. You rubbish, it's really interesting. I'm weak, but blame Laozi and Kun for being too strong. As soon as the voice fell, the faces of all the leaders of the Rocks Pirates present became extremely ugly. As long as they have other ways to get rid of Rocks and Ash's control, they will definitely not choose to join forces with Marine and World Government. After the ridicule, Rocks looked at Roger on the other side with a sarcasm, and said disdainfully. What about you? These guys want to take this opportunity to get rid of Laozi's grasp. What's the reason you guys brought your Roger pirates to participate? Roger held his saber and stared blankly at Rocks. You Rocks pirates have been targeting us Roger pirates for so many years, and now we finally have such an opportunity, how could we miss it? And Roger turned his attention to Ash, who stood shoulder to shoulder with Rocks. Looking at Ash's black mid-length shattered hair flying wildly under the sea breeze, and the indifferent expression on his handsome face. Forcibly suppressing the anger and hatred in his heart, he said word by word. Ash! I swore it before when you killed my friends. I must kill you with my own hands. Now, are you prepared to die in my hands? 3 months ago, the Roger pirates were hunted down by Ash. Before this monster. Even if everyone in the Roger pirates resisted desperately. But it is not his opponent at all. In the end, in order to cover Roger and others from escaping, most of the crew of the Roger pirates died at the hands of Ash. It is precisely because of this. Roger's heart is full of hatred for Ash. You must know that Roger is a ruthless person who led people to destroy the entire country of the other party if someone insulted his crew once. Not to mention life and death enemies like Ash who almost wiped them out. Hear this. Rocks grinned, turned his head to look at Ash beside him, and joked. How about Ash? People have already come to the door and want to kill you to avenge his partner, so don't you have anything to say? Ash heard the words and looked around. Looking at the crowd surrounding him and Rocks. Including Kong, the current Marine 3 Admiral, Sengoku, Garp, Zephyr, Crane, and other elite Marine Vice Admiral. 3 CP0 members wearing different masks. Roger Pirates. And the cotters of the Rocks Pirates. These guys unite to form a terrifying lineup that has never been seen before. And their target is the two brothers Ash and Rocks. Ash's chin lifted slightly, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and a warm smile appeared on his face. However, from his mouth, he said words that made the Roger pirates furious. Then, kill them too, so that the Roger pirates can reunite again. Chapter 2. On the outskirts of the Valley of the Gods, on a pirate ship. Damn it! These damned fellows! How shameless to be on a horse! As a pirate, you actually join forces with Marine and World Government. Also, Golden Lion, Whitebeard, Charlotte Linlin, those goddamn guys. You are clearly a cotter of the Rocks pirates, but you actually betrayed Rocks and Brother Ash at this critical moment. With horns on top of his head and a topless body, Kaido reveals his explosive muscles. At this time, he was hovering on the deck, the blue blood vessels on his forehead burst out, and his face was completely red with anger. Yin, whose whole body was wrapped in black clothes without any skin exposed, also said anxiously. Kaido, what shall we do? Let's go help Brother Ash. While talking, Yin directly pulled out the giant sword, as if he was going to support Ash on the spot. But before he moved, Kaido slapped it in place. Kaido! What do you want? Are you going to just watch Brother Ash being besieged by these damned guys and not go to support him? Yin's eyes widened, and he spit furiously at Kaido without hesitation. If Kaido really thinks this way, Yin wouldn't mind having a fight with Kaido first. After hearing Yin's roar, Kaido's complexion became even uglier, his red eyes fixed on Yin in front of him, and he said in a low voice through the gap between his teeth. I'm afraid Big Brother Ash has already expected this situation. Yin frowned upon hearing this, and tightened his right hand holding the giant sword. What do you mean? Kaido let go of the palm that was holding Yin, and turned his head to look at the square where the war was about to break out in the Valley of the Gods. After taking a deep breath, he said unwillingly. Brother Ash told me about it before coming to the Valley of the Gods. The mission of the two of us is to evacuate all the treasures in the Valley of Gods. Other than that, no matter what happens, you can't participate in this war. At the end, I also told me, remember, no matter what happens. After the voice fell, Yin fell silent. After a while, Yin asked blankly. You mean, Brother Ash knew this was going to happen? But, if that's the case, then why did he come to the Valley of the Gods? Kaido also didn't understand this question before. But now that even Golden Lion, Whitebeard, and Charlotte Linlin have betrayed the Rocks pirates, he understands. You think, with how determined these bastards are to kill Captain Rocks and Brother Ash. Even if they didn't come to the Valley of the Gods, can this situation be avoided? Yin also understood. Even without the Valley of Gods War, there will definitely be wars with the same lineup in other locations. Instead of escaping, it is better to face this war. Seeing Yin's face changing back and forth, Kaido clenched his fists and said slowly, "Trust Brother Ash." With Brother Ash's terrifying power, even if these guys join forces, they will definitely not be the opponent of Brother Ash. Kaido is very clear. With the current strength of him and Jin, there is simply no qualification to participate in this level of war. To put it a bit cruelly, they don't even have the qualifications to be cannon fodder. While the situation between Kaido and Ash was tense, feeling the looks of those guys around them ready to go, Ash raised his eyebrows slightly, and said silently in his heart, "Open the Properties panel. Host, Rox D Ash. Current template, Ulquiorra Cipher. Template progress, 87%. Ability to master. Spinning, advanced, Iron Car moves at super fast pace. High-speed regeneration, advanced, the ability to recover quickly. Steel skin, advanced, high-strength Ryutsu materialized defense. False bullets, advanced, focused Ryutsu destructive light bombs. Zero, advanced, gathers Ryutsu destructive rays. Advanced swordsmanship, Ryutsu perception, Jaikung, moonlight sword. A return to the blade, block it, black-winged demon. Observation haki, advanced, armament haki, advanced, conqueror's haki, top. Soul points, 0, soul points can be used to improve the power and level of various abilities. It's a pity, there is still a long way to go before unlocking the second return blade. Ash shook his head insignificantly. As a time traveler, Ash also has his own cheat. Ulquiorra, from the fourth blade in the Shinigami world Hueco Mundo Espada. But in terms of strength, Ulquiorra definitely belongs to the top of Espada. After all, he is the first and only terrifying existence with a second stage return blade. Without any exaggeration. As long as Ash can improve Ulquiorra's template progress to 100%, it is completely possible to push horizontally in this pirate world. Unfortunately, it's only been 2.5 years since he activated the system, let alone improve it to 100%, and now he can't even do the second stage of returning to the blade. But even so, Ash didn't even have the slightest thought of running away. Ash is very clear. With the terrifying talent he has shown in the past 2 years, and his identity as Rock's own brother, especially Ash's unscrupulous style of doing things, even if he can escape successfully this time, these guys will never stop there. In this case, then give it a go. Ash wants to see it. How real is the terrifying lineup formed by these guys? Ash's arrogant and domineering attitude completely angered everyone present. Kong, who is Marine Admiral, glared at Ash, threatening outright. Ash. Rox. Go for it. If you choose to give up resistance, maybe you still have a chance to survive. But if you persist in your obsession and continue to resist, the only thing waiting for you is death. Kong's words of persuasion echoed over the Valley of the Gods. After hearing this, Rox laughed out loud on the spot. Wow, ha 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 ha. Ash, did I hear you right? Kong, it's already this time, and he still wants us to surrender. Is it because the word justice is said too much, and he really thinks he is righteous? Do you really think we'll believe such nonsense? Rox made a deliberate belly laugh to taunt the naive Kong crazily. Unlike the exaggerated moves of the Rox, Ash just smiled slightly, explaining with understanding. Understand, Kong Admiral is getting old, it's normal for his mind to be stupid occasionally. Kong, HP 99999. The tacit cooperation between Rox and Ash allowed Kong to break the defense on the spot. This Marine Admiral's hair stood on end, and the blue blood vessels on his clenched fist suddenly burst out, his red eyes widened, and he roared. Rox. Ash. I'm going to kill you two bastards with my own hands. Chapter 3. For Kong, of course he wanted to take this opportunity to kill the two brothers Rox and Ash directly. But before coming to the Valley of the Gods, as the commander-in-chief of this war, Kong has received orders from the 5 elders. According to 5 elders, it is to make them marine make sure to kill Rocks directly. As for being the deputy captain of the Rocks pirates, Ash of Rock's own brother. But it is to make marine try not to kill directly. It's better to kill Ash. Take a breath and bring back world government. After all, what Ash has shown in the past 2 years is not only the terrifying fighting talent and strength. Ash's terrifying ability to completely recover in a very short period of time after being injured made even the 5 elders salivate. According to 5 elders, if the world government can research Ash's ability, if the members of the CP organization also have this pervert recovery ability, then the power of the world government will directly increase dramatically. No longer need to worry about whether the world government can continue to be high and rule the whole world. In order to achieve this purpose, the world government disregarded the opinions of marine executives at all. Secretly contact the Roger pirates and the leaders of the Rocks pirates, Golden Lion and Whitebeard. This caused the war in the Valley of Gods to evolve into the current situation. Only this kind of embarrassing order, Kong can't guarantee that he can do it. Even Kong has already made a decision in his heart. If given the chance, absolutely kill Ash, a complete monster, directly. After all, Kong doesn't want to face a monster that is nearly unkillable like Ash again. Just when Kong was about to say something, Ash on the opposite side waved his hands with a smile. Okay, don't waste your time. Let the two of us feel it, you trash, can you give us some surprises after joining hands? Rocks is convinced of this. Since there is no way to avoid it, why not just do it? Kong, these guys. Why so much nonsense? Aren't they worried that the Rocks brothers will let those who participated in this war be buried with them when they fight to the death in such a desperate situation? With this in mind, Rocks taunted again with a map cannon. Trash is rubbish, and they can't be turned into treasure together. At most, it's just a bigger garbage dump. The voice fell. Whether it is Kong and Sengoku, these marine high level, or Roger pirates, Golden Lion, Whitebeard, and others, or those 3 masked CP0 members, all drew their weapons at the same time, or clenched their fists instantly. Rocks and Ash, these 2 guys. Not just powerful. Even the kung fu of mocking people is so good. In just 2 sentences, everyone on the scene immediately broke their defenses. Kong, whose chest was already filled with anger. He glared at the opposite Rocks and growled. Since you are so anxious to seek death, then I will help you now. Following Kong's voice, this marine admiral stomped hard. The surrounding land is cracked inch by inch. A deep pit appeared directly where he was originally standing. See this situation? A bloodthirsty gleam flashed in Rock's eyes. They also galloped in the direction of Kong. Almost at the same time. After the other 2 marine admirals exchanged glances, raising their sabers each, launched a fierce offensive against the Rocks. Different from the Marine 3 Admiral in Wang Luffy's era, none of the 3 current marine admirals belong to demon fruit power. Just relying on physical and sword skills, he has already stood on the top of the new world. Boom! 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 The fist and saber collided with a crisp sound. The aftermath of the battle between Rocks and Marine 3 Admiral swept the entire Valley of Gods at an extremely fast speed. Those sailors around, and the members of the Rocks pirates, seeing this situation, they all backed away. I'm afraid that if one is not careful, it will be affected. This level of combat, just the aftermath of the battle, is simply not something ordinary people can face. Watching this sudden outbreak of war, the faces of the Marines above the Valley of the Gods are already full of excitement. Having been entangled with the Rocks pirates for so many years, is there finally a chance to take down Rocks and Ash, 2 top powerhouses? As for the members of the Rocks pirates, at this point my heart is filled with confusion. Things got to the point where they no longer know what to do. Golden Lion, Whitebeard, Charlotte Linlin, all the cotters are going to fight Captain Rocks and Vice Captain Ash? What the hell is going on with this horse riding? While these Rocks pirates doubt their lives, the Golden Lion who held the Deadwood and Sakura's 12 famous knives grinned. Gee ha 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 ha. Like Ash said, stop wasting time. Kill the two of them early to avoid any accidents. The Golden Lion's words were unanimously agreed by the rest of the people. Now that it has been done, it must be done thoroughly. Rocks, the overlord of the sea. And Ash is a total monster. They are absolutely not allowed to continue living. Golden Lion, who was smoking a cigar, exhaled a puff of thick white smoke, glanced at Ash, and then said to Sengoku, Garp and others around him. Just as I said before. Let's get rid of Rocks, Ash, I'll leave it to you. I hope you don't lose the chain, and don't be killed by this guy. After finishing speaking, without waiting for Sengoku and others to respond, Lion Fruit ability activates. Holding two famous knives in hand, Golden Lion quickly flew towards the Rocks position. And Whitebeard on the side also took a look at Kaxio and said with some regret. Ash, if it wasn't for your status as Rock's younger brother, I would never have let this happen today. Ash smiled nonchalantly when he heard the words, looked at Whitebeard with great interest and said. Edward, this is the time, do you still need to be so hypocritical? Stop pretending here. Whitebeard's face froze suddenly, in order not to be dazzled by anger. Stop talking nonsense with Ash, and rushed to the battlefield where Rocks, Golden Lion and others were with the supreme sharp knife Kong Yunki. 3 Marine Admirals, plus 2 of the most powerful cotters of the Rocks pirates, went to deal with Rocks. As for the rest, Ash looked around and looked at the iron triangle of Marine, Zephyr, Roger, Rayleigh, Jabba, Charlotte Linlin, Silver Axe, and the 3 CP0 members that surrounded him. The corners of the mouth curled up slightly. Speak the most arrogant words with the gentlest voice. Now I declare. You are surrounded by me. Chapter 4. With Ash's voice falling. In an instant, the entire God Valley Square fell into an extremely strange atmosphere of silence. In addition to the sound of the battle between Rocks and Marine 3 Admiral and Whitebeard and Golden Lion, no one else made even the slightest sound. Whether it is Sengoku and Garp etal, or the surrounding Marine and Rocks pirates. At this moment, I couldn't help but stare at Ash with wide eyes. They really don't understand. Obviously Ash is the one who is besieged by many people and is almost facing desperation. But why is he still so arrogant and confident? And after hearing these words from Ash, the most angry are Roger, Rayleigh, and Jabba. When the Roger pirates were hunted down by Ash 3 months ago, it started with this sentence. Roger, who was holding a saber, looked at Kaxio and sneered. Ash, you are as arrogant as ever. It's just that this time, it's for you to experience for yourself what real despair is. Rayleigh and Jabba, flanking Roger, nodded emphatically in agreement. The desperate scene 3 months ago. During this period of time, it has been lingering in their minds. If you can't kill Ash, I'm afraid they will live in the shadows for the rest of their lives. Garp's fists collided together, and there was a dull sound. His eyes were fixed on Ash who was opposite him, his face was full of boiling fighting spirit. Okay Roger, stop talking nonsense. Get rid of Ash first, and then go and kill Rocks together. Just like Roger has a shadow on Ash in his heart. Garp has had the same experience. If it wasn't for Kong Admiral's help at the last minute, Garp has long since died in Ash's hands. It is precisely because of this. Garp can't wait to kill Ash directly. Sengoku, who is the commander-in-chief of the Erase Ash operation, nodded vigorously and said in a deep voice. Garp is right, let's do it. We all know what kind of power the monster Ash has. If we continue. Before Sengoku finished speaking, a scene that made everyone wait for it suddenly happened. Ash's figure disappeared instantly. Next second, Ash suddenly appeared in front of the nearest Garp. That fist, wrapped in fearful power. Aim at Garp's head and smash it down. Boom. Row, the moment he saw Ash disappear, Garp had already raised his vigilance. But Ash's speed is still too amazing. By the time he realizes that Ash's target is him, it's too late. Garp, who avoided it, was hit in the head with a punch. The body flew upside down uncontrollably. While Garp was tumbling in the air, Ash's offensive didn't end there. With a firm footstep, he chased after Garp directly. The fists kept falling on Garp's body like a violent storm. After identifying an opportunity, He bent his right hand and raised it high, pointing his elbow at Garp in front of him and then crashing down. Boom! With a loud bang. Under the blessing of Ash's terrifying power, Garp's whole body is deeply embedded in the ground. A deep pit suddenly appeared, and the surrounding land was cracked inch by inch. The dust in the sky made it impossible for the surrounding people to see what was going on inside. But it's clear to everyone. The battle has only just begun, and Marine has high hopes and has even reserved a Marine Admiral position for Garp the Fist. In front of Ash, a complete monster. In an instant, he fell directly into an absolute disadvantage. Seeing this situation, Sengoku, Zephyr, Roger, Charlotte Linlin, and others dare not hesitate anymore. He rushed towards Ash's position at full speed. It's embarrassing enough for so many people to besiege Ash alone. If you haven't fought, or even been directly counter-killed by Ash, then they really lose face. After everyone rushed into the sky full of dust and mist, a terrifying scene came into view. As an elite Marine Vice Admiral, Garp the Fist, whose strength is not much worse than Admiral's, is struggling to support Ash's crazy offensive at this time. Boom! 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 Ash's target is very clear, and that is Garp's head. Every time he punched, Garp would involuntarily let out a groan. The grunt contained the intense pain Garp was in. Damn it! Ash, this monster, why has it become so much stronger? Garp resisted Ash's terrifying attack with difficulty, gritted his teeth secretly, and his heart was full of fear. Compared to the last time I played against Ash, this guy's strength has been greatly improved once again. If this speed of improvement has been maintained, it may not take long at all. He can't even see Ash's back. You must know that Garp is not demon fruit power. Just by relying on powerful physical skills, he has become the top powerhouse in the new world. The combat experience accumulated over the years is naturally extremely rich. But even so, in front of Ash, Garp's proud iron fist and combat experience were completely suppressed. No matter what method he uses, there is no way to prevent this from happening. Out of the corner of Garp's eye, he saw that Sengoku, Zephyr, and others had rushed to support. This made him secretly relieved. But at the moment when he was distracted, Ash seized this opportunity precisely. Grabbing Garp's fist, he pulled it hard in front of him. The fist containing terrifying power was aimed at the temple of Garp's head and thumped hard. Laugh! There was a crackling sound. Garp's heart was ringing with alarm bells. But it's too late to dodge Ash's fist in the past. In the end, he could only rely on the fighting instinct he had developed over the years. Turning your head with all your strength at the last moment. Boom! Punch down! Garp felt as if his head had been smashed instantly, and the heart-piercing pain came, causing Garp to let out a mournful howl from his throat. What? Garp! Seeing Garp's figure rolling in the air, and the howling sound in his ear, Sengoku, Zephyr, and Roger lunged forward almost at the same time. It directly blocked Ash, who wanted to continue chasing Garp. The three of them didn't hesitate at all. Raise your fists or sabers, aim at Ash and attack directly. Faced with the siege of the three, Ash also gave up the idea of chasing Garp, and raised his fist to fight the three of them. It is precisely because the three of them blocked Ash's footsteps. Let the trio of Rayleigh, Jabba, Charlotte Linlin, Silver Axe, and the three CP0 members successfully surround Ash again. This time, no one bothered. Without even needing to communicate beforehand, everyone raised their weapons and launched an offensive against Ash. Looking at the menacing crowd, not only did Ash not have the slightest intention of retreating. Instead, he raised his arms. The Ryotsu within the body gradually gathered under Ash's control, and dark green light bullets appeared around Ash's body. Next second, the virtual bullet shot towards the surrounding people at high speed. Chapter 5. Laugh. There was a sound of breaking through the air, and everyone's faces were full of dignified expressions. Everyone present is very clear. What kind of terrifying power does Ash possess? In particular, this endless means. Simply helpless. For a while, Sengoku, Zephyr, Roger, Rayleigh, Jabba, Silver Axe, John, Akoku, and the three CP0 members all used armament haki to wrap their bodies. Try to use the armor transformed by armament haki to resist the false bullets released by Ash. Boom! 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 The sound of explosions rang out continuously, and everyone who was hit by the false bullet felt the terrifying energy contained in it, and their faces became more dignified involuntarily. In fact, if it is true, the power of the false bullet is not too great. At least Sengoku and Roger cannot be fatally injured. But the speed of the virtual bullet is not something they can dodge at all. Even the observation haki they have. In front of these false bullets, it seems that they have all failed. After releasing the false bullets to interrupt the offensive of these guys, the corners of Ash's mouth curled up slightly, and he raised his right hand again, aiming his index finger at Copper Jabba, the third member of the Roger Pirates. The dark green light condenses on Ash's index finger. Next second, a Zero that contained a terrifying Ryutsu shot directly at Jabba's position. Laugh. Hearing the sound of breaking through the air again, Roger's pupils suddenly dilated, and then he turned his head and shouted anxiously at Jabba. Jabba! Watch out! Almost at the same time that Roger's voice fell, Jabba saw the dark green Zero coming towards him quickly. At his speed, it was already impossible to dodge. At the last minute, Jabba could only grit his teeth, and crossed the two axes in his hand to block in front of him. Clang! There was a sound as crisp as iron striking. The two axes that have followed Jabba for many years were directly pierced by this Zero. When Zero was about to fall between Jabba's eyebrows, Jabba went as fast as he'd ever been, tilted his head as hard as he could, and let the Zero fly past his cheek. Ugh! Ah! Although he couldn't see it, Jabba could clearly feel that the half of his face that was roughly brushed by Zero was bloody and bloody. The severe pain caused Jabba to let out a ghostly howl from the depths of his throat. Jabba! Seeing Jabba's misery, Roger and Rayleigh's eyes were tearing apart, and an incomparably intense hatred burst out of their eyes instantly. With one blow, all the empty bullets in front of him were chopped apart. Roger held his saber and rushed towards Ash's position. After seeing Roger's actions, Sengoku exchanged a glance with Zephyr beside him. With a firm step, they chose to attack Ash together. At the same time, Garp finally recovered from Ash's stormy offensive just now. Garp didn't hesitate. On the spot, armament haki was released to wrap his fists. Gritting his teeth, he charged at Ash again. He wanted to see it. Under the siege of so many strong men, how long can Ash survive? Watching these guys move, Ash raised his right hand unhurriedly, and the Zanpakuto with green handle and white body, black-winged demon appeared in his hand in an instant. After seeing the Zanpakuto in Ash's hand, Sengoku's pupils dilated suddenly, and he yelled without turning his head. Don't waste time. Just do it with all your strength. Ash's strength is stronger than last time. After finishing speaking, Sengoku, who was running towards Ash, tore off the cloak of justice behind him, roared. Sengoku's rapidly growing body exploded the marine uniform on the upper body. Sengoku in Buddha form, shining with dazzling golden light. Although Roger, Garp, and Zephyr do not have the Devil Fruit ability, but they've also wrapped their fists and sabers in armament haki. The four attacked Ash in the center at the same time from different directions. Faced with this siege, under the gaze of the crowd, the corners of Ash's mouth curled up slightly, and a weird smile appeared on his face. Next moment, Ash, who has been locked by the Sengoku 4, suddenly disappeared in place. By this time, Roger, Garp, Sengoku, and Zephyr's offensive can no longer be reversed. He could only bite the bullet and smash his fist at his own people. Boom! Catch ACHA! A terrifying explosion sounded, and the space around the four of them seemed to be split open by this terrifying attack. The powerful aftermath is centered on the positions of the four of them, sweeping towards convenience in all directions. Before they make another move, a palpitating piercing sound resounded. SHHH-. The blue light suddenly appeared. Garp, who became Ash's target again, had his heart beating wildly, subconsciously raised his fist, pointed at his side, and punched hard. Boom! The fist collided with Zanpakuto. Ash's terrifying strength made Garp's face look very hideous. What makes Garp most unacceptable is that obviously he has covered his fists with armament haki. But I can still clearly feel the pain of the flesh and blood being cut by the blade. In terms of strength, after all, Garp is still inferior to Ash. After holding on for a few seconds, he was directly blasted out. Just when Ash wanted to beat the dog in the water, Sengoku, Zephyr, and Roger blasted Ash with their fists and sabers. See this situation? Ash curled his lips, and joked while waving the Zanpakuto in his hand against the enemy. You guys are really like licking dogs, you can't shake them off no matter what. The faces of the three of them became very ugly when they heard this. Although I don't understand what licking a dog means. But obviously not a good vocabulary. Garp, who was knocked into the air, shook his head. After waking up, he looked at Ash, who was still able to handle the siege with ease, gritted his teeth and rushed towards Ash again. At the same time, Crane Vice Admiral, Charlotte Linlin, Silver Axe, John, Akoku, and the three CP0 members. Finally, he didn't intend to continue the marginal OB, and also participated in this siege operation. One of the CP0 members glanced at the bewildered Garp without emotion. Is this one of the next Marine Admirals that your Marine predetermined? You Marines are getting worse and worse. This guy's map cannon made the faces of Garp, Sengoku, Zephyr, and Crane instantly gloomy. But this time is obviously not a good time to argue with him. We still have to kill Ash first. Facing the siege of so many top powerhouses, Ash finally gave up the idea of continuing to play. Relying on the strength contained in the fists of Garp and Sengoku, he retreated a little. Looking at the crowd who charged at him again, the corners of Ash's mouth curled up slightly, raising the Zanpakuto in his hand, and whispered softly. Block it, Blackwing Demon. Chapter 6. Ugh. Accompanied by Ash's crooning, the section of Returning to the Blade was finally released. Black riots raindrops start to fall from the sky. Behind Ash suddenly appeared two black wings that seemed to cover the sky and the sun. Two horns slowly appeared on the top of the head. Even the palms gradually turned into sharp claws. Looking at the tear stains in Ash's eyes, Sengoku, Zephyr, Garp, Crane, Roger, Rayleigh, Jabba, Charlotte Linlin, and the trio of Silver Axe and the three CP0 members suddenly had their pupils dilated. Sengoku even squeezed out dignified words from between his teeth. Appeared. Ash, this guy has transformed into a black-winged demon again. Be careful, all of you, don't be caught by the monster Ash, otherwise, I'm afraid you will be instantly killed. Sengoku is very clear. After entering the form of the black-winged demon, whether it is speed or strength, Ash will get a huge boost. When their Marine Iron Triangle fought Ash for the first time, Garp almost died at the hands of Ash in the form of the black-winged monster. So long past. Ash's strength has been greatly improved again. That is to say, Roger, Charlotte Linlin, and CP0 members joined forces with them. Otherwise, only with their Marine Iron Triangle plus Zephyr. Absolutely no match for Ash. Only. After hearing Sengoku's words, the CP0 members on the side laughed directly. Sengoku, you Marines are really going back alive. With so many of us joining forces, so what if he is the Blackwing Demon? Being ridiculed by CP0 members again. The faces of Sengoku, Garp, and others suddenly became extremely ugly. If it wasn't for the wrong timing and occasion, they didn't mind at all to give these three arrogant CP0 members a good lesson. In Sengoku's view, these CP0 members are too close to celestial dragons. As a result, they were also infected by celestial dragons, and their brains became bad. Do you really think that the monster Ash is the kind of pirate they have encountered in the past? Only. Without waiting for Sengoku to say something, after the three CP0 members looked at each other, directly used their respective devil fruit abilities. Accompanied by the sound of three clothes being burst, the bodies of these three CP0 members grew bigger, and they directly transformed into ancient creatures of extremely large size. Zoan tiger fruit ancient species saber-toothed tiger form. Zoan tortoise fruit ancient species ancient giant tortoise form. Zoan dragon fruit ancient species velociraptor form. 3 ancient ferocious beasts stood side by side, exuding a fierce and violent aura. The CP0 member in the form of a velociraptor opened his mouth, and the 2 rows of teeth shining with sharp light were undoubtedly revealed. He turned his head and glanced at Sengoku. The huge mouth opened, and he whispered in a tone without the slightest emotion. Sengoku, Garp, Zephyr, watch out! Look at how our CP0 members deal with pirates. After speaking, the velociraptor raised its head to the sky and roared. He strode towards Ash's position and charged. At the same time, the saber-toothed tiger and giant tortoise transformed by the other 2 CP0 members attacked Ash at the same time. These bloody bastards! Sengoku cursed with a livid face, his chest was already full of anger. CP0 these bastards! Relying on being more trusted by the world government and 5 elders than their marine. Every time I join forces with them, there will always be such blatant ridicule. That is to say, Sengoku must take care of the overall situation. Otherwise, he'd be more than happy to see those 3 megalomaniacs die at Ash's hands. Feeling the gazes of Garp, Zephyr, and Roger, etc., Sengoku in Buddha form took a deep breath. Forcibly suppress the anger. With a wave of his hand, he said angrily, "Let's go. Don't worry about it so much, kill Ash first." After finishing speaking, Sengoku kicked his legs suddenly, and the huge body shining with golden light rushed towards Ash's position. See this situation? Garp, Zephyr, Roger, and others looked at each other. Also follow Sengoku's footsteps and run wildly. Ash heard the conversation between CP0 members and Sengoku clearly. He really doesn't understand. Where did these CP0 members get their confidence? Only since they insist on rushing to die. Of course Ash doesn't mind killing these 3 stupid guys who don't know it first. With this in mind, Ash's eyes froze suddenly. The 2 iconic black wings behind him flapped suddenly. The powerful thrust made Ash's body instantly disappear in place. Next second, Ash holding Zanpakuto appeared above the head of the charging raptor. Zanpakuto in the right hand. Aim at the head of the velociraptor below and chop it down fiercely. Laugh. The sound of knife air tearing the air sounded. The huge pupils of the velociraptor shrank suddenly. Raising the 2 claws in front of him, he wanted to tear the slash. Ash swung into pieces. However, at the moment when the claw and this slash were outstanding, only then did the velociraptor realize how outrageous the mistakes he had made. Pfft! The sound of slashing and piercing flesh and blood resounded. The velociraptor can clearly see his 2 sharp claws, which he has always been proud of. It was cut off by Ash's slash. Watching the 2 sharp claws tumbling in the air, the heart-piercing pain came, making the velociraptor's head involuntarily tilted to the sky, and a mournful wail came out of its mouth. Roar! Ash's offensive not only did not end there. On the contrary, he precisely seized this opportunity to beat the dog in the water. Violence flashed in his eyes. Stepping on the air with his right foot, it rang and moved. Ash appeared directly beside the velociraptor. Aim the Zanpakuto at the neck of the velociraptor. Straight to the past. The velociraptor that was howling. Watching Ash's Zanpakuto with a green handle and white body slash towards him, but he has no chance to dodge. Faced with this desperate situation, the velociraptor can only pin its hopes on its ancient and powerful defense. However, the next second, the velociraptor just felt like the whole world was spinning. The sound of Zanpakuto piercing the flesh is clearly audible. The head of the velociraptor kept rolling in the air. After the huge body lost its support, it fell heavily to the ground. With the dust rising all over the sky, black wings flutter. Ash's figure disappeared again. See this situation? Sengoku's pupils dilated suddenly. Shouted anxiously towards the saber-toothed tiger and ancient giant tortoise transformed into by the other 2 CP0 members. Be careful. You too, you must never use your body to resist the knife in Ash's hand. Unfortunately, Sengoku's reminder is still too late. At the speed of Ash returning to the blade and entering the form of the black-winged demon, There was simply no time for those two CP0 members to react redundantly. The Zanpakuto in his hand slashed towards these two guys. Laugh. The air was split along the way, making a frightening sound. With the fall of Zanpakuto, the eyes of these two CP0 members who were locked by Ash already had a color of despair. Chapter 7. In Demon Fruit Power. Except for some special devil fruit, Zoan ability users' defense itself is the strongest. Especially the ancient species in the Zoan. In terms of defense capabilities, it can even be classified as the top level. But this is the CP0 member who possesses the ancient Zoan ability. In front of Ash in the form of the black-winged demon, he couldn't even resist for a moment. This riding horse is an instant kill. Ash, what kind of monster is this guy? Whether it is Sengoku, Garp, Zephyr, or Crane, the four marine elite vice-admirals. Or Roger, Rayleigh, and Jabba, the three pirates who have an indelible hatred for Ash. Or Charlotte Linlin, Silver Axe, John, Akoku, the cotters who betrayed the Rocks pirates. Seeing that Ash directly eliminated an outstanding CP0 member with one blow, my heart has been unconsciously filled with dignity. They all started to have some doubts. A monster like Ash. Is it something they can solve? Although the idea of not being confident has already arisen in my heart. But after watching Ash turn Zanpakuto on the other two CP0 members, Sengoku, Garp, and the others rushed towards their position immediately. Roger, Rayleigh, Charlotte Linlin, Silver Axe ETAL. Raise your saber or axe. Aim at Ash and chop fiercely. Ugh. Several slashes struck swiftly. Ash raised his index finger without looking back. The dark green Zero burst out from its index finger, colliding with the slashes swung by Roger and others. Boom! The piercing roar resounded through the sky. The aftermath of the collision between Zero and Slash swept across the entire plaza again. Along the way, the ground was lifted by this terrifying aftermath. The dust all over the sky once again covered the battlefield. Next second, two wailing sounds mixed with pain resounded through the sky again. Ah! Roar! The Zanpakuto swung by Ash cut off the two iconic tusks of the saber-toothed tiger, and the thick shell of the ancient giant tortoise was also split open with a terrifying gap. The two CP0 members who personally experienced the breath of death. I have lost the courage to continue fighting with Ash in my heart. Dang even turned around and wanted to escape from here. 5 elders, those damn bastards. Obviously what they said is that Ash's strength is not as strong as rumored. Even if it wasn't for saving Ash and taking it back for research, there would be no need for their CP0 members to dispatch at all. But what is going on now? This black-winged demon is not that strong as those bastards of the 5 elders said? Looking at the movements of these two CP0 members running away, the corners of Ash's mouth curled up slightly, and he raised his Zanpakuto in his hand, swiping it quickly, slashing and attacking in the direction they were fleeing. OM. After hearing this voice, the two CP0 members who ran away looked back unconsciously. He was shocked to find that Ash's slash split the ground along the way, and it was about to fall on the two of them. Faced with this desperate situation, the two CP0 members let out a mournful cry and cursed angrily. 5 elders! You bloody bastards! Laugh! Slash across! The huge bodies of the saber-toothed tiger and the ancient giant tortoise were divided into two, and after rolling forward several times, they finally hit the ground heavily. Spike! See you again! It was too late for Sengoku and Garp to support them. These three were clamoring just now, wanting to show Marine how they dealt with the CP0 members of the pirates, and they just died under Ash's sword. The key is: what's the deal with these two guys yelling at 5 elders before they die? Why does the CP0 organization always have such superb talents? Damn! Damn! Ash, how could he become so strong? Looking at the two black wings behind Ash that seem to be able to cover the sky and the sun, Sengoku has added a layer of haze that cannot be erased. And the smile on the corner of Ash's mouth, as if mocking them. He keeps saying that he wants to get rid of his CP0 members. Is that the level? In order to get rid of the brothers Ash and Rox, they Marine, have joined forces with the world government and pirates. If this allows Ash and the others to survive, or even be killed by them, then their Marine might really face a catastrophe. Not just Marine. Golden Lion, Whitebeard, Charlotte Linlin, Silver Axe, these cotters who betrayed the Rocks pirates. There will be a reckoning. As for the Roger pirates, there is no longer any possibility of continuing to exist. These two guys, Ash and Rocks, are the ones who must take revenge. With this in mind, Sengoku took a deep breath, looked around, and said in a deep voice to Roger, Charlotte Linlin, and others. Roger, Charlotte Linlin, Silver Axe. You don't want to see Ash and Rocks live on, do you? You should be very clear about what kind of revenge you will face if they are still alive after this war. If you don't want to die in their hands, then go all out now. Looking at the people with different faces, Sengoku spoke again. No matter what the cost, Ash must be killed first. Hearing this, the expressions of Roger, Charlotte Linlin, Silver Axe, and others all changed. Marine and Roger pirates are the two parties most want to kill Ash. Originally, Charlotte Linlin, Silver Axe and others. He also wanted to paddle in this war, to ensure that when Ash chose to die, he would not be seriously injured. But now it seems that, if this continues, there is only one dead end waiting for them. After realizing this, Charlotte Linlin, Silver Axe, John, Akoku, and others looked at each other. Immediately, they all decided not to continue paddling, but to siege Ash with all their strength with Sengoku, Roger, and others. Charlotte Linlin screamed, and after holding Napoleon, the big knife turned from a pirate hat, she summoned the two Hotsmai, Zeus, and Brahmat Hues. At the same time, Sengoku, Garp, Zephyr, Crane, Roger, Rayleigh, Jabba, Silver Axe, John, and Akoku also burst out with terrifying aura. This moment, everyone no longer continues to retain their strength. However, to their surprise, faced with such a terrifying lineup, not only did Ash not have the slightest intention of evading. Instead, they flapped the black wings behind them and launched a crazy offensive towards their position. Passive defense has never been Ash's style. In an instant, the most intense war in history erupted completely. See this situation. Kong, who was besieging Rocks with two other Marine admirals, as well as Golden Lion and Whitebeard, deliberately stimulated Rocks, trying to mess him up in this way. Rocks. It seems that Ash will die in this battle in the Valley of Gods before you. To the horror of Kong et.al. After hearing this, not only did Rocks not worry about Ash at all. Instead, he grinned, and after laughing loudly, a cruel and violent smile appeared on his face. Kong. You really think you can kill Ash with just that crap? That kid, Ash, is a complete monster. His strength has already surpassed mine. Chapter 8. With the crazy voice of Rocks falling, the faces of Kong, the other two Marine admirals, and Golden Lion and Whitebeard suddenly became extremely ugly. Because they see clearly. Indeed, as Rocks said, even if Sengoku, Garp, Zephyr, Roger, and Charlotte Linlin have all exploded, but he still looked like he was being crushed and beaten by Ash. Whenever the black wings flap behind Ash, and the white body Zanpakuto with the blue handle in his hand swings, the opponent in front of him will be cut back. Even if you are accidentally caught by Ash, you will be in danger of dying on the spot. Damn it! How could this monster, Ash, grow to such a degree in just over 2 years? The empty teeth are about to be crushed. He can clearly distinguish. On the surface, it seems that Marine and the pirates are besieging Ash. But the reality is that Ash is relying on his own strength, suppressing everyone and slashing wildly. If this continues, I'm afraid it won't be long before Sengoku, Garp, Zephyr, and others will be killed by Ash one by one. The three of them are the next Marine Admiral successors that all Marine executives have identified. Kong doesn't want to see them have any accidents in this war anyway. With this in mind, Kong punched Rocks at the same time. He yelled loudly without looking back. Alan, Cyril, and Golden Lion and Whitebeard. You have also seen that Ash's strength has exceeded our expectations. You should know very well, if you let Ash continue to live, how terrible he will eventually grow. Don't waste any more time, we have to go all out and get Rocks out first. No matter what, Brother Rocks can't be allowed to live. While talking, Kong swung the fist wrapped in armament haki, and launched a crazy attack on the rocks in front of him. Alan and Cyril, who are also Marine Admiral, did not hesitate at all. Raising the saber, he teamed up with Kong from two other directions to form a pincer attack on Rocks. Behind them, the Golden Lion and Whitebeard exchanged glances. Golden Lion spat out the cigar in his mouth with a bah, stared at Rocks and said viciously, "Don't hesitate, Edward. Kong is right, if we don't kill Rocks and Ash, then we will be the ones. Don't forget, you want to form your own pirate group with a lot of family members." After the Golden Lion had finished speaking, without waiting for Whitebeard to respond, "Then activate the Lion Fruit ability directly." Picking up the Deadwood and Sakura 12 famous knives in his hands, he rushed towards Rocks surrounded by Marine and Admiral. The words of the Golden Lion echoed in Whitebeard's ears. Whitebeard took a deep breath after taking a look at Ash, who was pressing down on Sengoku to fight with Roger and the others, and the Black-Winged Demon showed a berserk posture. "Hold the Supreme Sword Kong Yunki tightly in your hand, and rush to the battlefield as well." At this time, although Whitebeard and Golden Lion have not yet reached their peak strength. But even so, compared with Kong, Alan, and Cyril, the three Marine Admirals, it can be said that they are evenly divided. Even if Rocks, the Overlord of the Sea, has far more strength than Marine Admiral. But when faced with the joint siege of 5 powerful enemies, soon fell into an absolute disadvantage. Especially the 3 Marine Admirals, Kong, Alan, and Cyril. As if you don't want to die. Regardless of whether Rocks' attack would traumatize him. Even if it is trying to exchange injuries for injuries. Also launch a crazy offensive against the Rocks. Ho ho ho! Rocks couldn't help gnashing his teeth while resisting the offensive of these guys with difficulty. Kong, Alan, Cyril. You 3 bastards, you really worked hard to kill me and Ash. Rocks is clear. The reason why these 3 guys would do this. It is because they are afraid of accidents on the other side of the battlefield. After all, with the terror shown by Ash in this war, Sengoku, Garp, Zephyr, and Roger alone are definitely not his opponents. The reason why Kong and others did this was to compete with Ash for time, and to get rid of him, the Overlord of the Sea, first. Then go to support the battlefield on the other side. Kong and Alan did not respond. Just waving his fists and sabers and blasting towards Rocks. See this situation. Rocks, who hated so much in his heart, gritted his teeth viciously. Then he bewitched Kong. "Kong, you've been held back by the world government for so many years, haven't you thought about getting rid of the world government's control?" The voice fell. Marine 3 Admirals' offensive including Kong stagnated slightly. Seeing that my bewitching words worked, Rocks hurried on. "You should know how people outside evaluate Marine, right? You, Marine, have never been for justice and ordinary people. You are just a dog raised by the world government to maintain their rule." Rocks' words made Marine 3 Admiral furious, and the offensive in his hands became even crazier. But Rocks not only did not lose heart. On the contrary, while resisting with difficulty, he grinned. "How about this, Kong? You help me to overthrow the world government, I guarantee that you Marines will truly be worthy of the word justice in the future. How do you want to?" Before Rocks finished speaking, Kong punched him on the chin. A terrifying force struck, causing Rocks' head to fall back uncontrollably. On the other side, Alan and Cyril seized this opportunity, raised their sabers and slashed at Rocks. Rocks grabbed the sabers of the 2 of them with both hands abruptly, licked his teeth, and could taste a fishy sweet taste. "Shut up, Rocks. Compared to you, world government is much better. You want to seduce us Marine in this way, you are too naive." After finishing speaking, Kong raised his fist again and aimed at Rocks' head and blasted him. At the same time, after Golden Lion and Whitebeard arrived, they also began to explode with all their strength, and participated in the siege of Rocks. Facing the siege of these 5 top powerhouses, Rocks roared angrily, and retreated a little with the strength of the opponent. In the next second, the hair of the overlord of the sea stood on end, and a terrifying aura erupted from his body, which made it impossible to look directly at. Rox, who had been cornered, roared angrily with red eyes. Even if I have to die in this war, Lao Zi will definitely drag you to be buried with me. The voice fell. Rox, like a meteorite, crashed down towards where Kong and Golden Lion were located at lightning speed. The maritime overlord who has dominated the New World for many years already started desperately. Ash on the other side cut Garp and Roger flying in front of him with a single knife, turned his head and glanced, and whispered. Have you started working hard? In this case, let's have a good time. With flapping of the wings behind, Ash's figure suddenly disappeared. Next second, a black shadow appears above the head of Copper Jabba, the third character of the Roger Pirates. With the Zanpakuto in his hand, aim at his neck and chop it down. Chapter 9. Jabba. Watch out! Ash! Stop it! After seeing Ash appearing above Jabba's head, waving Zanpakuto in his hand, Roger and Rayleigh's pupils dilated suddenly, and they immediately shouted to Jabba and Ash. As the party Jabba, after realizing that he had no time to dodge Ash's knife, he looked up weakly and glanced at Zanpakuto, who was swiftly slashing at his neck. Then he turned his head to look in the direction where Roger and Rayleigh were, and said with a wry smile. Roger, Rayleigh. My adventure is coming to an end. Next, you. Laugh. The sound of the blade cutting through the flesh sounded, and the hot blood started to spurt wildly from Jabba's neck. And the head of the third member of the Roger Pirates began to roll in the air. Ash grabbed it, expressionless. Too much nonsense. To die is to die, why so much nonsense before dying? Does this guy think Ash is the kind of villain who dies by talking too much? Although Ash doesn't reject the role of villain, he doesn't want to have so much nonsense with dying people. After seeing the head in Ash's hand, and Jabba's fallen body, the eyes of Roger and Rayleigh instantly turned scarlet, and their faces became even more ferocious because of the overwhelming anger. They directly raised the saber in their hands and rushed towards Ash. Ash! You bloody BD! I swear, I will kill you with my own hands! Roger roared, pointed his saber at Ash in front of him, and slashed down fiercely. However, the next second, facing Roger's crazy offensive, Ash didn't go head-to-head with him. Instead, he tossed the head out of his hand, and it happened to land where Roger's saber swung down. By the time Roger found out about Ash's actions, it was already too late. Even if he wanted to withdraw the knife, he couldn't do it. I can only watch helplessly as the adornment in my hand chops off Jabba's head. Clang! With one stab, Jabba's head was instantly split into two. The terrifying force under Roger's knife caused the two halves of their heads to roll continuously in the air. After rolling dozens of times, they finally fell heavily to the ground. Seeing this scene, Roger was stunned. To know that as the third person of the Roger Pirates, they are close friends for many years. The result is to watch Jabba be beheaded by Ash first. Now it's up to him to cut Jabba's head off with his own hands. Roger, who has always had a big heart, almost collapsed. Roger's state was obviously done by Ash on purpose. While Roger was in a daze, Ash didn't plan to play a game of immobility with him. Flapping the black wings behind him, Ash suddenly appeared beside Roger, and the Zanpakuto in his hand, which was shining with sharp light, aimed at Roger's neck and slashed at it. Roger! Boom! Rayleigh rushed over and knocked Roger away directly, and slashed the saber in his hand, trying to block Ash's knife. After watching Roger slash Jabba's head off, an ominous premonition had already arisen in Rayleigh's heart. He rushed to Roger's position immediately. The fact did not exceed Rayleigh's expectations. Ash, this guy's real goal. It's Roger. Crack! Zanpakuto collided with Rayleigh's sword, and there was a crisp sound. Ash's terrifying power. It made Rayleigh's face become extremely hideous in an instant. Compared with Ash's relaxed and freehand expression, they are simply two completely different extremes. Just when Rayleigh was secretly glad that he had successfully rescued Roger, suddenly there was a palpitation. The fighting instinct cultivated in the New World for many years made Rayleigh subconsciously tilt his body. Next second, a heart-piercing pain came. Rayleigh let out an uncontrollable growl from deep in his throat. What? Rayleigh could clearly perceive. Ash, who had entered the form of the black-winged demon, tore a piece of flesh from his chest. If he hadn't believed in his fighting instinct at the last moment, feared to be pierced by Ash's claws. It was the chest where his heart was. Seeing that I didn't succeed in one blow, Ash didn't hesitate. Raising his sharp claws again, he aimed at the position where Rayleigh's chest heart was, and slammed at it. Only, before the claws struck Rayleigh's chest, Roger, who was filled with overwhelming anger, directly swung the saber in his hand, aimed at Ash's neck, and slashed fiercely. He's going to make Ash the goddamn guy. Ended up with the same death as Jabba. God avoids. The saber wrapped around the Conqueror's haki made an explosion that tore through the air along the way. See this situation? Ash changed direction, raising his sharp claws to resist Roger's evasion. Boom! The violent roar resounded through the sky. The big move that Roger was proud of was the magic evasion, but it was blocked by Ash with his sharp claws. Ash guy, how is this possible? Don't say it's someone else. Even Roger, the person involved, couldn't help but widen his eyes after seeing this situation. Looking at Ash's sharp claws that didn't take any damage, Roger's mentality almost exploded. Ash doesn't have time to pay attention to the mental activities of these guys. What he has to do now but compete with Kong, Golden Lion, Whitebeard, and others on the other side of the battlefield to see who can kill the opponent faster. This speed determines who is the final winner of this war. As for Roger's avoidance, with sharp claws blessed by steel skin and armament haki at the same time, how could it be so easy to break the defense? Ash focused his eyes, raised his right foot, and kicked Rayleigh flying. While waving Zanpakuto in his hand, he looked at Roger. Raised his left hand and extended his index finger to aim at Rayleigh. Call out! Before Rayleigh could make any moves, the dark green Zero went right through his shoulder. The severe pain made Rayleigh's forehead burst into cold sweat instantly. At the same time, Sengoku, Garp, Zephyr, and Charlotte Linlin also surrounded Ash again. What fills them with powerlessness is that, in terms of speed, they are far behind Ash. Just a glance, Ash directly gave up on Rayleigh, who was secretly protected. With a ringing sound, the black wings flapped behind him, and Ash completely disappeared from their encirclement once again. Next second, the Zanpakuto, shining with blue and white light, silently appeared on the chest of Silver Axe outside the encirclement. Puff! Silver Axe spat out a mouthful of hot scarlet blood, lowered his head and glanced at his chest pierced by Zanpakuto. He could clearly perceive. The vitality in my body is rapidly passing away. Looking up at Ash, he found that the expression on the face of the black-winged demon didn't even change in the slightest. It seemed that his life and death were not on his mind at all. Sengoku, Garp, Zephyr, Roger, and Charlotte Linlin roared wildly after watching Ash kill Silver Axe in a flash. In the eyes of Ash, this so-called war is probably just a killing game. And those hunters who are stalking and killing Ash on the surface are the prey waiting for Zanpakuto to come. Chapter 10. Pfft! Ash pulled out the Zanpakuto, and the Silver Axe, which lost its support, suddenly fell to the ground weakly. Looking at Silver Axe lying on the ground bleeding profusely, the signs of life gradually disappearing, Akoku and John are already filled with fear. Although he is also a coder of the Rocks pirates. But everyone knows very well. Among the coders, the most powerful are the two guys Whitebeard and Golden Lion. Behind them is Charlotte Linlin, an incredibly talented woman. And the weakest ones are naturally the trio of Silver Axe, Akoku, and John. The strength of the three of them can be said to be comparable. But now Silver Axe is just so lightly killed by Ash. So if they match up with Ash, wouldn't it be the same end? Akoku and John looked at each other, and they could clearly see the deep fear in each other's eyes. How to do? I've said it before, this guy Ash is a total monster. This kind of monster is simply not something that people like us can deal with. After hearing Akoku's words, there was big cold sweat on John's forehead, his hands unconsciously clenched the saber in his hand, and his eyes were fixed on Ash not far away. I'm afraid that the other party will appear in front of me unexpectedly, so I will give him a knife too. John felt like his teeth were chattering, and he faltered. Shut up. When the world government proposed that we join forces with Marine to get rid of Rocks and Ash, why didn't I hear your objection? Didn't you agree first? Akoku is numb all over. He clearly sensed. After John had finished speaking, Ash's eyes without the slightest emotion shifted to himself. It seemed that he had become his next prey to be dealt with. See this situation. Akoku almost couldn't bear to stab John beside him. John. UBD. How dare you trick Laozi in this way? While growling. Without hesitation, Akoku ran towards where Sengoku, Garp, and Roger were. In his opinion, the only way to stay with Sengoku and the others is to. Only in this way can I avoid the same fate as Silver Axe. However, the ideal is full, but the reality is extremely skinny. Among the cotters of the Rocks pirates, Akoku is at the bottom of the list. Compared to speed, it is far worse than Ash. With the flapping of the black wings on Ash's back, a terrifying gust of wind roared in. And Ash's body, with the help of this gust of wind as a boost, instantly appeared in front of Akoku. Wait! Ash! Let me go! Seeing the black-winged demon appearing in front of him, Akoku's pupils are filled with fear. The heart seems to have stopped beating. Ash turned a deaf ear to Akoku's begging for mercy, pointed his Zanpakuto at the center of Akoku's eyebrows and stabbed it. Ugh! In front of Zanpakuto in Ash's hands, the space along the way seems to be torn apart. Seeing that Ash has no intention of showing mercy, Akoku gritted his teeth, and could only bite the bullet and hold the saber horizontally in front of his body, in order to resist the Zanpakuto stabbed by Ash. Clang! With a crisp sound, the famous sword that has been with Akoku for many years is broken. Zanpakuto didn't stop at all, and continued to stab at the center of Akoku's eyebrows. Too late to feel sorry for my saber. Akoku tried his best to dodge with his head tilted, and finally Zanpakuto slashed his cheek, not being killed by a single blow like Silver Axe. However, not waiting for Akoku's heart to rejoice, a tingling and chilling feeling clearly passed through his mind. Look down. Suddenly, he found that Ash's other sharp claw had penetrated his chest. In his hand, he still holds the heart that is still beating. Puff! Akoku's pierced chest, and his mouth began to gush his hot blood frantically. A look of desperation filled his eyes. Next second, under Akoku's gaze, Ash expressionlessly crushed the heart in his hand. Boom! Ho ho ho! Akoku opened his mouth unconsciously, and his body fell to the ground with a bang. Seeing the dust raised by Akoku's dead body hitting the ground, John felt like he was going crazy. The cotter of the Rocks pirates didn't even dare to look at Ash, and fled frantically towards where Sengoku, Garp, and the others were. Sengoku, Garp, Roger, Charlotte Linlin. Help me! If I die by Ash's hands, you don't even want to kill this guy. In fact, from the very beginning, Sengoku, Garp, Roger, and Charlotte Linlin did not intend to sit back and watch them die at the hands of Ash. It's just that Ash in the form of the black-winged demon is too fast. There's no time for them to react. It will disappear directly into their encirclement. Especially Silver Axe and Akoku, these two trash, can't even resist Ash for a moment. To kill the cotters of the Rocks pirates so quickly. If you don't see it with your own eyes, I'm afraid no one can believe that this kind of thing happened for real. It's not that Silver Axe and Akoku are too weak. But this guy Ash. It is too strong. Sengoku, Garp, Zephyr, Roger, and Charlotte Linlin and others didn't waste time and went directly to John in two directions. Anyway, Ash must not be allowed to continue killing. Now Ash is playing them with that pervert speed. But if Ash kills John too, if Charlotte Linlin, Crane Vice Admiral, and the severely injured Rayleigh are also killed, then there is no need to continue this war. Just line up and wait for Ash to kill them one by one. Seeing that Sengoku, Roger, and others wanted to pick up John, Ash raised his left hand, pointed his index finger in their direction, the Ryotsu in his body began to gather, and the dark green circle lit up again. SHHHHHH. Under the burst of full force, countless Zero with terrifying Ryotsu galloped away. Seeing this, Sengoku, Roger and others could only stop in their tracks. Grit your teeth to fend off the Zero launched by Ash. See this situation. John was utterly hopeless. He knows very well. The reason why Ash did this was to prevent Sengoku, Roger, and others from disturbing his hunting. And this betrayer himself is Ash's prey. A blotting shadow appeared above John's head. John gritted his teeth, turned around, swung his saber and swung a slash. Facing John's slash, Ash doesn't even have the desire to hide. Raise your sharp claws to grab this slash and crush it directly. Looking at the broken slash, John's eyes were filled with fear. Next second, Ash rushed down suddenly, his sharp claws pinched his neck directly, and lifted him up abruptly. I was wrong, Ash, let me go. Please let me go. As long as you are willing to let me go, I will. Before John could finish his begging for mercy, Zanpakuto stabbed directly into his chest, and with Zanpakuto's stirring, John's heart was directly shattered into pieces. He casually threw John's body aside, as calm as if he had crushed an ant. Betrayer, die! Chapter 11. With Ash casually throwing John's body on the ground, the entire square of the Valley of the Gods fell into an extremely strange atmosphere of silence. In addition to the sound of fierce battles when Rox was besieged by Kong, Golden Lion, and Whitebeard in another battlefield, everyone else didn't blink their eyes, staring at the black-winged demon in the field. No one expected this war will actually evolve into the current situation. At first, seeing Golden Lion, Whitebeard, Charlotte Linlin, Silver Axe, John, Akoku, these cotters betrayed the Rocks pirates. Choose to join forces with Roger pirates, Marine, and world government. When trying to deal with Captain Rox, and Vice Captain Ash, almost all members of the Rocks pirates feel that, faced with such a terrifying and unprecedented lineup, Captain Rox and Captain Ash have no chance of surviving. But what's going on now? Although facing the three Marine admirals, as well as the two top cotters, Golden Lion and Whitebeard, Captain Rox has fallen into an absolute bottom. At any time, there is a danger of being seriously injured, or even dying directly. But on the side of Vice Captain Ash, Marine, Roger pirates, Charlotte Linlin, and others have been slashing wildly from the beginning to the end. Even after killing Jabba, the third member of the Roger pirates, Silver Axe, Akoku, and John, the three traitors, died one after another at the hands of Deputy Captain Ash. Does this mean, will the final victors of this war be Captain Rox and Deputy Captain Ash? After considering this possibility, the surrounding members of the Rocks pirates all looked like they didn't dare to breathe. I am afraid that if I am not careful, I will affect this war that will determine the future world structure. In contrast to those Marines, it was also too tense. If they Marine lose this war, with the terrifying power displayed by Ash, I'm afraid they Marine will never exist again. On the pirate ship outside the Valley of the Gods, Yin's face covered by the mask turned red after seeing Ash killing all directions. If the timing is not right, Yin couldn't help but want to dance to a song to celebrate Brother Ash's strength. Too strong. As expected of Brother Ash. It's really too strong. Kaido on the side was also very excited, looking at the figure of Ash in the square with frantic eyes, clenched his fists and said excitedly. That's it. Brother Ash. Kill all these damned guys. As long as this war can be won, Brother Ash will definitely be able to replace the world government and become the new king of the world. In the end, Kaido and Yin looked at each other, and they could clearly see the excitement and fanaticism in each other's eyes. If Brother Ash can really become the new king of the world, then those younger brothers who dedicate their loyalty to Ash will definitely have higher status accordingly. If you don't know that your strength is too weak, if you are not qualified to participate in this level of war at all, Kaido and Yin couldn't hold back at this time, and wanted to support Ash with a mace and a big knife. While Kaido and Yin were excited about Ash's power, the mood of everyone in the square has become extremely heavy. Charlotte Linlin, who was holding a big sword transformed from a pirate hat, couldn't help but cursed at Silver Axe, Akoku, and John's corpse. These three trash. Although I didn't expect them to have much effect, they turned out to be such a waste. Charlotte Linland's words were unanimously approved by everyone present. They really didn't expect. The three guys, Silver Axe, Akoku, and John, couldn't even resist for a moment in front of Ash. Even if it's just for a few seconds. They have the confidence to save it from Ash in the hands of Vice Admiral. It's better now. The situation has been completely reversed. This group of hunters has become prey to be slaughtered. This time, Roger did not choose to continue to attack Ash. Instead, he walked quickly to Rayleigh's side, staring at Ash solemnly, in case he made any sudden moves. Looking at Rayleigh, who was severely injured by Ash, Roger asked with an ugly face. "How's Rayleigh? Are you okay?" Rayleigh propped himself up on the ground with his sword, shaking his head slowly. "I'm fine. Don't hesitate, Roger, things have developed to this point, and we have no chance of turning back. All you need to do now is to do your best to persevere. When Kong and the Golden Lion and Whitebeard kill the rocks, the war is really over." Roger nodded heavily when he heard the words, then shook his head and said, "I know that. But 3 months ago, more than a dozen partners died at the hands of Ash, and Jabba was also killed by Ash just now. I can't see any accidents happen to you no matter what." When Jabba was mentioned, a pained look appeared on Roger's face. "I can't help but recall the scene where he split Jabba's head with a knife just now." Roger had no doubts. "This picture, I will definitely never forget it in my life." Rayleigh shook his head comfortingly. "Okay, Roger, it's not your fault. The real culprit is Ash." Hearing this, Roger gritted his teeth instantly, looking as if he wanted to tear Ash to pieces on the spot. "Ash, this guy is a big villain who does all kinds of evil." With Roger's voice falling, Ash raised his Zanpakuto and slashed at their positions one after another. Countless slashes split the ground along the way, aiming at Roger, Rayleigh, Sengoku, Garp, and others at high speed. Next second, the black wings flapping behind Ash's figure disappeared in place again. "See this situation?" Sengoku's pupils contracted slightly, and he roared anxiously. "Everyone gather together. Don't give this guy another chance to defeat them one by one." While talking, Sengoku, Garp, and Zephyr surrounded the crane directly. "I'm afraid that the crane, who is not strong in combat, will be instantly killed by Ash if he seizes the opportunity." Charlotte Linland, who had lost her companion, did not dare to face Ash alone, and also approached where Sengoku and the others were. Faced with their clumsy behavior, Ash frowned, and then without the slightest hesitation, he went off to fight these guys formally. In the face of absolute strength, any plan is useless. Especially in Jabba, Silver Axe, Akoku, John was killed by Ash. With Sengoku, Roger, and others distracted from taking care of Crane Vice Admiral and the injured Rayleigh, the battle is even more overwhelming. Everyone is convinced that as long as this continues, Ash will kill these guys one by one in no time at all. However, after Ash chopped down Charlotte Linland, another battlefield suddenly changed. Rox, the maritime overlord who has dominated the New World for many years, has fallen into a desperate situation. Chapter 12. Boom! Rox waved his fists to resist the crazy offensive of Kong, Alan, and Cyril, the 3 marine admirals. However, the power erupted by the 3 of them joining forces, or let Rox back uncontrollably. Almost at the same time, Golden Lion and Whitebeard, 2 top players who have been in the New World for many years, accurately seized this excellent opportunity. The dead wood in Golden Lion's hands intersected with Sakura's 12 famous knives, aimed at the position where Rox was, and slashed frantically. Lion Majesty Thousand Slice Valley. With the Golden Lion waving the famous knife in his hand, dozens of slashes slammed towards Rox at an extremely fast speed. On the other side, Whitebeard's Shock Fruit ability activates. An invisible force suddenly appeared on the right fist. Bending his right arm, aiming at the direction of Rox, he thumped away. Crack! With a punch down, there was a loud sound like glass shattering in the space between Whitebeard and Rox. The power of Shock Fruit completely blocked the way Rox escaped. Facing this circumstances, Rox's eyes turned hard, he raised his head to the sky and roared, and smashed his fists at the Thousand Slice Valley and shockwave on both sides. Boom! Two voices resounding through the sky appeared at the same time, an extremely terrifying fluctuation, centered on Rock's location, sweeping towards convenience in all directions. The members of the Marine and Rock's pirates retreated one after another. I'm afraid that one will accidentally be involved in this terrifying aftermath. The aftermath of a battle of this level might really kill someone. The Rocks just blocked Golden Lion and Whitebeard's attack. Kong, Alan, and Cyril, the three Marine admirals, came together again. The avoiding Rocks was hit in the head by Kong's fist. Alan's and Cyril's sabers fell on his chest and back at the same time. Boom! Laugh! The muffled sound of the fist hitting the chest, and the sound of the blade cutting through the flesh sounded at the same time. Head, chest, and back felt severe pain at the same time. Rocks unconsciously let out a roar from the depths of his throat. You guys, damn it! Rock's hair stood on end, his face flushed with anger and hatred. Regardless of the blood still gushing from his chest and back. Like utterly insane. Recklessly punching Kong in front of him. The fists kept hitting Kong's body like a violent storm. This Marine Admiral, who possesses the top strength of the New World, fell into an absolute disadvantage in an instant. The people around did not doubt at all. If only Rocks and Kong played against each other alone. I'm afraid it won't take long at all. Rocks was able to beat this Marine Admiral to death with his trembling physical skills. Unfortunately, Kong isn't fighting the Rocks alone. Alan and Cyril on the side didn't hesitate at all when they saw this. Immediately, he picked up the saber in his hand and slashed at Rocks again, causing his crazy offensive to come to a sudden stop. At the same time, after Golden Lion and Whitebeard looked at each other, the two unanimously chose to participate. Golden Lion brandished Deadwood and Sakura's 12 famous knives, and Whitebeard also swung the supreme sharp knife Kong Yunki, aiming at Rock's head and chopping it down. Boom! Rocks, who has fallen into madness, can't care about anything else. Don't even think about whether you will be severely injured in the battle. Even if it is trying to exchange injuries for injuries. It is also necessary to injure these damned guys as much as possible, or even kill them directly. After realizing his situation. In fact, Rocks was already mentally prepared for death. Even. Rocks has already made a decision in his heart. Even if you are desperate, you must kill as many opponents as possible. At least. Do everything possible to keep his brother Ash alive. Rocks is clear. If it weren't for his dragging Ash to bear his identity as the younger brother of the Overlord of the Sea, Ash doesn't need to face this kind of life and death crisis at all. And if you give Ash some more time to grow, whether it is the Marines and pirates participating in this war, it's still those 5 elders and world government who have been aloof for many years. Or the mysterious Lord Im. They will completely surrender to Ash, the black-winged demon. The betrayal and besieged today. One day, Ash will make them pay it off completely. Thinking of that image, Rocks couldn't help grinning maniacally. Wow, ha 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 ha. Kong. Alan. Cyril. Shiki. Edward. You guys, just wait and see, the betrayal and siege that our 2 brothers suffered today will eventually fall on you. After speaking, Rocks saw that Cyril, who was Marine Admiral, appeared briefly in a daze. See this situation? A hint of surprise flashed in Rock's eyes. Without the slightest hesitation, he carried the fists and saber attacks of the other 4 guys, and rushed directly in front of Cyril. See the Rocks in action. Kong's pupils dilated suddenly, and he shouted anxiously at the first moment. Cyril! Watch out! Cyril, who was awakened by Kong's words, was shocked, and immediately raised his saber and slashed at Rocks. Clang! Rocks firmly grasped the falling saber with the palm wrapped in armament haki. Then with a jerk, after dragging Cyril in front of him, he raised his fist and aimed at his head and smashed it down. Boom! There was a loud noise, and Cyril's head was almost smashed. That is to say, the current Marine 3 Admiral has never slack in physical training. Otherwise, just one punch, he might die on the spot. Seeing that the blow was unsuccessful, Rocks crazily output to Cyril like no reason. The fist as big as a sandbag kept falling like a violent storm. Even if Cyril wanted to fight back. But there is no chance at all. After seeing Cyril's situation, Kong, Alan, Golden Lion, and Whitebeard jumped in their hearts. At the same time, they rushed towards Rox, raising their fists or sabers, smashing down and slashing all over Rox's body. Severe pain came, but Rox seemed to lose consciousness. The robot, as if it had been given an order, only knew to keep punching Cyril in front of him. Boom! 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 Under this crazy offensive, Cyril finally gradually lost his ability to resist. Taking advantage of his remaining strength, Rox roared, exhausted all the strength in his body, and thumped Cyril's head. Boom! With one punch, Cyril's head burst like a watermelon. Scarlet blood mixed with brains splashed on Rox's body. And Rox's chest was completely pierced by Kong and Golden Lion's attack, and his heart was shattered into countless pieces. At the last moment, Rox turned his head to look at where Ash was, and grinned a ferocious and terrifying smile regardless of the blood on his face. "I'm sorry, Ash, I dragged you down." The last thought flashed through my mind, this sea overlord who had dominated the New World for many years, finally just died on the Valley of Gods. Chapter 13. After seeing Rox's body falling limply to the ground, the entire God Valley Square fell into an extremely strange atmosphere of silence. After a while, the cheers resounding through the sky finally erupted from the marine crowd. "Oh! Rox is dead! He's finally dead! Great! Great! From today, there will be no Sea Overlord in New World." Hearing the cheers in my ears, the members of the Rox Pirates suddenly turned pale. It's really hard for them to accept. Captain Rox died under the siege of Marine, Golden Lion, and Whitebeard. Doesn't that mean, from now on, they can no longer claim to be members of the Rox Pirates? And most importantly, Captain Rox is dead. What about Deputy Captain Ash? Marine, the Roger Pirates, and the executives who betrayed the Rox Pirates? I'm afraid that in any case, he would not just let Vice Captain Ash continue to live like this, would he? It turns out that these guys were right. After successfully killing Rox, Kong, Alan, Golden Lion, and Whitebeard took a deep breath at the same time. Luckily they took out their opponents faster than Ash. Otherwise, they are about to become losers in this war. Only, Kong and Alan looked at Cyril's body sadly. Under the crazy offensive of Rox, this Marine Admiral's head has been smashed into pieces by the fist, and he has completely lost his life. Kong shook his head, took a deep breath, looked at Alan and said, "Alan, now is not the time to be sad. What we have to do now is to kill that monster Ash as soon as possible. Otherwise, Cyril's sacrifice would have been in vain." Hearing this, Alan's sad mood also gradually adjusted. Nodding heavily, he clenched the saber in his hand and said in a deep voice, "In that case, don't waste your time. Let this war be resolved quickly." The voice fell. Alan launched the moonwalk in Marine 6 styles. Stepping on the air, he rushed towards the battlefield of Ash, Sengoku, and others. Kong didn't come to support immediately. Instead, he turned his head to look at the Golden Lion and Whitebeard beside him and said in a deep voice, "Golden Lion, Whitebeard, what are you hesitating about? Don't forget, the reason why Rox was killed is also due to your credit. If you don't kill Ash, with his terrifying talent, what will happen to you in the future?" Kong saw the hesitation of the two. Even Rox was able to kill Cyril at the last moment of his life. Once Ash, who is stronger than Rox, does the same, who can guarantee that he will not be the unlucky one who died at the hands of Ash? But after hearing what Kong said, Golden Lion and Whitebeard exchanged glances. Then I saw that even if Cyril joined the battlefield, at this time, Ash can also compete with Fang Ping. There is no sign of decay at all. See this situation? Golden Lion grinned strangely twice. "Gee ha 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 ha. You Marines are really useless. It's not just us pirates who need to help you deal with Rox. Even if it weren't for us, you Marines would all be killed by Ash." Kong's face became extremely gloomy, and his fists were clenched tightly, making a crackling sound. "If you don't need the help of Golden Lion, I'm afraid Kong can't help but attack him. Humph. You can figure it out for yourself. Kong snorted coldly, and also stepped on Moonwalk to participate in the battle to kill Ash. Looking at his back, Golden Lion glanced at Whitebeard beside him, curled his lips and said, "Come on, Edward. Like this guy," Kong said, "we have no way out." Whitebeard is naturally aware of this. After taking a deep breath, he directly carried Kong Yunki to the battlefield. Facing Ash, the terrifying black-winged demon. What they can do? I just pray that I won't be the unlucky one who died in his hands. After Alan, Kong, Golden Lion, and Whitebeard also joined the battle. The pressure faced by Sengoku, Garp, Zephyr, Roger, and Charlotte Linlin suddenly decreased several times. From just now, they have fallen into a precarious situation. If the rocks hadn't outlasted them, I'm afraid they are the ones who died on the island of the Valley of Gods. Facing such an incomparably grand and terrifying lineup, even Ash felt great pressure. Originally belonged to the situation where he suppressed Sengoku, Garp, Roger, and others one-sidedly. At this point the reversal occurred again. See this situation. While swinging the saber in his hand, Roger slashed at Ash in front of him, while frantically pulling hatred. How about Ash? Now, it's your turn, the black-winged demon, to experience for yourself what despair is. Roger's heart was filled with the pleasure of revenge. Ash, this guy first killed more than a dozen of his partners. Just now, he directly killed Jabba again, and even let Roger cut off Jabba's head with his own hands. Without any exaggeration. Among the many people present, it was Roger who hated Ash the most. Finally got the chance to kill Ash for revenge, of course Roger would never miss it. Ash twitched the corners of his mouth when he heard this, a mocking smile appeared on his face. Roger, are you proud? So many people joined forces to suppress him alone. Does Roger have a sense of superiority? The smile on Ash's face made Roger speechless, and the anger in his heart surged even more. Immediately stopped talking nonsense to Ash. He focused on finding opportunities and planned to give Ash a fatal blow. But Ash had the same thought in his mind. While waving Zanpakuto to repel the attacks of Kong, Sengoku, Golden Lion, Whitebeard, etc., he suddenly stabbed the opponent's chest, neck, and eyebrows. Regrettably, these guys know that no one can match Ash alone. There was an astonishing display of tacit understanding. Let Ash's plan come to nothing. At this time, a voice suddenly appeared in Ash's head. Ding! It is detected that the host is facing a death crisis. Do you want to activate the emergency plan? Ash's eyes lit up when he heard the words, and he hurriedly asked. What's the emergency plan? Using all the soul points you currently have, you can put the host into a dormant sleep. During the deep sleep, the host will enter the state of immortality. Hearing this, Ash almost couldn't help laughing out loud. The strong men who died in this war provided Ash with rich soul points. Let the system have the energy to start this so-called emergency plan. But still asked a question. Then how can we get rid of the sleeping state? The system replied immediately. When the host gets enough soul points, the sleeping state will be lifted automatically. The corners of Ash's mouth curled up slightly when he heard this, and a weird smile appeared on his face. In this case, Ash looked around, looking at the guys in front of him who were besieging him with all their might. Before you fall asleep, let's have a good time. Let these guys take a good look at the real horror of the Black-Winged Demon. Chapter 14. After seeing the weird smile on Ash's face, an ominous premonition unconsciously rose in the hearts of everyone present. Sengoku's pupils constrict slightly. Shouted anxiously to the people around him. Careful! Ash, this guy is going to really work hard. Sengoku's words made everyone's heart skip a beat. They all stared at Ash in the encirclement. I am afraid that I will die by Ash's knife if I am not careful. Watching the actions of these guys, Ash didn't hesitate. The black wings flapped behind him, and the whole person instantly rose into the air. Covered by those great wings, Kong, Sengoku, Garp, Zephyr, Roger, Golden Lion, Whitebeard, and others below could not help but cast a shadow over their hearts. They know very well. The current Ash is just like the rocks who was about to change his life just now. Really entered the state of frantic fighting. Next second, the dark green light shines on the whole earth. Around Ash's body, countless rays of Zero appeared. Now that there is a systematic emergency filing as a cover, Ash has no scruples in his heart. What he has to do now? It is to release all the Ryotsu in the body, and under full force, kill as many as possible of these guys who besieged and killed their Rocks brothers. After seeing the glow of Zero condensed under Ash's black wings. As the Commander-in-Chief of Marines Operation, Kong's eyes were filled with fear, and he roared sharply. Everyone, leave the Valley of Gods. Ash's goal is all the Marines present. Following Kong's voice. Whether it is Marine, members of the Rocks Pirates, or members of the Roger Pirates. At this time, they all began to run wildly towards the outer edge of the Valley of Gods. But before they ran far, a look of violence flashed in Ash's eyes. Next second, Zero scrubs the floor. Boom. Pfft. What? Kong Admiral. Save me. Ash. You demon. Countless Zero, which contains the terrifying Ryotsu, vented crazily on the entire ground of the Valley of Gods. Marine, who was shot by Zero along the way, had no ability to resist at all, and turned into fragments and disappeared on the spot. The celestial dragons who live in the Valley of the Gods. All died under this wave of Zero washing. Seeing this situation, Kong was so angry that his lips could not stop trembling. Clenching his fists, he slammed into Ash in the air with a roar. At the same time, Alan, Sengoku, Zephyr, Garp, and others were also furious and launched a crazy offensive against Ash. And Roger, Rayleigh, Golden Lion, Whitebeard, Charlotte Linlin and other pirates. After looking at each other, in the end, he chose to participate. Facing the crazy offensive of these guys, Ash behaved even crazier than them. Regardless of whether he would be severely injured, Zanpakuto kept waving, and blood kept gushing in front of him. When Ash grabbed a flaw in Kong and wanted to kill him with a single blow. Seeing this, Alan pushed Kong away at the last moment, but he himself became Ash's ghost. See this situation. While Kong, Sengoku, Garp, and Zephyr were angry. My heart is already full of fear. But everyone is very clear that Ash must not be given a chance to live. Otherwise, their end will only be even more tragic. Roger, Rayleigh, Whitebeard, Golden Lion and others also joined the ranks of Crazy Attack. Under this attack, Ash, who has not unlocked the second return blade, is still outnumbered after all. However, before starting the emergency plan, Ash exhausted all the Ryotsu in his body, aimed at the people below and slashed at them. That huge slash exuding dark green light slashed through the Valley of Gods. Once again, countless Marines died under Ash's knife. And Ash, the black-winged demon, finally came to an end under the joint attack of Kong, Golden Lion and others, and fell into a dormant state in the emergency plan. When Ash is about to fall into the deep sea, Kong kept it. He did not forget. 5 elders' orders are for him to take Ash back to study. Looking at Ash's body that had completely lost any signs of life, everyone present breathed a sigh of relief. It's over, it's finally over. Jabba, I avenged you. Roger retracted his saber and muttered to himself. On the side, Golden Lion, Whitebeard, and Charlotte Linlin. There was also a relaxed smile on his face. From today onwards, there will be no more rocks on top of us, taking our breath away. Next, we can finally form our own pirate group. On the pirate ship outside the Valley of the Gods. After seeing Brother Ash die, Kaido and Yin wept bitterly at the same time. After a long time, Kaido fixed his eyes on the guys who participated in this war and besieged Brother Ash. His eyes were red and he said word by word. Brother Ash! I swear! I will avenge you! All the guys who participated in this war, I will make them pay with their lives. I will try my best to get your body back from Marine. The end of the Valley of the Gods War, the news of the death of the Rocks brothers. Under the simultaneous promotion of world government and Marine. It spread throughout the world in the shortest possible time. For a moment, everyone was a little unbelievable. The extremely powerful Rocks brothers died in the hands of Marine. Yes. Marine and world government have covered up the fact that they are teaming up with pirates. According to Marine's publicity, the Rocks brothers are in the hands of Kong, Alan, Cyril, Sengoku, Garp, Zephyr, and many other Marine executives. The two Marine admirals, Alan and Cyril, also died heroically in this operation. This event is over. Kong is promoted to Marshal of the Marine. Sengoku, Zephyr was promoted to Marine Admiral, and due to Garp's refusal, the Marine 3 Admiral had the only vacancy ever. The era of Roger, Golden Lion, and Whitebeard, the 3 legendary pirates, has officially kicked off. See Circle Calendar 1507. Murloc Tiger made a big fuss in the Holy Land of Marie Joyce. Kaido, who is already well known in New World, also participated in it. Let Marie Joyce appear a huge casualty. World government researchers found that after this incident, Ash, who has been dead for more than 20 years, has faint signs of life in his body. To make researching Ash's physical secrets even more stealthy, the world government decides to send Ash to the big prison under the sea, Impel Down. And Ash, the black-winged demon, also became the first person imprisoned in Impel Down, the 7th floor of Eternal Night Hell. See Circle Calendar 1520. Golden Lion Shiki is defeated by the Straw Hat Pirates. It ended up in Marine's hands. In order to prevent Golden Lion from jailbreaking again, Marine decided to imprison him on the 7th floor, Eternal Night Hell. Golden Lion Shiki, one of the 3 legendary great pirates, became the 2nd prisoner of Eternal Night Hell. Chapter 15. Golden Lion Shiki, as the 2nd prisoner to come to Eternal Night Hell, don't you feel honored? In order to prevent you from escaping again, I can only detain you here. Impel Down's deputy warden, Han Yabao, had a smug look on his face. The majestic legendary pirate, the first prisoner to escape from Impel Down, to be imprisoned again in Impel Down. This is really a happy thing to think about. After hearing Han Yabao's words, Golden Lion raised his head to look at the deputy warden, and the special shackles made of sea stone made a rattling sound. The second. Who was the first guy imprisoned here? The great undersea prison, Impel Down. But all the prisoners who are eligible to be held here are all vicious and vicious. Every time a level goes up, the strength of the prisoner will become several times stronger. Golden Lion has crossed the sea for so many years. But I have never heard of it, but Impel Down has the so-called 7th floor, Eternal Night Hell. Even his legendary pirate. Only Golden Lions who have escaped from Impel Down once are eligible to be imprisoned here. Golden Lion is really curious. The first prisoner. What kind of identity does he have? Sensing that the Golden Lion seemed to be questioning, Han Yabao sneered. Don't say it's you. Even if you look at the whole world, not many people know about the Eternal Night Hell, and the guy imprisoned here. And I, Han Yabao, soon to be warden of Impel Down, is one of them. Golden Lion frowned upon hearing this. Han Yabao, the deputy warden of Impel Down. In his eyes, there is no difference between them and ants. Of course Golden Lion is not interested in listening to his bragging. Dang even interrupted. Stop talking nonsense, who is the other guy? Han Yabao, who was about to brag and was interrupted, suddenly stagnated. He gave Golden Lion a fierce look. This guy, Golden Lion, is too rude. Don't you know it's a bad thing to interrupt someone else's bragging? But Han Yabao's words weren't all bragging, either. As he said, looking at the whole world, there are not many people who know the identity of the person imprisoned in Yanjai Hell. Once this news is revealed, the whole world will be plunged into a huge shock. In the past, Han Yabao could not find a chance to confide in others. But now with great difficulty, there is the Golden Lion, the guy who can never escape the Eternal Night Hell and can only stay here and gradually die of old age. Well, of course Han Yabao wouldn't mind having a good chat with him. With this in mind, Han Yabao looked at the Golden Lion in front of him, and said quietly, Rox D. Ash, this name should be familiar to you, right? After all, he was the former vice-captain of your Golden Lion. The 7th layer of Eternal Night Hell in Impel Down was originally specially built to imprison him. The voice fell. Golden Lion fixed his eyes on Han Yabao, who was illuminated by the light of the torch in front of him. He couldn't help but exclaimed on the spot. What did you say? Ash. Are you kidding, Laozi? That Ash guy, how could he be alive? Golden Lion became hideous in an instant, if his hands and feet were not bound by the shackles made by sea stone. He's probably going to tear the Han Yabao in front of him to pieces. You must know that in the Valley of the Gods War in the 36th year, Golden Lion personally participated in the siege of Ash. He even watched as the signs of life in Ash completely disappeared. As a result, Han Yabao, the BD, actually said that Ash was still alive and imprisoned in this eternal night hell. Han Yabao's agitation towards the Golden Lion had been expected. Although he did not participate in the Valley of the Gods War. But there are occasional rumors about Ash from Marshal Sengoku, Vice Admiral Garp, and Mr. Zephyr. Can also understand. These guys who lived through the days of the Rocks brothers. What kind of fear does he have for this black-winged demon in his heart? Han Yabao held the torch in his hand, shook his head and said. At the end of the Valley of the Gods War, Ash was indeed dead. The world government has been conducting various studies on Ash's body in the Holy Land of Marie Joyce, trying to understand why he was able to recover so quickly after being traumatized. However, 13 years ago, when Murloc Tiger and Kaido of the Beasts had a big fight with Marie Joyce, people from the world government discovered that there are faint signs of life in Ash's body again. In order to avoid accidents, Ash was secretly transferred to Impel Down. The signs of life in Ash's body are getting stronger and stronger. In recent years, only special drugs can be injected to keep him in a deep sleep. Hearing these words, Golden Lion's body shook, but his face was still full of disbelief. Ash, who has been dead for decades, can be resurrected. After a long time, Golden Lion finally doubted the question of life. Those guys from the world government, are you just letting Ash live like this? Han Yabao sneered disdainfully. Do you think those world government guys didn't think about killing him? No matter what method the world government uses, Ash's body will recover completely in the shortest possible time. The fundamental reason why they transferred Ash to Impel Down was that they were afraid that after his resurrection, Marie Joyce would be ruined. In the end, Han Yabao couldn't help but rant about world government and 5 elders. In the eyes of those bastards from the world government and the 5 elders, the Holy Land of Marie Joyce is much more important than their Impel Down. However, fortunately, there is that special drug that can keep Ash in a deep sleep. Otherwise, Han Yabao didn't want to experience for himself what kind of terrifying power this black-winged demon possessed. Looking at the changing complexion of the Golden Lion, after Han Yabao adjusted his mentality, he laughed twice. How about Golden Lion? Do you want to see your cellmates? After all, for the rest of your life, you will be with Ash in this eternal night hell without a ray of light. Golden Lion ignored Han Yabao's banter. He walked straight in the direction he was pointing. Han Yabao followed him with a torch. I want to see how this Golden Lion will react when he meets Ash after 36 years. However, what puzzled Han Yabao was that, after almost walking to where Ash is, Golden Lion's footsteps stopped suddenly, and his body became extremely stiff. Seeing this, Han Yabao asked suspiciously. Why? Don't you dare to meet your former vice-captain? Golden Lion didn't respond, but stood on the spot in a daze, looking at Ash's position, and said in a dry voice full of fear. Ash, are you still alive? Didn't I tell you earlier? Why are you still like this? Han Yabao cursed secretly, held a torch and walked over. But when the light of the torch illuminates where Ash is, the scene that comes into view, it scared Han Yabao's soul away. Black-winged demon, opened his eyes. Chapter 16. Snapped. The torch in Han Yabao's hand fell to the ground. By the light of the torches, Han Yabao, Golden Lion, and Ash showed completely different expressions on their faces. Feeling Ash's eyes that are so indifferent to ultimate, there was a big cold sweat on Han Yabao's forehead instantly. The whole body began to tremble uncontrollably. After a while, Han Yabao, who finally came to his senses, took out the phone bug in his pocket tremblingly. Start contacting the Warden of Impel Down directly, Magellan. At the same time, after 36 years, Ash opened his eyes again. Watching it appear in front of me. With half of the rudder on its head and two famous swords attached to its legs, it looks like an old golden lion. Said slowly. Shiki, look at you now, you have changed from a golden lion to an old lion who is about to die. Hear this. Golden Lion changed his previous depression because of being defeated by King Luffy. Instead, he looked up to the sky and laughed loudly. Gee ha 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 ha. Ash. Your mouth is as poisonous as ever. I haven't seen you for 36 years. I really didn't expect that there would be a day to see you come back to life. Even Golden Lion himself can't express his current mood clearly. Although he knows. After Ash this guy wakes up. My own Golden Lion who participated in the siege of the Rocks brothers. Doomed to die here. But Golden Lion was surprised to find that I don't seem to have the slightest resistance to death. Or to die in the hands of Ash, the black-winged demon. Maybe it was his honor instead. If it was killed by Wong Luffy, that Straw Hat Boy, then Golden Lion would not be willing to accept it no matter what. But when switching to Ash. But it is a completely different situation. 36 years. That means, it's C-Circle calendar 1520 now. Ash is certainly no stranger to this vintage. Just don't know. What stage is the current timeline in progress? Summit War, has it started yet? After muttering to himself, Ash slowly sat up. On Ash's body, there are more exaggerated sea stone shackles than Golden Lion. Unfortunately. This kind of thing. For Ash who is not demon fruit power. It doesn't work at all. Clatter. With Ash getting up. The shackles and chains on the body made a burst of sound. Ash moved his arms, tearing off all these so-called shackles and chains. Seeing Ash break free easily. Han Yabao felt like his heart was about to stop. The guy who dreamed of replacing Magellan as the warden used the fastest speed in his life and quickly retreated to the door of the cage. Leaning against the hard and cold door of the prison, Han Yabao finally had a sense of security in his heart. At the same time, the phone bug in his hand was finally connected. What is it, Han Yabao? Didn't I tell you not to disturb me when the side effects of my fruit ability occur? I'm still squatting in the toilet. If you have something to do, please tell me. After hearing Magellan's words, Han Yabao can't wait to strangle the other party directly. When is this writing? Still thinking about it, what about the devil fruit side effect of squatting in the toilet for hours every day? Han Yabao reduces his presence as much as possible. Afraid of attracting Ash's attention. Putting the phone bug to his mouth, he said anxiously with the smallest voice. Magellan. Hurry up to Eternal Night Hell. Ash has awakened. That's right. Report this matter to Marshal Sengoku immediately. You alone will never be able to deal with this black-winged demon. There was a moment of silence on the other side of the phone bug. Finally came Magellan's suspicious voice. Han Yabao, are you kidding me? Do you know what it means for Ash to wake up? Han Yabao was going crazy, and immediately squirted at the phone bug. You're making fun of Nima. Lao Zi is in the Eternal Night Hell now. Ash is here. Come here quickly, or Lao Zi will die. Pata. After finishing speaking, Han Yabao met Ash's calm gaze and hung up the phone directly. Seeing this, Golden Lion turned into a happy man on the spot, gloating. Ash, don't you want to stop them from reporting? You should know better than me, Marine won't just sit around and die, right? Ash shook his head slightly upon hearing this. No, I'll wait for them to come here. Hear this. Whether it was Golden Lion or Han Yabao, they were all stunned on the spot. But in the next second, Golden Lion's iconic wild laughter immediately resounded throughout the Eternal Night Hell. Gee ha 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 ha. It's really in line with your personality and consistent behavior, Ash. Not only didn't stop this guy's report, but he was waiting here for them to take the initiative to deliver it. Ash, even after 36 years, you are still as arrogant and confident as ever. Golden Lion quickly figured out the key. For Ash guy. Those people in Marine were just like him, the Golden Lion. All belonged to the object of Ash's vengeance. That being the case, Then why stop Hanyabal from reporting? Wouldn't it be better to have them delivered to your door? After hearing the words of the Golden Lion, Hanyabal, leaning against the door of the cage, was numb. The deputy warden even began to wonder if he had done the right thing in asking Magellan to report Ash's awakening to Marshal Sengoku. But whether Ash or Golden Lion didn't even look at Hanyabal again. This level of goods, they never looked down on it. Ash looked at the embarrassed Golden Lion in front of him, and said slowly, "Tell me, Shiki, what happened in the past 36 years? Ash wants to know whether his appearance will make the world change too much from the original plot. And he was also a little curious. When I wake up now, what big event is it in?" Shiki was not surprised by this, and sat down cross-legged directly, and chatted with Ash about all kinds of things that happened in the past 36 years. Looking at Ash and Golden Lion, who are chatting like old friends they haven't seen for many years. Leaning his back against the gate to support his body, Hanyabal, who held on not to collapse, began to doubt life again. According to his knowledge, there is an indelible hatred between Ash and Golden Lion. But what's going on now? Is Ash giving up the idea of revenge? Or is Golden Lion ready to die at the hands of Ash? This moment, Hanyabal began to miss Magellan more than ever. Even began to pray in my heart. As long as Magellan can get to this damned night hell as soon as possible, he will never want to compete with Magellan for the position of Warden of Impel Down. And also, Marshal Sengoku, Vice Admiral Garp, Mr. Zephyr, the current Marine Admirals. Hurry up to Impel Down. With my small body. But I can't stand the terrifying oppression of this black-winged demon. Chapter 17. Among the toilets dedicated to Impel Down, Magellan, looking at the phone in his hand that Hanyabal hung up suddenly. Magellan couldn't help but lost himself in thought. With his knowledge of Hanyabal, that guy wants to replace himself all the time, and become the new Impel Down Warden. But in terms of fulfilling its responsibilities, Hanyabal still does not disappoint. And that means, is the awakening of that black-winged demon Ash real? With this in mind, Magellan didn't dare to hesitate at all. After a quick fix of devil fruit's side effects, while rushing towards the 7th layer of Eternal Night Hell, while holding the phone bug in his hand, he started contacting Marshal Sengoku. "Moshi Moshi, I'm Sengoku." Magellan, who was running wildly, put the phone bug near his mouth, and rushed to report to the phone bug. "Marshal Sengoku. I am Magellan. Just now Hanyabal suddenly told me that Rox D. Ash, who was imprisoned in the Eternal Night Hell, woke up from his deep sleep." The voice fell. There was a long silence on the opposite side of the phone bug. After a while, Sengoku's panicked tone of disbelief finally sounded. "Magellan. Are you telling the truth? How could Ash wake up? Didn't those guys from the world government promise that as long as Ash keeps injecting drugs, he will fall into an eternal dormant sleep? Sengoku is going crazy. No one knows better than a person like him who has personally experienced the war in the Valley of the Gods. Ash, the black-winged demon. What kind of terrifying power does it have?" When he learned that there were signs of life in Ash's body again, Sengoku has suggested to world government and 5 elders. Let them, no matter what method they use, Ash must be completely obliterated. And ended up being fed by 5 elders bastards. With a fluffy sentence, no matter what kind of damage Ash receives, he will quickly recover and prevaricate it. Sengoku is clear. These guys are still envious of Ash's terrifying recovery ability. To study it out. Create an extremely terrifying army. It's better now. Not only did not create the damn legion. Ash, the black-winged demon, has completely awakened. Those bastards of the 5 elders are so FG hot. Magellan heard the shock and anger in Sengoku's words, and immediately said, "Marshal Sengoku, I'm rushing to Eternal Night Hell. In Eternal Night Hell, only Hanyabal and Golden Lion are present. However, according to the information I got from you, Vice Admiral Garp and others, Ash's strength should not be able to be stopped by me alone. So, I hope you, Vice Admiral Garp and Akainu, Aokiji, Kizaru, and the others can rush to Impel Down in the shortest possible time." otherwise. Magellan didn't finish his sentence. But Sengoku also knew exactly what he meant. You know, since Magellan became the warden of Impel Down, over the years, only Golden Lion has successfully escaped a prisoner. Besides, no one can break through the iron wall formed by Magellan and Shiryu of the Rain. But according to the terrifying power possessed by that monster Ash, it's not something Magellan and Shiryu can stop. What they can do? I'm afraid the only option is to hold Ash down as long as possible. Even whether they can persist until their support is something that no one can guarantee. With this in mind, Sengoku took a deep breath and said in a low voice to the phone bug in front of him, Magellan, you should know, once Ash escapes, what a terrible thing it will be for us Marine. So stop Ash at all costs. There must be no escape for Ash until we get to Impel Down. Sengoku's voice just fell. Magellan's firm response came through the phone bug. Yes. Marshal Sengoku. As long as I'm alive, Ash will never get out of Impel Down. Pat. After the phone bug hangs up, Sengoku didn't hesitate at all. Grabbing the cloak of justice draped behind the chair, while striding out, simultaneously start calling all Marine top management. Ash, the black-winged demon. It's even more terrifying than the Whitebeard pirates that Marine is about to face. After Sengoku arrives at the port of naval headquarters, Akainu, Aokiji, Kizaru, Garp, Zephyr, Zayazuru, Momuzagi, T-Dolphin Cake, Doberman, Ghost Spider, and other 10 Marine Vice Admiral. They have all gathered at this port. After seeing Sengoku's figure, Kizaru had a wretched smile on his face. Oh yeah, Marshal Sengoku. You are in such a hurry to summon all of us Marine executives in Marineford. Wouldn't it be the Whitebeard pirates attacking our naval headquarters in advance? Kizaru's words made most of the Marine executives present couldn't help laughing out loud. Everybody knows. Wait until the day when Marine will publicly execute Fire Fist Ace. The Whitebeard pirates will definitely come to naval headquarters to fight with them. For this war, Marine has already made sufficient preparations. However, what they did not expect was that Sengoku not only did not respond to Kizaru's teasing, but also gave him a hard look, and scolded angrily with a gloomy and serious face. Shut up, Kizaru. I don't have time to joke with you now. Everyone aboard warships now, head to Impel Down. Except for the sailors who drive the warships, don't have extra sailors to act with us. Hearing this, all the Marine executives present were dumbfounded. For a while, I couldn't understand Marshal Sengoku's order at all. And Garp, who seemed to have suddenly remembered something, exchanged a glance with Zephyr beside him. Then looked at Sengoku at the same time and exclaimed, Sengoku! Did something happen to that guy? Sengoku nodded heavily. Hurry up and get on the warship. Don't waste time. After speaking, he took the lead in jumping onto the warship. After everyone else came up and the warship started to launch, Sengoku finally said solemnly, Magellan just contacted me. It is said that just after Hanyabal took the Golden Lion into Hell of Eternal Night, Ash woke up. After the voice fell, the warship suddenly fell into an extremely strange atmosphere of silence. Damn it! How could this be? Garp and Zephyr looked at each other and cursed inwardly. Knowing about Eternal Night Hell and Ash, in addition to Garp, Zephyr, and Crane, there are only Akainu, Aokiji, and Kizaru who are Marine 3 admirals. The faces of the rest of the Marine Vice Admirals were full of doubts. How come they don't know when there will be an Eternal Night Hell and Impel Down? Jun looked at the solemn and worried expressions on the faces of Sengoku, Garp, and others, and asked in a low voice to the Crane beside him. Staff Crane, what is Eternal Night Hell? Besides, didn't Ash die in the Valley of Gods 36 years ago? Crane heard the words and glanced at Sengoku, and after seeing him nodding, he explained the real situation to Jun, Cake, and others in a low tone. While Sengoku rushed to Impel Down with a group of Marine executives. In Eternal Night Hell, Ash looked at the Golden Lion sitting in front of him, and said slowly, So you were defeated by Garp's grandson. Shiki, after all these years, you have become more and more useless. Chapter 18. Pfft. After hearing what Ash said, Hanyabal, who was leaning against the door of the cage, couldn't help laughing out loud. The laughter that echoes in this hell of eternal night. It sounds so harsh to the Golden Lion. Obviously Ash's eyes are still indifferent and flat as always. Golden Lion felt boundless insult from it. Even stood up abruptly. After glaring at Han Yabao who mocked him, he turned his head and said in a low voice, "I was careless. That Straw Hat kid named Luffy obviously has an indelible gap in strength with me. But in the end, I don't know what happened, but I was defeated by that brat." In the end, Golden Lion's heart was already full of aggrieved. One of the legendary great pirates. Back then, even Roger and Whitebeard had a huge gap in power with his flying pirates. Don't call me Straw Hat. Even his grandfather Garp can't help him at all. But it turned out that when the Roger pirates were besieged first, obviously had a huge advantage, but because of a storm, Roger escaped, and Golden Lion was also plugged with half a rudder on his head. Even the Golden Lion can no longer use haki because of the half rudder. Later, because of Roger's surrender, the angry Golden Lion went to naval headquarters. In the end, he was defeated by Garp and Sengoku and imprisoned in Impel Down. In order to escape Impel Down, Golden Lion cut off his own legs abruptly. In the end, he was defeated by a kid on a horse. Had I known this earlier, I might as well have died in Impel Down. As for Golden Lion's tough mouth, Ash naturally wouldn't take it to heart. He has learned from the mouth of the Golden Lion. When I wake up now, just in time for Summit War, Marine has also announced, Fire Fist Ace will be publicly executed in half a month. Have to say, it was just the right time for him to wake up. Ash stood up slowly, looked down at the Golden Lion in front of him, and said indifferently, "After talking, you should die too." Hearing this, Golden Lion wasn't surprised at all. Ash, this guy has never been a soft-hearted person. From the moment I saw him open his eyes, Golden Lion already knew his end. But Golden Lion also stood up, looked at Ash and grinned. "Gee ha 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 ha. Ash. I'm really looking forward to how Marine and Whitebeard will react when they see you. Unfortunately, I didn't have the chance to see it with my own eyes." In the end, Golden Lion's eyes were filled with incomparably fanatical colors. "Ash. Go and make a fuss. Let the whole world know that we, the people of the so-called Old Age, are simply incomparable to them. Little devils nowadays can't even imagine how crazy the pirates of that era were." Ash stared indifferently at the Golden Lion in front of him. No reply. Instead, he grabbed the Golden Lion's neck and lifted it abruptly. "Golden Lion, you're not only becoming more and more crap, you're also crap more and more." Golden Lion's eyes widened suddenly when he heard the words. Just when he was about to say something, Ash's palms snapped hard. Crack! There was a clear sound of bone cracking, and Golden Lion's head dropped powerlessly. But his eyes were still staring straight ahead. This legendary pirate successfully obtained an achievement that will never die. Boom! Ash casually threw Golden Lion's body on the ground, not bothering to take another look. Revenge itself should look like revenge. Indecision has never been Ash's character. Killing decisively is his consistent style of action. Watching the legendary pirate Golden Lion die so simply and neatly, Han Yabao's whole body softened. If it wasn't for leaning against the gate of the cage with his back, he might have collapsed on the ground. I watched Ash communicate with Golden Lion just now. Han Yabao even thought he was going to rescue the Golden Lion together. As a result, he turned around and killed the Golden Lion? Wouldn't it be worse for him, the deputy warden of Impel Down? While Han Yabao was secretly terrified, Ash's gaze turned to him, which almost made the deputy warden's heart stop beating. "Hold on to your body without falling," Han Yabao said tremblingly. "Yeah, Ash. I advise you to give up and run away. Magellan will rush to this hell of eternal night soon. Marshal Sengoku, Akainu, Aokiji, and the others are also coming to support. If you are stubborn, laugh." Without waiting for Han Yabao to continue talking nonsense, a dark green zero shot out from Ash's raised index finger. Under Han Yabao's horrified gaze, it pierced directly between his brows. "This little guy. Ash wasn't even interested in talking to him. Boom! Hanyabal, who fell to the ground, is dead. The scalding scarlet blood was still gushing out. Ash ignored the dead golden lion and Hanyabal, and walked out of this eternal night hell with no more light. The 6th floor of Impel Down, eternal hell. Slap. Pat. Footsteps came. All the prisoners held in eternal hell couldn't help but look over. Even a few prisoners couldn't help laughing. That guy, Golden Lion, had already successfully escaped from prison all those years ago, but he was finally caught in the end. However, why wasn't the Golden Lion imprisoned in the eternal hell this time? That guy Hanyabal, where did you take him just now? Want to know? Just wait until Hanyabal comes and ask him. For these prisoners, they were so curious about what happened to the Golden Lion. However, the figure coming out from the depths of the shadows is not the Hanyabal they thought at all. Seeing that strange figure, the prisoners in eternal hell all looked confused. Who is this brat? Where's Hanyabal? Where's the Golden Lion? Why is there a little ghost that has never been seen before? Hey, hello! Brat! Who are you? Laozi has been imprisoned in Impel Down for so many years, why has he never seen you? Sleeping for 36 years. But Ash's appearance has not changed at all since then. It is precisely because of this. Golden Lion identified Ash as soon as he saw him. Ash raised his chin slightly, and looked at the prisoner who was constantly screaming. Raising his right hand, dark green light condensed on his index finger. Next second, a seero hit his forehead in an instant. Boom! The prisoner's head exploded instantly like a watermelon, and the blood splashed everywhere made the entire Eternal Hell's prisoners fall into silence. One of the prisoners, after seeing Ash's handsome young face and the signature seero, his eyes widened in an instant, and he screamed in surprise. Ash! Rox D. Ash! This guy is the Black Wing Demon. Chapter 19. This guy is the Black Wing Demon. The prisoner's exclamation echoed throughout the eternal hell. Let this cage where countless vicious pirates are held suddenly fell into an extremely strange atmosphere of silence. Although some people didn't respond for a while. But after taking a closer look at Ash's remarkably youthful face, they finally reacted. Who is the Rox D. Ash that guy was talking about just now, the Black-Winged Demon? Gudong. In the extremely silent eternal hell, the sound of swallowing saliva suddenly sounded. All faces were filled with incredible colors. How can that be? Rox D. Ash, Black-Winged Demon, didn't he die in the Valley of the Gods 36 years ago? The era of the Rox brothers is long over. But what's going on now? How could he be alive? If not seeing Ash appear in front of them with his own eyes, the prisoners would never believe it anyway. There really is such an incredible thing as resurrection from the dead in this world. What frightened the prisoners the most was that, to their understanding, the strength possessed by the deputy captain of the Rox pirates, Rox D. Ash, is even more terrifying than that Whitebeard who is known as the strongest man in the world. Even Kaido of the Beasts, one of the New World 4 emperors. But they are all his most loyal younger brothers. After realizing this, the prisoners in some cages rushed forward one after another. The sea stone shackles on his body made crackling sounds. The prisoners looked at Ash with wild eyes and shouted, "Ash! Since you have come back from the dead, you must be planning to take revenge on those guys back then, right? Let me out. I am willing to help you take revenge on the Marine and the world government." The guy's words reminded the other prisoners. The prisoners of Eternal Hell lay down in front of the cage door, looked at Ash expectantly, and scrambled to recommend themselves to Ash. "Ash! Look at me. Before I was imprisoned in Impel Down, I was a famous big pirate in New World. Ash, don't listen to this guy's bragging. His so-called big pirate is all in exchange for killing ordinary people. I am the real strong. Ash! I also have an indelible animosity with Marine and world government. As long as you release me, I can help you." For a moment, Eternal Hell fell into a chaotic and crazy atmosphere. Most people desperately want Ash to save themselves. Good to escape this damn Eternal Hell. However, there are a few exceptions after all. Descendants of the Devil, Douglas Bullet. The Red Earl, Baloric Redfield. Sand Crocodile, G. Lock Doll. The Chief Warden of Impel Down, Shiryu of the Rain. These guys are keenly aware that when the prisoner told Ash to set them free, Ash's eyes didn't even change in the slightest. As if, in the eyes of this black-winged demon, they prisoners of eternal hell. They are simply a group of lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Even they themselves think this feeling is inexplicable. But it cannot be ignored at all. It is precisely because of this. These guys watched Ash quietly. Want to know what he is going to do. Next second. The question in their hearts has already been answered. Only to meet the prisoners who asked Ash to let them out. Ash just raised his right hand blankly. The Ryutsu in the body is controlled by it and condenses on the right index finger. Looking at the dark green light that appeared above Ash's right index finger, the prisoners of eternal hell panicked. Hey hey hey! Ash, what are you going to do? We are going to help you deal with Marine and world government. Are you going to attack us? Absolutely by yourself. Laugh. A burst of air suddenly sounded. The dark green Zero interrupted his unfinished words directly. The terror contained in Zero Ryutsu. Let the prisoner's head explode. Scarlet blood and pale brains spurted everywhere, and even splashed on the prisoners in the surrounding cages. Now, all the prisoners were stunned. I don't understand why Ash wants to do anything to them at all. It's just a pity. Ash didn't want to explain in the slightest. Instead, he released Zero to his heart's content. Execute all the guys who shouted the most fiercely before. For every prisoner killed, Ash can get a generous soul point. This is also the fundamental reason why he wanted to obliterate these prisoners. Not to mention, will Ash believe what these guys say? As long as he releases them, they will wholeheartedly help him get revenge? Being betrayed by the crew. Ash had already experienced it himself 36 years ago. Instead of releasing this waste, it's better to kill them directly and use all the soul points you get to strengthen your own strength. Whenever a Zero shoots from above Ash's right index finger, a prisoner will die with it. The prisoners in the cage are bound by shackles made by sea stone. There is no ability or space to dodge at all. What these prisoners hate the most is that those who dare to speak out against Ash. Often the one who dies will only be more tragic. After realizing this situation, all the prisoners of eternal hell fell silent. I could only obediently stay in the cage, watching Ash shivering outside. Secretly praying that I won't be the next to die at Ash's hands. Or, Ash, this devilish guy, don't really plan to wipe out everyone in eternal hell. What puts the prisoners at ease is that, after killing more than half of the prisoners in eternal hell, Ash finally stopped this crazy behavior. From the very beginning, Ash didn't intend to wipe out all the prisoners altogether. If you kill them all, what else will you use for fishing? The rest of these. It is the bait he carefully prepared for Marine. After Ash kills Magellan, who is the warden of Impel Down. Of course, Marine can't just sit back and watch Impel Down unguarded. If nothing else, the person sent to guard Impel Down will most likely be his old acquaintance Zephyr. At that time, Ash will give Zephyr a good feel. For the past 36 years, the anger accumulated in his heart. At this time, a roar containing anger suddenly came from a distance. Ash! How dare you do such a thing? Poisonous dragon! With Magellan roaring, a giant dragon made of venom, roared at Ash, and charged straight at his position. Looking at Magellan dripping with venom, the corners of Ash's mouth curled up slightly, and he stretched his slightly stiff body, thinking to himself. Very good, I took the initiative to deliver it to my door and saved me time. Chapter 20. The moment Magellan appeared, the prisoners in the cage of eternal hell almost couldn't help but burst into tears. It never occurred to them. Will appreciate Magellan's presence as much as I do now. You must know that in the hearts of these prisoners in the past. But I've always thought about it. As long as you can escape from the cage, you have to kill Magellan, the damned Impel Down warden, with your own hands. But what happened? Now Magellan is the only savior for their prisoners? It's really the sense of oppression brought by Ash, the black-winged demon, it's too terrifying. Damn it! Magellan, why are you here now? If you come later, we will all die at the hands of Ash. Magellan. Get this guy out of here. If my guess is correct, I'm afraid Han Yabao and the Golden Lion are already dead at his hands. The prisoners in the cage began to fire wildly. Wanted to make Magellan and Ash fight to the death. Although the prisoners of Eternal Hell have more or less heard the legend of Ash. But anyway. This black-winged demon has disappeared for 36 years. Who would really believe? Is he still as powerful as he was 36 years ago? The most important is, if Magellan and Ash are really going to fight to the death, those prisoners of Eternal Hell, maybe there's still a chance to escape Impel Down? This damn Eternal Hell. They really couldn't stay for a day. Ash raised his right hand slightly. Zanpakuto with a green handle and white body appeared directly in his hand. Raising Zanpakuto and taking a look of long-lost nostalgia flashed in Ash's eyes. Next second, aiming at the ferocious poisonous dragon released by Magellan, he waved it lightly. Laugh. Accompanied by Ash swiping Zanpakuto, a slash containing incomparably terrifying power directly hits the poisonous dragon at high speed. Along the way, the ground of Eternal Hell was split inch by inch. This slash didn't stop at all because of this. The ferocious poisonous dragon roared, defiantly colliding with the slash from Ash. Boom! With a loud noise. This poisonous dragon looks terrifying to anyone. It was directly cut off by the slash that Ash swung. After a cry, the poisonous dragon turned into venom and splashed everywhere. The prisoners in several nearby cages had no idea that this would happen. Without warning, venom splattered all over his body. For a while, the cage of Eternal Hell is filled with painful wailing and crazy cursing. At the same time, this slashing offensive did not end there. Seeing that this slash was about to land on him, Magellan's pupils suddenly dilated, and his eyes were full of unbelievable colors. Damn it! Is this the black-winged demon that Marshal Sengoku and Vice Admiral Garp fear so much? Magellan cursed inwardly. The poisonous fruit ability was activated, and the lower body suddenly turned into a venom injector. The powerful thrust made the Impel Down Warden barely dodge at the last moment. Boom! Slashing down in the deepest part of Eternal Hell. That terrifying power directly exploded the barrier built by sea stone. Watching sea stone blocks splash around. In Magellan's heart, a trace of happiness appeared unconsciously. If the knife fell on him, even if you won't be hit hard directly, it will definitely not feel good. With this in mind, Magellan turned to Ash. However, what made his eyes tear open? At this time Ash did not continue to attack him. He raised his left hand instead. The index finger pointed at the few prisoners who clamored for him to kill Ash just now. Under the fearful gaze of those prisoners, there were still begging for mercy. Several dark green zeros shot out suddenly. Boom! 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 A few muffled voices came. The heads of these prisoners exploded. This moment, the entire Eternal Hell fell completely silent. Whether it's the prisoners in the cage, or Magellan, the Warden of Impel Down. A look of fear flashed unconsciously in their eyes. 36 years have passed. New World has gone through 2 eras. Everyone has long since forgotten. When facing the black-winged demon, never, never, never do anything to provoke him. If not, death will be your only ending. This moment, everyone recalled once again those terrifying rumors about Ash, the black-winged demon. Ash. Staring at Ash opposite, Magellan gritted his teeth. UBD, why do you do such a thing? Although these prisoners are all guys who did all kinds of bad things in New World. But before Marine decides to put them on trial, Magellan the Impel Down Warden needs to do. It is to ensure that they continue to live as much as possible. That's why when Shiryu, the Warden, kept killing prisoners, not only was Magellan not happy. On the contrary, the reason for depriving him of his status as the Warden and imprisoning him. Ash looked at Magellan with a calm face, and said without any fluctuation in his tone. Need a reason? With his chest rising and falling, Magellan clenched his fists tightly, staring at Ash and asked the question he was most concerned about right now. Ash. What about Han Yabao and Golden Lion? Ash held the Zanpakuto in his hand, and walked slowly towards Magellan on the opposite side. "What do you think?" As soon as the words came out, Magellan understood instantly. Those prisoners just said something to let themselves kill Ash. It was directly obliterated by Ash. What's more, Han Yabao, the deputy warden of Impel Down under Marine. Not to mention that Golden Lion Shiki. He was still a member of the Rocks brothers who participated in the Valley of Gods War 36 years ago. The Black Wing Demon, who had been asleep for 36 years, woke up again. How could it be possible not to find Marine to avenge those guys? Only, as the warden of Impel Down, Magellan must not sit back and watch Ash continue to trample on the majesty of Impel Down like this. Boom! A terrifying aura erupted from the furious Magellan in an instant. The dreadful venom began to drip from his body. It dripped on the ground and made a crackling sound, directly corroding the ground of this eternal hell. "Ash! As long as I live, you will never be allowed out of Impel Down." With a roar, Magellan began to see a seemingly endless flow of venom. Under Magellan's control, this venom gradually gathered into an extremely large poisonous giant. A pungent white smoke exudes from the poison giant's mouth. Facing Ash in front of him, he roared fiercely. Looking at Magellan, who was in a desperate posture, Ash flipped his right hand, Zanpakuto pulled out a knife, and said lightly, "Rest assured, I won't kill you until Sengoku and the others arrive. It's more interesting to let them witness your death with their own eyes, isn't it?" Chapter 21. Ash's words made Magellan furious instantly. Although I already knew that after Ash woke up this time, we'll definitely find them Marine for revenge. But it never occurred to him. My own majestic Impel Down warden. In Ash's eyes, it turned out to be a tool that made Marshal Sengoku and Vice Admiral Garp angry. "I, Magellan, don't want to lose face, do you? I am a dignified Impel Down warden, can you bear this anger?" Magellan roared. Controlling the poison giant in front of him, he launched an offensive against Ash on the opposite side. Before he came to Eternal Hell, Marshal Sengoku contacted him again. According to Marshal Sengoku, after 36 years of sleep, Ash's strength is definitely greatly reduced compared to back then. At least, before he fully recovered his strength, he wasn't that complete black-winged demon. And Marshal Sengoku has summoned all the Marine high level, on top of the top warships of naval headquarters. Drive as fast as you can to where Impel Down is. This also means, as long as he can persist until Marshal Sengoku and Vice Admiral Garp's support arrives, then Ash is not that much of a threat. With this in mind, Magellan manipulated the poison giants to attack Ash. While looking for opportunities, see if you can deliver a coup de grace to Ash. At the same time, watching Ash and Magellan as the battle officially broke out, all the prisoners in the cage watched nervously. The Red Earl, Beloric Redfield, glanced at Bullet in the adjacent cage, laughed, and said in a low voice, "Bullet, are you scared? You must know that the people who participated in the Battle of the Valley of the Gods to siege and kill the Rocks brothers had you Roger pirates. Hear this." Bullet, who was concentrating on watching the battle, suddenly turned his head and glared at Beloric like a wild beast. Immediately said without hesitation, "Beloric, what the hell are you talking about? Do you think I'd be afraid? Also, even if the Roger pirates participated in the Battle of the Valley of the Gods, Laozi hadn't joined the Roger pirates at that time." Beloric shrugged his shoulders noncommittally, as if what you said was right. But I couldn't help but start to sigh in my heart. Ash the monster. It is worthy of being the Black-Wing Demon who was able to force the Marine, World Government, Roger pirates, and even the leaders of the Rocks pirates to rebel. Bullet, the descendant of the devil who always has his eyes above the top and refuses to accept anyone. At this time, he didn't dare to show the slightest provocation to Ash. I'm afraid that Ash will be upset. Serve him a Zero too. As for the fight between Ash and Magellan, this so-called battle, from the very beginning, the ending was doomed. It's not just Beloric whispering to Bullet. The other people in the cage were also shocked by the terrifying power displayed by Ash. In front of Ash, Warden of the majestic Impel Down, Magellan is no less powerful than Marine Admiral. From the moment the battle started, it was completely crushed. Seeing this scene, the former Impel Down warden, who was also imprisoned in the eternal hell, Shiryu of the Rain, was already full of joy and fear. Just now when I saw Magellan coming to eternal hell, Shiryu originally planned to take this opportunity to let Magellan release himself. The reason is just right. He said that he planned to kill the awakened Ash together with him. But before he could say it, I just saw Ash's stunning knife cut off Magellan's poisonous dragon. As a swordsman, no one knows better than Shiryu. Ash, who can easily swing such a terrifying knife. What a terrifying strength! Fortunately Lao Zi was wise and didn't really say the words to get Magellan to let Lao Zi out. Otherwise, I'm afraid Lao Zi will die in Ash's hands just like that. Watching Magellan being crushed one-sidedly by Ash, such a thought involuntarily appeared in Shiryu's mind. Perhaps Magellan imprisoned him in this cage of eternal hell. On the contrary, he saved his life by mistake? With this in mind, Shiryu couldn't help but appreciate Magellan. While the prisoners in these cages have different minds, Ash stepped slightly. The body jumped directly into the air. Raising his Zanpakuto, aiming at the huge poison giant in front of him, he slashed down. Laugh! The sound of tearing the air came. An ominous premonition welled up in Magellan's heart. With a thought, he planned to control the poison giant to avoid Ash's knife. Unfortunately, the speed at which Ash swung his knife, it's much faster than this cumbersome poisonous giant's evasion speed. Puff! Zanpakuto fell upon the poison giant. Let it stop its already extremely difficult dodge action. Next second, under Magellan's unacceptable gaze, the giant poisonous soldier, whose body was so huge that it reached the ceiling, disintegrated suddenly. Boom! The body of the poison giant soldier fell to the ground, making continuous violent noises. The venom condensed into the poison giant soldier also began to splash wildly towards the surroundings. The prisoners in the surrounding cages did not expect it at all. They are just a group of fun people watching the battle. To be injured in this way, to know the venom released by the poisonous fruit possessed by Magellan, it is simply beyond the reach of ordinary people. Not to mention, bound by shackles of sea stone, the prisoners couldn't dodge at all, and they couldn't use armament haki to resist. He could only watch helplessly as the venom splashed on his body, corroding his skin and flesh rapidly. Ah! Magellan! UBD! Did you step on the horse to save us, or did you deliberately kill us in this way? Magellan! Damn you! For a while, the whole eternal hell resounded with mournful wailing and curses at Magellan. As for Ash, these prisoners have already dared not show the slightest disrespect to Ash. After all, Ash's zero is not something they can bear now. Listening to the insults in my ears, Magellan was even more aggrieved, and his face turned red with anger. Just when he was about to roar to shut up all these prisoners, out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly caught. After cutting off the giant poisonous soldier with a single knife, Ash's figure instantly disappeared in place. See this situation? Magellan's pupils shrank suddenly, his eyes filled with horror. Alarm bells rang out in his heart, and according to his fighting instinct, he subconsciously punched out a fist-shaped venom. Boom! The reappearing Ash cut Magellan's poisonous fist with a knife. Next second, the Zanpakuto in Ash's hand, which was shining with bluish-white light, aimed at Magellan's neck and fell. Chapter 22. Facing Zanpakuto swung by Ash, Magellan made a decision at the last minute. Directly give up the ability to continue using the poisonous fruit. Instead, he covered his fists with armament haki, and without hesitation, he threw his fists at Ash's Zanpakuto. Boom! A violent roar resounded through the entire eternal hell. The terrifying fluctuation is centered on the location of Ash and Magellan, sweeping towards convenience in all directions. Feeling the aftermath of this mighty battle, the expressions of all the prisoners in the cage changed drastically. Next second, Magellan, whose face was flushed ferociously, flew out of his body uncontrollably under Ash's terrifying power. After tumbling dozens of times in the air, it finally fell heavily on the door of one of the cages. Boom! Magellan, who fell to the ground, suddenly looked up at Ash. There was a look of disbelief in his eyes. And his fists have become bloody. Let this Impel Down prison warden show an unprecedented awkward posture. How can that be? Didn't Marshal Sengoku say that after sleeping for 36 years, Ash is no longer at his peak? Damn it, how could this monster be so strong? It's not just Magellan who can't believe it. The prisoners in the Eternal Hell Cage also stared at Ash with wide eyes. They had the same idea as Sengoku before. Even if Ash, the black-winged demon who disappeared for 36 years, is successfully brought back to life. But compared to the monster that forced many powerful people to join forces 36 years ago, it will definitely take a long time for him to recover his strength. But what about now? In front of Ash, Magellan, a warden no less than Marine Admiral. It seems to be so weak. Is this the black-winged demon that Captain Roger had to unite so many strong men to defeat? Bullet clenched his fists. This descendant of the devil felt boundless oppression from Ash. At this time, Red Earl Beloric on the side seemed to suddenly think of something. Staring at Ash outside with wide eyes, he screamed in surprise. Wrong. The current Ash has not even entered the form of the black-winged demon. Accompanied by Beloric's exclamation, the entire Eternal Hell fell into an extremely strange atmosphere of silence. Whether it's the prisoners in the cage, or Magellan with bloody fists, my heart has been filled with fear. After Beloric's reminder, they finally remembered. Ash is a total monster. Up to now, he has not entered the form of the black-winged demon at all. Magellan was numb. Originally, I really believed the words of Marshal Sengoku. I feel that Ash's strength is not at its peak. But now it seems that he, the warden, confidently trying to stop Ash, and the Marine Marshal from Sengoku, all are clowns. Damn. Damn. What should I do now? With my strength, what can I use to block the monster Ash? After Magellan stood up, he gritted his teeth and his face began to change back and forth, thinking frantically in his mind how to deal with Ash. Regrettably, before Magellan figured it out, Ash is no longer going to give him a chance. Looking at Magellan opposite, Ash's eyes froze suddenly. Response motion. Using Arrancar's ultra-fast moving steps, the body instantly disappeared in place. Ugh! This moment, Magellan was horrified to discover. Observation haki, which I have always relied on very much, suddenly lost its due effect in front of Ash. Let alone predicting Ash's next move. Not even Ash's movements are captured at all. Magellan gritted his teeth, and could only give the action to the fighting instinct. He raised his bloody fist, pointed it at his side, and smashed it hard. Laugh! The bluish-white knife light suddenly appeared. Magellan felt a sudden lightness on his body. He immediately saw an arm rolling and dancing in the air. Next second, severe pain came. Hot blood also began to surge out from his severed arm. Ah! Ash! UBD! After realizing that his arm had been severed by Ash, Magellan has gone completely mad. Regardless of the ability to activate the poisonous fruit, a stream of venom exuding a pungent smell blasted towards Ash in front of him crazily. At the same time, he also waved the remaining arm, pointed at Ash's head with all his strength and punched it. Only Magellan in his prime is no match for Ash. What's more, what about the current appearance of being severely injured and greatly weakened? The expressionless Ash waved the Zanpakuto without hesitation. The sword flashes. The space along the way seems to be directly divided by this Zanpakuto with a green handle and a white body. And the thick venom released by Magellan haven't even touched the Zanpakuto yet. It was torn apart directly under Magellan's terrified eyes. This knife fell on his only arm again. Stab! With one stab, blood burst out. With the movement of his arms rolling in the air, there was a shrill growl from the back of Magellan's throat. Ah! The severe pain made Magellan's forehead burst with sweat. The body began to roll over the ground. Watching Magellan trying to ease the pain in this way, Ash didn't hesitate. Swing Zanpakuto again, and directly cut off Magellan's two hamstrings. Then turning a deaf ear to the wailing from Magellan's mouth, Dragging the broken body of the Impel Down Warden, he walked outside the eternal hell. As he said, Magellan can't die now. Next, he needs to use his death to try to make Sengoku lose their minds. As for the remaining prisoners of eternal hell, do not worry. After using them as bait to drop big fish, it's time to harvest their soul points. Watching Ash drag the battered Magellan away, the eternal hell fell into dead silence. After a long time, finally, there was a sound of swallowing saliva. Gudong. Ash, this guy is a demon. Like he said, it was never just Magellan he was after. Magellan is probably the gift he prepared for Sengoku and Garp. The prisoner's words were echoed by everyone else in eternal hell. I have to say is. Ash really thought so. We meet again after 36 years. Of course Ash must prepare a welcome gift for Sengoku, Garp, and Zephyr. The next thing to do. It is the entrance to Impel Down. Just wait for those guys to arrive. Ash is very curious. Sengoku, Garp, and Zephyr guys. When you see yourself, what kind of reaction will it be? Chapter 23. Calm Belt Sea Area. On top of a warship that is heading for Impel Down at full speed. After listening to Crane Vice Admiral describe the era of the Rocks brothers 36 years ago, the warship suddenly fell into an extremely strange and silent atmosphere. Even the three Marine Admirals Akainu, Aokiji, and Kizaru. At this time, the mood became a little dignified. Jun even opened his mouth slightly. Staring blankly at the Crane Vice Admiral in front of him, he doubted the way of life. Crane Vice Admiral. According to what you said, that guy named Ash is so strong. Two Marine Admirals, Marshal Sengoku, Vice Admiral Garp, Teacher Zephyr, these three elite Vice Admirals who are not inferior to Marine Admiral. Even Golden Lion, Whitebeard, Roger, and Charlotte Linlin are involved in this war. Is this lineup too exaggerated? Other Marine executives are equally skeptical. No wonder they didn't believe it. It is really the lineup that Tsuru Vice Admiral said. It's too exaggerated. Even Marshal Sengoku, Vice Admiral Garp, Teacher Zephyr, Golden Lion, Whitebeard, and Charlotte Linlin did not reach their peak. But 36 years ago, it was not too far from their peak period. So many people besieged and killed Ash alone. He was almost killed by Ash? What a joke! After seeing the skeptical look on the faces of Jun and the others, Crane Vice Admiral shook his head with a wry smile. I hope it's fake. But Ash at the time was indeed so terrifying. If it weren't for Commander Kong, Alan Admiral, Cyril Admiral, Golden Lion, and Whitebeard, the five of them took the lead in eliminating Rocks. The Battle of the Valley of Gods, I'm afraid our Marine will really lose. With Tsuru Vice Admiral's voice falling, Sengoku, Garp, and Zephyr unconsciously showed nostalgic looks on their faces. Alan Admiral, Cyril Admiral, what two distant names. Looking at the dubious expressions of Jun and the others, Sengoku also added. Ash didn't lose to us. That guy lost to time. Sengoku's words made all the senior Marine executives turn their attention to him. Feel the gaze of the crowd. Sengoku said with a bitter face. Do you know how long it took Ash to grow to that terrifying strength? Akainu, Aokiji, Kizaru, and Jun and other Marine executives looked at each other. Kizaru raised his eyebrows first. According to Crane Vice Admiral, Ash seems to be in his early 20s. So, maybe it only took him more than 10 years to improve his strength to that level. The time given by Kizaru is relatively close to the thoughts in other people's minds. However, what is unacceptable to everyone is that Sengoku shook his head slowly and said in a deep voice. 2.5 years. That guy, in just 2.5 years, has grown from an ordinary member of the Rocks Pirates to a level beyond that Rocks Sea Overlord. The voice fell. Kizaru and the others suddenly widened their eyes. Even Akainu and Aokiji, who have always been more stable, are the same. Jun even exclaimed directly. 2.5 years. Marshal Sengoku, what you said is true. This is simply worse than what Crane Vice Admiral said just now. The terrifying lineup that besieged Ash was even more unacceptable. Without waiting for Sengoku to respond, Garp on the side nodded heavily. Of course it's true. Before the Valley of Gods War officially started, Those of us who participated in the siege of the Rocks brothers have made a choice. Even if Rocks lives, we must not let Ash go. But who would have thought that after 36 years, that guy would wake up again from his deep sleep? In the end, in the depths of Garp's eyes, an undetectable look of fear even subconsciously surfaced. Joined Marine and fought with pirates for most of his life. Only in front of Ash did Garp experience the sense of desperation in his heart when facing death. If it is not lucky enough, there are other people who join hands to help. Garp has already died in Ash's hands. Zephyr sighed and couldn't help cursing. Isn't it all because of those bastards from the world government? If Ash's body is completely destroyed at the end of the Valley of the Gods War, where would such a thing happen now? From Zephyr's point of view, the reason why Ash wakes up is because of those guys from the world government. If they hadn't insisted on studying the reasons why Ash can recover quickly after being injured, how could Marine face that black-winged demon again? Seeing these four seniors who participated in the Valley of the Gods War speak unanimously, Akainu, Aokiji, Kizaru, Jun, and Cake all fell silent. Ash, that black-winged demon. It really left a big shadow in their hearts. Even though 36 years have passed, New World has gone through 2 eras. The shadow is still lingering. Sengoku didn't continue to talk about Ash with them. Turning your head and leaning your arms on the railing. Looking at the location of Impel Down, which can already be vaguely seen. Since they entered the calm belt, Sengoku tried to contact the Impel Down person. I want to know what the current situation of Impel Down is. However, to Sengoku's dismay, no matter who I contacted, there was no response at all from the other party. This cast a heavy haze over Sengoku's heart. After seeing Impel Down getting closer, all Marine executives on the warship stopped talking, looking solemnly into the distance. However, wait until they can see what's going on at the entrance to Impel Down. The faces of Sengoku, Garp, Zephyr, Tsuru, Akainu, Aokiji, Kizaru, and Jun, etc. It became extremely gloomy in an instant. They clearly saw that Magellan, the warden of Impel Down, lying in front of Ash twisting his body, and Magellan's arms have disappeared. See this situation? Sengoku looked at Ash with eyes wide open and growled. Ash! You damn BD! How dare you do such a thing? Looking at the approaching warship and those old acquaintances standing on the deck, a smile finally appeared on Ash's face. Sengoku! I haven't seen you in 36 years. Are you satisfied with the gift I prepared for you? Boom! The deck of the warship held by Sengoku exploded in an instant. The Marine Marshal's forehead was bulging with veins, and his face became extremely ashen. Looking at Ash on the opposite side, Sengoku growled word by word. Ash! Give me Magellan! Hear this! Without any hesitation, Ash kicked Magellan in front of him towards the position of the warship. Of course, this itself is prepared for you. Only. As Ash spoke, he raised his right hand, and a dark green light gradually emerged above his index finger. Looking at this familiar and unfamiliar picture, Sengoku, Garp, Zephyr, Crane's eyes widened suddenly, and they roared at Ash. Ash! Stop it! While talking, Sengoku, Garp, and Zephyr rushed towards Magellan at the same time. Seeing their actions, the corners of Ash's mouth curled up slightly. Next second, the dark green Zero aimed at Magellan in the air and shot it quickly. Chapter 24. After seeing Ash's actions, all the high-level Marines on the warship were all stunned. Is this how the strong men of the old era met and greeted each other? Come up and start a war? This way, they are not used to it. But seeing the dark green light on Ash's right index finger pointing directly at Magellan in the air, and after Marshal Sengoku, Vice Admiral Garp, and Mr. Zephyr's flustered move, these guys figured it out. Ash, the black-winged demon, wants to kill Magellan directly in front of them, the Marine executives. Seeing this, Kizaru suddenly exerted force on his feet, and his body jumped into the air. With hands crossed on chest, the yellow light bursts out. Aim at the dark green Zero released by Ash and gallop away. Laugh. The light passed by Sengoku, Garp, and Zephyr. Let the three of them involuntarily breathe a sigh of relief. Almost forgot. inside their marine high level. But there is still Kizaru, a marine admiral with the ability of sparkling fruit. But before they could relax completely, before these two rays from Kizaru reach, Ash's dark green Zero has crashed into Magellan's head. Boom! A dull voice sounded in this sea area. The Impel Down Warden's head exploded. And those two long overdue yellow rays of light were completely smashed by the terrifying Ryotsu contained in Zero the moment they touched Zero. Dark green Zero, aiming at Sengoku, who is the marine marshal. Sengoku raised his head to the sky and roared. Armament Haki wrapped his fists in it. Aim at this Zero and hit it hard. Boom! A violent explosion resounded through the sky, and the shattered Zero exploded and fell on the surface of the sea. Let the originally calm sea flood into ferocious waves in an instant. Sengoku's chest heaved rapidly, and there was boundless anger in his eyes. Ash! UBD! Do you know what you're doing? Sengoku's roar echoed throughout the sea. Zephyr stepped on the moonwalk to hug Magellan's body, which was about to fall into the sea. Looking sadly at Magellan's broken body, he turned around and placed it on the deck of the warship. And Ash standing in the entrance of Impel Down. After hearing Sengoku's roar, not only did she not mean to be angry at all. Instead, he looked at this long-lost old acquaintance with a smile and said, "Of course I know. I said it at the beginning, this is a meeting gift for you old acquaintances. Why, don't you like it?" Sengoku got angry. Or all marine executives present. My heart is already filled with anger. In addition to Sengoku, Garp, Zephyr, and Tsuru Vice Admiral, 4 people who have known Ash for a long time. Akainu, Aokiji, Kizaru, Jun, Cake, and others are even more convinced of what Marshal Sengoku said about Ash when they were on the road. They have joined Marine for so many years, and this is the first time they have seen someone as arrogant as Ash. In front of so many Marine executives. To do such a bad thing. Sengoku, who was extremely angry and laughed back, stared at Ash at the entrance of Impel Down with a gloomy face, and said angrily every word. Ash! Compared to 36 years ago, you really haven't changed at all. It's still as bad as ever, and as arrogant as ever. Could it be that the war in the Valley of the Gods didn't teach you a little lesson? Ash is not angry because of Sengoku's scars. On the contrary, he looked at the Marine executives on the opposite side with great interest, and said with a chuckle, "You guys have changed a lot. I heard that after the end of the Valley of the Gods war, you Marine took all the credit for yourself." Looking at the increasingly gloomy and ugly faces of Sengoku, Garp, and others, Ash continued to tease. When inviting Roger Pirates, Golden Lion, and Whitebeard to join forces with you, a sentence is better than a sentence. After the war ended, they began to turn their faces and deny people. Sengoku, I really admire you Marine. At the end, Ash even raised his hands and applauded. But with that mocking smile on his face. It made Sengoku, Garp, and others feel as uncomfortable as eating flies. But those words are only used to deceive ordinary people who don't know. In front of Ash, the client. No matter how much they say, it is pale. Even if it wasn't for Ash's last knife to cut off the Valley of the Gods, everyone who participated in the siege of Ash had been severely injured. I'm afraid after Ash enters a dormant sleep state, Marine will then directly deal with the Golden Lion, Whitebeard, and the Roger Pirates who helped them. Thinking of this, Sengoku frowned and asked Ash in a deep voice. Ash! Where is Golden Lion? Has that guy died in your hands? Ash said without changing his face when he heard the words. What do you think? Sengoku, Garp, Zephyr, and others looked at each other. It has been determined how strong Ash's desire for revenge is. But think about it too. Because of them Marine, Roger Pirates, and those cotters who betrayed their Rocks brothers. Caused the death of Rocks, the master of the sea. This black-winged demon has also been asleep for 36 years. Even during these 36 years, the researchers of the world government have to study the reason why he can achieve high-speed regeneration. Put this thing on anyone. Let's take crazy revenge. However, Sengoku is most concerned about the current situation of Impel Down. Even Magellan, the warden of Impel Down, was killed by Ash. What this guy is going to do with Impel Down, even Sengoku can't be sure. If all the prisoners held by Impel Down are released by him, that matter is even more serious. With this in mind, Sengoku stared at Ash, said in a low voice. Ash. UBD, what did you do to those sailors in Impel Down? How about it? Ash grinned, writing lightly. Kill them all. Killed all? Boom. In an instant, an extremely powerful momentum erupted from Sengoku. The Marine Marshal, who has the righteous obsession to rule the world, released his Conqueror's Haki in an instant. However, this Conqueror's Haki from Sengoku. At most, Ash's black hair, which has become slender due to sleeping for 36 years, is flying wantonly in the air. Besides, it can no longer have any influence on Ash. Ash. The cloak of justice behind Sengoku flapped, unable to suppress the anger in his heart any longer. Garp, Zephyr, Tsuru, Akainu, Aokiji, Kizaru, and Jun, all had the same reactions as Sengoku. Looking at the angry looks of these marine executives, Ash chuckled and said slowly. Don't get angry. Next, it's your turn. After the words fell, a bloodthirsty light flashed in Ash's eyes. Response motion. The body instantly disappeared in place. Chapter 25. Seeing the moment Ash disappeared, Sengoku, Garp, Zephyr, and Tsuru, the four veterans who had experienced the era of the Rocks brothers, all instantly became vigilant. Sengoku growled loudly without even turning his head. Everyone be careful. Before I came here, I have reminded you that you must not relax in the slightest when facing the monster Ash. With Sengoku's voice falling, a group of senior marines are all ready to fight. And they discovered a situation that shocked everyone. That is the observation haki that they rely on so much in battle. In front of Ash, it has completely lost its effect. Knowing that Ash is attacking them, no one can capture Ash's position and movement with observation haki. Next second, Ash suddenly appeared beside Sengoku. Raised right leg high. Like a battle axe, aim at the head of the Marine Marshal and chop it down. Sengoku knows much better than Akainu and Aokiji's juniors. When faced with Ash, a complete monster, can't count on observation haki at all. Sengoku immediately wrapped his arms around armament haki after hearing the whistling sound from above his head. When Ash's tomahawk-like right leg was about to land on his head, Sengoku roared and raised his arms above his head. Boom! A muffled sonic boom suddenly appeared. Ash's immense power let Sengoku's body fall uncontrollably. Although with Sengoku's strength, even if he falls into the sea, he will not die because he is a demon fruit power. But it will definitely not feel good. That is why, on the eve of falling into the sea, Sengoku slammed under his feet, and with the help of moonwalk from Marine 6 styles, he almost stopped the crazy falling body. Shaking his numb arms, Sengoku couldn't help but let out a long breath. I thought that after 36 years of deep sleep, your strength would be greatly weakened. But now it seems that you are still the black-winged demon you used to be. Sengoku's heart was heavy. This situation was completely unexpected by him. Originally thought that with the lineup brought this time, it would be enough to defeat Ash again like in the Valley of the Gods. But now after realizing that Ash's strength has not weakened, Sengoku was already panicking. Ash ignored Sengoku's words. Instead, he focused on fighting Garp and Zephyr who rushed in front of him. At the same time, after seeing the battle at its fingertips, Akainu, Aokiji, Kizaru, Tsuru Vice Admiral Jun and Cake on the warship also participated in the battle. However, they, the new generation of top marines, are still somewhat uncomfortable with Ash's style of acting. First, without saying a word, he directly killed Magellan. Never give them a chance to try to rescue Magellan. Now even if there is a disagreement, the war will start directly. This continuous offensive made these marine executives feel a little helpless for a while. Seeing this situation, Sengoku's face changed, and then he shouted at them in a deep voice. Ash, this guy is not the pirate you've met all these years. When facing him, if you are distracted for the slightest bit, you will be severely injured by his precise grasp of the opportunity, or even die directly in his hands. You guys must not relax in the slightest. After warning Sengoku also stepped on Moonwalk and rushed straight to Ash's position. As Sengoku, who has personally experienced 3 eras. Of course, it is very clear that in these 3 eras, there is a gap between the pirates' behavior and strength. Those pirates of the time of the Rocks brothers. All are wicked. All it takes is a disagreement, and a life and death war can break out. Rather than in this day and age. The battle between pirates is like a house-playing game. These have not experienced the old age. I have never personally experienced Ash's terrifying juniors. If you dare to be distracted in the slightest while fighting Ash, the price might be their lives. Faced with the siege of all marine executives, Ash seemed to be extremely comfortable. On him, there is no sign of falling into a disadvantage at all. And after hearing the reminder from Marshal Sengoku, one counts as another, and all become extremely vigilant. Don't dare to relax at all. Standing in mid-air, looking at Ash, who was besieged by a group of marine executives, he couldn't help opening his mouth and sighing softly. Oh, the black-winged demon, it really is terrifying. While talking, Kizaru raised his right hand, and a bright yellow light began to condense on the index finger. Next second, a ray of mighty power. Aim at Ash in the field and shoot quickly. Laugh. Facing the rays emitted by Kizaru, Ash punched him without looking back. Boom! The fist collided with the light, and there was a loud noise. The light was directly smashed into pieces and splashed everywhere. Ash didn't even look at Kizaru, who was on the edge of the battlefield. Continue to launch a fierce offensive against Sengoku, Garp, and Zephyr in front of them. Seeing Ash's behavior of ignoring himself, Kizaru shrugged, a wretched smile appeared on his face, and muttered to himself. It seems that I am also underestimated. It's a real headache. While talking, Kizaru rubbed his head, looking very embarrassed. His sparkling fruit ability. Only when dealing with large-scale wars can it exert greater lethality. In a situation like now, with so many marine executives surrounding Ash, let him have strength but nowhere to use it. Seeing Kizaru's flickering appearance, Sengoku was furious. Relying on the power contained in Ash's fist, retreating a little, he gave Kizaru a vicious look. He cursed angrily at him. Kizaru, UBD. What the hell are you thinking? How long has it been since you forgot how Magellan was killed by Ash? Hear this. The wretched smile on Kizaru's face disappeared instantly. Instead, it was filled with seriousness and anger. Yes. Magellan just died at the hands of this guy Ash. Even if he wants to fish and paddle again, we have to avenge Magellan first and then talk about it. With this in mind, Kizaru took a deep breath and wiped his hands. A dazzling light burst out in his hands. Next second, a lightsaber condensed from Sparkling Fruit's ability appeared directly in his hand. Since it is impossible to use large-scale lethal skills, then simply don't use it. With a flash of bright yellow light, Kizaru flew directly towards the battlefield where Ash, Marshal Sengoku, and others were. At the same time, Sengoku, Garp, Zephyr, Akainu, Aokiji, Tsuru, Jun, Cake, and more than a dozen marine high-level erupted at the same time. Directly suppress Ash to an absolute disadvantage. However, in the face of the offensive of these guys, Ash retreated a little with the strength of the opponent. Next second, under the watchful eyes of these marine executives, a cold smile suddenly appeared on his face. Have you had a good time? Next, it's my turn. The voice fell. A section returns to the blade, and the sword is liberated. Behind Ash, suddenly appeared 2 black wings that seemed to cover the sky and the sun. In the sky, black riots or raindrops also began to drip. 36 years have passed. The black-winged demon, reappearing on the Grand Line. Chapter 26. OM. Looking at the 2 black wings that suddenly appeared behind Ash, and the black riots or raindrops that are falling in the sky, the faces of Sengoku, Garp, Zephyr, and Crane changed at the same time. Afterwards, Sengoku immediately reminded Akainu, Aokiji, and Kizaru loudly. Sakazuki, Kyuzan, Polisalino, and Jun. Next, try not to have any direct contact with Ash. The task of confronting Ash is given to the 3 of us. All you need to do is to find the right opportunity to make a move. After hearing Sengoku's words, the complexions of these marine executives all became ugly. What Marshal Sengoku said was pretty sweet. Let them find the right opportunity to make a move. Avoid confrontation with Ash as much as possible. After all, don't you still not believe in their strength? As the dignified Marine Admiral, and the elite Vice Admirals who are the backbone of naval headquarters. When did you suffer this kind of grievance? Only. At this time, Sengoku didn't have any extra thoughts to explain to them. Pulling off the cloak of justice behind her, his eyes fixed on Ash opposite him. The body is getting bigger and bigger, and the marine uniform on the upper body is completely blown out. Watching Sengoku enter the Buddha form with dazzling golden light shining on his body, Garp beside him exchanged a glance with Zephyr. It also used armament haki directly, wrapping both fists inside. Even Zephyr's special robotic arm. Like the sabers in the hands of those swordsmen, it has become Zephyr's most trusted weapon. Zephyr, as the former instructor of Akainu and Aokiji. After all, he kindly reminded him. In front of this guy Ash, the devil fruit ability you rely on so much can't play a big role at all. At the beginning, I kept telling you not to relax your physical skills, and not to rely too much on devil fruit's ability. Do you think the old man is joking with you? Zephyr's words caused Akainu, Aokiji, and Kizaru, the three marine admirals, to look at each other. An embarrassing thought appeared in his mind. However, at this moment, the black wings behind Ash flapped violently. The body instantly disappeared in place. See this situation. Zephyr did not continue to waste words with Akainu, Aokiji, and others. Concentrate on scanning the surroundings, guarding against the sudden attack of that guy Ash. After all, among the three of them, although Sengoku has to allocate more time to deal with various things after becoming the Marine Marshal. As a result, his strength can only stagnate. But he, the ex-Marine Admiral with a broken arm. In fact, it is the one that is really at the bottom. If nothing else. Ash, that guy. Most likely to find him first. Zephyr. Zephyr's hunch was indeed right. The sound of the howling wind came from the ear, and the sound of the blade cutting the air came at the same time. Laugh. Facing Ash's sudden attack. Without the slightest hesitation, Zephyr raised that mechanical arm and thumped it fiercely. Boom. The mechanical fist and Zanpakuto collided with each other, and a violent roar resounded through the sky. At the same time, a powerful fluctuation centered on the two people's positions, sweeping towards convenience in all directions. Ash kept waving Zanpakuto in his hand and slashed at Zephyr in front of him. What makes Zephyr angry and full of helplessness is that Ash, this guy, hit it. All of them are the connection ports of his mechanical arm. If it is not because this arm is specially made for him by the world government, I'm afraid I can't bear Ash's knife at all. Zephyr gritted his teeth. Swing the mechanical arm to block the Zanpakuto swung by Ash again. Clang. Relying on Ash's huge strength to retreat a little. Next second. Raise the mechanical arm to point at the opposite Ash. A yellow light blasted directly from the end of the arm. Smash blaster. Facing the bombardment blasted from Zephyr's arms, Ash raised his left hand without changing his face. Ryotsu gathered within the body manifests above its index finger. The dark green Zero slammed into Zephyr's shattering blaster. Boom! Terrible explosions resounded through the sky. Zero, who smashed the bombardment, continued to shoot Zephyr. At the same time, Sengoku and Zephyr on the other two sides also directly pinched Ash in the center, preventing him from continuing to attack Zephyr. Seeing the fierce battle broke out between Marshal Sengoku and Vice Admiral Garp and Ash. Let Akainu, Aokiji, Kizaru, and Jun all open their mouths. A shock appeared in my heart involuntarily. In fact, when the battle between Ash and Zephyr started, Marshal Sengoku and Vice Admiral Garp have already started to act to support Mr. Zephyr. But in the battle between Ash and Mr. Zephyr, 1 second is enough for several clashes and collisions. Now, they finally understood a little bit. When I was taught by teacher Zephyr. Why does he keep emphasizing not to rely too much on Devil Fruit's ability? In any case, you can't give up the improvement of physical skills. Only They are the top force in Marine today. Of course, it is impossible to become a spectator character. Now that I have seen the fighting style of Ash, the Black-Winged Demon. Then don't waste time. Team up with Marshal Sengoku, Vice Admiral Garp, and Mr. Zephyr to take Ash down as fast as you can. With this in mind, Akainu, Aokiji, and Kizaru, the three marine admirals looked at each other. Almost at the same time. With a sudden force under the feet, stepping on the moonwalk and galloping towards the battlefield where Ash and Marshal Sengoku are. Kizaru once again condensed the lightsaber with the ability of sparkling fruit. Aokiji also held a cold ice blade in his hand. Although Akainu didn't make the devil fruit ability into a weapon like they did. But he also used the lava fruit ability to cover his fists. For a while, the Marines and Admiral who rushed to the battlefield launched a fierce attack on Ash in the field together. See this situation. Sengoku, Garp, and Zephyr all looked at each other. Did not refuse their admission anymore. On the contrary, he was still full of joy in his heart. The current Marine is not the same as it was 36 years ago. The strength of their Marine new generation has fully grown. And this time, there is no rocks to help Ash, the Black-Winged Demon, share the fire power. Sengoku slapped Ash fiercely with his huge golden palm, and laughed. How about Ash? Do you recall the Battle of the Valley of the Gods 36 years ago? There was a twinkle in Sengoku's eyes, trying to irritate Ash in this way. It is best to make him lose his mind, and then seize the opportunity to kill this guy directly. We could have defeated you 36 years ago. You can do it now. Next, let's recall well the situation you experienced back then. Hear this. Ash swung his sword and knocked back Kizaru and Aokiji who were attacking him. Watching Sengoku twitch the corners of his mouth, and in the most gentle tone, he uttered words that made the Marine executives present furious. Originally, I thought that Shiki was the only one who became more and more useless. Now it seems that you Marines are the same. Facing Akainu's aggressive fist, Ash threw his fist without hesitation and collided with him. In the face of Ash's terrifying power that makes people breathless, Akainu just persisted for a moment. Then fly out directly. Ash gave up the pursuit as Zephyr and Garp fisted together. He said with a smile. That's it? How did I lose? Chapter 27. Akainu, Aokiji, and Kizaru are the three current Marine admirals. The strength is indeed very strong. But their strength lies in their devil fruit ability. In terms of physical skills, these three Marine admirals do not belong to the top level of New World at all. When dealing with other pirates, this difference may not be obvious. But in front of Ash, the Black-Winged Demon, physical skills of this level are not enough at all. Let them give up their most powerful devil fruit ability and use physical skills against Ash instead. It's no different from embarrassing them. But Ash doesn't care about that. Since the opponent's strength is not good, of course Ash must seize the opportunity to beat the dog in the water. Cut off Garp and Zephyr at the same time with one knife. The black wings flapped behind him, and the ringing was activated at the same time. Ash's figure instantly disappeared in place. See this situation. The pupils of Sengoku, Garp, and Zephyr suddenly dilated. Dang even shouted urgently at Akainu, Aokiji, and Kizaru. Sakazuki. Kyuzan. Polisalino. Be careful. Next second, a huge black shadow suddenly appeared above Akainu's head. This made Akainu startled. Without even thinking about it, he raised his fist and smashed it. At the same time, he also used his lava fruit ability without hesitation. Boom! 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 The continuous fist-shaped magma aimed at Ash above his head and blasted it. Laugh! The bluish-white knife light suddenly appeared. These fist-shaped magma swung by Akainu were directly split. See this situation. Akainu gritted his teeth, feeling heavy in his heart. But still dare not relax in the slightest. With a roar, he raised his fist again, and a dog's head condensed from magma aimed at Ash above and bit it frantically. Dark Hound. Boom. One knife down. Dark Hound was cut in half directly. That bluish-white saber light cut straight towards Akainu's neck. Akainu was numb when he saw this. Although after listening to Mr. Zephyr's words just now, Akainu has already prepared his own lava fruit ability, and he is not mentally prepared to play a big role against Ash. But when faced with this situation, he was inevitably still a little confused. But Ash will not continue to give him a chance. Facing Zanpakuto, who fell from Ash, Akainu wrapped both fists with armament haki at the last minute. With all my strength, I blasted the Zanpakuto in Ash's hand fiercely. As for why not rely on elementalization to avoid Ash's knife? As long as Akainu's brain is fine, he will never do that. Ash, the black-winged demon, is much faster than Akainu. Even Akainu was a little skeptical. If you compete for speed, whether Kizaru with the sparkling fruit ability can match Ash is a doubtful question. Once his elementalization is interrupted, and he still endures Ash's knife abruptly, Akainu felt that he might die suddenly on the spot. Boom! Akainu's fists collided with Zanpakuto in Ash's hand. A voice resounding through the sky reappeared. The terrifying wave that erupted from the collision between the two quickly swept in all directions. The calm sea. Under the impact of this wave, a raging wave was instantly set off. Compared with Ash's abnormally calm face, Sakazuki's ferocious face formed two completely different extremes. The most important is, under the terrible power of Ash, Akainu just held on for 2 breaths. The whole body fell down uncontrollably. Boom! Akainu smashed into the sea and made a huge splash. His body fell into the deep sea in the blink of an eye, and completely disappeared before the eyes of all the senior marines present. Sakazuki. Seeing this situation, all the marine executives present widened their eyes and exclaimed. But before they make a move, Ash aimed at the place where Akainu fell just now without hesitation, and frantically waved his Zanpakuto. Deo slashes swung from under his knife. After falling on the sea surface, there were bursts of explosions. Boom! 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 The most unacceptable thing for these marine executives is that the slashes that Ash swung were aimed at Akainu, who fell into the sea. Ash! Stop it! Stop! Accompanied by several roars, Aokiji took the lead in releasing the frozen fruit ability, freezing the sea where Akainu fell. Trying to use this method to prevent Ash from continuing to slash downwards, Kizaru put his arms across his chest with a solemn expression. Along with the flashing light on Kizaru's palm, countless light bullets aimed at Ash's position and fired directly towards Ash. 8-foot Kyanguyu. SHHHHHH- and Sengoku, Garp, and Zephyr stepped on Moonwalk at the same time to launch a crazy offensive against Ash. Stop this guy from continuing to slash at Akainu, who fell into the sea. Facing the attack of these crazy guys, Ash barely stopped waving Zanpakuto. Instead, he concentrated on fighting fiercely with Sengoku, Garp, and Zephyr in front of him, while the 6 of them continued to fight. With a plop, the admiral candidate on the warship, Cake the Tea-Fish, jumped into the sea without hesitation. Want to fish Akainu up? As demon fruit power. Even if Akainu, as Marine Admiral, possesses the top strength of the New World, but after falling into the sea, it will definitely not feel good. At the same time, Crane Vice Admiral on the warship, Jun, Dog Ermine, Ghost Spider, and others Marine Vice Admiral. There is no more hesitation in my heart. Step hard on your feet. The body rushed directly towards the battlefield where Ash, Marshal Sengoku, and others were. They have seen it. With Marshal Sengoku, Vice Admiral Garp, Teacher Zephyr, and the 3 Marine Admirals Akainu, Aokiji, and Kizaru, there is simply no way to beat Ash. Even a careless word. Just like Akainu just now, he will be seriously injured by Ash at any time, or even die directly. Sengoku in Buddha form is dealing with Ash's Zanpakuto slashing at him. He couldn't help cursing angrily with a sullen face. Damn it! If it weren't for those guys from world government, how could we ever face the total monster of Ash again? If those guys from 5 elders appear in front of Sengoku, the enraged Sengoku will definitely lash out at them without hesitation. During the Valley of the Gods War, what a terrible price to pay to get rid of Ash. As a result, 36 years have passed. They Marine actually need to face this black-winged demon again? Those bloody bastards of the 5 elders are really cheating. While Sengoku was yelling, a group of Marine executives who surrounded Ash also officially launched a frenzied offensive against him. Fist, saber, or devil fruit ability. As if he didn't want money, he started venting on Ash crazily. However, what makes them unacceptable is that, even in the face of so many attacks, Ash can't block all of them, but when their attacks land on Ash, but it made a crisp sound like iron striking. Clang! 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 Ash didn't even look at the attack that fell on him. With steel skin and armament haki, ordinary attacks can't even leave white marks on his body. Knocked back Garp and Zephyr in front of him again. Ash raised his left hand, and Ryotsu in his body began to appear around the body under his control. Next second, with the wave of Zanpakuto in Ash's hand, these countless dark green imaginary bullets aim at the surrounding Marine executives and gallop away. SHHHHHH. Chapter 28. After seeing false bullets around Ash's body, Kizaru's face was instantly filled with a bewildered expression. From the moment I saw Ash, Kizaru felt that he was living in the shadow of the black-winged demon. This kind of trick of his. Why is it so similar to the direction of my own sparkling fruit development? A thought flashed through Kizaru's mind. Next second, the countless false bullets shot towards the surrounding Marine executives at high speed. Boom! 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 Continuous explosions began to sound. The velocity of these virtual bullets. It has completely exceeded the expectations of Marine executives. Even from their perspective, even the 8-foot Kaienguyu released by Kizaru is absolutely inferior to the virtual bullet released by Ash in terms of speed. As for power, that empty bullet can completely crush the 8-foot Kaienguyu. Looking at the high-level Marines who were present at the scene, they were waving their fists or sabers to resist this wave of false bullets. Ash didn't hesitate. The black wings flapped suddenly behind him. The sudden gust of wind pushed his body, galloping towards a nearby Marine Vice Admiral. Ugh! Seeing Ash in action, Sengoku's pupils in Buddha form suddenly dilated. Immediately, he shouted anxiously at Stolo Berry. Stolo Berry! Watch out! Before Sengoku's voice fell, Stolo Berry's heart was full of alarm bells, and his heart seemed to be enveloped by the breath of death. Immediately waved the 2 swords in his hand. Aim at the front of the body and use all the strength of the whole body to slash down. Clang! The bluish-white knife light suddenly appeared. Zanpakuto clashes with Stolo Berry's dual knives. To the horror of this Marine Vice Admiral, the moment the 3 came into contact, the 2 double knives wrapped in armament haki in my hand. There was a crisp cracking sound. Crack! Under Stolo Berry's horrified gaze, Ash's Zanpakuto slashed at their necks again after severing his swords. Laugh! The sound of the blade tearing the air came. As Marine Vice Admiral known for his sword skills. Of course, Stolo Berry could have foreseen the terrifying power contained in Ash's knife. With Ash's pervert speed, it is impossible to escape now. In this case, Stolo Berry gritted his teeth. At the last moment, all the strength in the body was used. With armament haki covering both fists. With a swing of his fist, he aimed at Zanpakuto who had already fallen in front of him, and punched him loudly. Boom! A dull voice resounded through the sky, accompanied by a mournful roar from the depths of Stolo Berry's throat. The body of this Marine Vice Admiral crashed down to the sea below. The other Marine executives present could clearly see. Under Ash's knife, Stolo Berry's fists have been hacked to a bloody state. Seeing that Ash still intends to pursue the victory, trying to kill Stolo Berry directly in one fell swoop, Sengoku didn't dare to have the slightest hesitation. Stepping directly on Moonwalk suddenly appeared in front of Ash, raising the huge golden palm wrapped in a layer of invisible power. Aim at Ash's head and smash it hard. The Tathagata palm that descended from the sky? Ash glanced. Raising Zanpakuto, the point of the knife is pointed straight at Sengoku's palm. Clang! With a crisp sound suddenly echoing in the ear, Sengoku can clearly feel The palm of my hand is being destroyed wantonly by the terrifying power contained in Ash's Zanpakuto. If you keep doing this, his fate as the Marine Marshal will definitely be very tragic. With this in mind, Sengoku waved his palms to resist Ash's constantly falling Zanpakuto. While yelling at Garp, Zephyr, Crane, Aokiji, Kizaru, and Jun, who are on the opposite side. Come and help me. See this situation. After Garp, Zephyr, and others cleared all the false bullets in front of them. Don't waste a moment. The trend of encircling Ash was formed again. Watching the behavior of these guys, Ash was also a little speechless. Since emerging in the Rocks Pirates that year, he never had a one-on-one fight with anyone again. Whenever someone fights with him, they will do their best to call on their teammates to join forces. Later, even his cheap brother Rocks, they were completely overshadowed by Ash. And this also leads to, when faced with such a situation, Ash already has a wealth of experience. When the war broke out again, Stolo Berry, who was slashed by Ash until his fists became bloody, also fell heavily into the sea. Thump! At the same time, Chafa Cake also salvaged Akainu from the bottom of the sea. This Marine Admiral's aura became slightly sluggish. Not just because of being a demon fruit power but falling into the sea. More because after he fell into the deep sea, the slashes that Ash followed. Let this Marine Admiral, who has always been moody and angry, deeply understand the horror of Ash, the black-winged demon. He also finally realized. Marshal Sengoku, Vice Admiral Garp, Teacher Zephyr, and Staff Crane, when they heard that Ash woke up. Why is there such a violent reaction? Ash, the black-winged demon. It's just a monster through and through. Sakazuki, how are you doing? Jiaji stepped on Moonwalk and soared into the air, still holding Akainu in his hand. Akainu shook his head upon hearing this, took a deep breath and said, "Never mind. The effects of falling into the sea. With the strength that Akainu possesses, he can still adjust in the shortest time." Akainu looked up, found that the marine executives who besieged Ash were missing a figure. He couldn't help but froze, and asked with a frown, "Where's Stolo Berry?" Jiaji also glanced suspiciously, but he didn't find Stolo Berry. And at this moment, after Sengoku in midair was knocked back by Ash, he yelled loudly at Kaka below. Counter! Stolo Berry was hacked by Ash and fell into the sea. You fish him out first to see if he's alright, and then help us besiege Ash. Jiaji's face froze suddenly when he heard the words. Why is he fishing for people again? Glancing at Akainu, who hadn't recovered from his sluggish breath, Jiaji thinks he should accept his fate. You can't let this guy Akainu go for Stolo Berry, can you? If so, that's him bringing Akainu up with Stolo Berry. Jiaji shook his head helplessly, and plunged into the sea again. At the same time, looking at Ash surrounded in the middle of the air, Akainu took a few deep breaths. Slowly restore the side effect of falling into the sea. Then he shouted loudly to Sengoku and Aokiji. Marshal Sengoku! Kyuzan! The voice fell. Akainu's whole body instantly transformed into hot magma. Lava drips on the sea. Make a squeak. After seeing the changes in Akainu, Sengoku and Aokiji, who were named by him, and even other marine executives understood what he wanted to do. Sengoku exchanged glances with Garp and Zephyr. Unanimously, they launched an extremely crazy offensive to Ash in the field. At the same time, ice also began to appear on Aokiji's body, exuding smoke from the cold air. The other Marine Admiral Kizaru stepped on the moonwalk and retreated a little bit. Next second, the three Marine Admirals simultaneously unleashed their killer moves with all their might. And the target is the surrounded Ash. The combination of the devil fruit abilities of the three of them will explode far beyond their original strength. Chapter 29. Akainu, Aokiji, and Kizaru are the three current Marine Admirals. Unlike the Marine Admiral of the previous two eras, famous for his martial arts and swordsmanship, all of them have the ultimate top Logia devil fruit that is so destructive. Without any exaggeration, inside Logia devil fruit, there are few devil fruits that can compete with lava fruit, frozen fruit, and sparkling fruit. before they became Marine Admiral. Occasionally, there will be cases of teaming up to fight pirates. But since their promotion to Marine Admiral, it never happened again. After all, Marine Admiral already represents the top strength of New World. Who can withstand the terrifying power that Admiral teamed up with? The most important is, when the three abilities of Lava Fruit, Frozen Fruit, and Sparkling Fruit are combined. But there will be superposition of destructive power. And Ash, the Black-Winged Demon. It's an honor to be the target for the three of them to join forces against the enemy in this way again after many years. Sengoku, Garp, Zephyr, Crane, Jun, Doberman, and others besieged Ash with all their might. Make Ash unable to leave the encirclement they set. Next second, Aokiji stepped on moonwalk and appeared directly behind Ash. Raise the white smoke. The right arm wrapped in ice. A palm slapped on Ash's back. There is such a good opportunity. Aokiji didn't dare to hesitate at all. Frozen Fruit's most powerful killing move was released on the spot. Ice Age. With a cry from Aokiji, the solid ice spread rapidly from his right hand to all parts of Ash's body. This is an Ice Age that is enough to freeze the entire sea area. Act on Ash alone. Kaka. Accompanied by the clicking sound, Ash in the encirclement was instantly frozen into the extremely hard ice layer. Seeing Aokiji succeed in one hit, surprised expressions appeared on the faces of all the marine executives around. With a wave of Sengoku's big golden hand, shouted loudly, "Everyone back off!" The voice fell. Garp, Zephyr, Tsuru, Jun, and even Aokiji himself run away quickly. Next second, Akainu below, and Kizaru above, released their strongest ultimate move at the same time. Meteor Volcano. The dog gnaws the red lotus. Akainu first aimed at the air. Under the Ice Age of Aokiji, Ash, who turned into an ice sculpture, kept swinging his fists. The fist-shaped magma kept rushing towards Ash's position. After that, the arms were turned into magma. Under the control of Akainu, the magma-ized arm directly transformed into the shape of a dog's head. He roared at the ice sculpture Ash in the air, and rushed madly at an extremely fast speed. Roar! While Akainu was on the offensive, Kizaru in the sky is also not far behind. Kizaru folded his arms across his chest. A yellow light that seems to be able to blind the eyes began to appear on the palms. Next second, countless light bullets aimed at Ash's position and galloped away. 8-foot Kyanguyu. Aokiji, who receded after releasing the Ice Age, did not choose to stand idly by. Instead, the Frozen Fruit ability in the body was released immediately. Let a huge block of ice appear in front of him. Under the control of Aokiji, the solid ice gradually took the shape of a giant bird. The giant bird croaked at Ash in the ice sculpture, and then flapped its ice wings and swooped towards Ash. Z. Ice Cube Storm Pheasant's Mouth. At the same time, it's not just Marine 3 Admiral who are launching a crazy offensive against Ash. Sengoku, Garp, Zephyr, Crane, Jun, and Doberman et al. Although they do not have the super destructive Logia Devil Fruit ability possessed by Marine 3 Admiral, but still waving their fists, or wielding their sabers. Let the shockwave and the slash hit Ash as well. Boom! For a while, the sea is caught in a colorful scene. But whoever sees this war, they will all be frightened by the attacks released by these marine executives. And Jiaji, who just emerged from the sea with Stolo Berry in one hand. After seeing this scene, he couldn't help opening his mouth wide in an instant, and murmured, This is too crazy. As Admiral's alternate, Naval Headquarters Elite Vice Admiral. What scene did you not see? But now seeing this scene, he really wanted to say. He had never seen this scene before. Stolo Berry on the side looked at Ash in the ice sculpture without blinking, and said in a low tone. Facing the monster Ash, this is only right. Unlike Jiaji, who did not formally fight Ash, Stolo Berry has confronted Ash head-on. Although he just received Ash's knife, and the two swords that had been with him for many years were cut off directly, and even his fists became bloody. Stolo Berry knew very well. If it weren't for the broken double swords to help him share some strength, I'm afraid I can't keep my fists anymore. He lowered his head and saw that blood was still gushing out. You can even faintly see the fists of the bones. Stolo Berry's heart grew heavy. Seeing his reaction, Jiaji immediately grinned comfortingly. Don't worry, Stolo Berry, your injury, after returning to naval headquarters, the doctor will treat you soon. And your 2 knives, Marshal Sengoku will give you 2 better knives. As for Ash, the black-winged demon, facing the siege of so many of our marine executives, no matter how strong he will definitely not be able to survive. Looking at Cake's confident face, Stolo Berry rolled his eyes and said mercilessly, "Give it up. You guys never attacked Ash at all." The smile on Jiaji's face froze after being punctured. Then he waved his hand nonchalantly and retorted, "So what's the matter? Don't forget. You and Sakazuki were both fished out of the sea by myself. Hear this." Stolo Berry pouted and didn't answer. Watch intently the attacks that are about to land on Ash in the ice sculpture. Just when Kaji wanted to say something, the violent explosion suddenly resounded through the sky. Boom! There were roaring sounds, and the sky was dyed in various colors amidst the terrifying explosions. Looking at the place covered by fire, ice, and light. Unlike the relaxed faces of Akainu, Aokiji, Kizaru, and Jun, Sengoku, Garp, Zephyr, and Tsuru, these 4 seniors who have experienced the era of the Rocks brothers. At this moment, there is no intention of relaxing at all. If Ash can be dealt with so easily, then he is not the black-winged demon who can force Marine, World Government, Roger Pirates, and even Rocks Pirates to join forces and kill him. After the explosion and the horror aftermath gradually subsided, the slender figure slowly emerged. The Marine executives present can clearly see that there have been injuries of varying severity in various parts of Ash's body. This made everyone excited. Since this attack is effective, then come a few more times. I don't believe that Ash can go on forever. However, the next second, the pupils of everyone present suddenly dilated, and a scene filled with fear appeared. Ash's long black hair flutters in the wind. The injuries on his body recovered rapidly at an exaggerated speed visible to the naked eye. Just a few breaths. It was no longer possible to see the slightest trace of injury from his body. Ash looked around blankly. After focusing on Aokiji, who turned him into an ice sculpture with a sneak attack, the black wings behind him flapped suddenly. The body instantly disappeared in place. Next second, the bluish-white knife light suddenly appeared. Zanpakuto in Ash's hand. Aim at Aokiji's neck and slash down. Laugh. Chapter 30. Damn. What is the situation? After seeing Ash heal so quickly from injuries sustained on his body, Jiaji below and Stolo Berry widened their eyes at the same time. His eyes are full of doubts about life. This pervert-like resilience. What the hell? Stolo Berry seems to have suddenly remembered something. With a thud, he swallowed his saliva. Muttered to himself. I remember, Marshal Sengoku said it before. Those guys from the world government have been studying the secrets of Ash all these years. I want to build an unrivaled army with Ash's terrifying recovery ability. I couldn't understand why they did this before, but now I see this scene, I finally understand. The Stolo Berry folks are going nuts. The killer moves released by so many Marine executives together. It doesn't matter if you don't kill Ash directly. In the blink of an eye, he has completely recovered from the injuries he suffered. How can you beat this horse? Forget it. Just when Stolo Berry and Jiaji felt that there was no hope of getting rid of Ash, suddenly seeing this black-winged monster attacking Aokiji at high speed. Damn it! Stolo Berry and Jiaji cursed at the same time. Step on the moonwalk and rush to the battlefield for help. Facing the knife that Ash slashed at his neck, Aokiji's heart started beating wildly. Just like Akainu before. After seeing what kind of terrifying power Ash, the black-winged demon, possessed, Aokiji didn't dare to bet that his elementalization would be interrupted by Ash. With a thought, the frozen fruit ability activates. An ice blade exuding icy cold air appeared directly in his hand. Boom! Zanpakuto chops together with the ice blade. Aokiji could clearly hear the crisp sound of click, click coming from the ice blade in his hand. It is clear. In front of the Zanpakuto in Ash's hand. The ice blade he condensed with the frozen fruit ability can only be crushed. Aokiji gritted his teeth secretly. The ability of frozen fruit spread along the ice blade to Zanpakuto. Seeing Aokiji who wanted to turn himself into an ice sculpture again in this way. Ash twitched the corner of his mouth slightly. The Zanpakuto in his hand instantly burst out with even more terrifying power. Boom! A roar sounded again. Aokiji's ice blade snapped right out of it. Under the shards of ice crystals all over the sky. Zanpakuto continued to chop Aokiji's neck persistently. Aokiji's pupils contracted slightly. Without hesitation, he wrapped his fists with armament haki, and added a thick layer of armor to his fists with the ability of frozen fruit. He raised his fist and smashed Zanpakuto in front of him. Boom! The explosion sounded. The solid ice armor on Aokiji exploded instantly. Ice crystals scattered all over the sky. Anyone who looks at this picture should praise it for its beauty. Only for Aokiji, who is the person involved. That would be a completely different experience. Aokiji's face, which was always extremely indifferent, became extremely ferocious at this moment. He can clearly feel. The terrifying power contained in Ash's Zanpakuto is raging crazily on his fist. Next second. Out of the corner of Aokiji's eye, he saw Ash's other hand move suddenly. Ash's action made the Marine Admiral's heart ring loudly. Aokiji didn't dare to have the slightest hesitation. Throwing his fist at Ash. Boom! Aokiji felt as if his fist had landed on a steel plate. Instead of doing any damage to Ash. On the contrary, his own fists were numb from the shock. At the same time, Ash's sharp left hand aimed at Aokiji's chest and stabbed fiercely. Relying on the fighting instinct that Aokiji has cultivated over the years. Turned sideways at the last moment. Let Ash's claws land on the edge of his body. Pfft! The sound of sharp claws cutting through flesh and blood resounded. After Aokiji realized that his body had been traumatized. Gritting his teeth immediately, he completely exploded the power of the frozen fruit in his body. Ice Age. With Aokiji unreserved. A layer of cold solid ice appeared on Ash in front of him again. Seeing this, Aokiji not only did not continue to attack the opponent. Instead, he retreated quickly. But before he ran far, Ash's body shook suddenly, and the ice layer instantly turned into ice crystals and splashed everywhere. Next second, Ash waved Zanpakuto. The slashes containing terrifying power rushed towards the direction where Aokiji was fleeing. Ugh! This time, the evasive Aokiji gets a direct hit. The whole body was instantly cut off by this slash. Only, at the last minute, Aokiji still used elementalization. The falling two halves of the body gradually turned into solid ice and condensed under his control. Who? Looking at Ash opposite, Aokiji's eyes flickered with fear. When facing this black-winged demon just now, Aokiji really tasted the fear of death from the bottom of his heart. The strength of the monster Ash. It was already so strong that a casual blow could cause severe injuries, even to the point of death on the spot. Aokiji's escape made all the Marine executives present deeply relieved. If Aokiji, the Marine Admiral, died at the hands of Ash first. In this battle, I'm afraid Marine will really lose in the hands of this black-winged demon. While Ash wanted to continue chasing Aokiji, Garp stomped on Moonwalk with his legs, directly in front of him. Ash! Keep fighting with me! While shouting, Garp raised his fists wrapped around armament haki, aimed at Ash's head and punched it. Ash waved Zanpakuto blankly. One knife down. Under Ash's terrifying power, Garp's face instantly became extremely hideous. But, at this time, Marine is still a lot of people after all. Just Garp holding Ash for a few breaths. Sengoku, Zephyr, Akainu, Kizaru, Tsuru, Jun, and Cake also came again. The Marine executives who surrounded Ash once again firmly believed that, as long as it keeps going like this, in the end, Ash must be the first to fail. Sengoku looked at Ash in front of him and said in a deep voice. Ash! Give it up! Just like the Battle of the Valley of the Gods back then, you will not be able to stand up against such a huge lineup as our Marine. This time in order to deal with the awakened Ash. As long as the top forces in naval headquarters are all out. If you really say it. In fact, it is not inferior to the lineup when they killed Ash in the Valley of the Gods. The 3 current Marine Admirals. Also Sengoku, Garp, Zephyr. Except for Zephyr, the former Marine Admiral with a broken arm, who is slightly inferior. The strength of Sengoku and Garp may even faintly surpass Akainu and the others. Plus Crane, Jun, Cake, and Doberman and other elite Vice Admiral. Such a terrifying lineup. Even if you look at the whole world, only Ash can contend against it with his own strength. However, at this moment, a smile suddenly appeared on Ash's face. To the horror of Sengoku's heart. I even wondered if I wanted to miss something. While Sengoku's thoughts were racing, Ash's voice without the slightest emotion suddenly sounded. Sengoku, have you forgotten how I dealt with your siege when I was in the Valley of the Gods? The voice fell. With the help of the power contained in the fists that Garp and Zephyr swung at the same time, Ash started to spin, and his figure disappeared instantly. Next second, a shadow suddenly appeared over Stoloberry's head. The bluish-white knife light suddenly appeared. Zanpakuto slashed across his neck. Pfft! Hot blood spurted from the neck. Stoloberry, the head of the Marine Vice Admiral, rolled wantonly in the air. Chapter 31. Stoloberry. Watching Stoloberry's head keep rolling in the air. And his headless body is falling powerlessly towards the sea. All the high-level Marines present were staring at each other. A terrifying aura erupted from these Marine executives in an instant. Sengoku, Garp, and Zephyr were almost at the same time. With a roar, he rushed towards Ash's position like crazy. What is most unacceptable to Sengoku ETAL is that Ash Guy grabbed Stoloberry's head. At this time, he even looked at them with great interest. After seeing the actions of the 3 of them, Ash threw Stoloberry's head at the 3 of them without hesitation. However, just when the fists of the 3 were about to land on Stoloberry's head at the same time, but abruptly stopped the movement. Sengoku hugged Stoloberry's head with trembling hands. His chest heaved rapidly, and his eyes were already red with anger. Ash! You're such a bloody BD! Ash looked at this scene with regret on his face, and said with some pity. Sengoku! Why don't you know how to learn from Roger? Smash the heads of your subordinates with your own hands. The scene in the Valley of the Gods. Ash is still fresh in my memory. Not only Ash remembers. After Garp heard his words, he was furious. Of course they can guess what this guy Ash is thinking. Ash, the BD who always likes to act recklessly. Not trying to give them Stoloberry's head back at all. Instead, I want them, the Marine executives, to smash Stoloberry's head with their own hands, and use this method to make them lose their minds. Those guys who participated in the Valley of the Gods War. But very clearly, when Roger cut off Jabba's head with his own hands, what kind of state did he fall into? Even if more than 10 years have passed, the shadow in Roger's heart is still lingering. Can only say, Ash's personality and behavior style. It's too bad. Ash! You'll pay for it. With a roar, Garp and Zephyr rushed towards Ash at the same time. And Sengoku, the Marine Marshal, while holding Stoloberry's head. While stepping on Moonwalk, he also grabbed Stoloberry's body. Put it on the warship. Along with Magellan's body. While Sengoku was angry. But he didn't completely lose his mind because of this. On the contrary, the Sengoku, who was known as the resourceful general before he became the Marine Marshal, is well aware of the situation they are now facing. For Ash, whether it was the era of the Rocks brothers 36 years ago, it was just the war with them, the top Marines. After all, it's just a game. What Ash has to do? Just enjoying the thrill of this game for him. Just like before the Valley of the Gods War broke out. Ash, this guy doesn't know how many beautiful women. After all, with Ash's handsome and impeccable appearance, and his temperament that makes people want to fall into it involuntarily. You only need to hook your fingers, and countless women will post it on their own initiative. It is different from Rocks, who only want to pursue power and want to replace the world government and become the new king of the world. What Ash, the black-winged demon, wants to do is to enjoy all kinds of wonderful life as he wants while possessing great power. But now Sengoku can't guarantee. After falling into a deep sleep for 36 years, will Ash change his mind? While Sengoku's mind was racing, I saw that Ash did not choose to entangle with Garp and Zephyr anymore. Instead, he smiled at them. The black wings on the back flutter suddenly. The body disappeared instantly. See this situation? Sengoku's pupils contracted slightly. Dang even screamed at Marine 3 Admiral Sakazuki. Kyuzan. Polisalino. Be careful to protect others. What happened to Stolo Berry must never happen again. After roaring, Sengoku looks like he's gone crazy. With the fastest speed, he rushed towards the positions of He, Jing Yuan, Jiaji, and Doberman and others. And Garp and Zephyr also guessed Ash's plan. With so many people joining forces, it is already difficult to deal with Ash. If you continue to let this black-winged demon break down one by one. If the Marine Vice Admirals are slaughtered, then wait for the fate of these people. There is only one dead end. After hearing Sengoku's reminder, Akainu, Aokiji, and Kizaru, the Marine 3 Admiral, was startled. They dare not hesitate. Directly rushed to the location where Crane, Yuan, and others were located at the fastest speed. Wanting to protect them from Ash getting the chance to kill them straight away. Kizaru's body even flashed a bright yellow light. Directly elementalize and fly at the speed of light. Next second, the bluish-white knife light appeared again. The Zanpakuto in Ash's hand is directed at Staff Crane. At the last moment when Zanpakuto was about to fall on Crane's neck, Kizaru, who appeared in front of her, raised the Amakongan sword in his hand and slashed at Ash in front of him. Laugh. Boom. Zanpakuto and Amazono Yunjian collided with each other, and a violent roar resounded through the sky. The terrifying fluctuations are centered on the positions of the two, sweeping towards convenience in all directions. The calm and indifferent look on Ash's face was in sharp contrast to the hideous look on Kizaru's face. At the same time, Akainu and Aokiji, who came in a hurry aimed at Ash's position, directly released their respective devil fruit abilities. A trident made of solid ice, and fist-shaped magma. Aim for Ash's head. However, the next second, response motion, Ash suddenly disappeared. The attack of Akainu and Aokiji has become the offensive that Kizaru has to face. Seeing that the trident and magma were about to fall on him, Kizaru almost cursed immediately. But after thinking of the staff officer Crane behind him, Kizaru had no choice but to lift the Amazono sword to resist the trident and magma. Akainu and Aokiji's attack not only failed to stop Ash, instead, it was liberated. While Kizaru fends off the attacks they unleash, Ash, who appeared above Gake's head. Raise your hands, Zanpakuto. Aim at the Admiral candidate below and slash down fiercely. Laugh. There was a crackling sound. A look of horror appeared on Jiaji's wretched face. After discovering that he could no longer escape, I can only bite the bullet and resist the attack of this black-winged demon with all my strength. For a while, the situation is completely reversed. It turned out that the Marine executives were besieging Ash. Now it's like being teased by Ash walking his dog. Accidentally. These elite vice admirals of naval headquarters are in danger of dying under the knife of Ash. What made Sengoku even angrier? The buggy phone in his pocket keeps ringing, always distracting him involuntarily. After weighing, Sengoku gritted his teeth, took out the phone bug and took a look. After discovering that it was the 5 elders calling, immediately furious, he connected it without hesitation, pointed at the phone bug, and immediately burst into anger. You 5 elders bastards! Why haven't you made it to Impel Down yet? If it weren't for you guys who insisted on studying the secrets of Ash, how could you have to face this monster again? If you bloody bastards don't come over soon, then your world government is waiting to be destroyed by Ash's hands. Chapter 32. Calm Belt, a galloping ship. On the deck of the ship, five elders wearing priest robes, wearing glasses, and holding the first generation geisha in his hand. Standing next to another five elders in a dark green suit, mustache, and a birthmark on his forehead. However, the five elders at this time, looking at the phone bug in front of him, anger rushed to his face in an instant. Grumpy knife-wielding five elders immediately roared at the phone bug. Sengoku! Do you know who you're talking to? A mere marine marshal, who gave you the courage to speak to us five elders with this attitude. In the eyes of the five elders who represent the highest power of the world government, Marine is just a loyal dog raised by them in order to maintain the rule of the world government. Even if Sengoku is the marine marshal, I am not qualified to talk to them with this attitude. However, what surprised five elders with the knife is that, after hearing his words, Sengoku was even angrier than him. Shut up! You are riding a horse. If it weren't for you idiots, how could this guy Ash wake up after 36 years of death? What a terrible price Marine paid to kill Ash, have you idiots already forgotten? Zhou. Holding the knife, five elders and the birthmark five elders looked at each other. They could see the suspicious look in each other's eyes. Sengoku, this guy. Maybe he was driven crazy by Ash? After warning the other party, how dare Sengoku speak to them with this attitude? Even calling them five elders idiots? But, for whatever reason, the majesty of the five elders absolutely does not allow anyone to provoke them. Just when the five elders were about to warn Sengoku, Sengoku's roar filled with boundless anger sounded again. Five elders! I tell you! If you're still procrastinating on the road, wait until we die at the hands of Ash. How did this black-winged demon destroy your world government with his own hands? Boom! There was a loud bang in the phone bug. The two sides disconnected instantly. Five elders knew that the phone bug in Sengoku's hand might have been crushed by him. Knife five elders and birthmark five elders look at each other. Dang even said angrily with a gloomy face. Sengoku, these guys are getting more and more presumptuous. Have they almost forgotten what Marine's real duty is? Birthmark five elders shook his head slightly when he heard the words, and frowned. It should be that Ash is too strong, making Sengoku and the others a little bit overwhelmed. After all, when we were in the Valley of the Gods 36 years ago, the lineup that besieged Ash was no worse than the Marines this time. In the end, Ash killed countless Marines. In fact, they could vaguely hear from the phone bug just now. How fierce is the battle there at Sengoku? Thus, Sengoku's attitude just now is also understandable. If nothing else, I'm afraid some Marine executives have died under Ash's knife, right? Five elders, holding a knife, sneered when he heard this, and said disdainfully. That's because Marine is too useless. With our five elders taking action this time, isn't it easy to deal with an Ash? Birthmark five elders did not contradict his words. Instead, he nodded in agreement. After Sengoku learned that Ash had awakened, in addition to summoning all the Marine executives from Marineford at the first time, the five elders were also notified. Let the five elders personally participate in the siege of Ash anyway. After deliberation with the five elders, it was decided. Send them both down Impel Down to assist Marine. Since becoming the five elders representing the highest power of the world government, they never did it themselves again. But this does not mean that their strength has declined. According to five elders, it's just an Ash, and it's no big deal if the five elders do it themselves. Though I thought so. But the five elders still gave the order unconsciously. Let the CP members on the ship move forward at full speed with the big ship in a posture. After all, if Sengoku, Garp, Zephyr, Akainu, Aokiji, and Kizaru all die at the hands of Ash, that's not good news for their world government. However, after they reached the location where Impel Down was, the scene that caught my eye, it still made the five elders' eyes widen. This is Ash too strong, or Marine too useless? Holding the knife, five elders couldn't hold back after all, and asked a question. Birthmark five elders also had a complex expression, shaking his head and saying, I think we may have underestimated Ash's strength. 5 elders can clearly see. On that warship, impressively lay the bodies of 3 marines. They are the Warden of Impel Down, and Magellan, who is not much weaker than Admiral. There are also Naval Headquarters Elite Vice Admiral, Stolo Berry, and Hwashaishin. And the former Marine Admiral, now Marine Instructors Zephyr, that mechanical arm has also been cut off by Ash, and may have fallen into the sea. There was a terrible scar on his chest. At this time, hot blood was still pouring out. Garp, the hero of Marine. The Marine uniform on the upper body is nowhere to be found. There are also scars all over the body that make people feel frightened. Akainu, Aokiji, Kizaru, these 3 Marine Admiral also have minor or serious injuries. There is also bloodline at the corner of the mouth. As for Marine Marshal Sengoku, he may be in the best condition, but he has also fallen into a precarious situation. But what about Ash? With black wings fluttering behind his back, Zanpakuto waving constantly in his hands. Every time the knife is drawn, no matter who is in front of him, they will all be cut down directly by him. And most importantly, on the body of this black-winged demon, they couldn't see the slightest trace of injury at all. The 2 5 elders looked at each other. They could see the deep surprise in each other's eyes. Birthmark 5 elders shook his head and said regretfully, "It's a pity that the secrets of Ash have not been researched for 36 years. Knife-wielding 5 elders agrees with his statement. They know very well. This war between Marine executives and Ash. Definitely not without doing any damage to Ash. The reason why there are no injuries on Ash's body is because it's just because the recovery ability he possesses is too terrifying. If the reason can be researched so that the world government has such an army, then no force will be able to threaten the rule of the world government." With this in mind, holding the knife, 5 elders pulled out the first-generation ghost, grinning. "Since this is the case, then let the Valley of the Gods War be staged again, and bring Ash back to continue researching." The 2 5 elders looked at each other. At the same time galloped towards the position where Ash, Sengoku, and others are on the battlefield. But before they arrived, the Zanpakuto in Ash's hand has reached Cake's neck. Under the eye-opening eyes of Sengoku, Garp, Zephyr, Akainu, and others, there was the sound of a knife cutting through flesh and blood. Laugh. 1 knife down. The head of this admiral candidate flew out. Marine, lost another top player. Chapter 33. I, hold the grass. Looking at Jiaji's head that was constantly tumbling in mid-air, 5 elders was stunned for a moment. Even if this situation has long been expected. But when things happen to them, they are still a little hard to accept. Plus, this guy is Admiral's candidate. Even the name of Admiral has been determined, that is T. Dolphin. But what's going on now? In front of Sengoku, Garp, Zephyr, Akainu, Aokiji, Kizaru, so many people. Jiaji just died under Ash's knife? This black-winged demon. Is it a little too cruel? While the thought flashed through the minds of the 5 elders, Sengoku's roar filled with boundless anger suddenly rang in their ears. Ash! UBD! Sengoku is going crazy. Marine spent so many years. Finally waited until the younger generation of the new generation grew up. It turned out that because of Ash, there were so many casualties among the top Marines. This situation is simply unacceptable to Sengoku. The angry Sengoku launched a mad attack on Ash regardless. The huge palm shining with dazzling golden light kept slamming down on Ash's head. At the same time, Garp, Zephyr, Akainu, Aokiji, and Kizaru etal. Also do your best to try to kill Ash. Avenge Magellan, Stolo Berry, Gage, and others who died at his hands. Regrettably, Ash was deliberately using this method to provoke them. It's best to let these Marine executives completely lose their minds. Then this battle will be much easier. Watching Ash block the attack of Sengoku and others in an understatement. They will even look for opportunities to slash the other side unexpectedly. Knife 5 elders and birthmark 5 elders look at each other. There is no more hesitation in my heart. Join the war directly. Boom. Holding a knife, 5 elders raised the first generation Onitsu in his hand, blocking Ash's knife slashing at Akainu. Then he mocked Akainu without even looking at him with a cold face. Sengoku. You Marines are really not as good as the next generation. I was able to defeat Ash back then. If we hadn't come here now, I'm afraid you guys would all die in his hands. Hear this. The faces of all the Marine executives present suddenly became extremely gloomy. Sengoku responded directly without hesitation. If it wasn't for you 5 elders idiots. Do we Marine need to face the monster Ash again? The voice fell. The scene suddenly fell into an extremely strange atmosphere of silence. Whether it's the Marine executives, or these 5 elders. Even Ash. At this moment, he couldn't help watching Sengoku raise his eyebrows. Sengoku, is he going to tear himself apart from the 5 elders? If so, that would be great. In Ash's eyes. 5 elders these guys hate value. Even higher than Marines like Sengoku who personally participated in the Valley of the Gods War. After all. For 36 years. Although Ash has been in a dormant state of sleep. But 5 elders these damn guys. But he has been arranging world government researchers to try to find out the secrets in his body. If it wasn't for the continuous injection of that special drug into his body by the world government. It didn't take so long for Ash to wake up. What even Ash didn't expect was that. Before he hit the holy land of Marie Joyce. These 5 elders sent them to their door to seek death. As we all know. Ash has never been good at saying no. Seeing that the 5 elders on the opposite side were stunned for a moment because of Sengoku's words. Ash seized this opportunity precisely. Raise your hands Zanpakuto. Aim at the head of 5 elders with the knife and chop it down. Laugh. The sound of the blade tearing the air came. The heart of 5 elders with the knife trembled. Immediately, he waved his knife to resist without hesitation. Clang. There was a crisp sound of iron striking. Ash's terrifying power made the body of 5 elders who was holding the knife suddenly fall down. Feeling the huge power from above the first generation Geisha. Holding the knife, the expression of 5 elders couldn't help but change. This moment. He finally understood something. Why did Sengoku, who has always been very calm, react so violently when he learned that Ash had awakened? When leading so many high-level Marines to join forces to besiege Ash. Instead, Ash killed so many people. But he did feel the strength of Ash. But the 5 elders, who had never faced Ash directly, warned Sengoku with a sullen face. Sengoku. Watch out for your identity. Even if you are the Marine Marshal, you must not speak to us 5 elders with this attitude. Sengoku suppressed the anger in his heart and didn't slap the guy on the head. After taking a deep breath. Glancing at the 5 elders with knives who were completely suppressed by Ash just after the battle. Then he turned his head to look at the birthmark 5 elders and said coldly. We Marines need to take it easy, they're hurt too badly. Birthmark 5 elders glanced at this. Including Akainu, Aokiji, and Kizaru, the current Marine 3 Admiral. All Marine executives suffered very serious injuries. Indeed, as Sengoku said before. If they come a little later. You can directly collect the corpses for Sengoku and others. Birthmark 5 elders pondered for a moment, then nodded. Put the seriously injured people on the warship first, you and Garp stay, and join forces with the 2 of us to deal with Ash. Sengoku heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this. Then he waved his hand without hesitation. Sakazuki. Kuzan. Polisalino. You take Zephyr, Crane, and Jun to the warship first. Seeing that the 3 of them wanted to refuse. Sengoku stared directly, full of majesty. Executing an order. The 3 of Akainu reluctantly took Zephyr who was seriously injured, Staff Officer Crane and others to the location of the warship. Birthmark 5 elders did not continue to talk nonsense with Sengoku. With a sudden step on the foot. He galloped towards where Ash and 5 elders with the knife were. See this situation. Sengoku grabbed Garp who wanted to join the battle. Whispered in Garp's ear. Garp, listen to my orders later, if I tell you to retreat, you must retreat immediately. Retreat? Garp opened his mouth, a look of disbelief on his face. Sengoku, do you know what you're talking about? Sengoku glared at Garp and growled. Shut up, Garp. Are you going to just watch our marine be destroyed by Ash's hands? Laozi warned again and again, let the 5 elders go all out, and they ended up with just these 2 people. Do you think, with the 2 of them, they can deal with the monster Ash? Without waiting for Garp to respond. So he went directly to join forces with the 5 elders to deal with Ash. After Garp came back to his senses and joined them, the 4 of them still fell into an absolute disadvantage. Even with the addition of these 2 5 elders. But in front of Ash, the black-winged demon, it was useless at all. Even with the passage of time, the battle became more and more intense, and the hearts of the 2 5 elders couldn't help but feel a little dignified. Just when the birthmark 5 elders wanted to ask the marine executives to come back. Out of the corner of Sengoku's eye, he saw that Akainu, Aokiji, and others had returned to the warship. Immediately yelled at Garp. Garp! Garp was shocked when he heard the words, turned his head and started to run wildly without hesitation. And as Marine Marshal Sengoku, while running at full speed towards the position of the warship. At the same time, he yelled anxiously at the confused marine executives on the deck. Start the boat! Leave this sea area at full speed! Chapter 34. Sengoku's words echoed throughout the sea. Whether it is the marine executives on the warship and the sailors they brought. Still a CP member on the big ship of the world government. With Knife 5 elders and Birthmark 5 elders. All fell into a state of bewilderment. For a while, I didn't understand it at all. What the hell is Sengoku the Marine Admiral doing? Seeing that Sengoku and Garp have landed on the warship. And after being yelled at by Sengoku, the sailors brought by them did not hesitate anymore. Immediately launch the warship and move forward at full speed towards the distance. Even in order to enable the warship to start faster. After Sengoku and Garp exchanged glances, the 2 stepped on the moonwalk at the same time and came to the rear of the warship. With both palms attached to the warship, he pushed the warship and drove away crazily. Hold the grass! One of the 5 elders holding the knife didn't hold back, and cursed directly. Sengoku! Garp! What are you bastards trying to do? The Birthmark 5 elders was also furious, and immediately cursed in the direction the warship was heading. After successfully pushing the warship to its fastest speed. Returning to Sengoku on deck. He turned around and cursed at the 2 5 elders with a gloomy expression. Since you think Ash can be dealt with so easily, the task of dealing with him will be left to you 2. We trash, let's go back to Marineford first. The voice fell. Knife 5 elders and Birthmark 5 elders look at each other. They could clearly see the intense anger in each other's eyes. Sengoku, this guy. Is it decided to lead Marine to betray the world government? Just when the 2 5 elders were about to say something, the sound of a blade tearing through the air suddenly rang in his ears. Knife 5 elders terrified. Immediately, he waved the first generation ghost in his hand and slashed to his side. Clang! 2 knives collide. Ash's incomparably terrifying power instantly made the face of 5 elders who was holding the knife extremely hideous. Just hold on for a few breaths. The whole body was directly blasted out. See this situation. Birthmark 5 elders didn't care about continuing to attack Sengoku, Garp, and others. Turn your head to help 5 elders with the knife resist Ash's offensive. This moment, they finally understood a little bit. Before they arrive at Impel Down with CP members. When Sengoku and Garp's marine executives faced the black-winged demon. How desperate is my heart! Sengoku! You Marines dare to betray the world government, and the world government will make you pay. Accidentally slashed in the arm by Ash. Bleeding Birthmark 5 elders, while terrified. Can't help looking up to the sky and screaming. Fortunately, he reacted at the last moment. Use armament haki to wrap your arms. Otherwise. As for Ash's knife. Not only was his arm bleeding, but it was about to be cut off directly. Watching Ash beat the 2 5 elders one-sidedly. Sengoku felt an indescribable joy in his heart. 5 elders, these guys. They have always regarded their marine as lackeys. Overtly and secretly mocking marine. Even he, the marine marshal, can't escape this kind of treatment at all. What now? In front of Ash, the black-winged demon. These two idiots, the 5 elders, aren't they as messed up as they are? Even if you are not careful, you will face the danger of being killed by Ash's knife? While Sengoku's mind was spinning rapidly, Staff Officer Crane on the side stepped forward with a worried expression on his face. Looked at Sengoku and asked, "Sengoku, is this really okay? We let the 5 elders do nothing. If they go back alive, the fate we Marine will face will not be good. The reason why the world government will create Marine. Just to let Marine maintain their rule. But now that Marine has betrayed them, then the world government cannot allow Marine to continue to exist anyway." Of course Sengoku is very clear about this. After hearing the words of the crane, Sengoku shook his head with a heavy expression, and said in a low tone, "Of course I know. But what can we Marine do?" Sengoku looked around, looked at the Marine executives who had suffered injuries of varying severity, and said helplessly, "You saw it just now. Even with these 5 elders on board, we're no match for Ash. Even if Ash is injured, he can recover in the blink of an eye. We are different. If you are not careful, you will die in Ash's hands. The most important thing is, in front of Ash, the black-winged demon, even if we want to retreat, we can't match his speed at all. If this so-called war continues, we Marine executives will all die in the hands of Ash. At that point, do you think Marine can continue to exist?" The voice fell. All the high-level Marines on the warship fell silent. It is clear to all. Everything Sengoku said is true. Seeing the reaction of the people, Sengoku was not surprised, but continued after taking a deep breath. "So, we can only gamble. Bet Ash will kill everyone in these world governments present. After all, Ash may hate the 5 elders even more than we Marine. You know, it is the world government and the 5 elders who put Ash into a deep sleep and studied the secrets of his body for 36 years. Speaking of which," Sengoku seemed to have suddenly remembered something. He turned his head and looked at Akainu, Aokiji, and Kizaru, who were a little sluggish. "Sakazuki, Kyuzan, Polisalino. The 3 of you, use your strongest killing moves to kill all the CP members on that ship. No matter what, the news of our abandonment of the 5 elders must not be allowed to reach the world government. Hear this." Akainu, Aokiji, and Kizaru looked at each other. Without any hesitation at all, Dang Li stepped on his feet suddenly, and the 3 of them rose into the air at the same time. "Ice Age!" Aokiji shouted. The cold ice spread rapidly towards the position of the ship, freezing the sea around the ship in the blink of an eye, eliminating the possibility of them jumping into the sea to escape. Next second, Akainu and Kizaru shouted at the same time. "Meteor volcano! 8-foot Kyanguyu!" Watching the meteor volcano falling like a burning meteorite towards their position. There are also countless light bullets that are attacking them at high speed. The CP members on the ship were all terrified. However, after the nearby sea was completely frozen by Aokiji's ice age, they have absolutely no means of escape. I can only watch myself being buried under the cooperation of these 3 Marine admirals. There was a loud roar in my ears. The 5 elders turned their heads involuntarily and looked over. After discovering that Marine 3 Admiral wiped out all the CP members on board, the 2 of them almost spurted out a mouthful of old blood. Damn! Damn! I've already said that these guys in Marine have a different heart. How dare they do this? I must kill all Marine executives with my own hands. With a knife, 5 elders roared with flushed anger. Birthmark 5 elders' complexion is also extremely ugly. They really didn't expect that fellow Sengoku, he can do such a great job. Next second, the dark green light shines. It pierced directly through the shoulder of the Birthmark 5 elders. Ash shook his head regretfully upon seeing this. It was originally locked on this guy's heart. But at the last moment, he still reacted. But there is no difference. From the moment these 2 guys came to this sea area, their fate is already doomed. OM. The black wings behind Ash stretched suddenly. The shadow brought by the black-winged demon completely cover these two five elders who represent the highest power of the world government. Chapter 35. To tell the truth, not even Ash expected it. Sengoku, the Marine Marshal, would actually make such a coquettish operation. To know that no matter in anyone's opinion, Marine is a loyal dog, absolutely loyal to the world government. No matter what order the world government gives to Marine, Marine must execute unconditionally. But now let the Marine executives be wiped out on the spot, and let Marine still have a chance to exist. After these two options are put together, Sengoku chose the latter without hesitation. As for the five elders with the knife and the five elders with the birthmark, sorry, it's not cooked. And Sengoku's previous guess was indeed correct. In Ash's mind, the hatred value of world government and five elders, it is indeed higher than Marine. The accumulated anger of these 36 years. It's time to let off steam. Ash raised his right hand, pointed his index finger at the opponent and hit Zero's birthmark. Five elders. Ryutsu inside the body is mobilized by Ash and converges on the index finger. Looking at that familiar color, birthmark five elders' face suddenly changed. Immediately wrapping his fists with armament haki, he said solemnly to five elders who was holding a knife beside him. Pay attention to protect me. Together, the two of us, if we can't defeat Ash, we can definitely make it back to Marie Joy's alive. At that time, I will definitely settle with Marine. Birthmark five elders paused, then gritted his teeth and said. Those guys from Sengoku, since they have betrayed us, there is no need for them to live. Five elders with a knife fully agrees with his statement. He agreed without hesitation. When we get back, I'm going to cut off Sengoku's head with my own hands. The current high-level Marines must all be replaced. Birthmark five elders glanced at him and nodded without answering. Next second, the dark green Zero appeared directly in front of them. Laugh. Watching this Zero target the already injured birthmark five elders, Knife five elders did not hesitate. Immediately raised the first generation Kitoru in his hand, aimed at this Zero and slashed down fiercely. Boom! There was a loud bang. Zero was directly blocked by him. However, the next second, dark shadows once again hung over their heads. That bluish-white saber light suddenly appeared in the eyes of the two five elders. See this situation. The hearts of the two five elders trembled. Immediately, he raised his fist and saber at the same time and slammed them upwards. Boom! A roar resounding through the sky suddenly appeared. Terrifying fluctuations swept across the entire sea in an instant. The originally calm sea below directly set off a raging wave. Regrettably, even if these two five elders join forces in front of Ash, the black-winged demon, it was just a face-to-face encounter and he fell into an absolute disadvantage. This moment, they finally understood. Why did Sengoku know that the world government will be liquidated? You have to bite the bullet and lead the Marine executives to abandon them. The black-winged demon who had been asleep for 36 years and woke up again. It's simply not something they can deal with. If he had known that Ash was so powerful, should have listened to Sengoku before. The five elders, who represent the highest power of the world government, came to this sea together. If that's the case, together with Sengoku and Garp, Akainu and other Marine executives, maybe there is a chance to kill Ash. Where would it be like now? After coming here full of confidence, not only were they backstabbed by Marine, but they also fell into a situation where they could lose their lives at any time. The longer this fight goes on, the hearts of these two five elders are filled with despair. They are not only strength, speed is suppressed by Ash. Even physical strength is far from Ash. Obviously Ash just broke out an extremely fierce war with the Marine executives before. But why is he still so strong until now? Knife five elders and birthmark. Even if five elders can occasionally hurt Ash with a knife and a fist. But with Ash's high-speed regeneration, in a blink of an eye, the weak injury can be directly recovered. How about the two of them? Suddenly, I will be stabbed by Ash. With the terrifying strength and sword skills possessed by Ash. If not for their armament haki being strong enough, one knife is enough to cut their bodies into two pieces. Even so, These 5 elders are already covered in scars. Who? Ash, this guy is a monster through and through. Birthmark 5 elders still couldn't help saying this sentence after all, the thought that every opponent facing Ash would have. 5 elders with a knife fixed his eyes on Ash. Although he hated Ash very much in his heart, he couldn't refute this extremely correct sentence. At this time, Birthmark 5 elders glanced at the 5 elders holding the knife beside him. After hesitating for a moment, he finally couldn't help but whispered. Later, you will try your best to contain Ash. I will look for opportunities to see if I can deal a fatal blow to Ash. Holding the knife, 5 elders didn't notice the abnormality, so he nodded and agreed directly. Then you are ready, don't fail to grasp the opportunity when it appears. Birthmark 5 elders suppressed the corners of his mouth that he wanted to raise, and said in a deep voice, as if he didn't doubt me. Do not worry. You can always trust me on this. 5 elders with knives no longer hesitated. Stepping on the moonwalk. Raising the first generation Onitsu in his hand, he took the initiative to charge Ash. Still shouting loudly. I'm on. Next second. The whistling sound in my ears. Let the knife-wielding 5 elders pause. He glanced back in a strange way. But he saw a scene that made his eyes tear up. Just now he kept saying that he could always trust his Birthmark 5 elders. At this time, he has already stepped on the moonwalk and ran towards the distance. What are you doing on your horse? Birthmark 5 elders whispered softly after hearing the roar of the other party. What are you doing? Of course I'm following what Sengoku did just now. I don't need to be faster than Ash. As long as I run farther than you, then I am absolutely safe. Like those Sengoku guys. By this time, Sengoku and Garp, those marine executives, have long since escaped to which sea area. Regrettably. This time Ash will not let it go. When 5 elders with knives got carried away with rage, Ash directly started the spinner, and appeared behind him in an instant. With the Zanpakuto in his hand aiming at the knife-wielding 5 elders and swinging wildly. The other sharp claw aimed directly at the back of 5 elders holding the knife, and ruthlessly yanked it out. Pfft! Don't wait for 5 elders with the knife to recover. He felt a sudden chill in his heart. Looked down. Found a claw holding a still beating heart. Next second. Boom! The heart was crushed directly. And this 5 elders, who had been holding a knife for countless years, died suddenly on the spot. Ash wasted no time. Flapping the black wings behind, it chased after the fleeing Birthmark 5 elders. Even the Birthmark 5 elders didn't think of it himself. The guy with the knife 5 elders made such a fatal mistake in front of Ash, the black-winged demon. He didn't give him enough time to run away. After hearing the whistling of the wind, birthmarks with scars all over the body, 5 elders didn't hesitate, and immediately begged for mercy. Ash! Let me go. As long as you are willing to let me go. Let me do anything. I am willing to be your subordinate. Don't worry, I will never betray. Before he finishes speaking, Ash directly pinched the birthmarked 5 elders' neck and lifted it abruptly. Under his pleading eyes, aim Zanpakuto in his hand at his chest and stab it out. Laugh. With the stirring of Zanpakuto, the heart in the chest shattered instantly. Ash casually threw the body of the birthmarked 5 elders into the sea. Looking at the distant sea. After taking a long breath, he murmured. Next, do you want to go to Marie Joy's? Chapter 36. Holy Land Marie Joy's World Government Meeting Room. The 5 elders were sitting on the sofa, talking about what to do with Ash. Wearing a dark red suit, the blonde 5 elders glanced at the other 2. Then he asked in a deep voice. Are you still going to continue to study the secrets inside Ash's body? It's not a good thing for our world government to keep this black-winged demon alive with the strength that Ash showed in the Valley of Gods battle. Long-haired 5 elders and curly-haired 5 elders look at each other. Slowly said. Although there are risks, if successful, the benefits will be very large. As long as we can figure out the reason for Ash's horrific resilience. If we create another legion like this, then the rule of our world government will no longer be threatened by any person or force. Curly-haired 5 elders nodded in agreement. As we all know, Ash is not demon fruit power. But he has all sorts of weird and powerful abilities. If our world government gets these abilities, then we won't need the faction of Marine in the future. There is no need to worry about whether Marine will be out of the control of our world government. The blonde five elders shrugged. As five elders, of course he is very clear that the world government has been guarding against Marine getting out of their control. Now that you've all made up your mind, there's nothing left to say. However, I still have reservations. If we don't kill Ash directly, our world government may really face this black-winged demon in the future. Curly-haired five elders said with a smile and waved his hands. Do not worry. Even if those guys in Marine are really unreliable, aren't there still us five elders? We have been hiding behind the scenes for so many years. People in this world may have forgotten how powerful the five of us are. The voice fell. The five elders all showed various smiles on their faces. The long-haired five elders expressed it directly with a smile. Didn't those two guys go to Impel Down to help Marine deal with Ash? Just take advantage of this opportunity to let Marine take a good look. If their Marine intends to get rid of the control of the world government, what exactly do they need to face? The blonde five elders nodded emphatically. Then he took out a phone bug and said with a smile. Let's ask how the battle is going over there. By the way, remind them both, try not to kill Ash directly. Blonde five elders' proposal was unanimously endorsed by the other two. Dang even called the five elders on the opposite side. However, the phone bug that has never received a response. Let the smiles on the faces of the five elders present fade away. In the end, curly-haired five elders frowned. Is the battle for Impel Down still not over yet? Those two guys, if they can, they will never fail to connect to the phone bug. This abnormal behavior. It made five elders feel a little strange. Long-haired five elders frowned and said in a low voice. Contact Sengoku and ask him what's going on. The blonde five elders nodded and immediately started calling Sengoku. But a long time has passed. Also missing Sengoku connected to the phone bug. This made the hearts of the three of them feel heavy. It can't be that accidents happened to all the senior executives of Marine plus the five elders, right? Just when the long-haired five elders was about to say something. The phone bug was finally connected. The blonde five elders did not hesitate at all, and immediately asked with a sullen face. Sengoku. Why did it take so long to get through to the phone bug? What the hell happened in Impel Down? What about the five elders who went to support your Marine? Why didn't I get any response when I called them? Are you not together? This barrage of questions from blonde five elders. Sengoku on the opposite side fell into a long silence. When he wanted to ask again, Sengoku's heavy voice finally came from the phone bug. We're not really together. We, the Marine executives, escaped separately from the five elders. Ash gave up hunting us and chose to hunt the five elders instead. With Sengoku's voice falling, the world government meeting room was instantly plunged into an extremely strange atmosphere of silence. The five elders present stared at the phone bug with wide eyes. Can't believe what Sengoku said? Long-haired five elders asked without hesitation. Sengoku. Are you sure you're not joking? All the Marine executives, plus the five elders teamed up, were forced to flee separately by Ash. Are you kidding me? Since the day the world government was established. When did such a horrible situation happen? What are five elders? They represent the highest authority of the world government. Isn't the reason why Lord Im chose five of them to become the five elders because they are indeed very powerful? Sengoku does not seem to be surprised by the questioning of the long-haired five elders. Instead, he said in a very low tone. Everything I say is true. Our Marine lost 3 elite vice admirals, and one of them is admiral's substitute, plus other Marine executives, including me, also suffered injuries of varying severity. You haven't faced Ash directly, so you don't know how terrifying this monster is. 5 elders startled. They can tell that this guy Sengoku isn't joking. But also because of this, they are becoming more and more unacceptable. Was just talking about what to do with Ash. Whether to continue to study the secrets in his body, or to kill Ash directly. As a result, when he turned his head, he heard Ash chasing down the marine executives who were besieging him, and the 2 Five Elders. For a while, the faces of the 3 Five Elders in the conference room became extremely ugly and gloomy at the same time. The curly-haired 5 Elders took a deep breath, suppressed the anger in his heart, and asked in a low voice to the phone bug. "Sengoku, how are those 2 guys doing?" The phone bug was silent for a long time. When the 3 Five Elders couldn't bear to ask again, finally came Sengoku's confused voice. "I do not know either. But, it is very possible that something has happened." Boom! Hearing Sengoku's words, the 3 Five Elders suddenly erupted with an incomparably terrifying aura. Ash was not dealt with. Instead, the opponent counter-killed 2 Five Elders? If they had known this, they should have listened to Sengoku, and the 5 Elders were all out to deal with Ash. Just when the curly-haired 5 Elders was about to ask Ash why he wanted to kill those 2 guys with a gloomy face, suddenly a CP member rushed into the conference room scrambling. "Master 5 Elders! Someone has invaded Marie Joyce. People from our CP organization can't stop him at all." Hearing this, the 3 Five Elders were startled. Immediately afterwards, the continuous wailing sound could be clearly heard from outside. The blonde 5 Elders asked in a deep voice as if he suddenly thought of something. "How many people invaded? What are their characteristics?" The CP member replied with a look of fear. "That monster has a pair of huge black wings on its back. It also holds a strange saber with a green handle and a white body in its hand. Blackwing Demon Ash." The 3 Five Elders stood up with a bang, and strode towards the meeting room. "That Ash guy, after killing 2 Five Elders, dared to invade the Holy Land Marie Joyce." Chapter 37. A certain area of the New World. On a galloping warship, Sengoku, Garp, Zephyr, Akainu, Aokiji, Kizaru, Crane, and Etal. At this time, they all stared blankly at the phone bug that had been hung up in Sengoku's hand. After a long silence, Sengoku finally muttered to himself. "That guy, Ash, chose to invade Marie Joyce. It's crazy, that guy, it's crazy. Sengoku is clear though. Ash's road to revenge cannot end here." But he could never have imagined Ash would be so crazy to directly choose to invade the Holy Land Marie Joyce. Zephyr, whose mechanical arm was severed by Ash, shook his head and said, "That Ash guy, isn't he always so arrogant and confident? And, unlike others, Ash really has such an arrogant strength." But anyone who lived through the days of the Rocks brothers, they all know very well how powerful Ash, the black-winged demon, is. Especially those who just had a war with Ash. Even the marine executives who were almost wiped out in Ash's hands. Staff Officer Crane pondered for a moment. Then he said slowly with a relieved look. "Since Ash has gone to Marie Joyce, does that mean that the 2 Five Elders have died at his hands? So, if we leave them running away, the world government will no longer know." The eyes of other marine executives lit up when they heard the words. Although he successfully escaped from Ash before, but they have always been worried about this problem in their hearts. "I'm afraid that Marine will usher in the liquidation of the world government." But now it seems that Marine managed to escape unharmed. However, unlike other marine executives, Sengoku shook his head with a wry smile. "It's not that easy. Ash, besides being very powerful, he also possesses extremely high intelligence. How could he make things go our way? Even I have some doubts. The reason why things have developed to this point is because he deliberately led them." Sengoku's words attracted the attention of all marine executives present. Feeling their bewildered eyes, Sengoku sighed helplessly. "I have a hunch that Ash must be planning something in the dark. Just wait and see, the day Ash's purpose is revealed, I'm afraid the whole world will be shaken." While Sengoku and a group of marine executives were worried about the future of Marine, inside Marie Joyce, the violent roar continued to come. Whenever Zanpakuto in Ash's hand is waved, there will be several buildings cut down in half, accompanied by the death of countless CP organization members. A mournful wail resounded over Marie Joyce. The faces of the 3 Five Elders who walked out of the meeting room instantly became extremely ugly and gloomy. Next moment, They saw with their eyes. Ash swung a slash casually, aimed at a group of celestial dragons below and bombarded them. Laugh. There was a crackling sound. In the bewildered and angry eyes of those celestial dragons, the slash directly cut off these so-called nobles of the world, the descendants of the Creator. Ash. The 3-5 elders, whose eyes were tearing apart, didn't dare to hesitate anymore. Step hard on your feet. Ash rushed towards the air with his body. If this guy Ash continues to destroy, not only the celestial dragons living in Marie Joyce will suffer countless casualties. Whether this so-called Holy Land can survive is a matter of two opinions. Most importantly, if Lord Im is alarmed, let Master Im know that all of this is because of the decisions made by the 5 elders back then. Then they will have to face Lord Im's wrath, with the small bodies of the 3 of them. But I can't stand the majesty of Lord Im. Looking at the 3-5 elders rushing towards him, the corners of Ash's mouth curled up slightly. Not only did he not have the slightest intention to escape. Instead, the wings behind his back suddenly flapped, pushing his body to take the initiative to meet it. Boom! The Zanpakuto in Ash's hand collided with the fists of the 3-5 elders. A violent roar resounded through the sky again. The terrifying fluctuation centered on the positions of the 4 of them, and swept away towards the entire Marie Joyce. Wherever you go, whether it's the celestial dragons living in Marie Joyce, or those members of the CP organization, they were all immediately overturned by this terrifying aftermath. Rolling dozens of times on the ground, the celestial dragons who were smashed to pieces and even broke the transparent fish tank on their heads. In the first moment of coming back to God, he yelled loudly at the 5 elders who were fighting Ash in the sky. 5 elders! You bastards! Why did this happen? Who the hell is this guy? You 5 elders and members of the CP organization, why do you sit back and watch him invade and watch him destroy the Holy Land like this? Trash! Trash! It's all trash! Listening to the cursing and roaring in my ears, the faces of the 5 elders were even more ugly. These stupid guys! Do they 5 elders want to see Ash wreak havoc on Marie Joyce? Obviously saw Ash act recklessly here with his own eyes. Still don't want to hide? Want to come out to watch the fun? Don't you know that watching the excitement will kill you? The more you fight Ash, the hearts of the 3-5 elders became more and more heavy. The power possessed by this black-winged demon, it has completely exceeded their expectations. Maybe things are really as Sengoku said. The 2-5 elders who went to Impel Down to support Marine, most likely died in Ash's hands. With this in mind, after the curly-haired 5 elders were hacked back by Ash, asked Ash, looking sullenly. Ash! What about the 2-5 elders? What did you do to them? Ash swung his knife at the 2 guys in front of him with ease. Said casually at the same time. How's it going? Since they took the initiative to die, I naturally don't mind fulfilling them. Hear this. The faces of the 3-5 elders suddenly became angry. The veins on his forehead popped out, and his face turned red with anger. Although there is no emotion between the 5 elders, but just lost 2 powerful 5 elders to Ash. For the entire world government. All a very heavy hit. They can't even imagine. When Lord Im knew about this, how angry would he be? However, the next second, words from Ash's mouth, the chests of these 3-5 elders were instantly filled with raging anger. Ash swung his knife and knocked back the 2-5 elders in front of him. Seeing these 3 guys standing neatly side by side, he said with a smile. Didn't Sengoku contact you to report the situation? The reason why I was able to kill those 2-5 elders so easily, Sengoku has a lot of credit. After seeing the faces of the 3-5 elders on the opposite side change back and forth, Ash continued jokingly. If it wasn't for Sengoku leading Marine to escape suddenly, he even killed all CP members. If the Marine executives team up with those 2 guys, if I want to kill them, I may have to spend a little more effort. The voice fell, and there was no sound. Chapter 38. Ash's words echoed in the ears of the 3-5 elders. And the roar of celestial dragons from below from time to time. The wailing of CP members. Let these 5 elders who represent the highest power of the world government. His face began to change back and forth. The blonde 5 elders was even more outspoken. Ash! Are you kidding us? Those guys in Marine, how could they abandon those 5 elders and run away? Curly-haired 5 elders and long-haired 5 elders stared at Ash. I want to hear a negative answer from him. After all, at such moments, even they 5 elders, and absolutely unwilling to let the world government and Marine formally break. At least, wait until they get rid of the threatening black-winged demon Ash, and then slowly find an opportunity to settle with Marine. However, after hearing the questioning of the blonde 5 elders, the corner of Ash's mouth on the opposite side raised slightly, a warm smile appeared on his face. Before the 5 elders breathed a sigh of relief. It was from Ash that they heard the words that made them fly into a rage. What are you? Are you qualified to let me joke with you? Boom! After hearing what Ash said, a ferocious aura erupted from the blonde 5 elders. Fearless, he charged at Ash. The fist wrapped by armament haki aimed at Ash's head and smashed it hard. Facing the fist that this guy swung, Ash not only did not mean to avoid. Instead, he raised his Zanpakuto and slashed down. Boom! Blocking his fist with a knife. The other sharp claw slammed towards the heart of his chest. The blonde 5 elders, after seeing Ash in action, with horror in my heart. Then he resisted Ash's Zanpakuto and claws in a panic. Obviously he was the first to attack Ash. But it's just a face-to-face. The offensive and defensive situation of the two reversed instantly. And behind it, curly-haired 5 elders and long-haired 5 elders look at each other. Said with a gloomy face. Do you think what Ash said is true or false? Long-haired 5 elders shook his head slowly after hearing the words and pondering for a moment. There is a high probability that it is true. However, this matter is not that important now. For our world government, during this period of time, Marine is still needed. If you want to settle accounts with Marine, at least you have to wait until Ash and the Whitebeard pirates are dealt with. The curly-haired 5 elders nodded in agreement. Even without Ash's awakening, Marine is about to start a war with the Whitebeard pirates. Before this war is over, the world government can't tear itself apart from Marine. In other words, now that they already know that Marine has betrayed the world government, they can use Marine's reputation to deal with pirates to maximize Marine's power. After Marine and the pirates fight to the death, the world government wants to settle with Marine again. But it becomes so much easier. While the two of them were discussing how to target Marine, suddenly, the blonde 5 elders screamed in pain. Ah! You two bastards, what are you thinking? If you don't come to help me, I will be killed by this damn guy. The curses sounded. Curly-haired 5 elders and long-haired 5 elders woke up with a start. Now is not the time to think about how to deal with Marine. Ash, the black-winged demon, is still in Marie Joyce. Look up. They were horrified to discover. Dozens of scars of various shades have appeared on the blonde 5 elders. But without exception, these wounds are constantly gushing hot blood. The 5 elders who represent the highest power of the world government. In front of Ash, the black-winged demon. In an unprecedented state of embarrassment. Damn it! Ash, how could he be so strong? Curly-haired 5 elders and long-haired 5 elders look at each other. The two dared not delay any longer. Step directly on Moonwalk. He rushed towards where Ash and the blonde 5 elders were. Boom! The two shook their fists at the same time. Blocked Ash's slash at the blonde 5 elders. The blonde 5 elders heaved a deep sigh of relief. Who? The blonde-haired 5 elders looked at Ash opposite, with a flash of fear in his eyes. Can't help but complain. Now I'm really sure, those two guys are dead in Ash's hands. If we knew this, we should have listened to Sengoku before, and the 5 of us went to Impel Down together. In that case, the current situation will never happen. The curly-haired 5 elders were equally astonished by Ash's terrifying strength as the long-haired 5 elders. But after hearing what this guy said, curly-haired 5 elders replied without hesitation. What's the point of saying this now? Don't forget, you also agreed to the proposal that only 2 people go to support Marine. Obviously all the original proposals raised their hands in agreement. Turns out the blonde 5 elders guy is now pretending to be what he expected. Want to dump the pot? There are no doors. When Lord Im blames him, these 3 remaining 5 elders must take responsibility together. The fair-haired 5 elders saw their intentions seen through. With a cold snort, he didn't say anything more. Instead, after taking a deep breath, he ignored the scars on his body that were still gushing blood, and once again joined the team that jointly resisted Ash. No matter what, let this guy continue to wreak havoc in Marie Joyce. Otherwise, once the news of today gets out, then their world government will instantly become the laughingstock of the whole world. After realizing this, the curly-haired 5 elders defended against Ash's Zanpakuto with all his strength, and the claws that he gave himself from time to time. Said in a deep voice, "Ash, if you are willing to leave now, we can decide not to hold you accountable. But if you continue to destroy Marie Joyce, the 3 of us will kill you no matter how desperate we are. Don't forget, our world government still has a CP organization. Marine has never been the most dependent force of the world government. Only CP organization. Only then can he be called the most trusted direct descendant of the world government." After news of Ash's invasion of Marie Joyce spread, all the members of the CP organization are rushing to where they are at the fastest speed. This also gave 5 elders a lot of confidence. After hearing what this guy said, Ash chopped off the 5 elders in front of him at the same time. Then he looked at the curly-haired 5 elders on the opposite side and chuckled lightly. "As long as I leave now, you won't hold me accountable." Curly-haired 5 elders felt that Ash was shaken, so he nodded heavily. "Yes. We 5 elders, we still have this right. It is too bad for the 5 elders and the world government to let this war continue in Marie Joyce. As long as Ash leaves first. After that, you can play with this black-winged demon slowly." However, the next second, the scene that came into view made the 5 elders almost suffer from cardiopulmonary arrest. Under their gaze, Ash slowly raised his Zanpakuto in his hands, and groaned softly. "It's a pity, you are not qualified to hold me accountable." The voice fell. The Zanpakuto in Ash's hand swung down heavily. "Go down with all your strength." A slash that was so terrifying that the 5 elders didn't dare to deal with it head-on, crashed down towards the Marie Joyce buildings below. Boom! A voice that shook the sky suddenly sounded. Marie Joyce, a holy place that has existed for more than 800 years. By the black-winged demon in front of them. Cut off with one knife. Chapter 39. Ash. The 5 elders watched as Ash's knife cut off Marie Joyce below in an instant. "But I can't even think of resisting in my heart. I can only watch the various buildings in Marie Joyce collapse in horror." Countless CP members and celestial dragons died on the spot. Boom! The continuous roar sounded. Building after building collapsed. CP members and celestial dragons. There was even a mournful howl that overwhelmed these roars. "Ah! 5 elders! What the hell are you bastards doing? We are celestial dragons. Nobles of the world. Descendants of the Creator. You bloody BD, how dare you treat us like this? It hurts. It hurts too much." These celestial dragons died without thinking. Obviously they just heard that Marie Joyce was invaded. And a fierce war broke out with the 5 elders. Originally they just wanted to come out to watch the fun. By the way, I would like to ridicule the 5 elders for being useless trash. But what happened? The 5 elders haven't been killed yet. Instead, they were killed by the guy in the sky with a pair of black wings on his back. What a joke! Damn! How to do? Ash! UBD, how dare you do such a thing? The bodies of the 5 elders couldn't stop shaking. The eyes are full of fear. They can't imagine. After Master Im saw the situation of Marie Joyce now, how will they deal with the 5 elders? Regardless of the fact that they usually represent the highest power of the world government. The appearance of being able to show off in front of Marine. Even Sengoku, who is the marshal of the Marine, can only bow his head in front of them. But when facing Master Im, They 5 elders didn't even have the courage to look up and meet their eyes. Why, are you afraid? Looking at the reactions of the 3 of them, Ash only felt a foul breath in his heart. 36 years of sleep. If you don't pay back well, how can I be worthy of the contributions of these guys from world government? Ash's words woke up the 5 elders. After looking at each other, the blonde 5 elders said with a look of despair. Don't think about it, all we can do now is fight this damn guy. Even at all costs, this damned Ash must be kept. Otherwise, do you have the courage to face Lord Im's anger? Hear this. Curly-haired 5 elders and long-haired 5 elders had a flicker of fear on their face. Immediately, they nodded heavily at the same time. Then go. Remember, it's at any cost. After consensus has been reached, there was no hesitation in the hearts of the 5 elders. At the same time, he rushed madly towards Ash's position. This moment, there was no longer any chance in their hearts. After all, even if they are not killed by Ash, with the Marie Joys cut open by Ash below, and the countless celestial dragons who died, Lord Im will never spare them easily. Seeing these 3 guys look like crazy, the corners of Ash's mouth curled up slightly. A weird smile appeared on his face. That's right. Now that these 3 guys have been overwhelmed by anger and fear, and have completely lost their minds, then solve it, the difficulty will be greatly reduced. The most important is that battle outside Impel Down. Ash killed Magellan, Stoloberry, Gage, and the 5 elders. Got rich soul points from them. Let Ash's strength get a big boost again. Now facing the combination of these 5 elders, Ash single-handedly crushed them from start to finish. After cutting back the 5 elders of fair hair before him, Ash accurately grasped a flaw he showed. Raising his Zanpakuto in his hand, he aimed at his chest and slashed down without hesitation. Pfft! The sound of the blade cutting through the flesh came. A deep invisible scar suddenly appeared from the chest of the blonde 5 elders. What? The blonde 5 elders roared in pain. He stretched out his hand to cover his chest, trying to stop the blood from gushing out of his body. Seeing that Ash still wants to continue to beat the dog in the water, curly-haired 5 elders and long-haired 5 elders stood between them without hesitation. Punch to help the blonde 5 elders fend off Ash's Zanpakuto again. Boom! The roar sounded again. The curly-haired 5 elders and the long-haired 5 elders were knocked back again. Just when they thought they were about to die at the hands of Ash, dozens of CP0 members finally, belatedly, came to their aid. With the roar of the road, these dozens of CP0 members immediately used their devil fruit abilities. But before the 5 elders could relax for a moment, a scene that made them desperate appeared. I saw the black wings flapping behind Ash. With howling winds, the powerful thrust made Ash's figure instantly disappear in place. Next second, the bluish-white knife light suddenly appeared. The Zanpakuto in Ash's hand landed directly on the neck of one of the CP0 members who incarnated as the Zoan ancient species. Laugh! A terrifying voice sounded from the bottom of my heart. The head of this CP0 member fell off. Without waiting for other CP0 members to react, Ash continued to chop towards the next target. Under the hopeless eyes of the 5 elders, one by one, CP0 members died under Ash's Zanpakuto, which was shining with blue and white light. This scene looks like CP0 members lined up waiting to die. How so? Ash, why does he have such terrifying power? He's a monster. This guy is a total monster. 5 elders lost his mind and talked to himself, showing a look of doubting life. If you don't see it with your own eyes. Even facing Ash's words, the 5 elders couldn't possibly believe it. This black-winged demon already has such a powerful force. I knew so. Before saying anything, you have to agree to Sengoku's request. The first time Ash woke up, all 5 elders are out. Unite with all the top marines to kill Ash directly. Where is the need like now? Was killed by Ash in turn. While the 3 of them doubted their lives, the dozens of CP0 members who came to support have all died under Ash's knife. Ash held the Zanpakuto, flapping his wings behind his back, keeping his body in the air. The 5 elders looked at Ash approaching them. Deep fear emerges from the bottom of my heart. Just when they were thinking about whether to continue to fight Ash desperately, or just turn around and run away, suddenly, a majestic voice containing boundless anger came from the ear. 5 elders. You guys actually let someone destroy Marie Joyce to this extent. You guys are really becoming more and more useless. The voice fell. Ash can clearly see. 5 elders' body trembled slightly, and his face was instantly filled with fear. Ash, holding a Zanpakuto, glanced at the slender figure who said this, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and he raised his eyebrows and whispered softly. Chapter 40. Looking at the slender figure, the towering spiked crown on his head, and I'm with a pair of crimson pupils. Ash couldn't help but raised his eyebrows. A rare look of surprise appeared on his face. He is very clear. This mysterious Lord Im. But it has existed since the day the world government was formally established. Survived for more than 800 years. It has been so long that no one in the world knows that in the world government, there are still people who can surpass the 5 elders. The first time Im appeared, the 3 surviving 5 elders directly lowered their heads. While shaking his body, he said respectfully, Master Im. Im glanced at them, and asked slowly in a tone without the slightest emotion. Why are there only 3 of you? Where are the other 2 guys? They weren't there when something big happened to Marie Joyce. The 5 elders trembled again upon hearing this. After a long silence, the long-haired 5 elders gritted his teeth and buried his head extremely low. Both of them, already died at the hands of Ash. The voice fell. The 5 elders could clearly perceive. On the opposite side, Mr. Im's body has begun to exude a terrifying aura. This filled the 3 of them with even more fear. He just didn't dare to make any extra moves. I'm afraid that if I'm not careful, I'll completely offend Lord Im. Thus becoming the target of Lord Im to vent his anger. Ash. I remember, this name appeared more than 30 years ago, right? Im raised his eyebrows slightly, and glanced at Ash opposite him. There is a pair of huge black wings behind him, and he is holding a strange saber with a green handle and a white body in his hand. The most important is the aura emanating from Ash. Even Im had to look sideways at him. After hearing Im's question, the 5 elders glanced at each other secretly, and then the long-haired 5 elders continued to speak. Yes, Lord Im. Over the years, we have been researching the secrets inside Ash's body, and we want to create a legion after obtaining his abilities. To ensure that our world government can rule the world forever. However, this guy woke up from his deep sleep. Hearing this, Im looked up and down Ash back and forth, the indifferent expression on his face did not change at all. So you cut off Marie Joyce. You can kill the celestial dragons below. Ash didn't reply. It's just that his eyes are also scanning back and forth on the opposite Im. His gaze made Im feel a little uncomfortable. For more than 800 years. But no one has ever dared to look at her like this. Im frowned, then said calmly and indifferently. Ash. With the power you possess, I can give you a chance to live. As long as you are willing to join the world government, I can make you the new 5 elders, in charge of the highest authority of the world government. No one else can order you but me. The voice fell. Whether it is the 5 elders, or the surviving CP members and celestial dragons below. Everyone looked at Im floating in the air with a look of disbelief. Ash, this guy has ruined Marie Joyce to what he is now. Even killed countless celestial dragons with one blow. As a result, Master Im actually took the initiative to invite him to join the world government? And make him one of the new 5 elders? What are you kidding? Hey! Don't say it's someone else. Even Ash, who was the person involved, never expected to hear such words from the mouth of the Imam. Only. Ash looked at Im on the opposite side and smiled. 5 elders? Not interested. Since one person is going to be the king of the world, why can't it be me? Give me your position, and I might agree. Ash's words made Im's face even colder. She really didn't think of it. Ash is so ignorant of flattery. But since he doesn't cherish the opportunity given to Ash, then there is nothing to say. Imton opened his mouth slightly and said coldly. Since you choose to reject my offer, then, go and bury the 5 elders and celestial dragons who died at your hands. The voice fell. Im raised his right hand. In the originally clear sky, a huge shadow suddenly appeared, completely covering the entire Marie Joyce. Regardless of the CP members below and the celestial dragons, or the 3 surviving 5 elders, everyone can feel the boundless sense of oppression from this huge shadow. They know very well. If the power contained in this shadow falls on them, then there is only one fate for them. Killed on the spot. Ash looked up at the shadow, raised his eyebrows, and sighed. As expected of the world government that has ruled the world for more than 800 years. The whole cards you have are simply beyond what ordinary people can imagine. Upon hearing this, Im looked at Ash expressionlessly, and said coldly. Would you like to change your mind now? Unfortunately, it's too late. What Im didn't expect was that. After hearing her words, Ash on the opposite side couldn't help laughing out loud. Ash's behavior made Im a little puzzled. But before she could open her mouth to ask, Ash said with a smile. Change idea. I never thought of it that way. The stronger your cards, the more fun this game is, isn't it? Game? M didn't understand Ash's words. But his disdainful appearance made Im's already calm heart a little angry. Since you want to play, let you have fun. With Im's voice falling. Out of the shadows that covered the entire sky, streaks of white light that contained incomparably terrifying energy suddenly fell. Looking at the target of these rays of light is myself. Ash not only did not mean to avoid. Instead, he even flapped the black wings on his back, and rushed towards the opponent on his own initiative. Boom! The terrible roar resounded through the sky. The CP members below and the celestial dragons couldn't help covering their ears, but they were still tormented by the terrifying roar. Even the 5 elders could not help but be filled with horror at this moment. The light beam fell on the ground of Marie Joyce, hitting the ground out of bottomless black holes. However for Ash. But it seems that it has not been affected at all. Ash, this guy, how could he have such terrifying power? This is Uranus. Ash can resist Uranus. Have we always underestimated this black-winged demon? The 5 elders muttered to themselves, starting to doubt life from the bottom of their hearts. What makes 5 elders most unacceptable is that, even though Ash was facing the beam of light irradiated by Uranus, there was no sign of decay at all. On the contrary, he became more and more courageous in the battle, completely arrogant. Even under the shroud of his black wings, it left a more terrifying shadow in the hearts of 5 elders. Ash swung Zanpakuto in his hand, constantly cutting off the terrifying beams of Uranus, although for him, Uranus' attack would not cause Ash to be fatally wounded. But this seemingly endless offensive made Ash frown. Cutting off the beam of light that suddenly appeared in front of him with a single blow. After thinking for a moment, Ash stopped hesitating and swung his knife at Im's position. The slash split the air along the way, aimed at Im's slender figure and galloped away. At the same time, he raised his left hand, and instantly shot a dark green cirro from his index finger, and shot directly in front of Im in just one breath. Boom! Im frowned and crushed the simultaneous attack of slash and cirro. This also caused Uranus' continuous offensive to stagnate for a moment. Next second, the black wings on Ash's back flapped, propelling his body, and then he moved forward at a high speed. Im. Wash it up and wait for me. It won't be long before I come to you again. Now Ash doesn't have enough confidence to beat Im. But after obtaining a large enough number of soul points in the Summit War and unlocking the second stage of returning to the blade, then this Lord Yim really needs to be cleaned up and wait for him to whip him. Chapter 41. Looking at the back of Ash gradually going away, Im stood still and fell into silence. The 5 elders on the side were a little anxious when they saw this. The blonde 5 elders even asked without hesitation. Master Im, don't you continue to hunt down Ash? Hear this. Im slowly turned his head and looked at him with extremely cold eyes. M's eyes startled the blonde 5 elders. Immediately after waking up, he quickly lowered his head immediately. I'm not answering the question. She could sense. Ash has very strange abilities. At least, During the 800 years of her life, I have never seen or even heard of these abilities. Although has been hidden behind the scenes all these years. Hand over all the big and small things of the world government to the 5 elders. But some rumors about Ash, the black-winged demon. She's still heard of it. Even if is confident that his strength is far superior to Ash. But wanting to wipe it out directly. It's not something that can be done so easily. With this in mind, I'm turned to look at the long-haired 5 elders and said slowly. I remember you reported to me earlier that Marine captured Roger's son. Planning to execute the execution publicly in the near future, are you taking this opportunity to wipe out the Whitebeard pirates? The long-haired 5 elders were stunned upon hearing this. Then he nodded heavily. Yes, Lord Roger's son, now the second captain of the Whitebeard pirates. With Whitebeard's character, he would never sit back and watch Marine kill him. Im's eyes flashed when he heard this, and he asked. Do you think Ash will be involved in this war? Im's words made the 5 elders in front of them silent for a moment. After the 3 looked at each other. After all, it still has long hair. 5 elders said with a gloomy face. Most definitely. Roger, Whitebeard, and Marine were all involved in the Valley of the Gods War and besieged and killed the Rocks brothers. With Ash's vindictive style, I will definitely participate in it. I'm indifferent to this. Obviously, he already had the answer in his mind before asking. If that's the case, then you should be ready. If Ash is involved in this war, I will personally kill him. Hear this. A look of excitement flashed in the eyes of the 5 elders. They were greatly insulted in front of Ash, the black-winged demon. Even if Master didn't make a move. I'm afraid they have all died at the hands of Ash. Now hearing that Lord will kill Ash himself, he will naturally be full of excitement. Only. The curly-haired 5 elders on the side frowned, and said with some embarrassment. Master there is one more thing I need to report to you. Didn't answer, just looked at each other coldly. I want to know what bad news this guy has not reported. Im's eyes made curly-haired 5 elders feel a little tingling. But after a moment of hesitation, still bite the bullet and falter. Sengoku and their marine executives have betrayed our world government. Frowned, his eyes became colder and colder. Curly-haired 5 elders have no doubts. If you don't explain what's going on, it is very likely that Lord will vent all the anger that has not been vented on himself. The curly-haired 5 elders didn't dare to delay any longer when they saw this, and directly told all the things they had heard from Ash. After listening to his description, fell into a long silence. After a long time, he finally spoke slowly. It seems that it's time for a big cleaning. The voice fell. The 5 elders were suddenly silent, not daring to express any opinions on this matter. The big cleansing that can make this master speak out. How terrifying is it? In the horror and doubt of the 5 elders, made a final decision. No matter what, let this war unfold as scheduled. The 5 elders looked at each other, and at the same time nodded firmly. Yes. Lord Before leaving, said one last thing. Wake up Ash and spread the news of escaping from Impel Down, let as many forces as possible participate in this war. After finishing speaking, he didn't need to explain any more, and turned around and fled towards the distance. Looking at Im's disappearing back. After the 5 elders looked at each other. In the end, it was the blonde 5 elders who took the lead and asked straightforwardly. What do you mean, Lord The long-haired 5 elders glanced at him, grimacing. Didn't you understand? Master is going to use this war between Marine and Whitebeard pirates to clean up all the forces in New World that threaten our world government. This is called a big cleansing. All? The blonde 5 elders was dumbfounded. Place so big? It seems that those guys in Marine's betrayal of the world government have completely angered Lord All the powers that Lord speaks of. I'm afraid it also includes those high-level Marines. Since the dog has already betrayed its owner, of course it must be eliminated once and for all. Regardless of Ash, New World pirates, Marine. Who is the praying mantis and who is the cicada among these 3 forces? Their world government will always be the Oriole who laughs last. With this in mind, Blonde Five Elders subconsciously took a deep breath and murmured. Then the fact that Marie Joyce was chopped off by Ash should also be spread. His words silenced the other two Five Elders. After a while, the curly-haired Five Elders finally spoke slowly. Let's spread it out. Only in this way can those who participated in the war in the Valley of the Gods know that the Black-Winged Demon is back again. And, with Marie Joy's current appearance, there is no way to hide it. Don't forget, the World Economic News Agency's eyeliner for that guy Morgans is all over the world. Even if we didn't take the initiative to spread the word, it won't take long for him to make this matter known to the whole world. Speaking of Morgans and the World Economic News Agency, even the Five Elders couldn't help but grit their teeth. The long-haired Five Elders waved his hands. Okay, let's split up. The way Marie Joyce is now, it's not going to be that easy to rebuild. After the three of them dispersed, the long-haired Five Elders contacted Sengoku. Wait until the phone bug connects. Before he could speak, Sengoku's concerned voice came out. Five Elders, how's Marie Joyce? Is that guy Ash gone? Do you need our Marine's support? Long-haired Five Elders sneered silently. If I hadn't heard the truth from Ash, he might have been tricked by Sengoku. Ash is gone and Marie Joyce was cut off by him. Sengoku, I'm contacting you this time to get your Marines ready, and the public execution of Fire Fist Ace will be held as scheduled. We, the world government, will wipe out both the Whitebeard pirates and Ash in this war. Sengoku is well aware that Ash will be involved in this war. They even prepared their speeches, intending to postpone the public execution time. Hearing these words from Five Elders suddenly, Sengoku was at a loss for words on the spot. Five Elders didn't give Sengoku a chance to say no. Said straightforwardly. Sengoku. This is an order. I'm not negotiating with you. Okay, I have to deal with Marie Joyce, you lead Marine to prepare for the battle. Rest assured, with our world government here, there will be no accidents in this war. Inside Marshal Marine's office, Sengoku looked at the phone bug that had been hung up on the table in front of him. I fell into a long silence and sluggishness. He always felt that Marine had completely lost the dominance of this war. Even after this war is over, Sengoku can't guarantee what will happen to Marine. Chapter 42. Even Sengoku, who is the Marshal of the Marine, didn't think of it. Five Elders these guys. He even took the initiative to spread the news that Ash cut off Marie Joyce. But with the help of the world government, this paper about Ash's awakening, success in the shortest possible time, spread to every corner of the whole world. Somewhere in the New World, Moby DK aboard. Marco, the captain of the Whitebeard pirates and the ship's doctor, took a newspaper in shock and walked quickly to Whitebeard's location. Looking at Whitebeard who was frowning and thinking about how to save Ace, Marco opened his mouth and said in a tone full of shock. Father, something serious happened. Whitebeard heard the words and glanced at Marco in front of him. Raising the wine jug in his hand, tons, and drinking a few swigs. Then he let out a long breath and asked. What happened? Is there anything more important than us saving Ace? Marco shook his head with a serious face. No, it's that black-winged demon, Rox D Ash, who has awakened from his deep sleep. The voice fell. After a short moment of astonishment, Whitebeard fell into a state of sluggishness. After a long time, Whitebeard, who was relieved, looked at Marco in disbelief and asked. Marco, are you joking with the old man? That guy, Ash, died 36 years ago. What woke up from its deep sleep? Marco was not surprised by his father's reaction. As the oldest member of the Whitebeard pirates, Marco had heard many stories about Ash from his father. Naturally, it is also very clear. How much impact did this news have on my father? Marco handed Whitebeard the newspaper in his hand, and watched him speak. According to the statement in this newspaper, Ash was indeed dead that year. But when Tiger and Kaido had a big fight with Marie Joyce more than 10 years ago, signs of life appeared inexplicably in his body. In order to cover up this kind of thing, the world government not only transferred Ash to Impel Down, but even continued to use drugs to make Ash fall asleep. But now, the world government is reaping the consequences. In the end, Marco couldn't help gloating. After reading the contents of the newspaper in hand, Whitebeard was silent for a long time. Finally, he opened his mouth and sighed. Ash, it's still the same Ash. Killed the Golden Lion in Impel Down, killed the Warden Magellan, and then killed Admirals Alternate and the 2-5 Elders. Even, that guy cut off the Holy Land Marie Joyce. Marco was a little puzzled by this, and asked. Father, you said those guys from the world government, why do you want to publicize these embarrassing things? Aren't they worried that they will become the laughing stock of the whole world? Whitebeard shook his head upon hearing this, and said with a complicated expression. Those guys from the world government want to use this method to let those of us who participated in the Valley of the Gods War know that Ash's awakening happened for real. And, his revenge has already begun. Everyone who participated in the siege of Brother Rocks will be the target of his revenge. Hear this. Marco's eyes widened suddenly. Father, you mean to say? Those guys from the world government are planning to make us fight Ash to the death. Whitebeard nodded heavily. See this situation? Marco said with a serious face. That being said, if we go to war with Marine the day Marine executes Ace, Ash will definitely be involved. If that's the case. Marco didn't say anything later, but his eyes were full of worry. With the terrible power that Ash possesses, as written in the newspapers. Once the Whitebeard pirates become the target of Ash's revenge, it will be really dangerous. Thinking of that scene, Marco couldn't help asking. Father, what are we going to do? Whitebeard didn't hesitate at all, stood up and said in a deep voice. Continue with our plan. Even if Ash wants revenge, let him only find me. You brats are all my sons. Nothing can happen to one of you. IWC, Cake Island. Linlin. Charlotte Linlin. Longbread ran towards where Charlotte Linlin was. When I saw Charlotte Linlin eating desserts and cakes, he directly raised the freshly baked newspaper in his hand. The speed of speech is fast. Something has happened. Charlotte Linlin picked up the dessert and stuffed it into her mouth. Asked vaguely. What's wrong with the long bread? Why are you in such a hurry? I'm eating dessert and cake. Longbread didn't care about anything else, and roared without hesitation. What desserts and cakes do you want? That guy Ash has awakened. The Blackwing Demon reappears on the Grand Line. Boom. Charlotte Linlin heard that she accidentally squeezed the dessert in her hand. However, at this time, there is no time to regret the dessert. Instead, he snatched the newspaper from Long Bun's hand. Looking at Charlotte Linlin's complexion changing back and forth. Longbread hovered around, his face full of fear and worry. Damn it! World government bastards! Knowing how terrifying power Ash possesses, why didn't you just erase his body directly, and still want to study the secrets inside Ash's body? Isn't this riding horse looking for death? Longbread is an old man who has personally experienced the era of the Rocks brothers. Of course it's very clear. What a terrifying power this black-winged demon possesses. When I saw the contents of this newspaper just now, Longbread almost suffered cardiopulmonary arrest and died on the spot. With Ash's vengeful character and behavior style, Charlotte Linlin, who participated in the Battle of the Valley of the Gods and killed the Rocks brothers, will definitely become the target of his revenge. After reading the contents of the newspaper, even Charlotte Linlin, who had become the New World 4 Emperors, had a look of fear in the depths of her eyes. How so? That guy Ash, he was already completely dead back then. Seeing this, Longbread gritted his teeth and asked. Linlin, what shall we do? Want to run? How to do? How would I know what to do? Charlotte and Linlin's face was a little grim, and she didn't know how to deal with Ash's revenge. Red Force. Red Hair Pirates First Officer, Ben Beckman, asked with a glance at the solemn Shanks. Shanks, the appearance of this black-winged demon will shake the whole world, right? Shanks nodded slowly. Said in a heavy tone. Most definitely. I heard Captain Roger and Deputy Captain Rayleigh mention Ash. This guy's character has always been reckless. Never worry about the consequences of doing things. Beckman raised his eyebrows when he heard this, and looked at the captain in front of him. Then what are you going to do? Shanks was silent for a long time, gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice. No matter what, we must stop the rampage of this era. Let's go to Cake Island now. Even with Charlotte Linlin, Ash's madness must be stopped. Once Marine goes to war with the Whitebeard pirates, Ash will definitely be a part of it. We, the Red Hair pirates, stop Ash from taking revenge on Whitebeard and Marine in this war. Chapter 43. Wanakuni, Ghost Island. Roar. Great. Brother Ash is really alive. You really deserve to be Brother Ash. At this time, Kaido kept beating his chest with both fists, roaring up to the sky, and laughing out loud. There's absolutely no way this guy is Kaido of the Beasts, one of the New World 4 emperors. But even Beasts pirates acknowledged Emperor Mate. Ashes of Fire, one of the 3 plagues. Now I have left behind the stability of the past. Cheering and jumping with Kaido. Celebrating Brother Ash's return from the dead. And Plague Quinn, who was stupefied with a cigar in his mouth, seemed so out of place with these 2 guys who seemed to be insane. Although over the years, Quinn had heard countless times about Ash from them. But still some don't understand. After learning that Ash had awakened, they were so excited. After the carnival, Kaido said excitedly. Laozi already knew that Brother Ash's body is hidden in Marie Joyce. That's why they didn't find it when there was a big fuss about Marie Joyce. Otherwise, Brother Ash would have already woken up. How could it be that he didn't show up until now? Kaido had been vaguely aware of the purpose of those guys from the world government back then. It is precisely because of this. Only when Tiger made a fuss about Marie Joyce, participated without hesitation. Unfortunately, before he found Ash, was expelled by the 5 elders Marie Joyce. That is to say, Kaido runs fast enough. Otherwise, I'm afraid this beast, one of the 4 emperors, has already died in the hands of the 5 elders. At this time, after Jin calmed down, he turned to look at Kaido and said, should we meet Brother Ash? What if he can't find Wanakuni's location? Yin's words reminded Kaido. He also reacted. In any case, Brother Ash has experienced 36 years of deep sleep. Even after he wakes up, killed Marine and 5 elders successively. But whether Wanakuni's location can be found is anyone's guess. Seeing that Kaido and Yin were planning to find Ash as soon as they slapped their heads, Quinn hurriedly opened his mouth to persuade. Even if you go to greet him, you don't need to go, do you? Don't forget, Jack is in New World right now. Why don't you just ask Jack to bring Ash to Wanakuni? It's just a waste of time if you go now. After seeing Yin nodding in agreement, Kaido wasted no time and Dang even pulled out his phone bug to contact Jack. Yin, on the other hand, looked at Quinn with a serious face and warned. Quinn, I'm telling you. From now on, when you call Brother Ash, you must call him Big Brother just like us. Otherwise, I won't let you go. Seeing this, Quinn shrugged and said indifferently. When I'm in front of him, I will definitely call Big Brother. With the terrifying power he possesses, if I dare to disrespect him, what is the difference between courting death? Quinn is not stupid. Even in the face of the siege of the Marine executives and the 5 elders, Ash can turn around and kill the enemy. If Ash is in front of him, how could Quinn show disrespect to this black-winged demon? However, what Quinn did not expect was that Jin, this guy not only did not let himself go. Instead, he warned more seriously. No. Even if Big Brother Ash isn't in front of you, you definitely can't call him that. Otherwise. Jin didn't finish his words, but he already put his hand on the hilt of the giant sword at his waist. It means that if there is a disagreement, they will fight with Quinn. Seeing Jin's extremely serious attitude, Quinn confessed on the spot and raised his hands begging for mercy. Okay, I got it. Brother Ash. Quinn snorted coldly, as if you were sensible. And at this moment, Kaido's call to Jack finally got through. Don't give Jack a chance to talk nonsense at all. Kaido said bluntly. Jack. No matter where you are now or what you plan to do next, stop immediately. Your task now is to find Big Brother Ash and bring Big Brother Ash to Wano Kuni. Kaido's words made Jack unable to react for a while. After a while, Jack finally asked tentatively. Boss Kaido, is the Ash you're talking about the one in the newspaper? Just the black-winged demon who cut off Marie Joyce? To Jack's bewilderment, after hearing what he said, Kaido suddenly flew into a rage, and yelled at the phone bug. Jack! You need a punch? You can call Ash too. Remember Lao Zi? From now on, you must call him Brother Ash. If you dare to show any disrespect to Brother Ash, Lao Zi will never let you go. Kaido's snarling roar echoed over Nagashima. Don't say it's Jack. Even the cigar in Quin's mouth fell to the ground because he was stunned. Originally, Yin's reaction was thought to be intense enough. Good guy. Kaido is even more excited than Yin? It's just a title, is it necessary? As if seeing Quin's confusion, Yin hummed twice and said in a deep voice. Quin, you guys don't understand at all, what kind of status Brother Ash has in Kaido's and me's hearts. If it wasn't for Brother Ash, we would have died in the hands of the world government long ago. It's Brother Ash who saved us from the world government and Marine. Now Quin understands. No wonder they were so excited when they heard the news of Ash's return from the dead. When Yin talks to Quin, Kaido growled at the phone bug. Jack! If you didn't take Brother Ash to Wano Kuni, then you don't have to come back. Boom! After speaking, Kaido directly hung up the phone bug. And somewhere in the new world, Jack on the deck looked at the hung-up phone bug in his hand, scratched his head and wondered. Is it that serious? Although Jack was a little puzzled. But since Kaido has already spoken, of course he must follow orders. Fortunately for Jack, they didn't waste too much time, and they met this black-winged demon who became famous all over the world again in this sea area. Looking at Ash in the air, and the black wings behind him. Beast's Pirates real fight aside, Sip's head asked. Master Jack, do you want to pull the boat over? Jack slapped him across the head without hesitation. Do you still need to ask? Bring the boat over to Lao Zi. After Ash saw the pirate ship that Jack was on, he didn't immediately recognize the flag flying on the ship. Unlike the impression of the Beast's Pirates flag, the current Beast's Pirates banner, in addition to having two horns as in the original book, also has huge black wings on both sides. It shows Kaido's admiration for Ash, the elder brother. Ash didn't hesitate, and landed directly on the ship that was approaching him. Beast's Pirates, Jack the Drow, one of the three plagues. Feeling Ash's gaze, Jack felt boundless oppression from this black-winged demon. Thinking of Kaido's warning, and after Ash's horrific record in the newspapers, Jack didn't dare to look at Ash again, and hurriedly lowered his head and said respectfully. Brother Ash. I'm Jack, you can call me Zyja. I have an order from Captain Kaido to pick you up to Wano Kuni. Ash raised his eyebrows when he heard the words, feeling a little regretful that he couldn't see Jack's rebellious appearance. However, it doesn't hurt too much. Then he shook his head and said. In that case, let's go. Let me see how far Kaido's power has grown. Chapter 44. For the Beast's Pirates like Jack and Sip's head, Ash, the black-winged demon, can be said to be very unfamiliar. Even if Kaido hadn't personally given the order, let Jack know matter what method he uses. If you have to find Ash and welcome him to Wano Kuni, Jack doesn't even understand. Between the 100 beasts and the black-winged demon, there is still such a relationship. Sip's head sneaked a glance at Ash out of the corner of his eye. Then he asked in a low voice next to Jack. Master Jack. Master Ash, is it really as scary as the newspapers say? Hearing this, Jack glared at him fiercely, and said in a low voice. Shut up. You can also question Brother Ash's matter. Go, get some food and wine for Lao Zi, I'm going to send it to Brother Ash. The people of Hip's Head are numb. Jack, this guy. Is it because I took all the anger I received from Governor Kaido on Lao Zi, right? Sip's head secretly looked at Jack with contempt. But I still follow Jack's instructions. Take out all the delicious food and drink on the boat. Ash looked at Jack, who appeared in front of him like offering a treasure. and the good food and wine he and Hip's head carried. Without waiting for Ash to speak, Jack said with a flattering smile, "Brother Ash, you have something to eat first, there is still a while before we arrive at Wanakuni." Ash took a few sips from a Hip flask. Then he looked at the smiling Jack in front of him and asked, "Jack, Wanakuni is now the domain of your beast's pirates?" Jack nodded heavily upon hearing this, patted his chest and said, "Yeah, Brother Ash. Now the whole world knows that Wanakuni is our turf. No one dares to think otherwise." Ash smiled when he heard that. "What about the Wanakuni samurai? Are they all subdued by Kaido?" "Ah, this." Jack and Hip's head looked at each other. Both of them had embarrassing expressions on their faces at the same time. Seeing the reaction of these two guys, Ash shook his head, sighed after taking a sip of the fine wine. "That guy Kaido is still as brainless as ever." "Jack?" Sip's head? "Is this something the two of us can hear? Not to mention, Kaido has become one of the 4 emperors of New World. As a result, in the mouth of this black-winged demon, he got the evaluation of being brainless as always? That is to say," Kaido repeatedly told. "In any case, you can't show the slightest disrespect to Brother Ash. Otherwise, Jack really wants to have a good fight with Ash. How difficult are those samurai warriors at Wanakuni?" "Wanakuni, Onishima Port. Jin, is there anything wrong with my current appearance?" Kaido was a little nervous. He even couldn't help asking Jin beside him, "Is there anything wrong with what you are wearing?" Jin rolled his eyes when he heard the words, and said mercilessly, "Don't worry. Ever since I met you and Brother Ash, you have always been like this." Kaido grinned when he heard the words, not only didn't feel embarrassed, but laughed loudly. "Aren't you the same? Brother Ash told you a long time ago, let you be fine and don't always wrap yourself under this black costume. It's been so many years, why haven't you changed?" Yin curled his lips and didn't answer, just looking at the sea far away from the port with some excitement, waiting for the arrival of Brother Ash and Jack. And behind them, all the top brass from the Beast's pirates were there. As one of the Flying Six cells, Black Maria glanced at Kaido and Yin in front. Then he turned his head to look at Quinn with a smile and asked, "Quinn, it's just to greet Ash, is it necessary to make such a big move? Not only are our Beast's pirates executives waiting here, but most of the crew are here." Fosfu, Sasaki, Runty, Peggywan, and others all looked at Quinn. They all don't understand why Kaido called everyone here. Quinn took a sip of the cigar in his mouth when he heard the words. Immediately after exhaling a puff of thick smoke, he grinned at Kaido and Yin in front of him, and said in a low voice, "What else could it be? Boss Kaido and Yin both want to show off in front of that black-winged demon, so that he can know how much they have achieved during the 36 years of his sleep. Ah! The Fili-Ubeo people are all stupid. There is such a saying?" Black Maria even covered her mouth and laughed a few times. "How do you feel?" Kaido and Yin suddenly turned into children. The other Fili-Ubeo on the side nodded in agreement. Quinn even sneered directly. "Did you just know? For Kaido and Yin, what they have always wanted is the approval of that black-winged demon. Hear this?" Black Maria raised her eyebrows, licked her lips and smiled delicately. "If you say that, I really want to meet him, what kind of charisma he has." Quinn was taken aback when he heard the words, and then warned Black Maria in a low voice. Hey, don't blame me for not reminding you. If you do something that offends Brother Ash, Kaido and Yin will never forgive you." Without waiting for Black Maria to answer, Runty at the side looked at Quinn suspiciously and said, "Brother Ash? Since when have you known him?" Feeling the gaze of all the Fili-Upo present, Quinn smiled wryly and said helplessly, "How could I know him? I wasn't even a pirate when the Rocks brothers ruled New World. It's not because of Kaido and Yin. They both said that if any of us Beast's pirates dare to show no respect to Brother Ash, then they will definitely do it themselves and teach each other a good lesson." "Is that so?" After listening to Quinn's description, Fili-Ubeo became clearer in the hearts of Kaido and Yin. How lofty the status of the black-winged demon who has been awakened from a deep sleep for 36 years. At this time, In the distance a large ship flying the flag of the Beast's pirates is approaching at full speed. Kaido and Yin became excited instantly. After Ash jumped off the boat first, Kaido and Yin looked at each other. At the same time, Sayazi ran towards Ash's position. "Brother Ash! 36 years, I finally see you again." Kaido and Yin, the two four emperors and emperor's lieutenant who have a very high status in New World, their faces turned red with excitement at this time. Ash looked them both up and down, smiled and said, "Good job, you have become the four emperors and viceroy of the New World." Kaido and Yin laughed when they heard the words. Looking at the eldest brother in front of him, whose appearance has not changed in any way compared with 36 years ago, Kaido couldn't help sighing. "Brother Ash, I really didn't expect that you still look exactly the same as back then." Yin nodded heavily in agreement with Kaido's words. Ash just smiled and didn't explain on the subject. Kaido didn't hesitate when he saw this. Pointing directly at the huge crowd behind, he said proudly, "What about bro? These are our Beast's pirates." Ash looked around. "It is no different from the Beast's pirates in my impression. Have to say. Although because of my own appearance, the trajectory of this world has undergone enormous changes, but in some things, it is still the same as in the original plot." After Kaido saw the wink that Yin gave him, immediately, he patted his forehead and waved his hand. "Have a banquet. Celebrate Brother Ash waking up from his deep sleep." Oh! The members of the Beast's pirates were still sizing up the black-winged demon who caused the whole world to shake. But after hearing Kaido's words, immediately cheered loudly. Looking at the back of Ash surrounded by Kaido and Yin, Black Maria couldn't help but licked her lips, muttering to herself, "Is this the black-winged demon? This temperament and appearance really make people greedy." Chapter 45. Over the banquet. The members of the Beast's pirates looked curiously at the first seat. Ash surrounded by Governor Kaido, Cinder of Flame, Quinn of Plague, and Jack the Drow. Although I have seen the horror of this black-winged demon in the newspaper, but they still couldn't believe it. How could someone be able to survive the siege of all the top combat forces of Marine and the 2-5 elders? Instead of being harmed in the slightest, they even turned around and killed several Marine executives, and also killed 2 of the 5 elders who had been high above them for so many years. However, beyond curiosity, the hearts of these Beast's pirates members are more excited and excited. With Ash, the black-winged demon as the background, they Beast's pirates henceforth. Wouldn't it be possible to run amok in the new world? Whether it's the Whitebeard pirates, Big Mom pirates, or the Red Hair pirates who have always been at odds with their Beast's pirates. You don't dare to provoke them anymore, do you? After Kaido and Yin talked about the experiences of these years, Black Maria, one of the Flying Six Cells, twisted her graceful figure and came directly in front of Ash. Looking at the handsome and impeccable Ash in front of him, Black Maria covered her mouth and let out a coquettish smile. He said with a soft and weak look, "Lord Ash, I've been hearing Kaido and Yin mentioning you all these years, and I finally saw you with my own eyes today. Can I have a drink with you?" Black Maria's move made all the nearby Beast's pirates executives all turned their eyes to her. Ash raised his eyebrows slightly, looking up and down at this Fei Liu Bao. Wearing a black and blue kimono, the long golden hair was coiled up with a knife as a hairpin, looking weak and weak. But Ash is very clear. When this woman is fighting, she is not inferior to others in the slightest. The corners of Ash's mouth curled up slightly. He patted the position beside him. "Sit down." Although Black Maria was a little surprised, but he sat obediently beside Ash. See this situation? Kaido and Yin looked at each other. They don't feel any surprise about this at all. After all, these two guys are very clear. As early as 30 years ago, Brother Ash is an old hand at visiting flowers. With the appearance and temperament of Brother Ash, coupled with his identity with terrifying strength. But any woman with good eyesight, all you need is to hook Ash's fingers, and countless women will take the initiative to throw themselves into their arms. You must know that when I was in the Rocks Pirates, Charlotte, Linlin, that crazy woman, dreams of having a baby with Brother Ash. However, in Ash's eyes, the figure has long been out of shape, and Charlotte Linlin, who has become bloated and obese, is not even qualified to kneel and lick him. For Ash, waking up from a dormant slumber with difficulty. There is still some time before the summit war starts. Of course you have to enjoy it. Obviously, Black Maria, one of the 6 Beasts pirates, has taken an interest in Ash. Ash would never say no to this kind of thing happening. The next day, Ash sat up slowly from the bed, took out a cigarette and lit it. Call. After exhaling a puff of smoke, Ash let out a long breath. After glancing at Black Maria beside him, he couldn't help sighing in his heart. It's been a long time since I felt like I've reached the ultimate level. Ash's movement made Black Maria feel in her sleep. Unconsciously murmured a few words for mercy. He didn't even wake up from his sleep. Hear this. Ash looked at the figure that came into view. He shook his head with a smile and got out of bed. Have to say, even after sleeping for 36 years, Ash's strength has not weakened at all. This strength is in various senses. Wait until Ash walks out the door. After heading to where Kaido is, Yin, Quinn, and Jack, the 3 disasters, have also arrived here ahead of schedule. Looking at the refreshed Ash, Kaido winked for a while. How about Brother Ash? Maria didn't disappoint you, did she? Ash sat down on the chair Kaido had prepared. Looking at Kaido with a smile, he asked. Is this what you have prepared? Kaido nodded heavily when he heard the words, and laughed twice. Certainly. Even though I saw the end of the Valley of the Gods War with my own eyes, I have always believed that it is impossible for you to die at the hands of Marine and Whitebeard. I've been looking for an opportunity to go to Marie-Joy's again over the years. Unexpectedly, those guys from 5 Elders have already secretly transferred you to Impel Down. If I knew this was the case, I would have rescued you long ago. For others, Impel Down is indeed an iron wall. But in the eyes of Kaido and Beast's pirates, it's not that difficult to snatch someone away from Impel Down. Kaido glanced at Ash, then grinned. Brother Ash, the women trained by Maria are actually very good. Don't worry, including Maria, no other man has ever touched her before. Hear this. Ash gave Kaido a weird look. How do you make Kaido look like a professional PP? See, Brother Ash does not intend to continue to delve into this topic. Kaido immediately changed the subject. Brother Ash, I have received news that Marine does not intend to postpone the date of the public execution of Fire Fist Ace. Are you going to join this war? The corners of Ash's mouth curled up slightly when he heard this, and he said with a smile. Of course I want to participate. They gave it to me during the Valley of the Gods War, of course I have to return it. The voice fell. Kaido looked at the 3 major disasters. Excited at the same time. Kaido said, thumping his chest. Don't worry, Brother Ash. As long as you plan to participate in this war, I will definitely bring the Beast's pirates to help you deal with those damn Marine and Whitebeard. The war in the Valley of the Gods will never happen again. In the end, Kaido and Yin couldn't help gnashing their teeth. Ever since they saw Ash being besieged with their own eyes, but they were not even qualified to participate because of insufficient strength. These 2 have paid a huge price to improve their strength over the years. Just to help Ash someday. Now is the chance. Of course they don't want to miss anything. And with the participation of Brother Ash, this war will definitely determine the future pattern of the world. Maybe, Brother Ash can accomplish the goal that the Rocks failed to achieve back then. Replace the world government and become the new king of the world. At that time, aren't they Ash's loyal little brothers wanting to go to heaven? Ash had expected Kaido's words. Not only did not refuse. Instead, he nodded. In that case, let's deal with Wanakuni first. In case you go to war with the Beast's pirates and come back to find Wanakuni is no longer your place. Hear this. Kaido, Yin, Quinn, and Jack all became a little embarrassed. After so many years, I haven't been able to fully control Wanakuni. It's really a bit overwhelming. Kaido shook his head to dismiss other thoughts, looked at Ash and asked. Brother Ash, do you have any good ideas? Ash was non-committal, stood up and said. Someone take me to the capital of flowers to find someone. By the way, call out to that woman of yours who adores Kojiki Odin and idolizes him. With the two of them on their hands, taking control of Wanakuni is a piece of cake. Although Kaido didn't understand this, and Ash's teasing gaze made Kaido a little embarrassed, he still nodded heavily. No problem, brother Ash. However, this small matter still troubles you. Ash shook his head slightly, and said with a smile. Let someone lead the way. Chapter 46. Master Ash, are we really going to find that Warren named Xiao Ziyai in the capital of flowers? Runti has long sky blue and pink hair and wears a pink mask on her mouth. While taking Master Ash to the capital of flowers. In the end, he couldn't hold back and asked a question. After seeing Ash nod, Runti couldn't help but feel even more puzzled. But, Lord Ash, isn't there Sister Maria, a playgirl trained by her? You don't need it, go to the capital of flowers to find the so-called Warren. Runti really didn't understand. Could it be that Black Maria and her wandering girls? Can't you satisfy Master Ash? Ash glanced at Runti upon hearing this. Didn't mean to explain at all. After all, say more. It's better to witness it with your own eyes. After Ash and Runti arrive at Ulquiorra, the capital of flowers, Warren Zaizi, who was notified in advance. On the surface, Kurozumi Orikai's guard, Warren Zaizi's fanatical fan Kushiro. His true identity is Denjiro, one of the retainers of the Kojiki family. Both of them were already waiting outside the door. Xiao Ziyai and Kuang Shilang looked at each other. They didn't know Ash. Kuang Shilang asked Runti directly. Master Runti, may I ask what you want to see Xiao Ziyai? Seeing this, Runti said straightforwardly. It's not that I want to see her. It's Mr. Ash beside me. I have something to tell Xiao Ziyai. Lord Ash? Who is this? They've never heard of a grown-up named Ash in Beasts Pirates. But seeing Runti's attitude, Xiao Ziyai and Kuang Shilang can also guess. This so-called Lord Ash. I'm afraid even in the Beasts Pirates, it must also have a very high status. In this case, just when Kuang Shilang wanted to ask, Ash smiled and turned against the guest. Go ahead, you still need to wait for someone else. Hear this. Xiao Ziyai and Kuang Shilang couldn't help being more confused. They really can't understand. This mysterious Lord Ash, what is the reason for coming to Xiao Ziyai? With such doubts, Zaizi and Kuang Shilang still prepared sumptuous food and wine for Ash and Runti. Even in order to show no difference from the real Warren, Xiao Ziyai offered to dance to a song for Ash while he was drinking. Looking at Xiao Ziyai's graceful body below, and that pretty face, Ash smiled and drank while admiring. Have to say, this Kojiki Odin's biological daughter looks very moist. It's a pity that Mrs. Shi Tianyu died in the fire that year. Otherwise, playing a long-lost permutation and combination seems like a pretty good thing too. Wait until Xiao Ziyai finishes dancing. While sitting beside Ash and pouring him a drink, out of breath, a figure wearing a mask violently opened the door and barged in. Looking at the Prajna mask on Yamato's face, and after her long white hair, Kuang Shilang and Zaizi looked at each other, and both had an ominous premonition in their hearts. They are no strangers to Yamato. After all, the daughter of the Kaido of the Beasts has always called herself Odin, and even in the eyes of many samurai in Wanakuni, Yamato has perfectly inherited the will of Kojiki Odin. Originally, I thought the arrival of Ash and Runti was not a good thing. Now this premonition is even deeper. Kuang Shilang's face changed. Taking a deep breath, the muscles in his body tensed, and he looked at Ash and asked with an ugly smile. Master Ash, is this the person you said you were waiting for? Ash put down the wine glass in his hand. He looked at Yamato and Zaizi with a smile and said, now that everyone is here, let's talk about the ownership of Wanakuni. Miss Kojiki Hiri, who is the biological daughter of Kojiki Odin under the pseudonym Warren Kura. Also, Mr. Denjiro. The voice fell. The room was instantly plunged into an extremely weird and silent atmosphere. Boom! The jug in Kojiki Hiri's hand fell to the ground. However, This Warren didn't care about other things at all at this time. He looked at Ash, who was so close in front of him, with horror. Denjiro's reaction was more intense than Kojiki Hiri's. After standing up abruptly, with a sword drawn from his waist, zhang! The tip of the knife pointed directly at Ash. His expression changed back and forth, and finally he said with a gloomy expression, "Who are you?" Ash didn't even bother to look at him. Glancing at Runty on the other side, Runty reacted immediately. "Step hard on your feet." He rushed directly towards the position where Denjiro was. Although it is not clear how Master Ash knew the identities of these two people, but it's clear Lord Ash is right. Then why hesitate? Since this Denjiro is a retainer of the Kojiki family, then just kill him. For a while, fierce battles broke out in this room in an instant. Yamato is a little confused about the situation. She was threatened by her own father Kaido. "I came here reluctantly. The result has just arrived." Before she even took a breath, the situation has become what it is now. The Warren Zaizi of the famous Wanakuni is Kojiki Oden's biological daughter? And Kushiro, who is the guard of Kurozumai Orakai, is also a retainer of the Kojiki family? What's going on with this horse? Hey! Yamato under the mask gritted his teeth. Picking up the mace beside him, he planned to help Denjiro repel Junti. In Yamato's eyes, Kojiki Oden and Wanakuni, it is much more important than my own father Kaido and Beast's pirates. What she has to do is to protect Wanakuni and prevent Wanakuni from being persecuted by the Beast's pirates. However, Yamato has only just made a move. Ash appeared directly beside him. "Put your right hand on Yamato's shoulder." Next second, Yamato was directly pressed to the ground by the huge force in Ash's hand. Boom! He looked down at Yamato below. Ash said with a smile, "Be honest and don't move, remember your identity, you are Kaido's daughter." After being stunned for a moment, Yamato desperately tried to get up. While twisting the body, while facing Ash, he roared, "Let me go! I will never watch you pirates destroy Wanakuni." "Oh?" Ash raised his eyebrows, and after looking up and down, raising his palm, he slapped hard on the round spot. Snapped. His. Yamato's body trembled. Just wanted to yell at Ash. Continuous slaps followed one after another. Yamato swallowed the words in his throat. After seeing Yamato being honest for a while, Ash glanced up, finding that Junti is still fighting with Denjiro. Looking at the appearance, there is no way to tell the winner in a short time. After shaking his head, Ash raised his right hand, and a dark green light condensed on his index finger. Next second, the dark green Zero aimed at Denjiro's head and shot it. Laugh. Boom. Denjiro, who was resisting Junti's offensive, had no chance to dodge, and was hit right between the eyebrows by this Zero. A crisp sound came. Denjiro's head is like a watermelon. It burst open. Ash let go of Yamato, who was pinned to the ground. Looking at the face exposed after the mask came off because of the fierce struggle just now, Kojiki Hiri sat slumped on the ground, looking at Denjiro's fallen body with horror on his face. "And because my enemies were easily dealt with by Ash." Runty with a confused face. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and a warm smile appeared on his face. "Kojiki Hiri, Yamato. You don't want to see all the people of Wanakuni die at the hands of Beast's pirates members. Let Wanakuni destroy the country." Chapter 47. You don't want to see all the people of Wanakuni die at the hands of Beast's pirates members. Let Wanakuni destroy the country. The voice fell. The scene suddenly fell into an extremely strange atmosphere of silence. Run was stunned and at the same time looked at Master Ash in surprise. Kojiki Hiri, whose true identity was revealed. A look of sadness and despair. To know the reason why she was able to hide her identity all the time, while becoming a famous Warren of Wanakuni, it can also avoid being taken advantage of by men. It is because of the protection of Denjiro, one of the retainers of the Kojiki family. But now Denjiro died under the Zero released by Ash, even his head was completely blown apart. As a result, Master Ash, whom Runty was talking about, didn't even intend to let Wanakuni go. before Kojiki Hiri wants to say something. Just now he was pushed to the ground and kept struggling. Now seeing Ash let go of himself, Yamato stood up abruptly, glaring at Ash with an angry face. Holding the mace tightly in his hand, he glared at Ash and asked, "What exactly are you trying to do? If you beasts pirates want to continue destroying Wanakuni, I will fight you hard." Ash glanced at Yamato, who was not very good at thinking. The expression on his face didn't even change the slightest. He shook his head and sighed. Kid Kaido, he really doesn't know how to educate his daughter. Obviously the young master of the beasts pirates, but claiming to be the heir to Kojiki Oden's will. Ash really doesn't understand. Kojiki Oden, that brainless guy, what is there to admire? Yamato claims to have inherited Kojiki Oden's will and intends to be like Kojiki Oden. After Wanakuni was invaded, when they could fight back with samurai, they were willing to jump into the frying pan and be bombed because of a threat. However, since Kojiki Oden is as insane as Kojiki Oden, it is much easier to solve the problem of Wanakuni's rebellion. Ash sat back in his original place, under the watchful eyes of Junti, Kojiki Hiri, and Yamato. Slowly lifted the jug and filled the wine glass in front of him. After drinking the wine in the glass, he looked at Kojiki Hiri beside him and said slowly to Yamato, "Now, you have two choices. Either refuse to surrender and watch all the people of Wanakuni die at the hands of the beasts pirates. Either you choose to become a vassal at 17 and serve the beasts pirates for 3 years. After 3 years, Wanakuni will return to you and the beasts pirates will leave here. Now, make your choice." Ash wasn't at all worried that the two of them would choose to say no. One is Kojiki Oden's biological daughter, and the other is Kaido's daughter, but she is a girl who inherits Kojiki Oden's will and has a bad brain like Kojiki Oden. In their eyes, they would rather have Wanakuni play for the beasts pirates for 3 years than see the beasts pirates kill Wanakuni. After all, how could they have the courage to lead the people of Wanakuni in rebellion if they could see hope? As for what to do after the 3-year period is over? I am afraid that Ash has already replaced the world government and become the new king of the world by then. Still need to care about a mere Wanakuni? Does Wanakuni have any other choice besides surrender? Kojiki Hiri and Yamato looked at each other, these two girls who had hardly any contact with each other before, but because of each other's identities, they naturally stood on the same front. Yamato fixed his eyes on Ash who was drinking, hesitated for a moment, and asked in a deep voice, "Do you have the final say? It only takes Wanakuni to play for the beasts pirates for 3 years, and Kaido can let Wanakuni go." "Kaido, when he threatened Kojiki Oden, he did exactly what you said. Didn't he break the promise in the end?" Ash almost couldn't help laughing out loud when he heard that. Even if it is the same statement as back then, won't you still be fooled? To deal with this kind of people who are not very good at brains, you can't use too advanced planning. Ash said casually without even looking at Yamato. "As for the beasts pirates, I have the final say." Hearing this, Kojiki Hiri and Yamato looked at each other, and they could clearly see the deep doubt in each other's eyes. Is this guy so confident? If you have the final say on the beasts pirates, what's the big deal? Just when Yamato wanted to question, Jun who was on the side spoke without hesitation. "I can attest that as long as Master Ash asks, Kaido will never refuse. In other words, Kaido will never refuse any orders from Lord Ash." After the words fell, Kojiki Hiri and Yamato couldn't help being more puzzled. At this moment, Yamato seemed to have suddenly remembered something, his eyes lit up, he looked at Ash and asked, "Are you the brother Ash that Kaido said?" Ash glanced at Yamato upon hearing this, raised his eyebrows and asked, "Kaido mentioned me to you?" Yamato nodded heavily, curled his lips and said, "That guy Kaido, he has told me a lot about your deeds." After realizing that Yamato began to admire Kojiki Oden's not-so-good-brained predecessor, General Wanakuni. Kaido has been trying to find a way to change Yamato's thinking, and frequently talked about Ash's deeds in front of Yamato. Just want Yamato to worship Ash instead of that idiot Kojiki Oden. But for Yamato who picked up Kojiki Oden's diary, she seems to be possessed, clamoring to become Kojiki Oden all day long. However, Yamato still remembers the name Ash, and he also knows how much respect Kaido has for this Black Master. After all, Kaido always thought that he was able to live because Ash saved him from marine and world government. Realizing this, Yamato gave Kojiki Hiri a big nod. He's right. About the beast's pirates, what he said really counts. Kojiki Hiri unconsciously breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this. As long as it is true what Ash said, Wanakuni has played for the beast's pirates for 3 years, and the other side is willing to let Wanakuni go. Then this deal can really be done. Kojiki Hiri looked at the young man named Ash in front of him, pondered for a moment and then asked. So, what do we need to do? Ash pointed to the empty wine glass in front of him, and Kojiki Hiri, who knew it, immediately picked up the wine jug and filled it up. After watching Ash drank the fine wine in the glass, he spoke lazily again. After a while, the beast's pirates will go to war with other forces, and the warriors of Wanakuni must participate in this war. No matter what method you two use, you must do this. Otherwise, the beast's pirates will cleanse Wanakuni before going to war with other forces. Having said that, Ash looked at Kojiki Hiri in front of him with a smile and said. You don't want to see Wanakuni, which your father Kojiki Oden gave his life to protect, be destroyed by the beast's pirates, right? The image of everyone in Wanakuni dying tragically appeared in Kojiki Hiri's mind, his frail body trembled, and then he shook his head vigorously. Don't want. I can go and convince those samurai. Ash nodded in satisfaction when he heard the words, pointed to Yamato on the opposite side and said. Proclaim that Yamato has inherited Kojiki Oden's will to the point where everyone in Wanakuni knows. Make Yamato the new general of Wanakuni. I become Wanakuni's new general? Yamato pointed to himself with a look of disbelief. Although she has always claimed to have inherited the will of Kojiki Oden, and even called herself Oden. But Yamato never thought of becoming Wanakuni's general. Even Kojiki Hiri is having a hard time with this. After all, she is very clear that she still has a big brother, Momosuke, who was sent to the future by her mother Tianyoshi with the time fruit ability more than 10 years ago. If Yamato becomes the new general, what will become of her big brother Momonosuke? After hesitating for a moment, Kojiki Hiri still couldn't help asking tentatively. Can I change the condition? Ash looked at Kojiki Hiri with great interest, with a warm smile on his face, but what he said made Kojiki Hiri wake up instantly. What it means to refuse my conditions, I think you should be very clear. Kojiki Hiri was taken aback, subconsciously glanced at Mr. Denjiro's body not far away, and then nodded resignedly. Okay. I'll help Yamato become Wanakuni's general. It's just that Kurozumai Orokai, that BD, shouldn't easily give up the position of General Wanakuni. Ash raised his chin at Yamato's position, without a doubt. This kind of trivial matter, I will leave it to you to deal with it yourself. However, after killing Kurozumai Orokai, you can say in front of the people of Wanakuni that the beast's pirates let Wanakuni go after 3 years of service. It was won by the two of you. At that time, the Wanakuni people will start to support Yamato as the new general. As long as it can make the people of Wanakuni live well, and no longer bear the crazy oppression of Kurozumai Orokai. Who knows you guys what the hell is the Kojiki family? As for Momosuke? As long as the opponent appears on the grand line, there is only one dead end waiting for him. After hearing Ash's words, Kojiki Hiri fully understood that Master Ash had planned everything. As long as Yamato can slay the Kurozumai Orokai with her hands, coupled with her identity of inheriting Kojiki Oden's will, then she will get extremely rich prestige. Everyone at Wanakuni will have the utmost admiration for Yamato. At that time, even if Yamato doesn't want to be Wanakuni's new general, he can only accept it in the end. Thinking of this, Kojiki Hiri nodded in agreement. We will do as you ordered. We only hope that after Wanakuni has served the beast's pirates for 3 years, you can let Wanakuni go as agreed. Feeling Kojiki Hiri's hopeful gaze, Ash didn't answer, but just lifted the other's chin with his index finger, and said with a smile. Now that the agreement has been reached, and we are full of wine and food, next, should I experience the service of your Wanakuni Warren, what kind of experience is it? After the words fell, Kojiki Hiri felt the slightly hot eyes of Ash in front of him, and his delicate and beautiful face became a little rosy. After a while, realizing that Ash was not joking, he finally spoke softly. Master Ash, actually, as in Warren, I didn't deserve my name. I was under the protection of Mr. Denjiro before, and I have never done such a thing like other geisha. After mentioning Denjiro, Kojiki Hiri still felt a little sad. Obviously this Ash-sama does not intend to kill her, Kojiki Oden's own daughter, to capture Wanakuni. Doesn't this mean that Mr. Denjiro's death is worthless at all? However, Master Ash's enthusiastic eyes in front of him still made Guangchi Hiri unable to continue to think wildly. For Ash, Kojiki Hiri's words really gave him a big surprise. Although a used car that has been run in can be easier to drive. But if there is a new car in front of me, and it is obvious that I can adjust any posture by myself, then who would refuse? With this in mind, Ash said without hesitation. It doesn't matter if you don't have experience. If you drive more times, don't you gain experience? Kojiki Hiri hesitated when he heard the words, and asked tentatively. Master Ash, is this one of the conditions for letting Wanakuni go? Ash smiled and nodded. If you understand it that way, it's fine. Ash has never advertised himself as a good person. Being able to get the first blood in this way, on the contrary, is another feeling that makes people want to move around, doesn't it? Kojiki Hiri resigned. Ash meant very clearly, just like what he said before, to make Yamato the new general of Wanakuni. The conditions he proposed 140 simply cannot allow himself to refuse. And most importantly, with Master Ash's impeccably handsome appearance and his charming aura that makes people want to get close unconsciously. If this kind of thing really happened, maybe she took advantage of it instead? What's more, if you become Lord Ash's woman, does that mean that after Wanakuni has played for the Beast's Pirates for 3 years, he will really let Wanakuni go as agreed? Seeing Kojiki Hiri's incomparably jerky movements, Runty's eyes widened instantly, and her face, which was half covered by the mask, suddenly turned rosy. After being dazed for a long time, he finally escaped from the room with his face flushed. Run leaned against the door, patted his chest out of breath, and couldn't help but groan. That woman Kojiki Hiri, does this kind of thing happen? Put it in your mouth? Is that thing sweet like sugar? Why does she still eat it with relish? June really can't understand, Kojiki Hiri's behavior is really too weird. And after Kojiki Hiri started eating candy, Master Ash showed a comfortable expression on his face while drinking. So, after Sister Maria walked into the house with Lord Ash before, did she treat Lord Ash in this way? Runty shook her head violently, expelling all the blushing images in her mind, and then a trace of doubt surged in her heart. Turning her head to look at the door that was closed by her, she muttered in puzzlement. What about Yamato? Why hasn't she come out yet? Thinking of that possibility, Runty's eyes widened suddenly, and she was dumbfounded. Could it really be what she thought? While Runty was dumbfounded, Ash looked at Yamato, who also got under the table in front of him, and several question marks appeared on his forehead involuntarily. Yamato, what are you trying to do? While learning Kojiki Hiri's movements, Yamato raised his head and asked with a puzzled face while eating sweets with no experience. Didn't you say that this is a condition for you to let the Beast's Pirates let Wanakuni go, and the two of us must agree? Ash. Faced with this question from Yamato, Ash unconsciously fell silent. As expected of you, Yamato. Although he already knew that this girl's brain is not working well, but Ash didn't expect to reach this point. The last condition, Ash has never said that Yamato is also included. But now that things have developed to this point, Ash doesn't intend to refuse, so let's continue to make mistakes. After all, the experience of being able to form a permutation combination of Kojiki Hiri and Yamato is too wonderful. After seeing Ash acquiesce, Kojiki Hiri and Yamato tasted the strangely shaped candy in front of them without hesitation. And guarding outside the door, not letting anyone disturb the house to discuss how to plan Wanakuni's Runty. Experienced an extremely complex, wonderful experience of ups and downs like a roller coaster. Chapter 48. Early the next morning. Squeak. The sound of the door being pushed open awakened Runty, who was in a daze. Turning his head, he saw Ash looking refreshed. Run couldn't help but complained. Master Ash, do you know what kind of torture I went through this day and night? While speaking, Runty pointed to her own eyes. Ash looked at Runty's unusually obvious dark circles and red bloodshot eyes, waved his hands nonchalantly and said with a smile. I didn't tell you to get out of the house, why don't you go inside and rest? When Runty heard this, his eyes became more resentful, and he looked at Ash quietly and said. Master Ash, what do you mean, let me eat candy with Kojiki Hiri and Yamato? Run is not as brainless as Yamato, but she is very clear about what will happen to her if she continues to stay in the house yesterday. After all, Kojiki Hiri and Yamato's begging for mercy could be clearly heard just outside the door. She doesn't want to be the third person to beg for mercy in front of Ash. Ash heard the words and laughed without answering, and said bluntly. Come on, next, Beast's pirates will do as I say and promote Yamato as Wanakuni's new general. Runty nodded heavily when she heard the words, and then asked with some doubts. Master Ash, how did you know that the Warren, Zyazee, is Kojiki Hiri, the daughter of Kojiki Odin? Since yesterday, this question has been in Runty's mind without an answer. Obviously this Master Ash just came to Wanakuni not long ago, but it seems that everything is clearer than their Beast's pirates. Ash didn't answer this question, but looked at Runty with a smile and asked back. I also know why you wear a mask all the time, do you need me to say it? Runty's face froze when she heard the words, and then she shook her head vigorously, not daring to continue entangled with Ash on this issue. However, after a while, Runty couldn't help but looked at Ash and said. Master Ash, do you need to tell Kaido about Yamato? Run is very troubled by this. She is very clear about how much that guy Kaido respects Master Ash. Even though Master Ash has been asleep for a full 36 years, Kaido immediately asked Jack to bring Master Ash to Wanakuni after learning that he had woken up. He even warned everyone in the Beast's pirates that there must be no disrespect to Master Ash. However, Yamato, who is the daughter of Kaido, has become one of Lord Ash's wives. Ash saw Runty's entanglement, and said with a nonchalant hand. You don't need to report, I will tell Kaido myself. Runty blinked and said with some expectation. Then, can I listen while you're talking to Kaido? Ash saw at a glance that Run was the girl who wanted to be a fun person, and she didn't want to let go of the opportunity to watch the fun, so she said nonchalantly. Whatever. However, I can remind you that if you get in touch with me more, it is very likely that you will take the initiative to throw yourself into my arms. In terms of how attractive he is, Ash knows better than anyone else. Countless women voluntarily throw themselves into their arms, but he has already experienced it more than 30 years ago. When Run heard this, he patted his chest firmly and said firmly. Don't worry, Master Ash. I'm not like the women you've experienced. I'm very sensible. Ash smiled and didn't argue with Run, but just wanted to see how long the Fei Liu Bao of Beast's pirates could last. To Run's disappointment. After hearing that Yamato became Ash's woman, Kaido was not as angry as she imagined. After experiencing a short period of astonishment, his eyes widened, and he said in surprise and excitement. Brother Ash, according to what you said, Yin-He has become your woman. Does that mean that you are my son-in-law now? Runty? Isn't Kaido's focus a bit strange? Hey! Kaido ignored Runty's eyes, rubbed his palms together and said excitedly. Brother Ash, from today onwards, I will still call you Big Brother, but you. Kaido didn't finish what he said, but both Ash and Runty understood what he meant. Ash seemed not surprised by Kaido's reaction, and immediately gave him a death stare, speaking slowly. I dare to call, do you dare to answer? Hearing this, Kaido shook his head violently, and laughed. Of course I dare not. However, this does not prevent me from thinking about it in my heart. Ash didn't pay attention to Kaido anymore, instead he glanced at Runty, and found that the girl was still suspicious of life. It's Kaido's reaction that has had too much of an impact on Runty. However, what she didn't know was. For Kaido, no matter what happened to Yamato, it couldn't be worse than her idolizing Kojiki Odin and even trying to get her father out. Moreover, as a loyal younger brother who followed Ash more than 30 years ago, Kaido knows how powerful Brother Ash is in training women. Hand over Yamato to Brother Ash, and it won't take long before Yamato can no longer keep talking about inheriting Kojiki Oden's will. Banish Daddy and the Beast's pirates from Wano Kuni. Thinking of that picture, Duo couldn't help laughing. As for Yamato becoming Ash's woman, will Kaido be unhappy about that? What are you kidding? In Kaido's heart, even if you look at the whole world, there is no one who can compare to Brother Ash. Ash interrupted Kaido's dream with a wave of his hand, and said bluntly. Okay Kaido, then do as I said, and deal with the Wano Kuni problem before the war between Marine and the Whitebeard pirates breaks out. Kaido woke up instantly when he heard the words, nodded heavily and said. Don't worry, Brother Ash. You have already arranged everything. If there is no way to control Wano Kuni, then we beasts pirates, just jump into the sea and kill ourselves. For Kaido, who has always wanted to be recognized by Ash, he is not willing to let go of any opportunity to perform in front of Ash. That is to say, this plan is not suitable for him to come forward in person, otherwise, Kaido will pack Kurozumai Orokai and send it to Yamato to kill. However, although the relationship between Yamato and Kaido has never been good, Kaido is still very satisfied with Yamato's strength. It's just a Kurozumai snake, and Yamato has no difficulty in solving it. It turns out that Kaido was right. The following things are all in accordance with Ash's plan, development. With the help of Kojiki Hiri, Kojiki Oden's own daughter, it took Yamato less than 2 days her status as the successor of Goyo will spread throughout Kazuki. By the time Kurozumai noticed something was wrong, it was already too late. The two daughters, Yamato and Kojiki Hiri, lead the warriors of Wano Kuni directly to the shogun's mansion where Kurozumai Orokai is. After a fierce battle broke out, the Yamato allied samurai wiped out Kurozumai and his lackeys. Later, it was announced on the spot. After she negotiated with Kojiki Hiri and the Beast's pirates agreed to make a deal with them. All that is required is for the warriors of Wano Kuni to work for the Beast's pirates for 3 years, and after the 3-year period, the Beast's pirates will leave Wano Kuni completely. Moreover, in order to show their sincerity, the Beast's pirates can allow the people of Wano Kuni to elect the next general Wano Kuni to succeed Kurozumai Orokai. After hearing the news, the people of Wano Kuni and the warriors were all overjoyed. As Ash predicted. With the support of Kojiki Oden's will and the hero who eliminated the tyrant Kurozumai, Yamato has won the support of all the people in Wano Kuni. As for whether Yamato is Kaido's biological daughter? Who cares? The people of Wano Kuni are well aware that Yamato has driven the Beast's pirates out of Wano Kuni all these years in order to inherit Kojiki Oden's will. But he was punished extremely severely. He even broke with Kaido completely. Such a Yamato, what reason do they not support? After this incident, the members of Beast's pirates suddenly discovered how easy it is to control Wano Kuni. In the end, they stayed in Ghost Island for so many years, but they couldn't do it. All of a sudden, the entire Beast's pirates respected Ash, the black-winged demon, even more. They also realized why Kaido and Yin worship Ash so much. While Kojiki Hiri and Yamato are rectifying Wano Kuni, they are also taking care of the action of coming to Shiu to eat sugar. Runti, who had sworn at the beginning that she was not as irrational as other women, fell into it after all. Ash didn't bother Runti and Black Maria, who were tired and paralyzed, and walked out of the room directly after tidying up a little. After he arrived at Kaido's location, the 3 major disasters had also gathered here. Kaido looked at Ash in front of him, and asked Jane. Brother Ash, are you really leaving Wano Kuni now? Isn't there still a few days before Marine's public execution of Fire Fist Ace? The 3 major disasters on the side nodded when they heard the words, and had the same idea as Kaido. In their view, they only need to wait until the day when Marine and the Whitebeard pirates officially go to war, and then let Ash lead their Beast's pirates to participate in that war. But now that Ash is leaving early, they are full of puzzlement. Ash waved his hand. I still have some things to arrange. You don't need to leave in advance, just wait until the day of Marine's public execution, and take the samurai from Wano Kuni to Marineford. Ash doesn't intend to make Summit War appear like the forces in the original plot. Fire Fist Ace is indeed a key to open Summit War, but the other key, Straw Hat King Luffy, can attract far more forces than Ace. What's more, as the grandson of Wang Luffy, Garp, how could Ash let him go? The most important purpose of leaving Wano early this time is to put Wang Luffy and Ace on the execution platform of Naval Headquarters. Seeing that Ash had already made a decision, Kaido exchanged glances with the three major disasters, and did not continue to persuade Ash. However, Yin couldn't help but ask a question. Ash, brother, do you really need someone to go with you? Even if you let Maria and June go with you. Kaido and the three major disasters who were present knew very well that both Black Maria and Runty had become Ash's women. Ash shook his head with a chuckle upon hearing this. Unnecessary. He is a majestic black-winged demon, how can he still lack a woman? Among other things, in Wang Luffy's Straw Hat group, there are two people who need him to flog Kojiki Hiyori and Yamato like before, okay. IWC, Cake Island. As the territory of the Charlotte family of Charlotte Linlin, almost no outsiders dare to come to this sea area on weekdays. But today, a group of uninvited guests appeared, and all the members of the Genlotte family waited in full force. As the second son of the Charlotte family, Charlotte Katakuri, one of the three desert generals, came here in a hurry. Looking at another one of the three desert generals in front of her, Charlotte Cracker asked. Cracker, how's the situation? Is anyone hurt? Relying on the fruit ability, Cracker, who wrapped his body in the biscuit, shook his head and said. No, although I don't know the purpose of the red hair pirates coming here, but they never hurt anyone from the beginning to the end. Katakuri heaved a sigh of relief. Katakuri certainly didn't want the Charlotte family to go to war with the red hair pirates, if he could. After all, although in the New World Four Emperors group, the number of red hair pirates is the smallest. But when it comes to combat effectiveness, red hair pirates is definitely not the bottom one. Katakuri pushed through the crowd and walked to the front, looking at the members of the red hair pirates who were confronting the members of the Charlotte family. Facing Shanks, he said in a deep voice. Redhead Shanks, what are you doing in Cake Island? No matter what your purpose is, you red hair pirates are not welcome here. Although never clearly defined. But in New World Four Emperors, there has always been a default unspoken rule for all. That is, you must never rush to the territory of another four emperors, otherwise it will be a precursor to wanting to go to war. That is to say, these people of red hair pirates abide by the rules, otherwise, the war would have been on the verge of breaking out just now. After hearing Katakuri's words, Shanks didn't feel angry at all, instead he showed a kind smile, looked at Katakuri and said. Yes, don't worry Katakuri, we are not here to start a war with your Charlotte family. On the contrary, I want the red hair pirates and the Zolot family to become allies. The crisis after fighting together. Crisis? What crisis? The members of the Charlotte family around were a little confused when they heard the words, and didn't understand what Shanks was talking about. Hey! Shanks, don't be ashamed of yourself here. What crisis can our Charlotte family have? If you have nothing else to do, get out of Cake Island. Otherwise, we'll think you red hair pirates are going to war with the Charlotte family. 11. The smile on Shanks' face was not affected by these shouting words, and he continued to stare at Katakuri on the opposite side and said in a deep voice. Katakuri, you should know what the awakening of that black-winged demon named Rox D Ash means to your Charlotte family, right? Katakuri remained silent. After learning that Ash woke up and even killed the marine executives and the 2 5 elders, Charlotte Linlin summoned the top few family members for a discussion. Katakuri also learned of the enmity between their Charlotte family and the black-winged demon. According to Mother Charlotte Linlin, according to Ash's character of vengeance, they will never let the Charlotte family go. I was still looking for countermeasures, but Shanks came to the door directly. Thinking of this, Katakuri showed it directly without hesitation. I can take you to find your mother, but you can only go there alone. Shanks took it easy and kept the members of the red hair pirates. The members of the surrounding Charlotte family also realized that something was wrong, so they didn't stop them, but stayed here to guard against the other members of the red hair pirates. After Shanks met Charlotte Linlin, he didn't give the other party a chance to speak, and said directly, "Charlotte Linlin, you don't want the Genlot family to be destroyed by Ash's hands, do you?" Chapter 49. Shanks' words echoed in Charlotte Linlin's ears. Let her action of picking up the dessert in front of her and stuffing it into her mouth stop instantly. In the next second, an extremely powerful momentum erupted from Charlotte Linlin, sweeping the entire palace in the blink of an eye. Boom! Feeling the anger on Charlotte Linlin, Katakuri shook his head helplessly. For Mother Charlotte Linlin, Shanks' words were too harsh. Boom! Charlotte Linlin's pair of huge palms slammed down on the ground, punching out two deep pits on the ground, and the strong fluctuations spread towards the surroundings. Dust almost completely obscures Shanks. Charlotte Linlin panted heavily, with boundless anger in her eyes, glaring at Shanks in front of her and questioning. "Shanks, did you come to Cake Island just to provoke me in this way? Or, you red hair pirates, want to start a full-scale war with our Charlotte family?" Shanks could clearly sense the anger contained in Charlotte Linlin's words. But instead of retreating, he sat down on the ground, raised his head and looked at Charlotte Linlin's huge forehead, shook his head and said, "Charlotte Linlin, do you think I'm alarmist?" Charlotte Linlin snorted coldly when she heard the words, and threatened directly. "You red hair pirates are not far from destroying our Charlotte family. Red hair Shanks." Shanks chuckled when he heard that. "I'm not talking about us red hair pirates. I'm talking about Rox D. Ash. He used to be the vice-captain of the Rocks pirates, that black-winged demon. As the coder of the Rocks pirates back then, Charlotte Linlin, you should know better than me how powerful Bingzia really is." Suddenly hearing Shanks mention Ash, a frightened look flashed deep in Charlotte Linlin's eyes. In order not to let Shanks notice, Charlotte Linlin sat back to the original position. Frowning, he looked at the opposite Shanks with a gloomy face and asked in a deep voice. "Shanks, what the hell are you guys trying to say?" Seeing that Charlotte Linlin had calmed down, Shanks said slowly. "When I was in the Roger Pirates, Captain Roger mentioned Ash many times to Deputy Captain Rayleigh. So I also know about Ash, how powerful he is. Moreover, I also know that in the heart of that black-winged demon, there is an indelible hatred for those of you who participated in the war in the Valley of the Gods and killed Brother Rox." Having said that, Shanks looked Charlotte and Linlin up and down. Shanks continued after noticing that her face was getting worse and worse. After that Blackwing Demon 760 woke up, he has successively killed Golden Lion Shiki, Impel Down Prison Warden Magellan, Admiral Alternate T-Buck Kaji, Elite Vice Admiral Stolo Berry, and 2-5 elders. Even so, Ash has invaded Marie Joyce, the holy place of the Celestial Dragons. After beheading Marie Joyce with one knife, countless CP organization members and Celestial Dragons died under his knife. Boom! Charlotte Linlin slapped the ground again, interrupting what Shanks was about to say. Charlotte Linlin's chest was rising and falling, she stared at Shanks with wide eyes and growled. "Shanks! I already know this information. I don't need you to talk nonsense in front of me. Speak directly, what exactly do you want to do in Cake Island?" Shanks didn't care about Charlotte Linlin's attitude, looked at her without showing any weakness, and said in a deep voice. "What I want to do is to make the Red Hair Pirates and the Charlotte family allied. Join hands to stop the rampage of this era. You should be very clear that if the war between Marine and the Whitebeard Pirates breaks out soon, then Ash will definitely participate in the main battle. And after Ash destroys the Whitebeard Pirates and Marine, the next target may be your Charlotte family." After the words fell, Charlotte Linlin's face changed back and forth. Of course she is very clear that with Ash's vengeful character and behavior style, it is impossible to let her go no matter what. But what Charlotte Linlin didn't think of was, why did Shanks, a guy who had never participated in the Valley of the Gods war, intervene in this matter? Wouldn't it be nice to sit on the sidelines and watch the fun? Want to find excitement and choose to be the enemy of Ash's monster? After Charlotte Linlin asked the question, Shanks shrugged. "I just don't want to see this era run amok. If Ash really starts to take revenge crazily, then the world will probably fall into absolute turmoil. By that time, how many innocent people will have lost their lives? Hearing this, Charlotte Linlin sneered directly, looked at Shanks in front of her with disdain, and said mercilessly. Shanks! Don't forget, you are just a pirate. You guy, don't you think of yourself as a more righteous person than Marine? At the end, Charlotte Linlin couldn't help but burst out laughing. What are you talking about? In order not to let this era run amok, and you don't want to see countless innocent people lose their lives because of this. This kind of words come from Shanks, one of the New World 4 emperors with red hair. The more I think about it, the more ironic it is. Charlotte and Linlin's attitude made Shanks' complexion a little gloomy. But before he could say anything, Charlotte Linlin looked at Shanks with raised brows and teased as if she suddenly remembered something. By the way, Shanks, I feel obliged to remind you. Even if you don't plan to participate in this war, I'm afraid that Guy Ash will never let you go. Shanks? Shanks was a little dazed for a while, not understanding what the crazy woman Charlotte Linlin was talking about. He has never participated in the Valley of the Gods War, and has never even met Ash. Why Ash won't let him go? As if seeing Shanks' doubts, Charlotte grinned gloatingly. Although you did not participate in the Valley of the Gods War, you were once a member of the Roger Pirates. With Ash's character, you will also be one of his targets. So cruel? Not to mention Shanks, even Katakuri, who was listening to the conversation between the two of them, was stunned on the spot by Charlotte Linlin's words. Is that black-winged demon so unreasonable? Shanks frowned and asked the same question as Katakuri. To their surprise, Charlotte and Linlin had a nostalgic look on their faces. With a deep sigh, he exclaimed. Unreasonable. Back then, because Ash's strength was too strong, and his talent was so terrifying that it was daunting, so many people besieged him in the Valley of Gods War. Is this matter reasonable? Well, now both Shanks and Katakuri understand. Blood for blood, tooth for tooth, I am afraid that is the character and consistent behavior of that black-winged demon. Shanks looked at Charlotte Linlin solemnly and said. Since this is the case, then we need an alliance even more. With the power shown by Ash, only if we unite can we fight against that black-winged demon. Otherwise, what awaits us will only be erased one by one. Shanks paused, before continuing to frown. And, according to the information I got, that guy Kaido was Ash's most loyal little brother back then, right? More than 10 years ago, in order to get Ash's body back from the hands of the world government, they even risked their lives and made a big disturbance in the Holy Land. Marie Joyce. Charlotte Linlin nodded heavily when she heard the words, and said with emotion. That's right, Kaido is the most loyal servant to Shiu. After the war in the Valley of the Gods, I laughed at Kaido because of it. Unexpectedly, in the end, it was Kaido who took advantage of it. If he had known that things would develop to the present, the monster Ash could wake up from his deep sleep after being dead for 36 years. Charlotte Linlin said it was impossible to betray the Rocks brothers. Where is it like now? Need to worry all day, worrying that the order will suddenly come to you for revenge? Hearing this, Shanks almost couldn't help laughing after seeing the clearly visible regret on Charlotte Linlin's face. But in order not to annoy the other party, Shanks coughed dryly. None of that matters anymore. As long as our red hair pirates join forces with your Charlotte family, plus the Whitebeard pirates. Even if you can't beat Ash and Kaido's Beasts pirates, you must be able to guarantee a safe escape. Charlotte Linlin gave Shanks a suspicious look when she heard the words. That old Whitebeard, did you agree to your alliance invitation? BHCG, Shanks froze, then shook his head and said. I haven't contacted Whitebeard yet. However, in front of that monster Ash, surely Whitebeard will not refuse to join forces with us. Most importantly, in Whitebeard's eyes, the protection of those family members on his ship is more important than anything. This is true. Charlotte Linlin nodded in agreement. What's more, as early as 36 years ago, in order to deal with the Rocks brothers, Whitebeard had already done something to join forces with others. In front of Ash, the black-winged demon, the dignity of Whitebeard, the so-called strongest man in the world, is not worth mentioning at all. Seeing that Charlotte Linlin agreed to the League's invitation, Shanks couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Charlotte Linlin looked at Shanks in front of her and asked. What do we, the Charlotte family, need to do next? Shanks shook his head at that. There is no need to do anything for the time being, just wait until the day when Marine publicly executes Fire Fist Ace, and arrive in Marineford with our red hair pirates. While holding off Ash and the Beast's pirates, try to save Ace the Fire Fist as well. Charlotte Linlin curled her lips when she heard this. Charlotte Linlin didn't care about the life and death of that Fire Fist Ace at all. That is to say, Ash is such a terrifying enemy, otherwise, Charlotte Linlin would be very happy to see the Whitebeard pirates and Marine lose both sides. Naval Headquarters, inside the Marshal's office. Sengoku, who is the Marshal of Marine, sat at the first place, looked around, and looked at the senior Marines in the office. Except for a few people who were summoned a few days ago, the other high-ranking Marines who participated in the Battle of Impel Down have not fully recovered from their injuries. Morale was also a little low, and there was no relaxed atmosphere in the past at all. Seeing this, Sengoku said in a deep voice. It's getting closer and closer to the public execution of Fire Fist Ace. You all should be very clear that this war has been completely out of our Marines' control. No one can guarantee what kind of situation this war will turn into in the end. Sengoku's words silenced all Marine executives present. They knew very well that the black-winged demon who had been asleep for 36 years before waking up would definitely participate in this war. And this also means that in addition to dealing with the Whitebeard pirates, Marine also has to face this Ash who is countless times more terrifying than Whitebeard. Feeling the gloomy atmosphere in the office, Sengoku continued after pondering for a moment. But don't worry everyone, the 5 elders have personally assured me that they will be here in our Marine. I will also try to ask Commander Kong for help, and ask him to bring someone to support our Marine. Originally, when Sengoku mentioned 5 elders, the Marine executives present did not respond. But when he mentioned that he would ask Kong, who is the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, for help, these guys finally got a little excited. Anyway, Kong was promoted from Marshal Marine to Commander-in-Chief. Now that Marine is facing such a huge crisis, it is absolutely impossible for Chief Kong to sit idly by. Seeing that his morale had been raised by himself, Sengoku secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Sengoku tapped the table in front of him with bent fingers, and said in a deep voice. Okay, send a mandatory summons to the 7 warlords of the sea. Tell them to assist our Marine in this war no matter what. This war determines the future of our Marine. There must be no mistakes. Yes. Marshal Sengoku. Sengoku raised his hand to keep Garp who was about to leave, and waited until everyone else had left before Sengoku closed the door of the office. Turning his head and looking at Garp, feeling the sadness from this old man who has fought side by side for many years, he comforted him. Okay Garp, you should know that things have developed to this point, and our Marine can't stop. Even the world government and 5 elders will never allow us to give up the public execution of Fire Fist Ace. Garp remained silent, ignoring Sengoku's words. Seeing him like this, Sengoku shook his head helplessly, patted his shoulder and said. In the last few days, I allow you to stay with him. Ace is in Marineford at this time and has not been escorted to Impel Down. Garp nodded when he heard this and went out. Sengoku sat back to his original place, while worrying about Marine's future, his face became cloudy. Krajana Island, in a castle. As one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Dracula Mihawk, known as Hawkeye, looked at the phone bug that was hung up in front of him. Murmured in a low voice. Marine's mandatory summons. No matter what, you must participate in this war and assist Marine to deal with all the invading forces. Sitting on a chair, Mihawk fell into deep thought in the empty castle. Although he is on this island where he is alone, the news of Mihawk is not blocked. Of course he knows exactly what kind of situation Marine will face next. That black-winged demon must not be absent from this battle, right? Thinking of this, Mihawk stood up abruptly and looked into the distance, with a strong fighting intent in his eyes. It is said that the swordsmanship of that black-winged demon was unrivaled back then. In this case, let me feel how terrifying your sword skills are. While talking to himself, Mihawk walked straight out of the castle. For him, the number 1 swordsman in the world, being able to compete with a top swordsman like Ash has always been a very longing thing. Calm Belt, Hydra Island. The pirate Empress Boa Hancock angrily hung up the phone bug and said with an angry face. Those guys in Marine dare to threaten my concubine? What do you say that if I don't go to this war, I will be removed from 7 warlords of the sea? The mother-in-law at the side blinked and asked. Then are you going? Hancock raised his chin and said proudly. Of course I'm going. I'm going to see with my own eyes, who is Ash who cut off Marie Joyce with a single knife. Chapter 50. After hearing Hancock's unhesitating words, whether it's my mother-in-law, or Hancock's 2 sisters, Boa Sandersonia and Boa Marigold, they all froze on the spot, looking at Hancock in front of them with a constipated expression. Originally hearing Hancock's angry tone, they thought Hancock was going to reject Marine's summoning order. Even my mother-in-law is ready to persuade Hancock to think about Daughter Island, and she cannot be expelled from 7 warlords of the sea yet. In the end, this woman actually said that of course she would go. What are you doing? After feeling the gaze of the 3 people, the arrogance on Hancock's face did not diminish, but his head was raised even higher. I said it. The purpose of my going to naval headquarters to participate in this war was never for the so-called mandatory summoning order of Marine. All I want to do is see Ash for myself. After all, that black-winged demon cut off Marie Joyce with a single knife, and directly obliterated countless celestial dragons. Hearing this, Grand Mazier, Boa Sandersonia, and Boa Marigold all looked at each other, and they could clearly see the excited look in each other's eyes. After all, they were captured and sold to celestial dragons through the population auction house, but they belonged to the 3 Boya sisters together. A few days ago, after hearing what Ash had done, the 3 Boya sisters including Hancock directly chose to get drunk. The black-winged demon named Rox D. Ash did what they always wanted to do, but they simply didn't have enough strength to do it. However, although the mother-in-law was happy for the 3 sisters, she still reminded her righteously. Hancock, even if Ash did something that made you so happy, you must not stand with him in this war. Stand on Marine's side. Only in this way can you maintain your title as 7 warlords of the sea, so that no one dares to provoke our 9 Snakes Island. Hearing this, Hancock not only did not agree, but also sneered at Granny Ze and said in disdain. Shut up! I don't need you to tell me what to do with me. What's more, no matter what the concubine does, others will forgive me, because the concubine is so beautiful. By the end, Hancock had his trademark haughty, narcissistic look on his face. Boa Sandersonia and Boa Marigold on the side began to snigger, and Grandma Ze also had a helpless look on her face. I only hope that Hancock, the woman, can make the right choice at that time, so that they can save 9 Snake Island from being destroyed. Devil's Triangle, Thriller Bark. Hey hee hee hee. The day I've been waiting for is finally here. The battle between the Marines and the Whitebeard pirates. Gecko Moria couldn't help laughing out loud after hanging up the phone bug from Marine. His eyes were full of excitement, as if he couldn't wait to let this war begin now. Hobik and Absalom on the side looked at each other. The 2 rubbed their hands together at the same time. Captain Moria, shall we proceed to naval headquarters now? Moria nodded vigorously without hesitation when she heard the words, and said excitedly. Of course. We need to use the shortest possible time to get to naval headquarters. We must not miss this grand battle no matter what. It would be really nice if I could get Whitebeard's body. When it came to the end, Moria even shed unbearable tears at the corner of her mouth. But Absalom said with a puzzled face. Captain Moria, if you can, why don't you try to get Ash's body? The body of the black-winged demon should far surpass Whitebeard, right? Moria's complexion changed when she heard this, and she immediately rolled her eyes and said. Do you dare to think about it? Let's not talk about other things, just look at what was said in the previous newspaper, and with the strength Ash has shown, are we eligible to get his body? Absalom showed embarrassment, but then cheered up. If Whitebeard really died in this war and we get his body, can we take revenge on the Straw Hat crew? Absalom is still thinking about the woman named Nami from Straw Hat crew. After the Straw Hat crew broke into their territory, Absalom wanted to tie Nami up and make her his own woman.
But the result? Not to mention making her his own woman, Absalom didn't even touch Nami. After hearing Absalom mention Straw Hat Crew, a trace of anger and hatred flashed in Moria's eyes, and she said viciously. Of course. When we get Whitebeard's body, we'll be the first to get revenge on the Straw Hat Crew. Then get revenge on that BD Kaido. Hobuk, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke, interrupting the sweet dreams of Moria and Absalom. Moria, I remember the news that Kaido is the loyal younger brother of the black-winged demon Ash. Even if you can really defeat Kaido, but you want to seek revenge on Kaido, will Ash just sit back and watch? After the voice fell, the three of them looked at each other in blank dismay, and the scene suddenly fell into an extremely fragile atmosphere of silence. After a long time, Moria finally looked at Hobuk with resentment, and said quietly. Hobuk, if you don't speak, you are actually quite likable. Derice Rosa, inside the royal palace. Hey. Those guys in Marine are really tough. Knowing that the black-winged demon, Rox D Ash will participate in this war, they still want to carry out the public execution of Fire Fist Ace as scheduled. Doflamingo, who also got Marine's compulsory summoning order, couldn't help laughing at Marine on the throne. Doflamingo really couldn't understand where the confidence of Sengoku came from. Toripole, one of the cotters of the Don Quixote family, looked at Doflamingo and asked. My lord, what are we going to do? Are we going to help Marine? Doflamingo laughed twice when he heard this. Of course I'm going. The outcome of this war will determine the future of this world. Our Don Quixote family, how can we miss such an interesting war? Toribal was not surprised by Doflamingo's answer. After all, in the eyes of their Don Quixote family members, their young master is the man who will become One Piece in the future. Only. Toribal looked at Doflamingo suspiciously, but couldn't help asking after all. My lord, I heard that Virgo also received orders from Sengoku to go to naval headquarters to participate in this war. Doflamingo nodded heavily when he heard this, and then said with emotion. If there were only the Whitebeard pirates, Sengoku would never have given Virgo such an order. Virgo is not the only one who has received orders from Sengoku. All Marines above Rear Admiral must participate in this war. At the end, Doflamingo couldn't help but smacked his lips, shocked by the grand scene of this war. That fellow Sengoku couldn't care less about other things. Even though he knew that the new world might be in chaos after giving this order, he still had to make such a decision. The importance of that black-winged demon is much more important than that of Whitebeard, who is known as the strongest man in the world. Seeing this, Toribal couldn't help but feel even more worried, for fear that his young master would encounter any accidents in this war. Doflamingo glanced at him, sensed what was going on in his mind, and even laughed twice. Take it easy, Toribal. In this war, no matter which side becomes the final winner, our Don Quixote family will not be affected in any way. Don't forget, we, the Don Quixote family, are partners with Kaido's Beasts Pirates. After being reminded by Doflamingo, Toribal finally realized this. As Doflamin said, even if Ash and Kaido led the Beasts Pirates in the end, they became the final victors. As the partners of both of them, Kaido will definitely not embarrass them Don Quixote family, right? If so, what is there to worry about? Just do it. Toribal and Doflamingo looked at each other, and the two laughed complacently at the same time. In 7 Warlords of the Sea, Blackbeard Teach complied with the Marine's summons, but was ready to go to Impel Down to find the crew. Because Bartholomew Kuma is an experimental product of Vegapunk, it doesn't make any difference whether he has received a summoning order, anyway, he will definitely participate in this war in the end. But another 7 Warlords of the Sea, Hai Xiaojinbei. Because he didn't want to help Marine fight the Whitebeard pirates, he rejected Marine's compulsory summoning order. After being stripped of his status as 7 Warlords of the Sea, Marine captured him and imprisoned him in Impel Down. At the same time that Marine issued a mandatory call to 7 Warlords of the Sea. Straw Hat Crew finally stepped into the Minister of the Population auction house as in the original plot. At the same time, the important characters of Sabayati Archipelago in the original plot, the celestial dragons of the family of 3, are also not absent.
It's just that the mentality of the three of them at this time is completely different from that in the original plot. St. Charles rose, who wore a transparent helmet on his head, looked around, and then smiled at his father, St. Roswald. "Father, have you noticed that our status seems to be higher than before?" Before St. Roswald could answer, the female member of the Celestial Dragons, Lolia Gong, spoke bluntly. "Isn't that normal?" After that BD named Ash cut off Marie Joyce and obliterated countless Celestial Dragons. The number of Celestial Dragons is directly reduced by half compared to before. Our status has become higher, which is a matter of course. Listening to his daughter mentioning the demon-like figure that appeared in Marie Joyce that day, St. Roswald trembled involuntarily. "Ask for her flowers." Then he quickly interrupted her and said in a deep voice. "Okay, don't mention that guy. The reason why I brought you out this time is to let you relax. If possible, try not to cause trouble." After all, the 5 elders said that any Celestial Dragons would not leave Marie Joyce during this time. Hearing this, Charles Rose Saint and Charlila Gong Cai finally calmed down. As their Lord Father said, the 5 elders sternly warned all surviving Celestial Dragons. "No matter what happens, you must not leave Marie Joyce in the near future to avoid being wiped out by that guy Ash. After all, if Ash is allowed to kill, I am afraid that the Celestial Dragons will be completely extinct." Originally, Roswald St did not intend to come to Sabayati Archipelago at all. As a result, the sons and daughters of Charles Rose Saint and Shailia Palace insisted on pestering him, saying something to let Sabayati Archipelago relax, or drive him away to witness that day seemed like the end of the world. The shadow left in my heart. In desperation, Charles Rose Saint had no choice but to agree. But they were also warned. After the population auction house bought the desired slaves, they immediately left the Sabayati Archipelago and returned to Marie Joyce, which was being rebuilt. In Charles Rose's view, if he was only in this population auction house, he wouldn't have encountered that demon Ash, right? While the 3 members of the Celestial Dragons family were communicating, the Straw Hat crew gathered on the other side of the auction house were also talking. Murloc Zioba, who wrapped his body in clothes, gave a serious warning to Luffy, the Straw Hat Kid in front of him. 000. "Luffy. Don't make trouble here. Otherwise, let alone saving Cammy, even our lives will be in danger." Not only did Luffy not care at all when he heard the words, but he also grinned and comforted Xiao Beidao. "Don't worry, Haki. With us here, Cammy will be rescued. We'll never let Cammy fall into other hands." I don't know why, the more Luffy said that, the more worried Xiao Ba's heart was. He always had a hunch in his heart that this guy, Luffy, was going to screw things up in the end. Xiao Ba did not continue to persuade Luffy, but turned to look at Nami and asked in a low voice. "Nami, how many Baileys do you have here now?" Nami thought for a while and replied casually. "Now there are more than 200 million Baileys, which should be enough to buy Cammy." Although Nami doesn't like Haki, the Murloc who once occupied her hometown with the evil dragon, but since Luffy has regarded Haki as a friend, Nami has no other choice but to accept fate. Moreover, for Nami, Cammy is still very good, she certainly doesn't want to watch Cammy being bought by others. After hearing Nami's answer, Xiao Ba couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, squeezed out a smile and said. Although a mermaid like Cammy can fetch a high price in the population auction house, more than 200 million Baileys should be enough for us to buy Cammy. After each lot was sold, the mermaid Cammy, who was bound by shackles, was finally slowly pushed out of the transparent fish tank. The first time he saw Cammy, Luffy stood up and shouted loudly. "Cammy!" This behavior of Luffy attracted the attention of everyone present. They were a little curious about the relationship between this kid wearing a straw hat and the mermaid in the fish tank. After Luffy stood up and yelled, Usopp and Zioba beside him turned green, and immediately pulled him back to the seat. I was afraid that he would jump on the stage and try to snatch Cammy away as soon as his brain twitched. Luffy, who was stopped, was very upset. Cammy had already appeared in front of them, so why should he just watch like this? After seeing Luffy's reaction, Xiao Ba said directly. "Luffy, don't you see that Cammy has an explosive collar around her neck? If you grab it, she will definitely be killed. Hearing this, Luffy finally gave up the idea of robbing. However, while the host of the auction house on the stage was chattering, St. Charles Rose on the other side suddenly stood up and shouted. Don't waste your time. I'm offering 1 billion Baileys. This mermaid, I bought it. Following St. Charles Rose's voice, the auction house suddenly fell silent. While others would love to snap a photo of the mermaid, who would dare mess with the celestial dragons? After hearing this, Luffy wanted to stand up angrily on the spot to attack the guy with the fishbowl on his head. However, at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded from behind. I'm out, tens of billions a day. After the words fell, everyone in the audience turned their heads to look at the person who spoke, and St. Charles Rose suddenly turned his head angrily, wanting to see who was looking for death. However, after seeing the opponent's face, St. Charles Rose lost his footing and knelt on the ground on the spot. Click. Yeah, Ash? Billion. Chapter 51. Accompanied by the exclamation of St. Charles Rose, everyone in the auction house suddenly remembered who this guy who dared to rob celestial dragons was. Seeing Ash's reaction, St. Charles Rose was even more stunned. Oh my god, celestial dragons, kneel down. That guy is Ash. That's the one, the black-winged demon who cut off Marie Joyce. Didn't he already go to New World? Why did he suddenly appear in Sabaody Archipelago? Damn! Is this the oppressive feeling of the black-winged demon? Even the celestial dragons couldn't help but kneel when they saw him for the first time. 11. For a moment, the population auction house was filled with whispers from the crowd, and everyone was caught off guard by Ash's sudden appearance. Originally in this auction house, Trafalgar Law and Eustace Kid, among the supernovas who wanted to watch the excitement, suddenly became dignified. Kid sat up straight, fixed his eyes on Ash's position, and whispered to Kila beside him. Kira, what do you think this guy suddenly appeared in Sabaody Archipelago, what is he trying to do? Kira shook his head when he heard the words, and he had already firmly grasped the two scimitars in both hands, in case of unexpected situations. Although Kid was not as violent as Kira's reaction, he became vigilant in his heart. After glancing at the kneeling St. Charles Rose and the other two frightened celestial dragons, he turned his gaze to Ash again, and took a deep breath. Although I don't know what his purpose is, I can guess that the goal of this black-winged demon is definitely not the 3 celestial dragons. Great turmoil is likely to happen here, Kira. Do you think we are qualified to participate in it with our current strength? Kira didn't answer, but just looked at Kid with a very strange look, and Kid also noticed the answer 667 from this look. Immediately shrugged helplessly and sighed. At first, I thought that with our strength, after coming to New World, it wouldn't be easy to grab the position of 4 emperors. But what's the result? In front of this black-winged demon, even the 4 emperors can't see enough. Kid felt that his values had been greatly impacted. When Kid first saw the newspaper, he almost doubted his life, but he still couldn't believe that Ash, the black-winged demon, could have such terrifying power. But now seeing Ash with his own eyes, Kid can clearly feel the boundless sense of oppression from Ash. Although Luo's thoughts are different from Kid's, they are not much different. Looking at Ash sitting leisurely on the chair opposite, Luo couldn't help but whispered to Bibo beside him. Bibo, if something unexpected happens later, you should immediately take the others out of here. You wait for me on the submarine, I will find you. Bibo didn't dare to refuse when he heard the words, and immediately nodded heavily. Don't worry, Captain. I will definitely bring everyone else to the submarine safely. However, you must also pay attention to safety. Luo nodded slowly, not daring to relax in the slightest. What was more exaggerated than their reaction, naturally belonged to the family of 3. St. Charles Rose, who was kneeling on the ground, trembled and wanted to get up, but he didn't have enough strength to support him to make this movement. Even if the 2 disgusting snots had already flowed into his mouth, St. Charles Rose didn't dare to suck them back at all. Yeah, Ash. Why did this demon appear here? Father, is he here to kill us? Are we going to die at the hands of this demon like the other celestial dragons? My lord father, I don't want to die, please help me. Woo! Saint Roswald, the father whom Saint Charlos spoke of, wished he could kick his son to death. You don't want to die? I don't want to die either. But is it up to us to decide whether to live or die now? The scene that he witnessed with his own eyes a few days ago emerged in Roswald's mind. How Ash, the black-winged demon, cut off Marie Joyce with one knife and made countless non-dragons die without burial. Of Gudong. Saint Roswald swallowed hard, put his hands on his body and wanted to stand up and beg Ash for mercy, but found that he couldn't do it at all. Master Ash, did you come to Sabayati Archipelago for this murloc? If you want, we can take a picture and give it to you. I just hope you can let the three of us go, please don't kill us. Hearing this, Saint Charles rose, who was kneeling on the ground, finally reacted, and hurriedly begged Ash for mercy. Yes, Lord Ash. I dare not snatch this murloc from you. I am willing to spend money to buy her and give it to you. I only hope you can let us go. If it doesn't work, I have other slaves in Marie Joyce, as long as you want, I can give them to you. The words of Saint Roswald and Saint Charles Rose shocked everyone in the auction house. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it anyway. These are celestial dragons, the nobles of the world whose eyes are above the top and who regard everyone as inferior. Not only did he not plan to pursue Ash's attempt to rob someone from Saint Charlos, but he immediately explained Ash's begging for mercy. Is this the sense of oppression brought by the black-winged demon? Not to mention other people, even Ash, who was the person involved, was a little surprised by this. How could these celestial dragons be so powerful? Ash raised his eyebrows, looked at Saint Roswald with a smile and said, "Contact 5 elders, let 5 elders come and take you away." For Ash, the 5 elders had to be there for King Luffy to be publicly executed at naval headquarters with Ace. Otherwise, Marine would have struggled enough to face the current complicated situation, and it would be impossible for him to have the courage to publicly execute another grandson of Garp. I am afraid this is also the key reason why, in the original plot, Kizaru would deliberately release water and let Bartholomew Kuma send the Straw Hats away. Ash knew very well that from the moment he told the 5 elders in Marie Joyce, Marine had a lot of credit for being able to kill the 2 5 elders. There is an indelible rift between Marine and world government. In this war, the target of Lord Im is probably not just himself and the major forces in New World. Even the top executives of Marine will be among Im's cleaning targets. After all, what is the life worth of a dog who has betrayed his master? After hearing what Ash said, Roswald suddenly looked surprised. In his opinion, Ash agreed to let his family of 3 go. Immediately, I thanked Ash repeatedly with St. Charles Ross and Sialulia Palace. Thank you Lord Ash. Thank you so much for letting us go. To express our gratitude, we will buy this mermaid and give it to you. St. Roswald took out his phone book to contact 5 elders, and St. Charles Rose, who was on the side, received a signal from his father. Immediately scolded at the host on stage. Damn you! Didn't you hear what my father said? Hurry up and undo the explosive collar around this mermaid's neck. I'm going to give this mermaid to Master Ash. After hearing the angry roar of Charles Rose, the host hurriedly began to loosen the explosive collar for the merman Cammy in the fish tank. Even if there is no Saint Charlos, after Ash is interested in this mermaid, the host will definitely give this mermaid to Ash. This horse has killed 2 5 elders, cut off Marie Joyce, and wiped out countless celestial dragons, black-winged monsters. Who dares to live impatiently and provoke Ash? It's a pity that such people really exist. Luffy could hardly bear it when Ash called out 10 billion Baileys. He also heard what Nami said just now, their Straw Hat Pirates only have more than 200 million Baileys in total, they are simply no match for the other party. Now I heard that Cammy, who was regarded as a friend by Ash and Celestial Dragons, was actually sold as a commodity by these guys. The furious Luffy stood up on the spot, and roared angrily at Ash and Charles Rose. You guys! What do you think of Cammy? Cammy is my friend, and I will never allow you to take Cammy away. Luffy's roar echoed in the auction house, and everyone stared at this brat wearing a straw hat in astonishment. No one could have imagined that this guy was so brainless. Didn't you see that even the celestial dragons groveled before Ash? You are a pirate, how dare you jump out and oppose? Luo's complexion changed, and he whispered quickly to Bibo beside him. Beppo! Hurry up and take the others away. The behavior of this straw hat will definitely make this matter worse. Wouldn't it be nice to ask Ash to take that merman out of the bathtub? You are jumping out now because you think the matter is over too quickly, and you are not allowed to play, right? And Bippo was obviously aware of the bad situation, and he didn't dare to hesitate at all. He waved his hand immediately, and sneaked towards the gate with the other members of the Heart Pirates. On the other side, Kid and Kira also looked at the angry Luffy dumbfounded. Kid couldn't help but ask. Kira, I think I'm reckless enough, but someone is more reckless than me. This guy is Luffy the Straw Hat, one of the supernovas with us. To be honest, even Kira, who was always stern, was taken aback by Luffy's sudden behavior. Now he couldn't help but persuade Kid even more. Kid, I think, let's get out of here first. With the behavior of that black-winged demon, this matter will never be let go. If those marine executives also come here, then we are likely to be implicated. Let Kira, who is not good at words, say so many words in one breath, one can imagine how worried he is. But Kid didn't pay too much attention to it, instead he waved his hand and said with a smile. Don't worry, Kira. Even if those high-level marines really come here, their goal will definitely not be ours. Don't look at us pirate supernovas shouting loudly, but in front of this black-winged demon, it's not worth mentioning at all. While Kid was talking, there was a look of watching the excitement on his face. Ash, who was the person involved, had no intention of intervening at all at this time, but instead looked at the Straw Hats with great interest. As far as Ash is concerned, he doesn't care about this Straw Hat boy's provocation at all, and he is completely ignored by Ash. Most importantly, if you don't give way. If Faye makes things big, how can he be firm in Five Elders' idea of executing him? Ash is really looking forward to it. When Luffy and Ace are put on the execution platform together, what will Garp do? Moreover, Ash can clearly perceive that there is an old acquaintance in the backstage of this population auction house. Rayleigh, the vice-captain of the Roger Pirates, who later got the title of Pluton, was hesitating backstage at this time, whether to appear in front of Ash. On the one hand, he was worried that he would die in the hands of Ash, the black-winged demon, and on the other hand, that Kid, Luffy, had inherited their captain's will. After seeing Ash's reaction, the three members of the Roswald family were slightly relieved at the same time. Saint Roswald contacted Five Elders with a phone bug, and at the same time gave instructions to Saint Charles Rose and Carulia Palace. Kill this lifeless pirate. Don't let this guy anger Master Ash. Roswald St., who thinks that Ash will really let their family of three go, certainly doesn't want to see someone anger Ash at this time. As for the kid who jumped out wearing a straw hat? Just a lowly pirate who dares to provoke them celestial dragons? Without hesitation, Charles Rose took out the pistol on his waist, and pointed the muzzle directly at the straw hat boy opposite him. Go to hell! Lowly pirate! Boom! Facing the bullet shot at him, Luffy just tilted his head slightly, and dodged it directly. Although he was not injured, Luffy was instantly enraged by the behavior of Charles Rose Saint. UBD, I told you. Cammy is my friend. No one can stop me from saving Cammy. Hearing this, Saint Charles Rose was also very annoyed. He aimed his pistol at Luffy and pulled the trigger one after another, wanting to shoot this guy as soon as possible. In case it turns out to be like what his father said, this pirate will piss off Ash as well. Seeing Luffy provoke celestial dragons and the black-winged demon at the same time, Haki, Usopp, Nami, Robin, and Chopper beside him all felt heavy in their hearts. Luffy. It's over. I'm afraid we are really over this time. Luffy, can you guys stop doing such scary things all the time? The souls of the cowardly trio were about to be frightened by Luffy, and Xiao Ba was also full of fear, not knowing what to do next. Zoro, Sanji, and Frankie looked at each other, and they were all ready to fight in unison. At the same time, seeing that the bullet he shot did not kill Luffy, St. Charles immediately waved his palm angrily and said directly, "You guys, arrest those guys. By the way, don't kill those two women, I will capture them and give them to Lord Ash. Others, Kill them all. After hearing the order from St. Charles Rose, the surrounding CP members launched an offensive against the Straw Hat Pirates without hesitation. Originally, after seeing Ash appearing in this auction house, these CP members felt that they were dead. Unexpectedly, that monster, Ash, didn't kill them and the 3 celestial dragons, and even asked the 5 elders to take them away. Now that they have the hope of living, they are of course willing to please Ash at all costs. As for the Straw Hat crew who dared to jump out to stop them, let them die. Then capture the 2 women in the Straw Hat crew and give them to Ash. This will always ensure that they can return to Marie Joyce alive, right? The battle is about to start. The battle between the CP members and the Straw Hats starts instantly. Seeing this situation, other people in the auction house began to flee towards the outside one after another, not wanting to be involved in this matter. Whether it is celestial dragons or Ash, they are not something they can provoke. In the next second, an accident happened suddenly. The clothes wrapped on Zyoba's body were accidentally ripped off by a CP member, revealing his true Murloc appearance. After seeing it, St. Charles Rose drew his gun without hesitation and shot at Zyoba. Boom! Laugh! The bullet hit Xiaoba's chest, causing the Murloc to fall directly to the ground. Zyoba! After seeing Xiaoba being shot, all the members of the Straw Hats shouted loudly. As for Ash, who was sitting on the seat, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and 10 smiles appeared on his face. This good show is about to be officially staged. Chapter 52. The members of the Straw Hat Pirates turned over the CP members in front of them as soon as they saw Haki was shot and fell to the ground, and then rushed to Haki's side. Zyoba! How are you doing? Luffy looked at Zyoba who was spitting out blood, his face was full of anxiety and anger. And Chopper, who is a ship's doctor, also rushed to check on Xiaoba's injury, wanting to stop Xiaoba's bleeding first. However, before Chopper started to move, Xiaoba directly grabbed Luffy's arm in front of him, and hurriedly persuaded Luffy. Luffy! Don't go to war with the Celestial Dragons. Never do such a thing. Otherwise, all of us will die here. After hearing this, Luffy became even more angry, his chest heaved unceasingly, and the anger contained in his heart was almost uncontrollable. Zyoba was obviously shot by the guy with a transparent helmet on his head and 2 disgusting snots hanging from his head. In the end, he actually made himself unable to do anything to the opponent no matter what. He is a man who is going to be the One Piece in the future. Is he angry? Just when Luffy was about to say something, St. Charles Rose, holding a special golden pistol, sniffed his snot twice, looked at Xiaoba and said, "Since you know my identity, why do you dare to appear in front of me as a dirty Murloc?" After finishing speaking, without waiting for Xiaoba to respond, he raised the pistol in his hand again, pointed it at Xiaoba and pulled the trigger frantically. Boom! 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 The continuous gunshots made all the members of the Straw Hats angry, and Kami in the fish tank on the stage looked at Xiaoba with a worried face. "I'm afraid that because of rescuing myself, something will happen to Xiaoba and the Straw Hat Pirates." Zhang! In an instant, Zoro and Sanji drew out their sabers and raised their right legs, trying to block all the bullets fired by St. Charles. However, in the next second, Luffy stood up abruptly, raised his arms and blocked Xiao Xiao directly. Puff puff! There were several sounds in succession, and all the bullets fired from the pistol of Charos Saint Luffy were blocked by Luffy with the ability of Rubber Fruit. Seeing this scene, Zoro on the side felt as if he had known him before. It seemed that when he first met Luffy, he also helped himself to block bullets like this. The veins on Luffy's forehead were bulging, and his face had become extremely gloomy. While walking towards the location of the sanctuary of Charos, Luffy growled in a voice containing boundless anger. "You dare to hurt my friend, I will never forgive you. I want to blow you away." St. Charles Rose was stunned when he heard the words, and quickly aimed his gun at Luffy and kept shooting, but what he couldn't accept was that, facing the bullets he fired, Luffy just tilted his head slightly, and dodged them all. Seeing this, St. Charles Rose immediately gave orders to the surrounding CP members. "What are you guys waiting for? Hurry up and kill all these pirates." After hearing this, the CP members didn't dare to delay at all, and rushed towards Luffy frantically. If these celestial dragons died in the hands of Ash, even the 5 elders would never punish them. But now Ash has no intention of attacking the celestial dragons at all. Instead, the pirates seem to be desperate and want to attack the celestial dragons. If the CP members fail to protect and let the celestial dragons get hurt, then they wait to bear the wrath from the 5 elders. Facing the offensive of these CP members, Luffy was unmoved at all, before they rushed in front of Luffy. Zoro, Sanji, and Lan Chi fought each other directly. In addition to Chopper treating Haki who was shot, Usopp kept shooting at the CP members with his slingshot, and Robin also used the flower fruit ability to prevent the CP members from attacking. Only Nami seemed at a loss, not knowing what to do. After all, even though Luffy, the captain, has already regarded Haki as a friend, but in Nami's heart, he still has hatred for these Murlocs who have occupied his hometown. One after another, the CP members who blocked the way were overthrown by the Straw Hat Pirates, and Luffy finally stood in front of St. Charles Rose. Seeing the bewildered and angry look of St. Charles Rose, Luffy, whose chest was full of anger, roared at him. "I said, if you dare to hurt my friend, I will definitely beat you up." After the words fell, Luffy threw out a punch without hesitation, aiming at the head of St. Charles Ross, and smashed it hard. Boom! With one punch, the transparent helmet on St. Charles's head burst instantly, and his body also rolled continuously into the air under Luffy's huge strength. After rolling dozens of times, it finally fell heavily on the ground. Boom! The bloated and obese body of St. Charles smashed several nearby seats into disrepair, and he himself lost consciousness in an instant, falling into a coma and unconscious state. After seeing this situation, St. Roswald, who was talking to 5 elders through the phone bug, was furious instantly. Dang even growled angrily at the phone bug. 5 elders! If you don't hurry to the Sabayati archipelago, our family of 3 will be killed by the damn Straw Hat Pirates. Patter! Before 5 elders could respond, the angry Roswald hung up the phone directly. Since Ash chopped off the Holy Land Marie-Joys a few days ago and obliterated countless celestial dragons, the status of the Roswald family of 3 among the celestial dragons has risen sharply. 5 elders, no matter what, don't want to see any more celestial dragons die at the hands of Ash or someone else. Otherwise, once Master Im finds out, I'm afraid their status as the 5 elders will become less stable. As far as Saint Roswald is concerned, he can bow his knees to Ash, the black-winged demon, and even if he is known by the whole world, he will not be ashamed at all. But the damn Straw Hat Pirates dared to attack the celestial dragons, which he will never tolerate no matter what. The angry Saint Roswald also took out the same gun as Saint Charles from his waist, and at the same time roared at the surrounding CP members who had not been overthrown. No matter what method you use, you must keep these guys. After the 5 elders bring people here, except for those 2 women who gave to Master Ash, I will bring back Marie-Joys, and let these lowly pirates become our slaves. While speaking, Saint Roswald and Carulia Palace shot wildly at Luffy's position. And the CP members who got the order are obviously aware of their current situation. All they can do now is try their best to stop the Straw Hat Pirates. As long as they persist until the support from the world government arrives, they will win. Otherwise, even if they can return to Marie-Joys alive, the punishment from the 5 elders is absolutely unbearable for them. It is precisely because of this that a group of CP members began to launch a frenzied and fearless offensive against the Straw Hat Pirates. Watching this fierce battle, Kid couldn't help but be amazed. "Kira, do you think the Straw Hat Pirates can escape?" Looking at the appearance of that celestial dragons, he should have contacted the 5 elders and asked the world government to send someone here, right? Kira was indifferent to this, but instead glanced secretly at Ash with a smile on his face, and then whispered next to Kid. Whether the Straw Hat Pirates can escape or not has nothing to do with the world government. The most important thing is whether that black-winged demon will allow them to leave this auction house. Hearing this, Kid couldn't help but glanced at Ash out of the corner of his eye, and found that he had no intention of intervening until now. "I think so too." A few days before the battle between Marine and the Whitebeard pirates, this black-winged demon suddenly came to Sabayati Archipelago. His target is definitely not that mermaid. The reason why you want to snatch that mermaid is probably just a matter of convenience. Although Kid couldn't guess what Ash wanted to do in the Sabayati Archipelago, but it was obvious that just such a mermaid was definitely not worth Ash's mobilizing so many people. If he really wants to get the mermaid, with the strength of this black-winged demon, even if they went to the Fishmen Island and snatched Shirahoshi, the mermaid princess, who would dare to say anything? On the other side, Luo and Kid have the same thoughts. Even the reason why he let Bebo leave first with the Heart Pirates, while he himself stayed in the auction house, is to find out what Ash's purpose is. Although Roswald St, Shalelia Palace and those CP members have tried their best to deal with the Straw Hat Pirates. But in any case, there is still a big gap in strength. After the last CP member was punched by Luffy, everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates breathed a sigh of relief. Luffy squeezed his fists, and said with a smug smile, "Zioba, I told you, since you are my friend, then I will absolutely not allow anyone to hurt you." Xiao Ba's face was earthy, and he didn't seem to be comforted at all. Instead, he quickly got up and urged Luffy. "Stop wasting time, Luffy, get Cammy out of here, and we'll get out of this area as fast as we can. Otherwise, our end will definitely be terrible." Luffy waved his hand carelessly. "It's okay, Little 8, these guys are very weak, they won't have any influence on us at all. Even if so many people come again, I will definitely be able to beat them all down." Xiao Ba felt numb all over. Luffy doesn't even know what it means to attack celestial dragons, does he? Xiao Ba, whose face was full of fear, took Luffy to the stage of the auction house, trying to rescue Cammy, and said fearfully, "Luffy, once you attack celestial dragons, Marine Admiral will be dispatched. With the distance between Sabayati Archipelago and Naval Headquarters, if we don't get out of here soon and wait until the Marine Admiral arrives, then we will never go again." Marine Admiral will be dispatched? Luffy was shocked when he heard this. If it was when he was just out at sea, Luffy might not have realized what it meant. But after facing Aokiji in person, Luffy really experienced the terrifying power of Marine Admiral. Luffy certainly wouldn't want to face Marine Admiral again now, if he could. His journey as the One Piece must not end here. At this moment, Luffy turned his head and asked Xiao Ba with a puzzled expression as if he suddenly remembered something. "No, Zioba. According to, as you said, if the celestial dragons are harmed, the Marine Admiral will be dispatched in person. But I heard Robin read a newspaper a few days ago. It said that someone cut off the celestial dragon's holy place, Marie Joyce, and killed countless celestial dragons. Man! But, isn't that person still alive and well?" After the words fell, the expression on Xiao Ba's face instantly froze, and his footsteps also stopped. Slowly turned his head and looked towards the direction of the auction house. When he saw Ash sitting there with a smile on his face, Xiao Ba couldn't stabilize his body and slumped directly on the ground. Seeing this situation, Luffy was a little puzzled, and asked in surprise, "What's wrong with you, Zioba? Didn't Chopper help you stop the bleeding?" The little boy sat slumped on the ground with an earth-colored face, and a bean-sized cold sweat appeared on his forehead for an instant. After a while, just when Luffy couldn't help but want to ask another question, Xiao Ba suddenly said tremblingly, "Luffy, yeah, Ash is still here. Because I was too worried about the conflict between the Straw Hats and the Celestial Dragons just now, and Ash was sitting there watching the excitement from the beginning to the end. As a result, Zioba almost forgot the existence of Ash. Now when I suddenly heard Luffy mention Ash's horrible record a few days ago, Xiao Ba suddenly remembered that the Black-Winged Demon just said that he wanted to buy Cammy. Provoking celestial dragons will indeed trigger Marine 940 to dispatch himself. But Ash, the Black-Winged Demon, is far more terrifying than Marine Admiral. Not only Xiao realized this, but other members of the Straw Hat Pirates also became extremely dignified. They couldn't even imagine what would happen if they had a conflict with this Black-Winged Demon. Just when Haki and the Straw Hat Pirates were thinking about it and wanted to come up with a solution, Luffy yelled directly at Ash's location. "Hi! Your name is Ash, right? My name is Monkey D. Luffy, and Kami is our friend, so I can't let you take me away. If you want to grab Kami from us, I will beat you up like I did to those Celestial Dragons and CP members just now." As Luffy's voice fell, the auction house instantly fell into an extremely strange atmosphere of silence. Whether it's Haki, the members of the Straw Hat Pirates, or Kid, Kira, and Luo, they all petrified on the spot at this moment. No one expected that Luffy would be able to say such words in the face of Ash, the world-renowned Black-Winged Demon. Kid touched Kira's arm beside him, swallowed and asked, "Kira, did I hear you right? The Straw Hat guy just said he was going to fly Ash. This guy, maybe there is something wrong with his brain." Kira nodded emphatically when he heard the words, looked at Luffy opposite with mentally retarded eyes, and agreed. "I also think there should be something wrong with his brain, but if there is no problem with his brain, he wouldn't say such things in front of Ash. What's the difference between that and courting death?" Although Luo on the side didn't speak, but looking at the Straw Hat Master on the opposite side, it was like looking at a corpse. Even the three of them who watched the fun had this reaction, let alone the members of the Straw Hat Pirates. Nami stared at Luffy with wide eyes, and couldn't help screaming. "What is going on in your house?" Usopp even jumped up and down, wanting to gag Luffy's mouth on the spot. "Luffy! Admit your mistake. Do you know who he is?" Robin's glamorous face was full of worry, while Zoro Sanji Frankie was on the alert for fear of Ash's sudden attack. Just when Luffy was about to say something, Ash suddenly raised his right hand, and a dark green light condensed on the index finger. In the next second, a dark green zero flew towards Luffy's position. "Laugh! Luffy!" Everyone in the Straw Hats screamed, and before Luffy could make any extra moves, the dark green zero flew past his ear. Luffy blinked and looked at Ash suspiciously, wanting to ask him what he was going to do. Ash ignored Luffy at all, but spoke slowly towards the big hole he blasted with Zero. "Rayleigh, the kid who inherited your captain's will is about to be killed, will you continue to hide like a mouse?" Chapter 53. Naval Headquarters, the Naval Headquarters Meeting Room. Sengoku heard the phone bug on the table start to make a hasty sound, picked it up and found that it was from Five Elders. Dang Li frowned, and had an ominous premonition in his heart. After taking a deep breath, Sengoku connected the phone bug, but before he could speak, the urgent voice of Five Elders came directly from the phone. "Sengoku! Immediately summon all Marine executives in Marineford, and head to Sabaody Archipelago at full speed now." Hearing this, Sengoku's heart sank, but he still couldn't help asking. "What happened? Why is it so sudden that all Marine executives are sent to the Sabaody Archipelago?" Five Elders didn't hesitate, and said in a deep voice. "I just received the news that Ash Guy has appeared in a population auction house in Sabaody Archipelago." "Sure enough, Ash." Sengoku clenched his fist, the expression on his face couldn't tell whether it was anger or horror. Just when Sengoku was about to agree, he suddenly remembered something, and frowning at the phone bug in front of him, he said, "No. Even if that Ash Guy appeared in the Sabaody Archipelago, what does that have to do with our Marine? Based on what I know about Ash, as long as no one takes the initiative to provoke him, he will never do anything to ordinary people no matter what. Why are we going to the Sabaody Archipelago if he's not going to go crazy and wreak havoc at the Sabaody Archipelago?" It can only be said that the reason why Sengoku was able to succeed Kong as the Marine Marshal, apart from his strength, his IQ is also a very important reason. At least in the position of Marine Marshal, neither Five Elders nor Kong ever considered Garp to do it. Sengoku's words caused the Five Elders on the opposite side to fall into silence. After a while, the somewhat embarrassing voice of Five Elders finally came again. "That, because there were 3 celestial dragons who left Marijois without permission and met Ash at that auction house in the Sabaody Archipelago. According to Ash, the 5 elders can only survive if they go to the Sabaody Archipelago themselves." After the voice fell, Sengoku did not answer for a long time. But 5 elders could clearly sense the anger in Sengoku's heart opposite the phone bug. Just when 5 elders was about to explain, Sengoku's angry growl suddenly rang through the phone bug. "5 elders! What the hell are you guys thinking? Obviously you have faced Ash directly, and even your holy place, Marie Joyce, was cut off by Ash. You let the celestial dragons leave Marie Joyce knowing how powerful Ash is. Don't you know what kind of situation our marine will face next? Sengoku was really angry this time. The 5 elders, these brainless idiots, clearly told them before that during this period of time, no matter what, they must prevent the celestial dragons from leaving Marie Joyce. So it's only been a few days? You just told me that celestial dragons went to Sabayati Archipelago and met Ash? Don't step on the horse to save it. Just let those 3 idiot celestial dragons die in Ash's hands. Originally, 5 elders felt a little sorry for Sengoku, but after hearing Sengoku's angry scolding, 5 elders roared equally angrily. Sengoku! Mind your own identity. Remember. You are just a marine marshal. You are not qualified to reprimand us 5 elders with this attitude. I'm not negotiating with you. Let all marine executives go to the Sabayati Archipelago to rescue the 3 celestial dragons. This is an order from our 5 elders to your marine. Hearing this, Sengoku's chest heaved rapidly. If he didn't still have his sanity, he really wanted to breathe out the fragrance to the phone bug on the spot. But in the end Sengoku still forcibly endured it. After all, the current marine does not have enough capital to completely tear itself apart from the world government. Are you sure Ash didn't intend to kill those 3 celestial dragons? 5 elders saw that Sengoku's mood eased, and his voice was not as tough as before, but said in a deep voice. That celestial dragons told me that myself. As long as our 5 elders go to the Sabayati Archipelago, Ash will allow them to leave alive. Sengoku had a sneer on his face when he heard this. Now he completely understood. The reason why 5 elders called and said that all the marine executives were dispatched to the Sabayati Archipelago to rescue the 3 celestial dragons. The most fundamental reason is that the 3 of them dare not face Ash alone. Arrive with all marine executives before they have the guts to negotiate with Ash. Sengoku knew very well that when he was in Marie Joyce a few days ago, if the mysterious Lord Im hadn't personally acted, this guy would have died in Ash's hands too. With this in mind, Sengoku confirmed to the phone bug. So, the 3 of you will also go to the Sabayati Archipelago with us, right? Sengoku's words kept the 5 elders on the opposite side silent for a long time, and after a while, he finally spoke in an embarrassing tone that couldn't be concealed. That's right. Since Ash slashed Marie Joyce a few days ago, the number of celestial dragons has dropped sharply. Those 3 celestial dragons in Sabayati Archipelago, there must be no more accidents. Sengoku nodded knowingly, and said coldly. Okay. I will inform the others and have all marine executives go to Sabayati Archipelago. I hope everything you said is true. Just when Sengoku was about to hang up the bug, the voice of 5 elders came again. By the way, Sengoku, I need to remind you that Garp's grandson, Monkey D. Luffy, is also at that auction house. He even made a move against celestial dragons. As the marine marshal, you should know what you should do, right? Sengoku was dumbfounded when he heard this. He was still laughing at the 5 elders' incompetence in his heart, but he was able to let those 3 idiot-like celestial dragons sneak out. Turning around, I heard 5 elders say that Garp's grandson was also at the scene? Did he even step on the celestial dragons? Seeing that Sengoku hadn't answered for a long time, 5 elders said righteously. As a marine, anyone who dares to harm celestial dragons must be punished severely. I believe that, as Martial Marine, you will never have any cover because of the other party's identity. After speaking, without waiting for Sengoku to answer, 5 elders directly hung up the phone bug. Left Sengoku in the marshal's office, staring blankly at the phone bug in front of him, falling into silence. After a long time, Sengoku gritted his teeth fiercely, picked up the cloak of justice behind the chair and put it on his body, and walked out while contacting those marine executives in Marineford. After Sengoku came to the port of Marineford, Garp, Tsuru, Akainu, Aokiji, Kizaru, Jun, and Virgo had all gathered here. Sengoku didn't talk nonsense, just waved his big hand and said in a deep voice. Get on the warship and head to the Sabayati Archipelago at full speed. That Ash guy appeared in the Sabayati Archipelago. Hearing this name again, the hearts of those Marine executives present who participated in the Impel Down war suddenly became heavy. And Sengoku didn't want to explain at all, ignoring other people's eyes, and directly pulled Garp to the cabin car alone. Garp looked at Sengoku in front of him with a puzzled face, and couldn't help asking. Sengoku, what happened? Sengoku stared intently at Garp, wanting to punch this guy hard in the head, but in the end he suppressed his anger and growled. Garp. Another grandson of yours is really capable. Another grandson? Luffy? Garp immediately became alert when he heard this, and hurriedly asked. What's the matter? What happened to Luffy? You must know that during the period after Ace fell into the hands of Marine and Marine decided to execute Ace publicly, Garp didn't have a good night's sleep. On one side is Ace, who is no different from his own grandson, and on the other side is justice that has stood up for decades. Garp is very clear that no matter which side he chooses in the end, he will live in endless regrets in the future. If there is another accident with Luffy at this time, then Garp will really collapse. Sengoku didn't give a shit, and said directly and angrily. Your BD grandson, with his men, is now in the Sabaody archipelago, and made a move on the celestial dragons. You should know that after Ash killed Marie Joyce, the number of celestial dragons dropped sharply. As long as celestial dragons are alive, their status has been greatly improved. What do you think the 5 elders guys are going to do with him if he really hits, or even kills, the celestial dragons? After the words fell, Garp's face turned pale instantly. Although Garp has always hated the celestial dragons, seeing them as scum and moths. If he had heard Luffy do something to the celestial dragons before, maybe Garp would have laughed on the spot. But it's different now. The current world government will never allow anyone to harm those surviving celestial dragons. Even if Luffy is the grandson of his marine hero, those guys from 5 elders will never let Luffy off him. Damn it! That BD Luffy, why would you do such a thing? Garp clenched his fists tightly, wishing he could appear in front of Luffy now and beat him unconscious in one fell swoop. However, the words that came out of Sengoku's mouth in the next second made Garp's heart lift instantly. There's another piece of news I need to tell you, the place where Ash appeared happened to be the auction house where your grandson is. If Ash knows that Luffy is your grandson, I'm afraid. Sengoku didn't finish his sentence, but Garp could see what he meant. With Ash's vengeful character and behavior, if he realizes that Luffy is his grandson, I'm afraid Luffy will have died in Ash's hands by this time. Boom! In an instant, an extremely powerful aura erupted from Garp's body, making all the marine executives on the outer deck want to come to check what happened. Looking at the blue veins on Garp's forehead, and the eyes that turned red instantly, Sengoku pressed his hands on Garp's shoulders and said in a deep voice. Garp! Wake up! That guy Ash has been asleep for 36 years. As long as Luffy doesn't take the initiative to reveal his identity, it's impossible for him to know. Garp woke up instantly when he heard the words. His face was full of anxiety and anger. Sengoku's words made him hopeful, and he spoke plausibly. Sengoku, you're right. That guy Ash never knows the way. Fly belongs to my grandson. As long as we go fast enough, Luffy will never have any accidents. Sabaody Archipelago, Population Auction House. Unbeknownst to Garp, Ash knew that Straw Hat Luffy was going to be his grandson even more than 30 years ago. And, in the style of this King Luffy, when meeting weaker opponents, introduce yourself as Luffy, the man who wants to become One Piece. But in front of powerful enemies, Luffy will say his full name, Monkey D. Luffy. Ash just wants to know his identity, and he can't do it at all. Fortunately for Garp, though, Ash isn't going to bother with Luffy at all right now. In other words, in Ash's eyes, Luffy's fate has been paralyzed from the very beginning. That is, like his big brother, he was placed on the execution platform of naval headquarters and became another key of Summit War. Ash's current goal is Rayleigh, who has the title of Pluton. Pata pata pata. Rayleigh did not choose to leave in the end, but walked out slowly from the big hole blasted by Zero. Looking at Ash sitting on the opposite chair, Rayleigh forced a smile on his old face and sighed. Long time no see, Ash. Ash looked Rayleigh up and down, nodded slowly and smiled. It's been a long time indeed. However, after the war in the Valley of the Gods, it seems that you are still doing well, and you have been awarded the title of Pluton. Rayleigh's face became a little embarrassed when he heard the words. Although the name was indeed loud enough, but in front of Ash, the black-winged demon, Rayleigh really didn't dare to take his compliments to heart. Even, from the moment he saw Ash, Rayleigh felt the pain in the wound on his chest. This is what Ash left for himself in the Valley of the Gods' War. Even that guy Jabba died in the hands of Ash in the Valley of Gods' War, and left Roger with a shadow that will never be erased in his life. Rayleigh shook his head with a wry smile. Ash, I know you have a good mouth, but don't embarrass me in this way. Rayleigh pointed to where Luffy was, and then asked Ash. Ash, although this kid named Luffy got Roger's straw hat, he has nothing to do with our Roger pirates. Lee Deseo. So, if you want revenge, I can stay, but let these irrelevant people leave. Rayleigh knew his fate from the moment he noticed Ash's presence at the auction house. With Ash's personality and consistent behavior, it is impossible for him to let himself go no matter what. But what Rayleigh didn't expect was that Luffy, who Shanks said had inherited Roger's will, would also appear here. What's more, he didn't know the sky and the earth, and said that he wanted to hit Ash. What are you doing? Even the original Roger dared not say this. After hearing Rayleigh's words, Ash chuckled. He has nothing to do with your Roger pirates, but that doesn't mean I can let him go. Rayleigh, didn't you just hear him introduce himself? Introduce yourself? What does that mean? Rayleigh turned his gaze to Luffy, and Luffy said to Rayleigh without hesitation. I said it. My name is Monkey D. Luffy. I'm the man who will become One Piece. I absolutely don't allow anyone to hurt my friend. Even that black-winged demon. Rayleigh shook his head with a wry smile when he heard the words, this brat really knows nothing. Wrong. Monkey? Rayleigh looked Luffy up and down, and asked tentatively. Luffy, what's your relationship with that Garp guy? Luffy replied without hesitation upon hearing this. Garp is my grandpa. As soon as the words fell, Rayleigh's face suddenly became extremely ugly. No wonder this guy Shiu said he would not let this brat go. That fellow Garp, he also participated in the Battle of the Valley of the Gods and was one of the members who killed the Rocks brothers. This guy, Luffy, even took the initiative to reveal his identity, isn't he courting death? At this moment, Ash stood up slowly, with a gentle smile on his face, but said something that made Rayleigh shudder. Rayleigh, are you ready to taste death? Chapter 54. After hearing Ash's words and seeing the black-winged demon finally stand up from the seat, Kid on the side instantly became excited. Kid's eyes lingered on Ash and Rayleigh on the opposite side, touched Kira's arm beside him, and whispered. If I remember correctly, that old man named Rayleigh was once Roger's deputy, right? Kira nodded when he heard the words, and his heart was also full of sighs. Yes. You remember correctly. However, even if he is the silver Rayleigh known as Pluton, in front of Ash, the black-winged demon, I am afraid that he is not enough to look at all. Kid agrees with Kira's words very much. Although in Kid's heart, becoming the One Piece has always been his goal. But Kid also has to admit that even if Roger, the Pirate King, is resurrected, he will definitely not be the opponent of Ash, the Black-Winged Lord. Ash's strength is already terrifying enough to make the whole world tremble. Kid looked at the Straw Hat Boy who was also known as Pirate Supernova in the field, and said with a hey laugh. Didn't you listen to the conversation between Ash and Rayleigh? The identity of the Straw Hat Kid is simple at all. Marine hero, the grandson of Vice Admiral Monkey D. Garp, in Supernova, who else is more powerful than his background? If you know your grandson's current situation, do you think that Vice Admiral Garp will rush here to save him as soon as possible? Kira was stunned when he heard this, and then couldn't help sighing in his heart. The background of this Straw Hat Boy is indeed extremely powerful. However, as a dignified marine hero, the grandson of Vice Admiral Garp, instead of participating in marine, he chose to go to sea and become a pirate? The brain circuit of this Straw Hat Boy is really incomprehensible. At this moment, Kira seemed to have suddenly remembered something, turned his head and looked at Kid seriously and said in a deep voice. Kid, I think we better get out of here now. The current situation is very obvious. This black-winged demon is planning to seek revenge on Rayleigh and the Straw Hat Boy who is Garp's grandson. That means, it won't be long before there may be a lot of high-level Marines coming here. At that time, our situation will be really dangerous. Kira was flustered, worried that if she and Kid continued to stay here to watch the fun, they would be involved in the war between Ash and Marine. However, to Kira's helplessness, Kid just thought about it when he heard the words, then waved his hands nonchalantly and laughed. Don't worry, Kira. I've said it all, even if some Marine executives will come, what those Marine executives really need to face is Ash. There's no time to pay attention to small characters like us. Although it was self-deprecating, what Kid really said was from the heart. 060 This is also the fundamental reason why he has not left here in a hurry until now. Kid pouted at Ron who was sitting quietly holding a saber on the other side. Look over there, isn't that guy the same? Want to see with your own eyes, what kind of strength Ash, the black-winged demon, really possesses. Kira followed Kid's gaze, and suddenly saw Luo Zhang looking at them with the same strange gaze. After looking at each other, Kid and Luo turned their eyes to Ash at the same time. In the current auction house, apart from Rayleigh, the Straw Hat Pirates, and Ash, the black-winged demon, there are only Kid, Kira, and Luo who want to watch this battle. Up. The conversation between Kid and Kira did not affect other people present. After being bandaged by Chopper, Zioba turned his head to look at Rayleigh and said, Rayleigh, do you really have a grudge against Ash? Rayleigh squeezed out a smile at Zioba, the Murloc who had saved him, nodded and said with a heavy tone. Yes, it was already 36 years ago. Rayleigh didn't talk to Zioba anymore, but looked at Ash and said earnestly. Ash, even if you have grudges against us old guys who participated in the Valley of the Gods War, what does this matter have to do with juniors like Luffy? Let them go, I am willing to stay and face your wrath. Hearing this, Ash couldn't help laughing out loud, looked Rayleigh up and down, shook his head and chuckled lightly. Rayleigh, you guys from the Roger Pirates still like to stand on the moral high ground and treat others as always. 36 years ago, when you besieged me and Rocks in the Valley of the Gods, why didn't you see you talking to Roger with this attitude? Rayleigh's complexion changed. In New World back then, everyone was overwhelmed in front of Ash and Rocks. It is precisely because of this that when the world government proposed to join forces with their Roger Pirates to deal with the Rocks brothers, Roger would agree without hesitation. In fact, Rayleigh has never regretted participating in the Valley of the Gods War until now. What he regrets is that he failed to completely kill Ash, this guy 36 years ago. As a result, he woke up again after sleeping for 36 years. A few days ago in Shucky's Rip-Off Tavern, after reading the newspaper about what Ash did after waking up, Rayleigh was stunned on the spot for more than an hour. Rayleigh is very clear that this time, the shadow brought by this black-winged demon will completely cover this world, BHFH. Old guys like him who participated in the Valley of the Gods War will be the target of Ash's revenge. Just when Rayleigh was about to say something, what Ash said made Rayleigh's face change instantly. Rayleigh, as the deputy captain of Roger's pirate group, Roger's most trusted deputy, you probably don't know that Roger still has a son alive. The expression on Ash's face became more and more gentle, but the eyes that looked at Rayleigh were full of mockery. What he has to do is never just killing Rayleigh and these people to get revenge. In addition to people, the heart is also an indispensable part. After hearing Ash's words, Rayleigh's pupils suddenly dilated, and he retorted without hesitation. What are you kidding? Ash. I've never heard of that Roger guy has a son. Instead of arguing with Rayleigh, Ash motioned to Luffy. Whether Roger has a son, don't you just ask the kid next to you. Luffy? Rayleigh looked Luffy suspiciously up and down, feeling a sense of absurdity in his heart. It can't be that Luffy is the son of Roger that Ash mentioned, right? Doesn't stepping on the horse Garp become Roger's real father? Aware of the absurd idea that came to mind, Rayleigh quickly shook his head to drive it away. Just when he was about to ask, Luffy suddenly asked Ash with a puzzled expression. How did you know that Ace is Roger's son? Did Ace tell you? In Luffy's eyes, except for his grandfather Garp, Ace himself, Luffy himself, and the dead Sabo There was only one partner who accidentally leaked the word and knew Ace's true identity at that time. With Luffy's brain, no matter how much he thought about it, he couldn't figure out how Ash knew the news, so he just asked directly. However, this question from Luffy made everyone present petrified again. The members of the Straw Hats looked at Luffy with complicated faces. This guy just broke the news that Ace is Roger's son? Kid, Kira, and Luo also opened their mouths, some wondering whether this Straw Hat kid has a problem with his brain, or he has no brain at all. After hearing Luffy's words, Rayleigh was stunned for a while, then grabbed Luffy's arms and asked anxiously. Luffy, the Ace you're talking about is about to be publicly executed, the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates' second squad, Fire Fist Ace. What Rayleigh didn't expect was that Luffy's reaction was even bigger than his, and his body suddenly leaned back, unconsciously displaying the rubber fruit ability. Snapped. Luffy, whose head bounced back, looked at Rayleigh with wide eyes and asked anxiously. What execution? Why was Ace publicly executed by Marine? When did this happen? Rayleigh's face was a bit hideous, the calmness and plainness of the past completely disappeared, and he roared. Answer me first. Is Ace really Roger's son? Luffy glanced at the deformed arms pinched by Rayleigh, nodded and replied. Yes, Ace is indeed Roger's son. That's because you are the vice-captain of the Roger Pirates, otherwise, I would never have told you about this. Nami, Robin, Usopp, Chopper, Zoro, and Sanji were all numb. Obviously you have already said it just now. After a short period of sluggishness, Rayleigh let go of Luffy's arms with a wry smile, apologizing. Sorry Luffy, just now I suddenly heard that Roger really has a son, I was so excited for a while. Luffy waved his hands nonchalantly. It's okay Uncle Rayleigh, as a rubber fruit capable person, no matter how hard you use it, I won't be in pain. However, you just said that Marine is going to publicly execute Ace? Is this true? What is going on? Can you tell me? At the end, Luffy's face became extremely serious. Rayleigh gave him a surprised look, nodded bitterly and said. It is true. There are only a few days left, and it will be the day when Marine publicly executes Fire Fist Ace. The most important thing is that Roger's deputy is completely unaware of the fact that Roger has a son. In the end, did Roger entrust Ace to Garp? Rayleigh glanced at Luffy and immediately guessed what Roger was doing. In his opinion, the reason why Roger entrusted Ace to Garp to raise him is probably because he didn't want Ace to go out to sea and become a pirate like him. It's just that I didn't expect that, as the son of One Piece, Ace did not escape this fate after all. The most important thing is that if he had known that Ace was Roger's son, Rayleigh would have already started contacting other members of Roger's pirate group. While Rayleigh sighed, Luffy on the side also doubted life. That guy Ace, was caught by Marine? Will he be publicly executed? No. I must save Ace. Absolutely can't let Ace die like Sabo. In the end, Luffy even wanted to walk to the auction. However, at this moment, a dark green Zero blasted directly at Luffy's feet. Boom! Accompanied by a loud noise, a huge deep pit was directly blasted out of the ground in front of Luffy, and his figure was completely covered by the dust all over the sky. Rayleigh was awakened by the sudden Zero, and then looked at the opposite Ash with a solemn face. Luffy quickly waved his hand to disperse the dust in front of him, looked at Ash with an angry face and shouted. Hey! What on earth do you guys want to do? Just now I wanted to snatch Cammy from us, so now you want to stop me from rescuing Ace. If you do this again, I will really beat you to the ground. Ash chuckled when he heard this, and after wandering his eyes on Luffy and Rayleigh, he said slowly. Do you think that what I said just now is to let you fight the Fire Fist Ace? Rayleigh's brows were tightly furrowed, and an extremely ominous premonition rose in his heart. Based on his understanding of Ash, this guy will never do meaningless things. Things did not go as Rayleigh expected. After hearing what Ash said next, Rayleigh's heart sank. Rayleigh, even you, the vice-captain of the Roger Pirates, don't know the true identity of Fire Fist Ace. Then it's even more impossible for the rest of you Roger Pirates to know. But do you think, if you, the vice-captain, also appeared on the execution platform of naval headquarters, would those guys show up on their own initiative and send them to your door? Swish! After Rayleigh heard this, his face instantly became extremely ugly. Ash, this guy, what a wolf! Ash was very satisfied with Rayleigh's reaction, and asked with a smile. Do you know why I didn't look around for your Roger pirates when I woke up? Because I know very well that as long as you are sent to the execution platform, they will appear by themselves. Rayleigh gritted his teeth, his thoughts raced rapidly, wanting to come up with countermeasures to deal with the current situation. However, what made him desperate was that if he really appeared on the execution platform of Naval Headquarters, those members of the Roger pirates would never watch him die. Ash! You are still the same as you were back then. Not only are you strong, but you are also extremely ruthless. Rayleigh gave a low growl in despair, his eyes fixed on Ash. Could it be that the reason why you didn't plan to let Luffy and the others go is also because you have the same plan? An ace who has been brought up to be no different from his own grandson. The other one is a real grandson. If you just watched them die, that guy Garp will definitely collapse completely. Ash, this guy is so cruel that it makes people tremble. Ash didn't answer Rayleigh's question, but just stretched his waist, and said slowly with a lazy look. If you calculate it carefully, those marine executives should have already arrived at the Sabaody archipelago, right? In that case, don't waste your time. Pack up those of you who need to be sent to the execution platform first, and send them to them later. The reason why Ash didn't do anything all the time was that besides wanting to kill his heart, he wanted to give the marine executives some time. Better for that guy Garp to see for himself how his own grandson, Monkey D. Luffy, was tortured to death. Rayleigh's pupils dilated suddenly, and then he pulled out the saber from his waist, and shouted anxiously at Luffy. Luffy! Get your friends out of here now. I'll block Ash for you. Remember. Only if you are alive, you have a chance to rescue Ace from Marine. Luffy glanced at Ash, then looked back at his partners, nodded heavily and said. Uncle Rayleigh. You must not get caught by this guy. Rayleigh smiled wryly and didn't answer. In front of Ash, who is a complete monster, what right does he have to demand too much? Next, buy as much time as possible for Luffy and the others. Thinking of this, Rayleigh's eyes suddenly froze, he stomped hard, and his body galloped directly towards Ash's position. Boom! Rayleigh raised his saber, aimed at Ash in front of him, and slashed down. Facing Rayleigh's offensive, Ash shook his head slightly, and the next second, his body suddenly disappeared. Seeing this, Rayleigh was startled, and a shadow appeared above his head. It was too late for Rayleigh to make any evasive movements, Ash's right foot aimed at his head and stomped hard. Boom! Stepping down, Rayleigh's whole body was directly embedded in the ground. The members of the Straw Hat Pirates, who hadn't had time to escape, froze on the spot. So, is that what Uncle Rayleigh said, buy as much time as possible for them to escape? Chapter 55. Looking at Rayleigh, who was directly embedded in the ground after being stepped down by Ash, the expressions of all the people present changed drastically. Rayleigh. Xiao Ba was terrified, and immediately wanted to rescue Rayleigh from Ash's feet. However, Sanji who was beside him grabbed him and made him stay where he was. Seeing the frightened and flustered look on Zyoba's face, Sanji shook his head solemnly. Zyoba, if you go up now, it will be no different from sending you to your death. Even Rayleigh, Pluton, the former deputy of One Piece Roger, ended up like this in front of Ash, let alone you. What Sanji said was hard to hear, but Xiao Ba also knew that it was all the truth. As Rayleigh's former savior, Haki knows better than the members of the Straw Hats how powerful Rayleigh really is. But this is how Pluton Rayleigh, in front of Ash, the black-winged demon, was kicked 4 seconds? Are you joking about riding a horse? Hey! In addition to holding the knife with both hands, Zoro stuffed the knife and a word into his mouth, biting it tightly with his teeth. The enemies that the Straw Hat Pirates will face this time are stronger than all those guys before combined. Although Luffy always has problems with his mind, after seeing Ash's terrifying strength, he has also realized the current situation of the Straw Hats. Zoro, Sanji, Nami, Robin, Usopp, Chopper, Frankie. This time, the enemy we have to face is too powerful. With our current strength, we can't deal with him at all. So, everyone, get ready for the chance to escape. If you can escape, everyone will gather at Sunny's position in 3 days. I must save Ace from Marine's clutches." After the words fell, the members of the Straw Hat Pirates all had different expressions, but they finally nodded vigorously. Although they don't think they can escape from Ash, the black-winged demon, but since the captain has already spoken, of course they must try their best. Seeing this, Luffy didn't hesitate anymore, bent his upper body, and slammed his right fist on the ground. Second gear. Hum. In an instant, Luffy's body began to emit steam continuously, and the whole body fell into a state of flushing. Luffy looked around, took a deep breath and shouted loudly. "Everyone, get out of here now. I'll help you block this BD." After the words fell, Luffy stomped hard, and rushed directly towards Ash's position. After seeing Luffy's actions, Zoro and Sanji looked at each other, and they made a decision in unison. Zoro didn't hesitate, waved the 2 sabers in his hand, still biting the one and a word in his mouth, followed Luffy's figure and rushed over. Sanji didn't join their action immediately, but spoke to Nami, Robin, and others not far away. "Miss Nami, Miss Robin, Usopp, B.A. The strength of the 4 of you is not strong enough, you leave here first. Don't have any hesitation. Otherwise, what awaits our Straw Hat Pirates will be annihilated." Before getting any response from the 4 of them, a ball of flame suddenly rose from Sanji's right leg, covering the whole leg. In the next second, Sanji stomped hard, pushing the ground out of a deep hole, and his body charged towards Ash's position with the help of this force. At the same time, Frankie put his 2 thick arms together, grinning at Nami, Robin, and others, and said with a smile, "Get out of here at ease. With us here, we will never let this guy hurt you." After the words fell, Frankie also chose to go to the battlefield. At the same time, Luffy, who was about to rush in front of Ash, raised his fists and punched Ash hard on the head. Rubber jet machine gun. Accompanied by Luffy's roar, his fists were like real machine guns, sending out a series of rapid and crazy blows. However, to Luffy's disbelief, Ash, who was standing on Rayleigh's head, only tilted his head slightly when facing his rubber machine gun in second gear. "Just dodge it lightly." Seeing Ash's expressionless face, Luffy was startled, and even wanted to retract both arms. It's just a pity that by the time he realized something was wrong, it was already too late. Ash raised his right hand, directly touching the rubber-like arm in front of him that could be stretched and contracted freely. The next second, Ash pulled violently, and a huge force struck, causing Luffy's body to slam into Ash's position uncontrollably. Ash could clearly see that Luffy's face was full of panic. Without the slightest hesitation, he raised his fist and aimed at the Straw Hat Boy's head. Rubber jet header. Facing Ash's fist, Luffy is still very confident and wants to have a head-to-head confrontation with Ash. After all, as a rubber fruit user, except for his grandfather's iron fist of love, Luffy has never really felt pain when facing the enemy's fist. However, when his head touched Ash's fist, Luffy really realized how outrageous the mistake he had made. There was a loud noise, and Luffy only felt golden stars around his head, making him dizzy. At the same time, the severe pain as if his head was about to explode caused Luffy to let out a shrill howl from the depths of his throat. "Ah! It hurts, it hurts, it hurts!" Zoro, Sanji, and Frankie, who were rushing towards Ash, couldn't help being startled when they heard Luffy's howl. What they didn't know was that the most important reason why Luffy was still able to cry out for pain was that Shiu deliberately withdrew his strength. Otherwise, with Ash's terrifying power, even a powerhouse of Rayleigh's level can't resist it at all. If you really hit it with all your strength, Luffy's head will burst like a watermelon, and there will be no other ending. However, this Straw Hat Kid can't just die now. If you just kill him like this, you won't be able to see Garp's pain mask in Summit War. Ash raised his right leg, aimed at the chest of Luffy who was rolling on the ground below, and stomped down. Boom! Accompanied by a dull sound, a stream of hot blood spewed out of Luffy's mouth. Puff! Luffy! After seeing Luffy's tragic situation, Zoro, Sanji, and Frankie were furious, and without hesitation, they launched a crazy attack on Ash, completely disregarding whether you will be harmed by Ash. At the same time, Nami, Robin, Usopp, Chopper, and Xiao Ba, who originally planned to take the opportunity to run away, also stopped immediately. Chopper roared and transformed into a human form. Looking back at Nami, Robin, and the others, he forcibly suppressed the anger in his heart and said in a deep voice, "Nami, Robin, Usopp, you go first. As a ship's doctor, I absolutely cannot leave the captain alone when he is injured." After finishing speaking, Chopper raised his head and roared, and rushed towards Ash's position, trying to save Luffy from Ash's feet. After Zioba rescued Kami from the fish tank, he pushed Kami directly in front of Nami and Robin, and smiled wryly at Nami. "Nami, I know that when I was in Kokoyasi village, it caused indelible harm to you and the people in your hometown. I don't expect you to forgive me, but I only hope that even at the cost of my life, I can help you escape from the clutches of the demon Ash. It's just that Kami needs to be handed over to you, please send Kami back to the Fishman Island." Nami's face became very complicated when he heard this, but after all, he didn't say whether he would forgive Zioba, but nodded heavily. "Don't worry. As long as I am alive, I will send Kami to the Fishman Island." After the words fell, Xiao Ba's mood relaxed a lot. He glanced at Kami with a sad face and tears pouring out of his eyes. After Xiao Ba took a deep breath, he chose to join this war without hesitation. Although Usopp's heart is full of fear, there are two women except Nami and Luo Bao. The rest of the Straw Hat Pirates have already participated in this war, all he can do is to fight side by side with his partners. Usopp looked at Nami and Robin tremblingly, trying to smile at them, but the smile was uglier than crying. In the end, Usopp didn't say what he wanted to say, but picked up his slingshot and walked forward, trying to find an opportunity to block Ash's actions and let others save Luffy. Facing the three knives swung by Zoro and Sanji's burning right leg, Ash just raised his hands lightly and blocked them directly. "Pata!" Ash snapped hard with his right hand, and the two knives held by him broke immediately. At the same time, the left hand holding Sanji's right leg was also suddenly exerted force, and the clearly audible sound of bone cracking entered the ears of Zoro and Frankie. Crack! What? Sanji's body began to tremble violently uncontrollably, and a shrill howl erupted from the depths of his throat that made people shudder. Sanji! After seeing Sanji's tragic situation, the members of the Straw Hat Pirates present roared and launched a crazy offensive against Ash again. Usopp didn't dare to delay any more, he fully pulled the slingshot in his hand, aimed at Ash's head and shot it straight away. "Kill lead star! Kill the gunpowder star! Million, revolving gunpowder star! Definitely kill 3 consecutive gunpowder stars!" The angry and terrified Usopp launched the kill one after another, trying to repel Ash in this way, so that the crisis faced by his partners could be alleviated. However, what makes Usopp desperate is that his so-called nirvana, in front of Ash, has no effect at all. Asking for flowers. Ash didn't even turn his head to check, but casually raised his right hand, and a dark green light condensed on his index finger. In the next second, the dark green Zero aimed at Usopp's special moves and galloped away. Boom! 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 The roar of the explosion kept ringing, and the intense flames covered Usopp's vision, making it impossible for him to see clearly the situation of his nirvana. However, the anxious and terrified voices from the partners shouted, causing Usopp to panic in an instant. "Usopp! Get out of the way!" After hearing the growls of Zoro, Sanji, Frankie, and even Luffy lying on the ground with Ash stomping on his feet, an ominous premonition had already risen in Usopp's heart. Before he could dodge according to his companions, a dark green Zero aimed at his head through the flames from the explosion and flew towards him. Boom! A crisp sound sounded, and Usopp's head exploded like a watermelon. Usopp! Seeing Usopp's headless body falling to the ground feebly, all the Straw Hat members' eyes turned red instantly. Rayleigh, who got up from the ground, raised his saber and slashed at Ash. Ash's body disappeared suddenly, causing Rayleigh's sword to slash in the air. Rayleigh didn't show any disappointment, but instead yelled directly at Luffy on the ground. "Luffy! Take your friends and leave. Otherwise, everyone else will die in Ash's hands like him. After finishing speaking, Rayleigh's heart was full of alarm bells, and without hesitation, he raised the saber in his hand and slashed towards his side. 0. Boom! There was a loud noise, and Ash's terrifying power caused Rayleigh's body to fly backwards. After tumbling dozens of times in the air, it finally hit the ground heavily. Ash looked at Rayleigh, who was in a panic on the ground, shook his head and said, "Rayleigh, in the past 36 years, not only has your strength not improved at all, it's even far worse than it was then." Rayleigh didn't answer, just coughed twice to calm down the turbulent breath. At this moment, Luffy's voice containing boundless anger suddenly sounded, and Luffy, with red eyes, stared at Ash on the opposite side, and his face became extremely ferocious. "Ash! If you dare to kill Usopp, I will kill you." Hearing this, Ash felt rather surprised. Perhaps, this is the first time the Straw Hat Kid said who he wanted to kill? So, shouldn't I be honored? The next second, Ash suddenly appeared in front of Luffy, raised his right leg, aimed at his chest, and kicked down hard. Boom! Ash's huge strength caused Luffy's chest to sag directly. His body even slammed into where Zoro, Sanji, and the others were, and sent his partners who wanted to avenge Ash, flying together. From the beginning to the end, Ash didn't pay attention to this Straw Hat boy. Of course he couldn't be interested in listening to his bragging and cruel words. Seeing Ash's action, Rayleigh's pupils dilated suddenly, and after gritting his teeth, he raised his sword and rushed towards Ash again. Although Ash has said that Luffy will also appear on the execution platform at Naval Headquarters, but Rayleigh is not willing to bet whether he will directly kill Luffy. Facing Rayleigh, who was pestering him endlessly, Ash shook his head and didn't intend to continue playing with him. He raised his right hand slightly, and Zanpakuto with a green handle and white body appeared directly in his hand. In the next second, Ash raised his sword, aimed at Rayleigh's right arm holding the saber, and slashed down. The sound of the blade cutting through the flesh sounded, and after Rayleigh's arm was cut off, it rolled and danced wantonly in the air. The severe pain made Rayleigh squeeze out a growl from between his teeth, and the eyes that looked at Ash were already full of fear. At this moment, Luffy, who was dazzled by anger and hatred, directly turned on the third gear, blew up his arm, and aimed at Ash's position to slam it. Rubber Titan Pistol. Facing Luffy's third gear, Ash threw out a punch casually, knocking the opponent's fist into the air. The huge fist swept across the auction floor, stones and gravel fell from the ceiling, and the entire lottery was broken. Seeing this situation, Kid, Kira, and Luo, the three fun-loving people, started to flee first. Ash glanced at the positions of Nami, Robin, and Cammy, stepped slightly harder, and after appearing beside them, he grabbed the three of them and appeared directly outside the auction house. At the same time, Rayleigh, Zoro, and Frankie, who had broken arms, dragged Luffy, who was in great pain, and Sanji, whose right leg was broken by Ash, and Usopp's body, towards the big run to the door. Finally escaped before the auction house was completely smashed. Seeing the escaped figures of the Straw Hats, Ash grabbed the arms of Nami and Robin, who were about to attack him. Looking at the two pale beauties in front of him, he said with a smile, "Nami, Robin, you don't want your captain to die at my hands, do you guys?" Chapter 56. Nami, Robin, you don't want your captain to die at my hands, do you? After hearing what Ash said, the expressions of Nami and Robin changed instantly. The situation is now very clear. In front of Ash, the Black-Winged Demon, even if the Straw Hat Pirates have Rayleigh, the Pluton, to help them. Not Ash's opponent at all. If this so-called battle continues, the only thing waiting for the Straw Hat Pirates is to be wiped out. Just like Rayleigh just now, even though Ash has said before, he intends to send Luffy to the execution platform and let him and Ace be publicly executed by Marine. But does Nami dare to bet against Robin? Of course I dare not. After all, when Ash killed Usopp with that dark green Zero, he didn't even hesitate. Nami and Robin looked at each other, looked at Ash full of fear in their eyes, then looked at Ash with a forced composure and asked, "What do you want? Are you willing to let Luffy and Zoro go?" Feeling the gazes of Nami and Robin, Ash waved his hands with a smile and said, "Let go." If it's the other members of the Straw Hat Pirates, I can indeed let them go. But that Straw Hat kid, even if I exchange you two, he can only be exchanged and won't be killed by me right now." After the words fell, the expressions of Nami and Robin suddenly became ugly. Although Ash didn't say it clearly, they all already understood what Ash, the black-winged demon, wanted. Just as Cammy was being targeted by him, this time, Ash's goal was to throw Luffy and Rayleigh to Marine for execution. The two of them also became the targets that Ash could think of. "Nami. Robin. Don't promise him. I will never trade my partner for my safety." Luffy, supported by Zoro, shouted 907 to Nami and Robin, with anger and hatred written all over his face. It's just that Ash's punch just now not only directly returned his third gear back to his original shape, but also broke Luffy's bones with one punch. Coupled with being severely injured by Ash before, at this time, no matter how deep the hatred for Ash is in Luffy's heart at this time, he simply has no more energy to continue fighting with him in a short time. As for the rest of the Straw Hat Pirates, although they all suffered injuries of varying degrees in the one-sided crushing battle just now, but at this time, they still opened their mouths, making Nami and Robin refuse to trade themselves for the safety of the rest of the Straw Hat Pirates. "Zoro, as a man, it is absolutely impossible to exchange the life of your partner for your own survival. Sanji, Miss Nami, Miss Robin, ignore this guy's threats, we will definitely protect you from harm. Chopper, Nami. Robin. Trust us. Frankie, hey. That guy named Ash, aren't you being too arrogant? Do you really think we are doomed to die by your hands?" Although Zioba didn't speak, but while supporting Rayleigh with a broken arm, he fixed his eyes on Cai, who stood side by side with Nami and Luo. "Wants to keep Cammy safe at all costs." Unlike the anger of the members of the Straw Hat Pirates, Rayleigh's heart was almost filled with despair. As a pirate, do you need to count on Sengoku's Marines in the end? Rayleigh reached out to take the saber handed by Zioba, stared at Ash opposite with a look of readiness, and said to Luffy and others at the same time, "Although I really don't want to admit it, I have to say that those of us have already lost the chance to escape from Ash. The only hope of surviving is to wait until the Marine executives arrive here, perhaps to stop Ash's behavior." Rayleigh's words made everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates look extremely ugly. They all know very well that even if the top Marines arrive here and save them from Ash, what awaits them will either be executed by Marine or imprisoned in Impel Down. Want to continue their adventure? Dream. Ash ignored Rayleigh's conversation with the members of the Straw Hat Pirates, raised his right hand slightly, and the Ryotsu in his body condensed into one after another under his control, floating in front of him. Ash turned his head to look at Nami and Robin, who were pale in front of them, and asked with a smile, "How about the two pirate ladies? It's time to make your choice." Seeing that Ash was about to attack Luffy and Zoro, Nami and Robin's expressions changed back and forth. And all the members of the Straw Hat Pirates shouted for Nami and Robin not to compromise, they will not accept this kind of success in surviving. Different from the toughness of the Straw Hat Pirates, for Rayleigh, whether it is Luffy who inherited Roger's wool, or Ace who is Roger's son, Rayleigh would never want to see them have an accident. And based on Rayleigh's understanding of Ash, if Nami and Robin choose to refuse, he will really kill Luffy on the spot. In this way, it is impossible for Rayleigh to save Luffy and Ace. Thinking of this, Rayleigh looked at Ash without blinking, but deliberately reminded Luffy and Zoro to be humane. "Luffy. You and your friends are all ready, if Ash's false bullet is hit, you will all die on the spot." After the voice fell, Luffy, Zoro, Sanji and others didn't dare to continue talking nonsense, and they all looked ready to deal with Ash's next offensive. As for the two daughters, Nami and Robin, their hearts completely sank. Seeing that Ash was about to wave his palm and launch all the false bullets floating in front of him, Nami and Robin looked at each other and said in unison, "We promise you. As long as you're willing to spare Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji, we can do whatever you want." The voices of Nami and Robin echoed over the area, and the faces of the members of the Straw Hat Pirates instantly became extremely gloomy, and they tried to persuade them to change their minds. What the Straw Hat Pirates didn't notice was that Rayleigh secretly breathed a sigh of relief after hearing their promise. In this regard, Ash looked at Rayleigh with a smile, waved his hand to dissipate the false bullets in front of him, and said slowly, "Rayleigh, this is indeed the style of your Roger pirates. In order to survive, even if these two pirate ladies sacrifice themselves, is it worth it?" Hearing this, Rayleigh's face instantly became extremely gloomy. Because he clearly noticed that after Ash finished speaking, the faces of the members of the Straw Hat Pirates beside him all changed. Zoro held the only one left and a piece of writing. Sanji ignored his broken right leg by Ash, gritted his teeth and stood still. Chopper in human form clenched his fists, and Frankie gritted his teeth and stared at Rayleigh. At this moment, their dissatisfaction with Rayleigh almost surpassed their hatred for Ash, the instigator. They didn't think of this at first, but after Ash reminded them, they finally figured it out. What Rayleigh said just now to warn them was not for their sake at all, but to use their lives as a bargaining chip, threatening Nami and Robin to compromise in front of Ash. If it wasn't for remembering that Rayleigh had to save the Straw Hat Pirates from Ash even at the cost of his life. I'm afraid everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates has already started attacking Rayleigh at this time. And Luffy, whose brain was slow, after realizing the meaning of Ash's words just now, immediately widened his eyes, fixedly staring at Rayleigh in front of him and questioning. "Uncle Rayleigh, is everything that Ash guy said true?" Everyone present was waiting for Rayleigh's answer, even Xiao Ba, who had the best relationship with Rayleigh, was no exception. They desperately want to know if this Pluton Rayleigh is the BD that Ash said he sacrificed Nami and Robin's freedom and just wanted to keep himself alive. Damn it! How could you be so careless? That guy Ash, he's never been a fool. Rayleigh could clearly feel Ash's playful eyes. This guy is just waiting to see his own joke. And Rayleigh also knew that no matter what explanation he gave, it would be extremely pale when things developed to this point. Instead of insisting on not admitting it, it's better to admit it openly. Thinking of this, Rayleigh took a deep breath, and nodded to Luffy's angry eyes. "I do have this method. But I can assure you, I never did it for myself. The reason why I did this is to let you and your partners survive." The voice fell, and the scene was suddenly silent. Whether it's the members of the Straw Hat Pirates, Haki, or Kid, Kira, and Luo who are standing not far away and want to continue watching the fun. Or in Rayleigh's eyes, Nami and Robin, who are no big deal to be victims, all looked at Rayleigh in disappointment. They really didn't expect that Pluton Rayleigh, the dignified deputy of One Piece King Roger, would be such a person. Luffy, who has always had no brains, is even more straightforward. "Rayleigh, even if you want us to live, let me tell you. Even if we die, it is absolutely impossible to use our partners to change ourselves to live." Rayleigh can actually understand Luffy's thoughts and behaviors very well. After all, when he was in the Roger Pirates, the Roger Pirates also acted in this way. But it wasn't Rayleigh's partner that was going to be sacrificed now. In Rayleigh's eyes, even Nami and Robin together are definitely not as important as Luffy, the kid who inherited Roger's wool. Therefore, using the freedom of the two of them in exchange for Luffy being able to continue to live, this deal couldn't be worth it. Luffy, the Straw Hat Kid, still doesn't know what the pirates' survival rules are. Rayleigh shook his head without explaining, letting Luffy and the members of the Straw Hat Pirates glare at him. At this moment, endless applause, and Ash's playful voice sounded again. "Papa Papa! Wonderful, Rayleigh, you still haven't let me down." Ash looked at Luffy opposite and said with a smile. "What do you think is a pirate? Are pirates just playing house with a brat like you?" Ash can guarantee that a naive brat like Luffy would have been swallowed to the brim in that crazy era more than 30 years ago. However, Ash's behavior clearly angered Luffy and the members of the Straw Hat Pirates. With red eyes, Luffy roared and rushed towards Ash's position. Seeing this situation, Zoro, Sanji, Chopper, Frankie, and even Xiao Ba didn't hesitate anymore, and charged towards Ash together. Rayleigh looked at this scene with a complicated expression. Although he was extremely reluctant in his heart, he could only raise his hand in the end. Zhong Saber got involved. Just when Ash was going to get rid of these jellyfish guys at once, Nami and Robin looked at Ash with tears in their eyes and begged. "Ash! We agree to your terms. As long as you are willing to let them go, don't kill Luffy and the others, we are willing to do whatever you ask us to do." As soon as the voice fell, Ash's figure disappeared instantly. In the next second, a shadow suddenly appeared above the head of Luffy, who was maintaining a forward state, and while Luffy was startled, he raised his fist and planned to smash it. But before he could finish his move, Ash's right foot stepped directly on Luffy's head. Boom! A force as huge as a mountain descended suddenly, and Luffy's body crashed to the ground. Just like Rayleigh in the auction house before, the whole person is inlaid on the ground. However, compared to strength and physical fitness, compared with Rayleigh, the current Luffy is far behind. Even though Ash had deliberately controlled his strength, this kick still made Luffy fall into a dying state. Seeing Luffy's miserable state, Zoro, Sanji, Frankie, and Chopper and the others suddenly stared at each other. "Luffy! Ash! UBD!" The angry Straw Hat Pirates roared and chose a suicide charge. However, just when their attack was about to fall on Ash, Ash's figure disappeared again. The next second, a sound resounded through the sky, and the members of the Straw Hat Pirates in the surrounding circle flew out one after another. While rolling in the air, their mouths kept gushing out rolls. Hot blood. Rayleigh was kicked in the head by Ash, only felt that under that huge force, his head almost exploded. After the pain eased a little, Rayleigh stood up with the sword in his hand, looked around, looked at the miserable conditions of the members of the Straw Hat Pirates, and muttered to himself. "You boys, why do you think I made Nami and Robin agree to Ash's terms? Do you think Ash is serious now? This guy is simply playing games with your lives." As Rayleigh's voice fell, Ash suddenly turned his head and looked in a direction not far away, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and whispered softly. "Have you finally arrived after waiting for so long?" In the next second, Garp's roar filled with boundless anger resounded through the sky. "Ash! UBD! Boom!" Garp, who suddenly appeared, saw the dying Luffy at Ash's feet, and immediately swung his 3.2 fist at Ash with his eyes wide open, and then slammed him hard. Ash didn't hesitate at all, he also punched and collided with him, and an unstoppable roar broke out. The terrifying fluctuation centered on the two people's positions, and swept away quickly in all directions. Compared with Ash's calm face, Garp's ferocious face directly formed an incomparably sharp contrast. And the two only fought for a few breaths, and Garp's body flew upside down uncontrollably. Sengoku galloped to catch Garp's body. Tsuru, Akainu, Aokiji, Kizaru, Jun, and Virgo and other high-level marines rushed to this wasteland ruins venue. Looking around, seeing the tragic situation of the members of the Straw Hats, my heart sank. As expected, Ash knows that Luffy is Garp's grandson. But Rayleigh, how did he end up in the Sabaody archipelago? He appeared in front of Ash, isn't he courting death? Sengoku took a deep breath, looked at Ash who was spontaneously surrounded by marine executives, and said in a low tone. "Ash! You suddenly appeared in Sabaody archipelago, what are you going to do?" Ash didn't answer Sengoku's question, but looked in another direction and said with a smile. "Sengoku, as the marine marshal, being so impatient is not a good price. What I want to do requires the presence of the 5 elders. You say, don't you?" After the words fell, Sengoku followed Ash's gaze and looked over, and suddenly found that the 5 elders rushed here with the CP members. Seeing this situation, Kid, Kira, and Luo who were hiding in the distance looked at each other and took a breath almost at the same time. All marine executives are here. Plus the 5 elders. Is this the rhythm that needs to be started in advance because of the battle? Chapter 57. Seeing the smile on Ash's face, and the sudden appearance of 5 elders and CP members, Sengoku's face darkened instantly. As Sengoku, who was called the resourceful general back then, of course he could understand that the 5 elders probably arrived here long before them. The reason why they didn't show up all this time was because they were worried that when they faced Ash alone, they would be killed by Ash, the black-winged demon. Thinking of this, Sengoku couldn't hold back a sarcasm after all. 5 elders. What a coincidence that you are here. Our marine just arrived here, and you showed up. Long-haired 5 elders glanced at Sengoku indifferently, and said coldly. Sengoku, are you sure you want to continue speaking to us 5 elders with this attitude? Hearing this, Sengoku's expression changed. After clenching his fist, he finally chose not to tear himself apart with 5 elders. And the long-haired 5 elders ignored Sengoku, turned to look at Ash, and said with a gloomy face, "Ash, didn't you say that as long as we 5 elders come here in person to Sabayati Archipelago, you will let us take Roswald St them? Where are the 3 of them now?" Sengoku, he and other marine executives also looked around at this time, but they didn't find any trace of the 3 celestial dragons. Could it be that Ash is deliberately using those 3 celestial dragons to deceive the 5 elders and trick them here? Ash raised his eyebrows and looked at 5 elders with a smile on his face, but what he said made the 5 elders furious instantly. "What gave you the illusion that you could speak to me in this manner?" As soon as the words fell, the faces of the 5 elders changed drastically, which meant that they knew that they were not Ash's opponent. "Otherwise, I would have killed this arrogant and domineering guy, Ash." The 5 elders, who represent the supreme authority of the world government, except Lord Im who can make them bow their heads, who else can treat them with such a superior attitude? However, after personally experiencing the terrifying power of Ash, the black-winged demon, 5 elders really dare not fight against Ash. After all, this time they came to the Sabayati Archipelago to rescue the celestial dragons, but they didn't report it to Lord Im in advance. If the battle starts now, with the presence of these marine executives and their 5 elders, I really don't have enough confidence to kill Lixio. Most importantly, guys like Sengoku and Garp have a history of turning their back on the 5 elders. Thoughts were spinning, the 5 elders looked at each other, and the long-haired 5 elders looked at Ash and asked in a deep voice, "Ash, from what we know of you, you should not break your promise. So, where are those 3 celestial dragons? As long as you hand them over, we will definitely not make things difficult for you this time. The most urgent task now is to rescue Saint Roswald, Saint Charos, and the Palace of Shayulia. The celestial dragons, who have suffered heavy casualties, must not die again. Otherwise, they would not be willing to bear the punishment from Lord Im." However, to the shock and anger of 5 elders, Ash shook his head and said regretfully, "That's a pity, the 3 of them are already dead. BD. When you guys say it's a pity, can you put away the smile on your face?" The angry 5 elders glared at Ash, as if they were about to start a war with Ash on the spot. Seeing their reactions, Ash smiled and said slowly, "But don't get me wrong, since I said that as long as you come to the Sabayati Archipelago, you will let them go, and of course I will not continue to attack them. Those 3 celestial dragons, after being knocked unconscious by the Straw Hat Kid, because he destroyed the auction house into ruins, completely buried it in. So, it seems that the culprit who killed the 3 celestial dragons was this Straw Hat Kid. Or, is it because you 5 elders came too late?" As Ash's voice fell, the marine executives and 5 elders at the scene suddenly had different expressions. All eyes were on Luffy, who was lying next to Ash, almost dying. Rayleigh, whose arm was severed by Ash, was also in a state of embarrassment. He couldn't help but widen his eyes and looked at Ash in disbelief. He really didn't expect that Ash actually wanted to use this method to send Luffy to the execution platform of naval headquarters. Just when Sengoku was about to say something, Ash suddenly smiled and said again, "By the way, 5 elders, do you want me to introduce the identity of this Straw Hat Kid? Since he is the hero of Marine and the grandson of Vice Admiral Garp, can you 5 elders spare this Straw Hat Kid?" After hearing Ash's words, Sengoku swallowed back what he wanted to say. Akainu, Aokiji, Kizaru, Jun, Virgo, Smoker, and others all looked at Garp with weird faces. "I want to know what Vice Admiral Garp is going to do. Do you want to forcefully save your grandson Luffy, or sit back and watch the 5 elders blame Luffy for the killing of the 3 celestial dragons?" After all, what Ash said just now has been very clear. He never intended to kill the 3 celestial dragons from the beginning to the end, he only needed the 5 elders to arrive and allow the 5 elders to take them away. There are only 2 options before the 5 elders. Or admit that they came too late, causing the 3 high-status celestial dragons to die in the ruins of the auction house. Or ignore Luffy's identity as Garp's grandson, and put all the blame on Luffy. Will the 5 elders, who have been used to being high above the ground for many years, take the responsibility for the killing of the 3 celestial dragons? After the 5 elders looked at each other, the curly-haired 5 elders immediately said with a sullen face, "Ash, we believe you did not harm the 3 celestial dragons. But this Straw Hat boy who caused the death of 3 members of Roswald Saint's family, I hope you can hand it over to our world government." Ash glanced at Luffy, who was severely injured by himself and looked extremely embarrassed. Without any hesitation, he kicked him directly to the feet of the long-haired 5 elders. Boom! Dash! Luffy, who was kicked again, spurted out a mouthful of blood. Ash! UBD! Unbearable, Garp roared angrily, and planned to fight Ash desperately. As a result, Sengoku in front of him directly hugged and stopped him. Sengoku growled in Garp's ear with suppressed anger. "Garp! Calm down, old man. If you choose to go to war with Ash now, not only will you not be able to save your grandson, but it will also wipe out all of us marine executives present." Sengoku's low growl made Garp gradually calm down, but the rapid heaving of his chest can fully explain the kind of anger in the marine hero's heart. Luffy, Nami, Robin, Kami, Zoro, Sanji, Chopper, as well as Frankie and Zyoba, after seeing Luffy's miserable state, they immediately cried out in alarm. At this moment, a howling sound surrounded by a strong wind suddenly appeared, and everyone's eyes turned away. Bartholomew Kuma. After seeing Bartholomew Kuma, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Marine, and 5 elders felt relieved at the same time. While this guy is one of the 7 warlords of the sea, he's also a Vegapunk guinea pig. After the transformation of Vegapunk, Bartholomew Kuma has gradually moved closer to an emotionless war machine. They don't think that Bartholomew Kuma's arrival has other purposes. It is very likely that they came to support because they heard that Marine was about to fight Ash. Even the 5 elders murmured to Bartholomew Kuma. "Bartholomew Kuma, your help is no longer needed here. Go back to Vegapunk." To the surprise of the 5 elders, Bartholomew Kuma did not respond to their order, and even, Bartholomew Kuma galloped directly towards the Straw Hat Boy at the feet of the 5 elders. In the next second, Bartholomew Kuma's huge palm aimed at Luffy below and was about to take a picture. Bartholomew Kuma. After seeing his movements, 5 elders finally realized something was wrong. Bartholomew Kuma has the ability to send people to another place in this world in an instant. Just when the angry 5 elders wanted to stop Bartholomew Kuma's behavior, a dark green Zero shot directly and quickly pierced Bartholomew Kuma's palm in an instant. Laugh. Hiss. The severe pain made Bartholomew Kuma roar involuntarily. Even if he was attacked by Zero, he wanted to raise his other palm. With the ability of the meatball fruit, send this Durag's son away. However, in the next second, a huge force struck, causing Bartholomew Kuma's huge body to fly backwards uncontrollably. Boom! After kicking Bartholomew Kuma over, the blonde 5 elders stared at him with a gloomy expression, his eyes filled with anger, and threatened. "Bartholomew Kuma! Don't think you're a Vegapunk guinea pig, you can do whatever you want. If you dare to make any extra moves, I will kill you right away." Bartholomew Kuma lay on the ground panting and desperate, not responding to the threat of the blonde 5 elders. After learning that Luffy fought against celestial dragons in this population auction house, and even confronted Ash, the black-winged demon, Bartholomew Kuma rushed towards here at full speed with all his strength, wanting to send Luffy away, so as not to let the Straw Hat Boy Durag's only son fall into the hands of the world government. If it wasn't for that guy Ash who blocked him at the last moment, he would have successfully sent Luffy away by this time. Thinking of this, Bartholomew Kuma looked at Ash angrily. Obviously there was no enmity between them. Why did Ash keep staring at Luffy? Garp certainly knows the answer to this question. Originally, when he saw that Bartholomew Kuma wanted to use the fruit ability to send Luffy away, Garp was so nervous that he stopped breathing. As a result, the hope had just been raised, but it was brutally broken by the engineering repair guy. Ash! Damn you! While Garp was angry, the long-haired 5 elders looked at Ash with a strange expression and said, "Well, Ash, thank you for helping us stop the goddamn Bartholomew Kuma. As soon as these words came out, whether it was the Marine executives present or the other 5 elders, their moods instantly became extremely complicated. What's up with this ride? In the end, they still have to thank Ash? Ash waved his hand casually, and chuckled lightly. No thanks, after all, I've always been a helpful person. 5 elders had an ugly look on his face as if he had eaten a fly. At this moment, Sengoku suddenly waved his hand and issued an order to the surrounding Marine executives. Arrest and take away everyone from the Straw Hat Pirates. And really, bring him back to Marineford. Without waiting for the Marine executives to take action, Ash raised his hand to interrupt. Sengoku, the rest of the Straw Hat Pirates, me. Sengoku glanced at Ash upon hearing this, and after seeing the elusive smile on his face, Sengoku's face instantly became extremely gloomy. Sengoku is very clear that his intention may have been noticed by Ash. After realizing this, Sengoku glanced at Garp beside him whose eyes were filled with hatred and anger, and sighed helplessly in his heart. Originally, Sengoku also planned to shift the blame for killing the Celestial Dragons to other members of the Straw Hat Pirates, and used this method to save Luffy. But now it seems that this plan is about to fall through. Sengoku didn't do this just because he didn't want to upset Garp. The most important reason is that Garp is likely to act extremely irrationally when the 2 grandsons Ace and Luffy are about to be executed. Even betraying Marine is very possible. Ash said that he wanted to save the rest of the Straw Hat Pirates, and if he didn't want to start a full-scale war with the Black-Winged Demon right now, he could only agree to his request. The 5 elders with long hair and 260 stars said immediately. Since you want to keep them, then of course there is no problem. Anyway, the Straw Hat boy who is the culprit has already fallen into our hands. Sengoku, if you have nothing else to do, just take people away. Next, Marine must make preparations and publicly execute Straw Hat Luffy, Fire Fist Ace, and Pluton Rayleigh together. Facing Ash's playful gaze, Sengoku gritted his teeth while being angry, and said viciously. Then capture all the other pirates nearby. Seeing that Ash didn't say anything this time, the Marine executives present took action one after another. It must be known that the news that the Black-Winged Demon appeared in the Sabayati archipelago has been spread to everyone after the customers of the auction house ran out because of the outbreak of the fighting. The pirate supernovas who were originally in the Sabayati archipelago also came here one after another, wanting to see how terrifying Ash's strength is. As a result, what they didn't expect was that even if all the senior Marines were dispatched, the 5 elders had already arrived. But he didn't dare to fight Ash at all. Instead, Sengoku, who is the marshal of the Marine, actually wants to take their supernova? Where can this horse-riding man reason? Marine even captured many pirates who also had good reputations and bounties. Unlike the original plot where there is only one Marine admiral, Kizaru, this horse riding is done by all Marine executives together. And, in front of Sengoku, Kizaru didn't dare to touch the fish and paddle anymore. In front of Akainu, Aokiji, Kizaru, Jun, and Virgo and others, all the pirates present were captured. What made Sengoku a little uncertain for a while was that after Kizaru successfully captured Trafalgar Law, one of the supernovas, Luo shouted directly at Sengoku's position. Sengoku. This guy, Virgo, is the undercover agent that Doflamingo put into the Marine. You still remember Don Quixote Rocinante, right? Virgo told Doflamingo Rocinante's undercover identity. After the words fell, Sengoku's face instantly became extremely gloomy. Sengoku will never forget Rocinante. That boy Rocinante was adopted by Sengoku since he was a child. Apart from his affection for Rocinante, Sengoku also placed high hopes on him. Unexpectedly, Rocinante was eventually discovered by Doflamingo as an undercover agent. He ended up being shot dead by Doflamingo. Originally, Sengoku couldn't figure out how Rocinante was exposed. As a result, Luo now said that Virgo, the Marine Vice Admiral, turned out to be Doflamingo's undercover agent in Marine. Feeling the gazes of other Marine executives around him, Virgo felt numb all over. I can't wait to slap this damn BD Luo to death on the spot. Marshal Sengoku. I have no idea what this guy is talking about. I'm a dignified Marine Vice Admiral, how could it be that guy from Doflamingo? This guy is slandering me. He is slandering me. Chapter 58. Virgo's slightly panicked words echoed over the area, making the faces of everyone present change in different ways. Sengoku stared at Virgo with both eyes, and finally said heavily after his chest heaved several times. Virgo. I will personally send someone to investigate whether you are Doflamingo's undercover agent in Marine. If this guy is slandering you, I will definitely return your innocence. But while the result is out, you don't want to leave Marineford for the time being. After hearing this, Virgo's eyes suddenly changed. Fortunately, he was covered by sunglasses. Otherwise, Jean Gui would have ordered others to arrest Virgo as well. Although Luo was arrested by the Marine executives, he couldn't help showing a cheerful smile on his face at this time. Ha 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 ha. Virgo. When you told Doflamingo the identity of Rosinante, would you have imagined such a day? Virgo didn't answer, just stared at Luo with his lips pursed. If eyes could kill, I'm afraid Luo would have died hundreds of times. Luo's words also made Sengoku more convinced that Virgo was an undercover agent that Doflamingo had inserted into Marine. He has also made a decision in his heart, after returning to Marineford this time, he must let Kizaru keep an eye on Virgo himself. At the same time, it is necessary to send people to the G5 branch of New World as soon as possible to find key evidence. Thinking of this, Sengoku didn't hesitate any longer, and after giving Ash a very meaningful look at the end, he directly waved his hand and said, "Take these pirates and return to Malindo." Garp looked at Luffy, who was being carried like a dead dog by the blonde five elders, looked at Ash with eyes full of anger and hatred, and let out a low growl from his teeth. "Ash! I promise! I will kill you with my own hands." After speaking, without waiting for Ash to respond, he turned around and left here. Anyway, Garp and Ash are also old rivals, of course I know how powerful Ash's mouth is. If he didn't leave quickly, Garp felt that he might be so excited that he would completely lose his mind. And five elders didn't say anything after taking a look at Ash, but they just hoped that Ash would definitely participate in the war in a few days' time from the bottom of their hearts. At that time, with Lord I'm personally taking action, killing Ash will definitely not be a problem. What the Marine executives and the five elders didn't know was that Ash looked at their leaving back, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and a weird smile appeared on his face. What I guessed was right. That guy Zephyr didn't show up in the Sabaody archipelago, most likely he was sent to Impel Down by Sengoku to guard the prisoners, right? In that case, Zephyr, see you in a few days. The purpose of what Ash did in Sabaody archipelago this time was to send Luffy and Rayleigh to the execution platform of naval headquarters. The most important reason is that I want to verify my conjecture. The vicious prisoners imprisoned in Impel Down, after Ash killed all the original jailers of Impel Down, it is impossible for Marine to ignore them. Those who are too weak cannot suppress Impel Down, and those who are too strong need to participate in the next war with the Whitebeard pirates and him, the Black-Winged Demon. In this way, Zephyr, the former Marine Admiral, naturally became the best choice. After he wiped out Zephyr and the prisoners of Impel Down, the soul points he obtained are definitely enough for Ash to unlock the second stage of returning to the blade. By that time, Ash really wants to see if Lord I'm can maintain that lofty attitude when he is whipped severely by him. But now, Ash turned to look at Nami, Robin, and Cammy, and said with a smile, "I have kept my promise so that your partners can survive. Next, shouldn't it be your turn?" Hearing this, the faces of Nami, Robin, and Cammy changed, but after seeing Zoro, Sanji, Chopper, Frankie, and Zyoba's current miserable situation, the three women still nodded helplessly in agreement. Even those Marine executives and five elders dare not start a war with Ash without authorization. If Ash is angered again, then Zoro and Sanji may really die in Sabaody archipelago. Miss Nami, Miss Robin, Cammy, Zoro, Sanji, Chopper, Frankie, and Zyoba watched the three girls leave behind Ash, and their hearts were completely filled with hatred and anger. Zoro picked up the saber and a word that fell aside, and said in a low voice to Sanji, Frankie and others beside him, "We can't just sit back and watch Luffy get executed by Marine.
No matter what the cost, Luffy must be rescued. Wait until you get Luffy, then get Nami and Robin, and Cammy out of that BD Ash. Hearing Zoro's words, Sanji, Chopper, Frankie, and Xiao Ba all nodded vigorously without hesitation. Seeing that they hadn't lost their fighting spirit, Zoro breathed a sigh of relief, glanced at Usopp's body sadly, clenched his hands tightly and said heavily, "Bring Usopp's body back to the Sunny's location first, and bury him there. When we go to sea again, let Usopp be the first to witness." Everyone has no objection to Zoro's arrangement. Even Sanji, who always likes to quarrel with Zoro, is very supportive of Zoro taking over the command temporarily. The Straw Hats now need someone with a stable military spirit like Zoro to stand up. Zoro took the initiative to carry Usopp's body on his back, and said to Chopper while dragging Sanji, "Chopper, after we bury Usopp, you're going to start healing us. Before the Marine executes Luffy publicly, we must be able to fight." Chopper nodded vigorously when he heard this. "Don't worry, Zoro. I will definitely heal you all." The 5 figures limped towards the location of the Sunny, their hearts full of determination to rescue Luffy from Marine Grand Line, known as the Baltigo of the White Clay Island. The island where the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army is located. In the conference room of the Revolutionary Army, the quarrels of the various commanders and cadres of the Revolutionary Army resounded, arguing whether their Revolutionary Army should participate in the war that will take place a few days later. The commander of the Eastern Army of the Revolutionary Army, Bello Betty, a person with the ability to inspire fruits, was pressing his hands on the table at this time, and had a quarrel with Mori, the commander of the Western Army on the opposite side. It's obvious. The outcome of this war determines the future direction of the world. Our Revolutionary Army must not miss this war. At least let the whole world know that our Revolutionary Army is fighting hard for ordinary people. Let them feel hope from our Revolutionary Army. Mori did not support Betty's idea, shook his head vigorously, and said without hesitation, "But do you know that if we participate in this war, it will cause us to expand the Revolutionary Army to the present size with great difficulty, and cause huge casualties? I won't talk about Marine and the Whitebeard pirates. What I want to remind you is that this time, the world government will probably end in person. And that black-winged demon who was famous all over the world more than 30 years ago. A strong man of this level is simply not something our current Revolutionary Army can face." Mori was very dissatisfied with Betty. He always felt that this woman was a little bewildered now. Obviously, their Revolutionary Army has long been accustomed to living in hiding in Tibet over the years, and they dare not appear in front of the world government and Marine at all. The result is that several countries have been liberated in the recent period. This woman wants to lead the Revolutionary Army to naval headquarters, and participate in the unprecedented terrorist war in a few days? What is the difference between stepping on a horse and leading the Revolutionary Army to die? Lindbergh, the commander of the Southern Army, and Crow, the commander of the Northern Army, looked at each other, without any intention of participating in the debate between the two of them. Because they felt that what Mori and Betty said were quite reasonable. Regardless of whether the Revolutionary Army participated in this war or waited for the final result of this war, it was in line with the will of their Revolutionary Army. This chaotic era of great pirates should have ended long ago. Seeing each other, Mori and Betty had no intention of bowing their heads to give in at all, and almost at the same time they turned their gazes to Drago, who was seated at the top. "I want Drago, the founder and leader of the Revolutionary Army, to make a decision." Feeling the watchful eyes of the high-ranking members of the Revolutionary Army present, Durag, who had a shoe print on his face, pondered for a moment. Just when he was about to open his mouth to make a decision, the door of the conference room was suddenly pushed open, attracting the attention of all the high-ranking members of the Revolutionary Army present. Without the slightest hesitation, the member of the Revolutionary Army raised the stack of newspapers in his hand panting, and exclaimed, "Chief Durag! Something big happened again." In the public execution 5 days later, Marine added 2 more people. One is the Straw Hat Kid, one of the pirate supernovas, Monkey D. Luffy. The other one is Silver Rayleigh, who was the vice captain of the Roger Pirates, known as Pluton.
It was unbelievable to all the senior leaders of the Revolutionary Army present that in their eyes, they have always been extremely calm, and no matter how big the incident is, they will not have violent mood swings. Durag is a natural leader. After hearing the words of this member of the Revolutionary Army, he stood up abruptly, rushed to him, snatched a newspaper from his hand, picked it up with slightly trembling hands, and checked the contents. Seeing this situation, the voices arguing about whether the Revolutionary Army should participate in this war stopped immediately. The four army commanders Mori, Betty, Lindbergh, and Kroll looked at each other, and then took a newspaper from the Revolutionary Army member's hand and looked at it. On the other side, Sabo, the chief of staff of the Revolutionary Army, also took the newspaper handed over by Clark beside him. After taking a look at Drago, who was completely different from the past, Clark immediately whispered next to Sabo. "Sabo, do you feel that Chief Durag is abnormal now?" Sabo nodded slightly when he heard the words, and was also a little puzzled. "Is there any special relationship between Chief Durag and that Straw Hat Kid, or Pluton Rayleigh?" After finishing speaking, Sabo shook his head, no longer entangled, but also checked the contents of the newspaper in his hand. Sabo didn't feel anything when he heard the name of the Straw Hat Boy, Monkey D. Luffy, from the member of the Revolutionary Army. But when he unfolded the newspaper in his hand and looked at the photos of Ace and Luffy on it, he instantly felt. "I froze on the spot." What's more, even the body couldn't stop trembling slightly, a bean-sized cold sweat gradually appeared on the forehead, and the face also became a little ferocious. After Clark read the contents of the newspaper, he couldn't help sighing. Unexpectedly, Pluton Rayleigh also fell into the hands of Marine. After the news that Marine decided to execute Pluton Rayleigh publicly, those remnants of the Roger pirates should go to naval headquarters to rescue him, right? It's just that this Straw Hat Kid, Luffy, was able to be publicly executed together with Fire Fist Ace and Pluton Rayleigh. Does he also have some special identity? The newspaper did not state Luffy's real identity in detail, which made Clark very puzzled. You must know that Fire Fist Ace and Pluton Rayleigh, one is the captain of the second team of the Whitebeard pirates, and the other is the deputy of the former One Piece Roger. Both of them certainly deserve to be treated this way by Marine. But Luffy, the Straw Hat Boy, is just a mere pirate supernova. Seeing that Sabo didn't answer his own question, Clark shifted his gaze from the newspaper to Sabo, and noticed at a glance that Sabo was strange at this time. After seeing Sabo's painful and ferocious appearance, Clark, who was taken aback, stood up abruptly and exclaimed, "Sabo! What's wrong with you? Did something happen?" Clark's exclamation attracted the attention of all the senior leaders of the Revolutionary Army present, even Drago was no exception. Seeing Sabo's appearance as if he had suffered some kind of pain, everyone around wanted to come and check. At this moment, Sabo stood up abruptly, his body fell backwards, and at the same time he exhaled. "I see. I finally remember. Ace. Luffy. They are not dangerous elements that should be excluded in the new era, the two of them are my brothers." The Murloc Haku who rushed to Sabo's side grabbed Sabo's body that almost fell to the ground, looked at Sabo and asked in a deep voice. "Sabo, how are you doing?" After being helped up, Sabo shook his head vigorously, then slapped the table in front of him, looked around, and spoke without hesitation. "Regardless of whether the Revolutionary Army will participate in this war or not, I will go to naval headquarters to rescue Ace and Luffy. The two of them are my brothers. If the Revolutionary Army does not participate, Li Haozhou, then Sabo will also choose to go alone to participate in this war." The senior leaders of the Revolutionary Army were not surprised by Sabo's words. They heard clearly just now that Sabo, Ace, and Luffy have deep feelings for each other. At this moment, Betty turned to look at Durag and asked tentatively. "Chief Durag, what about our Revolutionary Army? Do you want to participate in this war?" Sensing everyone's gaze, Drago took a deep breath and said decisively. "Participate? What I want to tell you is that Luffy, the Straw Hat Kid in the newspaper, is my son. But I let the Revolutionary Army participate in this war, not for him, but just as Betty said, this war determines the future pattern of the world. Which side wins the final victory in this war, then they can decide what the new era will look like. Our revolutionary army must become the ultimate victor. Yes. Chief Darag. All the senior leaders of the revolutionary army stood up abruptly and echoed loudly. Although the news that Straw Hat Luffy is the son of Drago made them a little surprised and unbelievable, compared with the future fate of the revolutionary army, these are not important. Following Drago's order, all members of the revolutionary army on the island began to prepare. Revolutionary army, join the battle. New World, Red Force. Shanks. I'm going to the Sabayati archipelago. I'm going to kill Ash that FGBD right now. I will avenge my son. That BD Ash, how dare you do such a thing? The sniper of the Red Hair Pirates, Usopp, has red eyes and bulging veins on his forehead. He can't wait to appear in front of Ash right now, and shoot Ash directly in the head. Seeing this, Shanks exchanged glances with Beckman, then nodded emphatically. Don't worry Usopp. You also know that our Red Hair Pirates will participate in the next war and will definitely give you a chance to take revenge. Chapter 59. After getting the exact answer from Shanks, Usopp's mood gradually eased, but he still gritted his teeth. Shanks. No matter what this war turns out to be, I will kill that goddamn BD Ash with my own hands. If he dares to kill Usopp, I will make him pay. Without waiting for Shanks to respond, Usopp turned around and left. Seeing the back of Usopp leaving, both Shanks and Beckman had expressions of helplessness and worry on their faces. Beckman shook his head with a gloomy face, and sighed deeply. That guy, Ash, unexpectedly appeared in Sabayati archipelago at this time. Could it be that his target was Luffy and Rayleigh? Beckman took a deep breath of the cigarette in his mouth and exhaled a puff of thick white smoke. Worry was written on his face covered by the smoke. Shanks nodded heavily after hearing this, and said in a deep voice after taking a long breath. I don't know how Ash found out about Luffy's identity, but it's probably just like what you said. Ash went to the Sabayati archipelago from the very beginning, just to hand over Luffy to Marine, and join Ace in public execution. After all, Luffy is Garp's grandson. For Garp to watch Luffy be publicly executed, this is definitely a huge torture for Garp. At the end, Shanks and Beckman glanced at each other, and they could clearly see each other's dignified expression. Although their Red Hair Pirates are one of the 4 emperors of New World, they still haven't experienced the era of the Rocks brothers. He didn't even know that Ash, the Black-Winged Demon, was deceived to such an extent with his revenge mentality. Pluton Rayleigh, there is a high probability that you just wanted to see what kind of brat Luffy, who has inherited Roger's wool, is in your mouth. Unexpectedly, I just met Ash, and he also fell into Marine's hands. Both Beckman and Shanks agreed that it was Rayleigh's bad luck that Ash cut off his arm and sent him to Marine's execution platform. Due to the unequal information, they didn't even know that Ash's goal from the very beginning was Rayleigh and Luffy. Thinking of this, Gux turned his head to look at Beckman and said in a deep voice. Beckman, you should know that when I was in the Roger Pirates, Deputy Captain Rayleigh took good care of me. Now that he is in the hands of Marine, I will definitely not let him be killed by Marine. Ace, Luffy, and Deputy Captain Rayleigh are the ones we must rescue this time. Beckman was not surprised by his words, and nodded his head. 983 I have no objection, but if you want to save all 3 of them, it's not that easy. Since Ash chose to send Luffy and Rayleigh to the execution stand at Naval Headquarters, he will never let them be rescued. Of course Shanks knew this too, exclaimed after a sigh. Then, let's replay the Battle of the Valley of the Gods 36 years ago. This time, we, the Red Hair Pirates, Charlotte Linland's Big Mom Pirates, and the Whitebeard Pirates join forces. When the day of public execution comes, I will try my best to get Marine to contact us. After all, in the eyes of those guys in Marine, the threat of that black-winged demon from Ash is much higher than those of us. If we can work together to kill Ash, based on what I know about Sengoku, he will never refuse. At the end, Shanks smiled at Beckman. Also, in the case that Deputy Captain Rayleigh is about to be publicly executed by Marine, the members of the Roger Pirates will also participate in this war. Hearing this, even Beckman couldn't help laughing. No matter how powerful the former members of the Roger Pirates are, it would certainly be a great thing to have a few more allies in this war. Naval Headquarters, inside the Marshal's office. Sengoku, the Marshal of the Marine, was looking at the Vice Admiral Garp, the hero of the Marine. Neither of them wanted to back down. In the end, it was Garp who was the first to speak out with a gloomy face and an angry face. Sengoku. Are you sure you want to do this? Are you sure you want to put the old man's only 2 grandsons on the execution platform and execute them publicly? Garp was really angry this time. If he hadn't been concerned about his status as Marine Vice Admiral, he might have chosen to make a big fuss at Naval Headquarters in the first place. Is it too much to bully someone who rides a horse? When Marine decided to execute Ace publicly, Garp was already suffering in his heart, not knowing whether he should choose to stick to justice or betray Marine. But now Sengoku, an old guy, actually said that he wanted to execute Luffy and Ace together in public? Does this mean that his Garp the Fist is not hard enough? Or, did he assume that Garp would not betray Marine, so he acted recklessly? Sengoku knew what kind of pain Garp was enduring in his heart. His face softened a little immediately. He shook his head and said in a deep voice. Garp, the decision this time was not made by me, the Marine Marshal. 5 elders, in order to prevent our Marine from disposing of Luffy, after returning to Marie Joyce, they got the newspaper out immediately. Spread the news that our Marine will publicly execute Fire Fist Ace, Straw Hat Luffy, and Pluton Rayleigh to every corner of the world. Tell me, what can I do in this situation? Sengoku was also very angry at the behavior of 5 elders, but he couldn't help him at all. According to Sengoku's idea, he originally planned to send Luffy to Impel Down, and Zephyr will take care of Luffy and prevent him from appearing again. Then execute Rayleigh and Ace together, and put the crime of killing the 3 celestial dragons on Rayleigh. This can at least give the world government an explanation. As a result, those guys from 5 elders hit Sengoku by surprise. After that newspaper spreads all over the world, even if Sengoku wants to protect Luffy, it will be impossible for him to do so. Otherwise, I am afraid that the people of the whole world will doubt whether Marine is still righteous. If Marine loses the hearts of the people, then from now on, they will really be a loyal dog of the world government forever. Get rid of the control of the world government, so that Marine can really fight for justice? Don't even think about it. After hearing Sengoku's words, Garp seemed to have his spine ripped out, lost his soul, and sat blankly on the chair opposite Sengoku. Seeing Garp's appearance, Sengoku only felt very sad in his heart. After gritting his teeth, he couldn't help but spit at Garp. Garp! If it weren't for your 2 grandsons being too reckless, after going out to sea and becoming pirates, one of them would become the 2nd captain of the Whitebeard pirates. The other one became one of the pirate supernovas and even did something like kill the celestial dragons. How could they have ended up like this? Sengoku gritted his teeth at the end, as if he wanted to slap those 2 bastards Ace and Luffy to death with one slap. And Garp is also very clear that what Sengoku said is completely true. If the 2 boys, Ace and Luffy, did not go out to sea to become pirates according to his plan, but instead became heroic marine fighters, then Garp can guarantee that with the talents they both possess, they will definitely become the top force of the new generation of Marine. What's more, even if the world government knew about Ace's identity, considering him as a Marine hero, they might not pursue it at all. If that was the case, why did the current situation arise? Seeing Garp's distraught look, Sengoku sighed deeply and said in a deep voice. Garp, in fact, the 5 elders guys decided to execute Luffy and Ace in public. The most important reason is not because he killed the 3 celestial dragons. Garp raised his head and looked at Sengoku blankly when he heard this, wanting to know what he meant. And Sengoku didn't hold back, and said straightforwardly. The reason 5 elders did this is because of your son Durag. Hearing the name Drago, Garp's eyes widened instantly, and he stammered. Sengoku, you mean? Facing Garp's somewhat confused gaze, Sengoku nodded heavily and said in a deep voice. 5 elders are planning to use Luffy to lure out Drago. It's best to let the Revolutionary Army also participate in this war, so that the world government can catch them all. Hearing this, Ka, Bhch, Pu understood, Tuki understood. No wonder the guys from Five Elders did such an absolute job this time, not giving Marine any room for maneuver. But if you think about it carefully, this is also a matter of course. In the eyes of the world government, even if all the pirate groups in New World add up, it is definitely not as threatening as a revolutionary army. Those pirate groups in New World are great, but they only do some things like burning, killing and looting. At most they are invading the member countries of the world government. But the Revolutionary Army is different. The Revolutionary Army created and led by Durag is really destroying the dominance of the world government. After realizing that there was nothing he could do to change the situation, Garp suddenly felt disheartened. Sengoku shook his head sadly and helplessly, looked at Garp and said in a deep voice. Garp, in these few days, you should spend some time with your 2 grandchildren. Garp didn't hesitate when he heard the words, stood up slowly, and directly planned to leave the marshal's office. Just when Garp was about to push the door out, Sengoku's heavy voice came again. Garp, I don't want you to make wrong choices in this war. You should be very clear that this war determines the future fate of our marine. If you betray the justice behind you, I will never allow it. I have fought side by side for so many years, if possible, I would not be willing to become an enemy with you who must divide life and death. After the words fell, Garp was silent for a long time, and in the end he still didn't say anything, and why men left here. Seeing the office door closed again, Sengoku, who was sitting in his original position, also fell into a long silence. After a while, Sengoku sighed deeply, took out a phone bug from the drawer in front of him, and dialed directly. The phone bug had just connected, and before Sengoku could speak, a somewhat old, yet majestic voice came from the opposite side. I am Kong. Sengoku, what do you want from me? Sengoku didn't hesitate, and said straightforwardly. Commander Kong, Marine needs your help. Kong didn't answer immediately, and Sengoku could clearly hear from the phone bug that Kong on the opposite side was telling the people in his office to leave first. After Kong was the only one in the office, he finally frowned and said in a deep voice. I am arranging things here, and when the day of the public execution, I will personally lead people to support Marine. Sengoku, you know this, but you still call for help, isn't that out of your character? Tell me, what happened again? After hearing Kong's teasing, Sengoku couldn't help laughing wryly, shook his head and said. Commander Kong, you should know that the 5 elders asked us Marine to publicly execute Garp's grandson, along with Fire Fist Ace and Rayleigh. Kong nodded his head when he heard the words, a little hated that iron can't be made into steel. That kid named Luffy, who obviously has a grandfather like Garp, chose to become a pirate. This is what he deserves. Sengoku was in a complicated mood and said helplessly. I'm worried that Garp will do something irrational in this war. Hearing this, Kong was silent for a moment, then asked with a frown. You mean, Garp might betray Marine? Sengoku propped his forehead with his palm, and said with a complex expression. 5 elders are planning to execute Luffy to lure out Drago and the Revolutionary Army. At that time, a son and 2 grandchildren will be targeted by the Marine and world government, and it will be difficult for Garp to stand by. Having said this, Kong also understood, and after pondering for a moment, said in an unquestionable tone. Don't worry Sengoku. If Garp wants to act irrationally, I will personally stop him. During the last few days, you took Marine to prepare well and get ready for the war. Hearing this, Sengoku agreed without hesitation. Yes. Commander Kong. When Sengoku contacted Kong for help, Pu had also arrived at the place where Ace, Luffy and Rayleigh were being held. After being treated by the Marine military doctor, although Luffy still can't recover in a short period of time, at least he won't be in a dying state like before. At first, when he saw Luffy appearing here, Ace was completely dumbfounded. After listening to Luffy describe his experience, Ace is even more worried about his father Whitebeard and Marco. With that black-winged demon named Ash stalking him, if Dad still comes to rescue him, then he is probably really in danger. While Ace, Luffy, and Rayleigh were talking, the door of the cage was suddenly opened, and a figure walked in slowly. The moment he saw Garp, Ace, and Luffy whispered almost at the same time. Old man. Grandfather. Garp, who has never bent his waist in normal times, now looks a bit stooped, which makes Ace and Luffy feel sad instantly. Garp stood at the cell door, looking at the two people bound by sea stone shackles inside. After a long time, Jupu's painful voice finally resounded. "You two bastards, why didn't you obey the old man's arrangement? Why didn't you join Marine like me? Why do you want to go to sea and become a pirate? Pirates are indeed not worthy of pity, but family members are different. You two bastards, can you tell me what Yinfu should do?" Whether it's Ace or Luffy, even Rayleigh can clearly detect that Garp's voice is full of pain and embarrassment. On the one hand is the grandson, and on the other is the justice that has been upheld for decades. No matter what choice you make, Garp will definitely live in regret and torture in the future. Seeing Garp being tortured, his face was full of pain, and even tears appeared in his eyes that they had never seen before. At this moment, they even doubted whether the choice of becoming a pirate was the right one. And Garp looked at the two grandsons in the cage in front of him, his eyes gradually lost focus. Should I stick to the justice that is behind me? Or betray Marine to protect my family? Old man, what should I do? Chapter 60. In the next few days, while other Marine executives were preparing for the upcoming war, Garp was also accompanied by the two grandchildren, Ace and Luffy, in the cage. Although Sengoku didn't say it clearly, he still hinted to other Marine executives to keep Ace, Luffy and Rayleigh in the cage. Let Sengoku rejoice but also worried. Even though Garp didn't do anything to kidnap Ace and Luffy, but with the passage of time, the time for Marine to publicly execute the three of them is getting closer. The aura on Garp's body became more and more depressed, and the smile that would appear anytime, anywhere was no longer on his face. Even Sengoku and Tsuru, the two old buddies who have fought side by side with him for many years, after seeing what Garp looks like now. My heart can't help but be filled with worry and dignity. After all, Sengoku and Crane know better than others, once Garp betrays Marine, it will have a huge impact on Marine. You must know that the current Garp is the hero in the eyes of everyone in Marine, and he is an absolutely indispensable symbol of Marine. However, Sengoku and Tsuru also know that on this matter, if Garp really makes a decision, no matter what they say, there is absolutely no way to make Garp change his mind. One side is family, the other side is justice. Even Sengoku can't guarantee which side he will choose if he is replaced by Garp. However, despite the fear that Garp will eventually betray Marine, things are still going on in an orderly manner. The only thing that makes Sengoku undecided is that it's time to publicly execute Fire Fist Ace, Straw Hat Luffy, and Pluton Rayleigh. However, the people he sent to the New World Marine G5 branch to investigate have not yet collected definite evidence to prove that Virgo was Doflamingo's undercover agent in Marine. It is precisely because of this that although Sengoku is still full of doubts about Virgo, he can only act as if nothing happened in the end. Let Virgo also participate in this upcoming war. Standing on the execution platform, Sengoku looked around and looked at the Marine below who was fully prepared. Under his mobilization, all general-level Marines have come to Marineford to face the Whitebeard pirates and Ash, the Black-Winged Demon. In addition, the Marines that can stay in naval headquarters are all of good strength and have been recognized by the senior management. After all, in this unprecedented war of terror, ordinary sailors are not even qualified to be cannon fodder. Akainu, Aokiji, and Kizaru, just like Summit War in the original plot, sat quietly on the three chairs, bringing incomparable confidence to the delisted Marine. Jun, Doberman, Ghost Spider, Maynard, Flying Squirrel, Bastau. More than a dozen Marine Vice Admirals and dozens of Marine Rear Admirals led the sailors to form an extremely solid line of defense. Boa Hancock, Doflamingo, Hawkeye Mihawk, Gecko Moria, and Bartholomew Kuma, the five Shishibukai gathered in another place. Except that Jinbei directly rejected Marine's compulsory summoning order, was captured by Marine, and was imprisoned in Impel Down. What puzzled Sengoku was that Blackbeard Teach had promised very well, saying that he would definitely participate in this war and fight against the Whitebeard pirates with Marine. As a result, until now, it has come to the day when Ace, Luffy and Rayleigh will be publicly executed, but that guy still hasn't come here. However, Sengoku didn't take Blackbeard too seriously, or in other words, in front of Ash, the black-winged demon. Both Whitebeard and Blackbeard are nothing more than little people. Sengoku glanced at Garp, who was standing on the execution platform with him, and said in a deep voice, "Garp, you have also seen with your own eyes that all the backbone of Marine has gathered in Marineford. If our Marines are defeated in this war, what awaits them is to die in the sea. So, for the future of Marine, I beg you as an old man who has fought side by side with you for decades, don't do anything I don't want to see." Sengoku deliberately restrained his voice, except for Garp beside him. Only Ace, Luffy, and Rayleigh, who were kneeling behind them, could hear it. Ace and Luffy didn't think there was anything special about Sengoku's words, but after listening to Rayleigh's ears, their hearts became extremely complicated. Rayleigh looked at the very tall Sengoku in front of him. A look of nostalgia unconsciously appeared in his eyes. Back then, when the Roger Pirates hadn't disbanded, although they mostly dealt with Garp. But in fact, both Zephyr and Sengoku can be regarded as their old opponents of the Roger Pirates. Naturally, Rayleigh is also very aware of how strongly this Sengoku, who is the only one in Marine who owns Conqueror's Haki, has a strong commitment to justice. Being able to make Sengoku say begging, one can imagine how important Garp is to him. Even Rayleigh can realize this, let alone Garp, who has fought side by side with Sengoku for many years, and even had the title of Marine Iron Triangle more than 30 years ago. Garp looked over with some emotion, and could clearly see the pleading look in Sengoku's eyes. It's just a pity that until the end, Sengoku couldn't hear a definite answer from Garp. Sengoku couldn't hide his disappointment, but he quickly adjusted his mentality. As for Garp, he can only pin his hopes on Commander Kong. I hope that the appearance of Commander Kong will make Garp give up the idea of betraying Marine. The current Marine can't stand up to too much turmoil. While Sengoku is trying to change Garp's mind, the Marine Vice Admirals, who are on the first line of defense, are also communicating. Smoker, who was promoted to Marine Commodore after experiencing the Alabasta incident, looked at Doberman, who had scars on his face and participated in the Impel Down war, and asked, "Doberman Vice Admiral, is Ash's strength really as terrifying as what the newspaper says?" Smoker still couldn't believe it. So many Marine executives teamed up, not only did not kill Ash directly, but was counter-killed by the other party's several executives. Most importantly, Smoker was also involved in the Sabayati Archipelago incident a few days ago. The attitude of the Marine executives and the 3-5 elders towards Ash made him almost doubt his life. Faith collapsed. Marshal Sengoku and the 3-5 elders didn't want to take the opportunity to join forces to kill Ash, but in the end they gave up in front of Ash. What's more, even Marine Admiral Akainu, who has always been the most hot-tempered, didn't say anything about it. He just went to East Blue for a few years. How did these Marine executives become like this? This should not be at all. Doberman could sense what Smoker was thinking. When he remembered the Battle of Impel Down, a trace of fear flashed in Doberman's eyes, then he shook his head and looked at Smoker's earnest words. "If I hadn't faced Ash, I wouldn't have believed this would have happened. But unfortunately, that black-winged eagle will only be more terrifying than what is described in the newspapers. It's not that the newspapers exaggerated Ash's power." Smoker was dumbfounded when he heard that. At the end of the relationship, is he, the Marine Commodore, ignorant? Seeing Smoker's skeptical look, Doberman took a deep breath and patted him on the shoulder. "Get ready, Smoker, if our Marine loses in this war this time, I'm afraid there will be no more Marines in the future." Smoker's little follower, Tashigi, did not stay with Smoker this time, but was called away by Jun and Hina, and stayed with several other female Marine executives. Tashigi was a little terrified when he heard Jun, Tsuru, and others mention the strength of Ash. She really couldn't imagine that someone in this world could be so powerful. Although Hina on the side was also a little shocked, she was not frightened. Instead, she looked at Jun with a cigarette in her mouth and asked, "Jun Vice Admiral, do you think that guy named Ash will really come to participate in this war?" Hearing this, Jun and Crane looked at each other, then nodded heavily. "Most definitely. Otherwise, how could he have sent the Straw Hat and Pluton Rayleigh to our Marine?" The grey-haired Crane nodded slowly and sighed. "Yet, with Ash's vengeful personality and behavior, he will take revenge on every member and force who participated in the Valley of Gods War and besieged and killed the Rocks brothers. It just so happens that both our Marine and the Whitebeard pirates are the targets of his revenge. Tashigi on the side raised his hand timidly when he heard the words, and interjected. But, Staff Crane, Ash made this war into the current situation, is it really just for revenge? If you just want revenge, even if one force after another finds it, it won't waste much effort, right? Hearing this, Tsuru looked at Tashigi in surprise. She knew that Tashigi was Smoker's assistant, and now she was just a Marine ensign. Didn't she think she would have such insight? In fact, from the very beginning, Tsuru, Sengoku, and other Marine executives have analyzed Ash's purpose. Now that the war is about to break out, naturally there is nothing to hide. Sensing the gazes of the elite female Marines around him, Staff Officer Crane nodded and sighed. Yet, Ash's purpose has never been as simple as revenge. Tashigi secretly clenched his small fist when he heard this, and he looked exactly as I expected. Crane also didn't show off, but said bluntly and slowly. As early as 30 years ago, in the era of the Rocks brothers, Rox D Bell and Rox D Ash were already the top players in the New World. Whether it's Golden Lion Shiki, one of the legendary great pirates, or Whitebeard, Charlotte, and Linlin in the current New World 4 emperors, Kaido belongs to the formation of the Quen pirates. Ask for flowers. And the Rocks brothers' goals have never been limited to just one pirate group. All they have to do is to replace the world government and become the new king of the world. Crane looked around and saw that after he revealed the history that had been buried for many years, whether it was Jun, Hina, or Tashigi, they all showed shocking expressions. Seeing this, Crane sighed and continued. Originally everyone thought that after the end of the Valley of the Gods War, the Rocks brothers would completely become history. But I never thought that today, 36 years later, Ash awakened from slumber. His goal, apart from seeking revenge for the forces and participants of the past, is probably the most important thing, to become the king of the world. So, even the world government can't continue to be a bystander. Those guys will definitely end up in person and deal with Ash, the black-winged demon. What Crane didn't say is that the real power of the world government is not the 5 elders known to outsiders. It's the Lord Yim who has been on the top for more than 800 years and has long been unknown to outsiders. The reason why Crane was able to know was that Sengoku had detected the existence of Lord Im through the clues. Pheasant, and Kizaru, the 3 admirals. Let them know that in this war, Marine is not completely without hope of victory. After listening to Staff Officer Crane's words, Jun, Hina, Tashigi, and others all opened their mouths, and they didn't know what to say for a while. Ash, that guy is going to become the king of the world? This is really crazy idea. While they were stunned by Ash's purpose, another at naval headquarters. Kibi, whose legs were trembling a bit, touched Belumbo's arm next to him. His 2 rows of teeth were chattering constantly, and he lowered his voice to the lowest level, and said tremblingly. Belumber, next, are we really going to face the Whitebeard pirates, and the legendary black-winged demon? Even if all the elites of Marine have gathered here, why do I still feel that our Marine will lose miserably in this war? Barumebra behaved as unbearably as Kabe, and the 2 supported each other to keep their bodies from falling down. Belamibo looked around and found that no one noticed the 2 of them, then swallowed and whispered to Bai. Kibi, how about we hide first? Otherwise, when the war really breaks out, we are likely to die in the hands of the Whitebeard pirates, or that black-winged demon. After hearing the words, Kaba looked at Belumbo, and after checking the surrounding situation, Kaba nodded heavily, and then said in a low voice. Be careful, we'll just pretend to prepare our weapons and hide. Okay. The location where the 7 warlords of the sea gathered, after Doflamingo glanced at the location where Virgo was, he quickly shifted his sight to avoid being noticed by others. He even turned his head and grinned at Bartholomew Kuma on the side. Bartholomew Kuma, I heard that when you were in the Sabayati archipelago a few days ago, you wanted to use your meatball fruit ability to send away the Straw Hat Boy, but Ash stopped you. Also, Ash pierced through his palm with one move. Although I don't know why you did this, but what do you think is the strength of that black-winged demon? Can he handle the big scene that naval headquarters is in now? After the words fell, the eyes of several other Shishibukai present all focused on Bartholomew Kuma. Whether it's Hancock, Mihawk, or Moria, they all want to see what Bartholomew Kuma, who has faced Ash directly, has to say about that black-winged Dagwang. However, to their disappointment, Bartholomew Kuma looked indifferent, as if he hadn't heard Doflamingo's words, and was unmoved at all. Still somewhat sane, Bartholomew Kuma, who has not been completely transformed into a machine, is full of worries about the Straw Hat Boy on the execution platform, Drago, and the Revolutionary Army. He really couldn't imagine, if Drago really took part in the war with the Revolutionary Army. What kind of end will he end up facing that black-winged demon named Ash? After all, that guy Drago is the son of Garp, who has an indelible feud with Ash. Ash, who was followed by everyone, had just met with the Beast's pirates. The mermaid Kami has been sent by Ash to the Fishmen Island, while Nami and Robin were brought by Ash to this huge pirate ship. Looking at the fanatical gazes of the Beast's pirates members on the deck, the corners of Ash's mouth curled up slightly, and he said straightforwardly, "Go to the comm belt. Invade Impel Down." "Yes, Master Ash." Spoon. Chapter 61. Following Ash's order, the specially made pirate ship directly started to move towards the location of Impel Down at full speed. Although the members of the Beast's pirates on the ship were still confused, when the Summit War was about to begin. Why did Lord Ash take them to choose to invade Impel Down, but after experiencing Ash's easy control of Wano Kuni? These Beast's pirates members will never disobey Ash's orders again. Ash looked at Black Maria and Runty in front of him, and asked with a smile, "Where are Kaido and Yin?" Maria smiled softly, stuck in front of Ash, and said softly, "Kaido and Jin, as well as Quinn and Jack, have already followed your instructions and started leading people to naval headquarters. In addition, the new General Yamato, who has been recognized by all the people of Wano Kuni, also took the samurai of Wano Kuni with him." Ash nodded in satisfaction. Those warriors stayed with the Beast's pirates. Did any conflict break out? Black Maria shook her head slightly when she heard the words, and said with a light smile, "Thanks to Ash-sama's arrangements, during this time, Yamato and Kojiki Hiri in order to avoid this from happening. The people who have been secretly propagating that the people of Wano Kuni are oppressed are all because of the cruelty of Kurozumai, and it has nothing to do with the Beast's pirates. While people from Wano Kuni died at Kaido's hands because of Kojiki Oden, I'm still skeptical about this claim. But for the sake of Wano Kuni, they can only force themselves to agree with this statement. After all, as long as you play for the Beast's pirates for 3 years, after the 3-year period, they Wano Kuni can truly be liberated." In the end, the Black Mary Jo couldn't help but let out a coquettish laugh. Those Wano Kuni guys think they will be able to get real 950 freedom after 3 years. Little did she know that it didn't take 3 years for Master Ash beside her to become the real king of the world. At that point, does it make any difference whether the Beast's pirates will still be in control of Wano Kuni? And the most important point is that the current general of Wano Kuni is Yamato. As a woman of Lord Ash, if Yamato has an heir of Lord Ash, will Wano Kuni be in the hands of Lord Ash in the end? As for the Kojiki family? Excuse me, who are you? At this moment, Black Maria approached Ash and said softly, "Master Ash, it will take some time before we reach Impel Down, do you want to play a game first?" Hearing this, Ash glanced at Black Maria, looked at the slightly rosy expression on her face, and chuckled lightly. "Maria, it's only been a few days, can't you bear it?" Black Maria patted Ash shyly, deliberately using this method to get Ash's attention, pretending to be soft and weak. "Since Lord Ash is here, why should I be patient on purpose? And Lord Ash, this pirate ship was specially made by all the craftsmen immediately after Kaido heard that you were awake. No matter how fierce the battle broke out inside the cabin, people outside will never be affected." Hearing this, Ash no longer hesitated, stretched his waist immediately, and said with a lazy look, "You have said that, so do I still have room to refuse?" Just when Ash was about to take them to the cabin, Black Maria glanced at Nami and Robin, who were following Ash with their heads down, raised their eyebrows and said, "Lord Ash, are these two the ones on the pirate supernova, the Straw Hat Boy?" Ash turned his head and saw that Nami was the same as Robin, which made the two girls blush for a moment. Immediately nodded. Yeah, during the few days in Sabayati Archipelago, they were the ones who accompanied me around. And Ash also successfully let Nami and Robin know how powerful this black-winged demon really is. It also made Nami and Robin say they couldn't stand it. They even had a guess in their hearts, if they waited until Ash invaded Impel Down, they would go to naval headquarters to participate in that war. The Captain Luffy, who was sent to Marine by Ash and is about to face public execution, can he continue to survive with his tenacious vitality and will like the powerful enemy he encountered before? Ash didn't know what Nami and Robin were thinking, but even if he knew, he wouldn't care at all. Black Maria apparently did the same. A mere so-called pirate supernova, a brat who hasn't even reached New World, won't be taken seriously by her, the Flying Six of the Beast's pirates. However, Nami and Robin, two women with special identities, are completely different. Black Maria twisted her body and walked to the two of them, like a confidant big sister, embraced Nami and Robin, smiled kindly at them and said, "If I remember correctly, you are called Nami and Robin respectively, right?" Although caught off guard by Black Maria's attitude, Nami and Robin nodded calmly after looking at each other. Yes. Black Maria smiled at Ash, and then praised the two of them for their looks and knowledge. But after talking, Black Maria realized that Nami's navigation knowledge is exceptional, and Robin also has the knowledge to decipher historical texts. It is no exaggeration to say that with the abilities Nami and Robin have, even if they want to join any pirate group or force, they will definitely be accepted by the other party. Master Ash really got two good helpers. If so, then it is even more impossible to let them go. With this thought flashing through her mind, Black Maria smiled at the two of them. "Nami, Robin, come with us to the cabin and rest for a while. After all, it will take some time before we reach Impel Down." Nami and Robin looked at each other. Although they knew exactly what Black Maria was thinking, they still didn't choose to refuse in the end. After commanding the members of the Beast's pirates on the ship, Runty continued to steer the ship towards Impel Down at full speed, and followed the three of them into the cabin to rest. The great undersea prison, Impel Down. As a student of Zephyr, Anne looked at the screen in front of Zephyr, and under the action of Naval Headquarters' live phone bug, they could see the current scene of Marineford, and asked with a blink of an eye. "Teacher Zephyr, hasn't this war started yet?" Anne's words attracted Binz and Shuzo, who also belonged to the plot of the original novel, and were the cotters of the Neo-Marine created by Zephyr in the future. Binz, dressed as a ninja, spoke. "Neither the Whitebeard pirates nor the Black-Winged Demon have arrived in Marineford yet. Mr. Zephyr, those guys, didn't they go to Naval Headquarters to start this war?" Zephyr shook his head with a chuckle. "I really hope that this war will not start in the end, otherwise, countless brave sailors will die in this war." Anne, Binz, and Shuzo all agreed with Zephyr's words. They have all heard from Teacher Zephyr, what a terrifying power that Ash's Black-Winged Demon possesses. If it was just a Whitebeard pirate group, with the power that Marine has now, it is no exaggeration to say that it is not difficult to destroy the Whitebeard pirate group. But Ash, who is also eyeing him like a tiger, who seems to want revenge and become the king of the world at the same time, is not so easy to deal with. Seeing the reactions of his three students, Zephyr sighed and shook his head. However, neither Whitebeard nor Ash will miss this battle. Whitebeard, who puts his family on board above all else, will not let Fire Fist Ace get killed. As for that guy Ash, he won't miss such a good opportunity. While taking revenge, you can also announce to the whole world that the Black-Winged Demon who shrouded the entire New World in shadow back then is back. After seeing the picture of the execution platform appearing on the screen in front of him, and seeing Garp sitting on the execution platform with a gloomy and ugly face, Zephyr couldn't help but feel heavy. Just like Sengoku, Zephyr, as an old buddy who has fought side by side with Garp for decades, of course knows exactly what kind of suffering Garp is enduring. Zephyr certainly wouldn't want Garp to betray Marine if possible. In that case, these old fellows will really face each other. At this moment, there was a restless sound from the screen in front of them, making the faces of Zephyr, Anne, and others present dignified instantly. The Whitebeard pirates appear, the war is about to begin. Zephyr fixed his eyes on the screen in front of him, and raised his heart for Marineford's Marine. Sengoku's mood at this time is similar to that of Zephyr. Looking at an extremely large fleet that suddenly appeared on the distant sea, Sengoku's face darkened instantly. The fleet of the Whitebeard pirates. These guys really don't know how to live or die. They dare to intervene in this war. In front of Sengoku and Marines, there are 43 pirate ships. All Marine executives know very well that these guys are all pirates under the Whitebeard pirates. Some of the captains used to be the crew members of the Whitebeard pirates, but because they left the Whitebeard pirates and chose to be independent. However, although these guys have their own pirate group, they still claim to be the sons of Whitebeard. Now seeing that the Whitebeard pirates are going to break out of war with Marine, and even my father has become the target of revenge by the Black-Winged Demon. Of course, they can't just sit back and watch their father have any accidents in this war. Looking at the menacing huge fleet, Sengoku couldn't help but sneer. Just wanting to invade Marineford so straightly? Is it because Whitebeard is too old that his brain is not working properly? Hearing this, Ace, who was a little lost because of the appearance of this fleet, roared angrily at Sengoku. "Shut up! I will never allow you to insult Dad." The shackles made by sea stone on Ace rattled. Obviously he was a prisoner who was about to be executed, but at this moment he was more imposing than Sengoku, the Marine Marshal. However, what made Ace even more angry was that Sengoku just glanced back and reprimanded mercilessly. "I am not allowed to insult Behu. Son. Who do you think caused this situation to happen? Without you, would Whitebeard have to face the siege of all our Marine executives? If Whitebeard really died in this war, it was because of your good son who loved Whitebeard so much." Sengoku's incomparably blunt reprimand made Ace's face turn pale instantly, and even his whole body was unknowingly stooped, his eyes were absent-minded and he shook his head, muttering to himself. "Road. Not like this. Things are not what you said at all." Just when Sengoku wanted to continue verbally attacking Ace, Garp at the side shook his head pleadingly at Sengoku. Looking at Garp's painful eyes, Sengoku felt boundless anger rising in his heart. Sengoku really doesn't understand what kind of method Garp uses to educate the younger generation. Obviously he himself is a Marine hero, an absolutely indispensable iconic figure of Marine. But in the end, his son gave up his bright future. After joining the Marine, he emerged in a very short time. The Marine Triangle. The three of them at that time were the next Marine 3 Admiral. As for Aokiji? You need to know that Aokiji joined Marine later than the three of them. It is no exaggeration to say that at that time Sengoku even secretly decided that in the future, Drago would succeed him as the new Marine Marshal. After all, Drago is not only powerful, but also has a calm personality and extremely high wisdom. In the Marine Triangle of their generation, Sakazuki and Polisalino will also unconsciously obey Drago's orders. But what did that BD Darag do? He finally chose to betray Marine and create a revolutionary army? When I found out about this, the blow to Sengoku was even bigger than that of Garp. The son is the leader of the revolutionary army, and the two grandsons are not so easy to save. It's fine to become a Marine if you don't follow Garp's arrangement, but you go out to sea and become a pirate? Having such a son and grandson, that is, Garp's prestige is too high, otherwise, those guys from the world government would have killed Garp long ago. Just then, Rayleigh behind Sengoku suddenly spoke. "Sengoku, compared to Whitebeard, I think the monster you want to kill the most is Ash, that monster." Sengoku turned his head suddenly when he heard the words, fixed his eyes on Rayleigh, frowned and said in a low voice. "Rayleigh, you are a prisoner, what I want to do, I don't need you to come and take the lead." Rayleigh, who was reprimanded, couldn't hold back his face, but for the sake of the lives of himself, Ace and Luffy, Rayleigh still took a deep breath and said. "Sengoku, if you want, I can come forward and let the Whitebeard pirates, and the Red Hair pirates join forces with Marine to deal with Ash." Combined with the words of the world government, in this way, the scene of the Valley of the Gods can be staged again. And after experiencing Ash's terror firsthand, the world government will definitely be willing to kill Ash directly this time. After Sengoku heard this, his face changed back and forth, and he even thought about the feasibility of this matter. But Rayleigh thought that Sengoku was about to be persuaded by himself, so he continued to increase his horsepower. Sengoku, you don't want to sacrifice so many Marines in Marineford for nothing, do you? As long as you release the three of us, I promise, the Beijizi pirates and the Red Hair pirates will definitely work together. Marine join forces. Now, even Garp looked at Sengoku expectantly. If possible, Garp certainly hopes that while Ace and Luffy are alive, he can continue to uphold justice. However, in the next second, Sengoku scolded Rayleigh directly with a cold face. Shut up, Rayleigh! What do we Marines do? It's not up to you, a prisoner who has a broken arm and is about to be executed. Sengoku didn't look at Garp's disappointed eyes. After all, he knew very well that this time the war is not up to their Marines to decide. Even Lord Im, who has ruled the world for more than 800 years, has to personally participate. Will her goal be Ash alone? At this moment, a loud noise suddenly came from the surface of the Marineford port, and huge bubbles gushed out from the bottom of the sea. Under everyone's gaze, the Moby Dick of the Whitebeard pirates suddenly appeared from the bottom of the sea. The curtain of Summit War has officially opened. Chapter 62. The moment the Moby Dick appeared, there was a brief commotion in Marineford's marine. You must know that in order to prevent the Whitebeard pirates from breaking through the front line, they rushed to the execution platform in Marineford. As the Marshal of the Marine, Sengoku has made perfect preparations for this. In the end, no one expected that this guy, Whitebeard, would actually make such a wild and unconstrained show operation. Coated the Moby Dick with a layer of film, and broke through directly from the bottom of the sea to the port of Marineford? This horse is too good at playing. Even Sengoku on the execution platform couldn't help but swear with an ugly face. Damn it! This guy, Whitebeard, actually used this method? You really underestimated you, Whitebeard. Rayleigh, whose face was extremely gloomy because of Sengoku's merciless reprimand just now, suddenly changed his mood when he saw the Whitebeard pirates appear. Garp was still unmoved, sitting safely on the execution platform. No one knew what was going on in his heart. Father! Ace looked at Whitebeard standing on the bow of the boat, holding the supreme sharp knife Kong Yunki, with his upper body naked, showing his strong muscles and scars everywhere. Tears are even rolling in the eye sockets. After seeing Ace's reaction, Luffy on the side looked curiously at the man standing on the bow of the huge pirate ship in Marineford port. Ace, is that your captain, Whitebeard? Ace sniffed, a little regretful that he didn't listen to Whitebeard and insisted on going after that BD Blackbeard. Ah, yes, he is my father, son. As they sighed, Whitebeard, who was standing at the bow, grinned at the execution platform and greeted Sengoku directly. We haven't seen each other in decades, Sengoku. Sengoku snorted coldly and didn't answer. Whitebeard didn't care about that, but continued to ask. Is my dear son all right? With Whitebeard's words, let Ace, who was kneeling on the execution platform, break through the defense directly, and shouted loudly on the spot. Dad! Ace's response made the members of the Whitebeard pirates very satisfied, even laughing at Ace on the execution platform. Ace! We will never let anyone hurt you. Wait for me. Immediately go to save 17U. Rush into Marineford. Rescue Ace. Ooh! The roar of the members of the Whitebeard pirates reverberated over Marineford, causing most of the Marines present to change their expressions. The 14 captains of the Whitebeard pirates are all here. And the 43 pirates belonging to the Whitebeard pirates all chose to participate in this war. It seems that this war is completely unavoidable. Be prepared for a bloody battle. The Marines present were all cheering each other on. After all, Whitebeard is the strongest man in the world. Although from the moment they came to Marineford, these Marines were already mentally prepared to fight the Whitebeard pirates. But when they really faced Whitebeard, they still felt the boundless sense of oppression from the strongest man in the world. At this moment, Sengoku on the execution platform turned on the dedicated speaker phone bug, and said directly to the live phone bug that could broadcast the naval headquarters screen to the world. Since everyone is here, let's start. Fire Fist Ace, say your father's name. Sengoku, holding a phone bug, looked down at Ace with condescending eyes, and his words echoed all over Marineford. At this moment, whether it is Marine from Marineford, members of the Whitebeard pirates on the Moby DK, or the 43 members of the pirates belonging to the Whitebeard pirates, all of them looked at the position of the execution platform with some doubts, completely unaware of what Sengoku was planning to do. Whitebeard stood on the bow of the Moby DK, tightly holding the supreme sharp knife Kong Yunki in his hand. His eyes suddenly became extremely sharp. Ace was also stunned for 2 seconds after hearing Sengoku's words, then his expression changed, and he roared angrily at Sengoku. My father is Whitebeard. His name is Edward Newgate. With the sound of Ace's roar, there was an uproar at the scene, and the members of the Whitebeard pirates laughed loudly at Ace on the execution platform. Ha ha ha! Ace is right. Our daddy is Whitebeard. Ace. He is the brother of our Whitebeard pirates. Hey! Marine! Let Ace go now, if you're sensible. Otherwise, our Whitebeard pirates will break through your naval headquarters. Sengoku was a little caught off guard by Ace's answer, but he quickly adjusted and his eyes became colder. Sengoku didn't hesitate at all, directly facing the amplified phone bug in his hand with a cold face, he said in a deep voice. No. Your father's name is Shell Roger. You were never anything Potter Cass D Ace, your real name is Gore D Ace. You have the blood of evil flowing through your body. Sengoku's voice fell, as if the whole world had become quiet. In other words, through the live phone bug specially set up by Naval Headquarters, the whole world clearly heard Ace's true identity. One Piece Gold Roger, and a son living in this world. Ace glared at Sengoku, the veins on his forehead popped out, his face turned red with anger, and he roared at Sengoku again. I only have one father. That's Whitebeard. Sengoku ignored Ace who broke the defense, but continued to talk to the phone bug. Silver Rayleigh, Roger's second in command. An old-time pirate known as Pluton. Rayleigh just looked at Sengoku blankly without attempting to argue. However, when Sengoku introduced Luffy, he still paused, glanced at Garp beside him from the corner of his eye, and then took a deep breath. Straw Hat Boy, Luffy. The son of the leader of the Revolutionary Army. A dangerous pirate who inherited Roger's wool. Today, Marine will judge you 3 evil pirates. Let this chaotic era of great pirates come to an end. After all, Sengoku still saved some face for Garp, and didn't directly say the full name of Luffy. Otherwise, someone will always associate the surname Monkey with Garp, the Marine hero. After Sengoku's words were finished, the whole world went into a boil. Regardless of whether it is the 4 sea areas of Southeast, Northwest, or New World, all the people watching this war have their eyes widened, wanting to witness the end of the era of great pirates with their own eyes. Even, countless people have already started shouting, let Marine kill the 3 people on the execution platform right now, so as to avoid any accidents in the future. It's a pity that Sengoku couldn't hear them at all, but even if he did, he wouldn't start the execution now. It was not only the people of the world who were shocked, but even the members of the Marine and Whitebeard pirates present were shocked by Sengoku's words. They never thought that this Fire Fist Ace would be Roger's son. Is what that Sengoku guy said true? Ace is Roger's son. My god! Why have I never heard of Ace? Dad must know about this, right? So what if Ace is Roger's son? Is he still our family? The members of the Whitebeard pirates on the Moby DK were whispering, and Whitebeard was very satisfied with their reaction. As one of the guys said, even if Ace is Roger's son, he is also Ace's daddy. What Whitebeard didn't see, though, was the moment Ace's true identity was revealed by Sengoku. The captain of one of the pirates belonging to the Whitebeard pirates, Skid the Great Eddie Spider, instantly became extremely ugly. Skid looked at Ace who was bound by sea stone shackles on the execution platform with dull eyes, and muttered to himself. Ace! Ace, he is the son of that BD Roger. What should I do, what should I do? Whitebeard on the bow of the Moby DK grinned at Sengoku on the execution platform. Gu la 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 la. Sengoku. Did you hear my sons? Even if Ace is Roger's son, he is still our family. Trying to hurt my Whitebeard family, I will never allow it. After the words fell, without waiting for Sengoku to respond, Whitebeard directly inserted the Kong Yunki in his hand on the bow of the ship. Clenching his fists, crossing them in front of his chest, and bending his legs slightly, he made a signature move of the strongest man in the world. The moment he saw Whitebeard's movement, Sengoku's pupils contracted slightly, but without waiting for him to give any order, Yahoo directly raised his fist and aimed at the sides and slammed it hard. Crack! Two crisp sounds sounded like glass shattering, and the space on both sides of Whitebeard seemed to be shattered by his fists. In the next second, under the effect of Shock Fruit's ability, the originally calm sea surface instantly set off boundless and turbulent waves. The Moby DK maintained its balance under the impact of huge waves on both sides, and the target of the huge waves was Marineford in front of Whitebeard. Boom! For a moment, the seemingly endless raging waves shrouded the entire Marineford under a huge shadow. The Marines below have no doubts at all. If this huge wave is allowed to take pictures, the entire Marineford will be completely submerged. After seeing this scene, Kabe and Beru Meber, who had been hiding secretly just now, suddenly widened their eyes, and their legs even trembled uncontrollably. Bean-sized cold sweat kept dripping from Kabe's forehead, and while his teeth were chattering, a sound full of fear was squeezed out from between the teeth. Beru Mabo. Let's not just be drowned by this huge wave that Whitebeard created with Shock Fruit. Belumbo's reaction at this time was as unbearable as Kibi's. He leaned on the corner of the wall for support, supporting his body so as not to slump on the ground. I have no idea. Admiral will make a move, right? As long as Admiral makes a move, Whitebeard's attack will definitely be blocked. Watching the huge waves around Marineford about to come crashing down, right at Kirby and Beru Mabo. A time of despair. Sitting on the chair, the three admirals who acted as Dingations finally moved. Aokiji raised his head and glanced at the raging waves around Marineford. The next second, he exerted a little force on his feet, and his body jumped into the air in an instant. Aokiji's arms stretched out, and an ice stick appeared in each of the two palms. Under the effect of Frozen Fruit's ability, the ice stick spread rapidly towards both sides. After the ice stick touched the huge wave, Aokiji's somewhat lazy voice suddenly appeared above Marineford. Ice Age. Catch ACHA. Under everyone's gaze, the huge waves surrounding Marineford were directly frozen by Aokiji's Ice Age at an extremely fast speed. The Ice Age of Aokiji did not end here, the frightening ice spread rapidly in all directions, and in the blink of an eye, the Moby DK of the Whitebeard pirates was directly destroyed. Surround them all. From this moment on, even if Whitebeard wants to lead people to Marineford, it will take some effort. However, the difficult move is a double-edged sword. While hindering the retreat of the Whitebeard pirates, it also provided the Whitebeard pirates with an unimpeded road that can rush directly to Marineford. Whether it is good or bad, no one can say for sure now. Seeing this situation, Whitebeard did not hesitate at all, just grinned, pulled out Kong Yunki in front of him, raised it high, and roared. Little ones! Rush to the execution block at Marineford and rescue your brother Ace from 440. Whoa! Get Ace! Rush into Marineford! Kill the Marine that gets in the way! All of a sudden, countless members of the Whitebeard pirates yelled and rushed towards the Marineford execution platform. Seeing this situation, Kizaru, who was sitting on the other side, shook his head helplessly, and a bright yellow light emerged from his body. In the next second, it disappeared in place. 8-foot Kyanguyu. Kizaru, who suddenly appeared in the air, did not stop at all, with his arms crossed in front of his chest, and a dazzling light gathered on his fingers. Accompanied by his loud shout, countless light bullets aimed at Whitebeard standing at the bow and shot them quickly. Seeing this situation, Marco, standing behind Whitebeard, did not hesitate at all, stretched his arms, and blue flames rose above his arms in an instant. In just the blink of an eye, Marco transformed into the form of a phoenix. Flapping his arms that turned into wings, he quickly attacked Kizaru in the air. But the 8-foot Kyanguyu released by the yellow ape fell on Marco's body and caused ripples, but failed to cause him the slightest harm. After Marco flew in front of Kizaru, he raised his right leg high, like a battle axe,
aimed at Kizaru's head and slammed it down. Boom! This time, Kizaru was not elementalized by being kicked by Marco as in the original plot. Instead, he raised his arm and blocked it directly in front of him. "Oh yeah, it looks like we won't be able to easily take Whitebeard's head," Marco jokingly said while constantly attacking Kizaru. "Kizaru, don't think about such an impossible thing." Watching Marco and Kizaru wrestling in the air, Diamond Jaws, who was running towards Marineford, stopped directly. After looking at the position of the execution platform, he bent down and punched the ice surface under his feet. Boom! Under Marineford's horrified gaze, Jaws directly lifted a huge piece of solid ice, aimed at Marineford's position with a grim face, and ruthlessly threw it over. "Come and block it." Just when a group of Marine executives wanted to cut off this piece of ice, Akina glanced blankly, and after standing up, his right arm was directly melted into hot magma. In the next second, aiming at the approaching huge ice in the air, he blasted fiercely. Boom! After the magma fist smashed the solid ice until it cracked inch by inch, it fell towards Whitebeard's position without slowing down at all. Seeing this scene, Zephyr in Impel Down shook his head helplessly. Sakazuki, Kuzan, and Polisalino, these three boys, still rely too much on Devil Fruit's ability. Just when Zephyr wanted to remind the three students beside him, An, Bins, and Shuzo, a sailor suddenly rushed to their position. He screamed at Zephyr with a look of horror and panic. "Mr. Zephyr! Ash, Ash!" He invaded Impel Down with the Beast's pirates. Chapter 63. The sailor's words echoed in the office, making Zephyr, An, Bins, and Shuzo all stunned on the spot. The next second, Zephyr stood up straight with a bang, fixed his eyes on the sea soldier in front of him, and asked in a slightly trembling tone. "You know what you're talking about? That guy Ash invaded Impel Down with the Beast's pirates? How is that possible?" Zephyr was stunned. In this office that originally belonged to Magellan, he has been watching the situation of naval headquarters all the time, just to know the situation of the battle as soon as Ash appears. Even the law is ready. If Marine falls into an absolute disadvantage in this war, then he will go to naval headquarters for support as soon as possible. After all, although there are indeed vicious prisoners in Impel Down, if Marine is destroyed by that guy Ash, can Impel Down exist, and what is the difference? But what's going on now? That Ash guy not only didn't show up in Marineford, but also invaded Impel Down with the Beast's pirates? Facing the gazes of Zephyr, An, and the others, the sailor nodded heavily without hesitation, and screamed in horror. "Those guys from the Beast's pirates are slaughtering our Impel Down sailors." After the words fell, Zephyr didn't hesitate anymore, and ran towards the door of the office. While running, he growled at An, who wanted to follow him to stop Ash. "An, tell Sengoku about Ash's invasion of Impel Down. By the way, tell him one more thing, don't worry about me, as long as I'm not dead, Ash will never be allowed to do things that destroy Impel Down. In this war, our Marine must win the final victory no matter what." Although Ayin wanted to face Ash with Teacher Zephyr in the early stage, she also knew the priority of the matter. When she even picked up Zephyr's phone bug on the table, she started to contact Sengoku. On the execution platform at Naval Headquarters, Sengoku is watching the battle between the Marine and the Whitebeard pirates below. It is undeniable that, as one of the New World's 4 emperors, the Whitebeard pirates do possess extremely powerful forces. Especially when the 43 pirates under the Whitebeard pirates teamed up, they exploded with terrifying power. However, in order to deal with this war, Sengoku summoned all the elites of Marine to Marineford. According to this situation, it is impossible to tell the winner in a short time. Even Sengoku can't guarantee how many elite Marines will be alive after this war is over. However, at this moment, the phone bug in his arms suddenly made a rapid sound, which made Sengoku suddenly have an ominous premonition. After turning off the loudspeaker phone bug, Sengoku hurriedly took out the phone bug from his bosom and switched it on. "Zephyr, I'm Sengoku. Now that the war at Naval Headquarters has reached a stalemate, I don't need your support yet." Sengoku directly uttered a series of words to appease Zephyr, telling him not to worry about this war at Naval Headquarters. However, in the next second,
Anne's words made Sengoku stunned for an instant. Marshal Sengoku. I'm Anne. That guy Ash brought the beast's pirates to invade Impel Down. Mr. Zephyr asked me to report this news to you, and said that as long as we are still alive, there will be no accidents in Impel Down. After hearing this, Sengoku's pupils contracted suddenly, and the muscles all over his body tensed instantly. With an expression of disbelief on his face, he asked directly to the phone bug. Anne, is what you said true? Why did this happen? The damn guy, how could he appear in Impel Down at such a time? Sengoku is about to go crazy. In order to meet this war, he thinks he has made perfect preparations. But what's going on now? Ai Yin also knew how shocking the news was, and immediately replied without the slightest hesitation. It's true. I'm sorry, Marshal Sengoku, I'm going to support Teacher Zephyr and the others, so stop talking. After Anne finished speaking, he hung up the phone bug directly. Sengoku looked at the phone bug in his hand, his face changed back and forth, and his eyes became extremely gloomy and dangerous. Seeing this, Garp, who was sitting on the execution platform, instantly stood up, frowning and asking in a deep voice. Sengoku, what happened? Who appeared in Impel Down? Although Garp still doesn't know what choice he should make in this war, he is absolutely unwilling to see any accidents happen to Marine. Sengoku also knew what Garp was thinking. After taking a deep breath, he clenched his fists, the veins on his forehead popped out, and he squeezed out a voice containing boundless anger from between his teeth. Ash, that BD, with the beast's pirates, invaded Impel Down. What? Garp's eyes widened when he heard this, the eyeballs almost protruded, and his face was full of disbelief. That Ash guy, how could he show up in Impel Down at this time? What exactly does he want to do? For him, isn't killing those of us who participated in the Battle of the Valley of the Gods and besieging Brother Rocks the most important thing? Garp felt like he couldn't figure out what was going on in Ash's mind. Obviously, this war has developed to the present, Ash should not miss it no matter what. Sengoku gritted his teeth, shook his head and gritted his teeth. Although I don't know Ash's real purpose, isn't Zephyr, who is guarding Impel Down, also his target for revenge? Garp heard the word of cardiopulmonary arrest, and immediately looked at Sengoku without hesitation and said. Sengoku, I'll take someone to Impel Down. No matter what, Zephyr must not die at the hands of Ash. Garp not only wants to save Zephyr, who has fought side by side for decades and has a deep friendship with each other, but also wants to leave naval headquarters, and be an ostrich no longer facing the choice of justice or family. Sengoku shook his head with a gloomy and ugly face, and said in a deep voice with bulging veins. It's too late. Even if you are asked to support Zephyr now, by the time you get to Impel Down, Zephyr will probably have been killed by that BD Ash. As a former Marine Admiral, Zephyr does have a strong combat power, but in front of that monster Ash, it is not worth mentioning. Garp gritted his teeth when he heard the words, and then sat powerlessly on the execution platform. Damn it! Ash, that BD! Damn it! As Sengoku and Garp grieve over Zephyr's fate, Rayleigh, shackled, speaks out again. Sengoku, you have also seen that Ash is absolutely impossible to stop before he has successfully revenged himself on everyone. So, like I said, let the Valley of the Gods war repeat itself, join forces with the Whitebeard pirates and the Red Hair pirates. Sengoku, who was already full of anger in his heart, once again heard Rayleigh's demagogic words, immediately turned his head and scolded Rayleigh mercilessly. Shut up, Rayleigh! The old man has already said just now that when we do things in the Marine, it is not up to you, a pirate who has become a prisoner, to point fingers. Rayleigh's complexion changed, and he said with a gloomy look in his eyes. Sengoku, I'm thinking about you, Marine. You have to know, if Ash participates in this war, how many innocent people in your Marine will die. Sengoku raised his index finger and nodded to Rayleigh, and said with a cold face. Rayleigh, if you continue to talk such useless nonsense, then the execution may start early. Hearing this, although Rayleigh was full of unwillingness, he still chose to be quiet after all. Well, he's not worried about his own life, he just wants Ace and Luffy to live on. Sengoku ignored Rayleigh,
but turned his head to look down at the battlefield between Marine and Whitebeard pirates. What really worried him was not that Ash chose to invade Impel Down, but that he, the Marine Marshal, I still don't know what kind of music Ash has. Ash's purpose is very simple, that is to harvest a large enough number of soul points in Impel Down, unlock the second stage of returning to the blade in one fell swoop, and directly push the progress of Ulquiorra's template to the highest. Under Ash's signal, the Beast's pirates are launching a crazy offensive against the sailors and prisoners of Impel Down. Countless pirates and marines all died at the hands of Beast's pirates members. Continuous wailing and begging for mercy resounded, filling the bottom of this large submarine prison. Ah! Why the hell are you Beast's pirates guys killing us? We're all imprisoned in this damned Impel Down, and we don't have any grudges with you Beast's pirates. Stop! I am willing to surrender. As long as you let me go, I am willing to be your subordinate. Ash turned a deaf ear to these pleas, let alone the prisoners of this first floor of Crimson Hell. Even if it is the sixth floor Eternal Hell who were famous in New World back then, Ash has no interest in recruiting them at all. Instead of recruiting those guys under his command, he was prepared to prevent the betrayal scene during the Valley of the Gods War from happening again. It's better to kill everyone directly and let them become the soul points for improving your strength. As long as Ash has the ability to push the world sideways, do you still need those guys to be his subordinates? The sailors and Crimson Hell prisoners encountered along the way have no ability to resist against the elite Beast's pirates. It is worth mentioning that the owner of the Conqueror's Luck, the clown Buggy, is still imprisoned in Crimson Hell just like in the original plot. However, this time his Conqueror's Luck has clearly failed. After Ash killed Buggy, he kept his head so that he could give the clown's head to Rayleigh and Shanks in Marineford after the Impel Down incident. When Ash arrived at the second floor of Wild Beast Hell with the Beast's pirates, the prisoners in the cage had just begun to be slaughtered. Zephyr finally arrived here with his 2 students. Seeing the prisoners die one after another at the hands of the Beast's pirates members, Zephyr suddenly growled with a sullen face. Ash! What the hell do you guys want to do? The prisoners in Impel Down have never had any enmity with you. Why are you bringing the Beast's pirates here to kill? After hearing this, Ash smiled and looked at Zephyr opposite, and said slowly. Zephyr, I helped you Marine to get rid of these Impel Down prisoners, shouldn't you thank me? Why, as a former Marine Admiral, do you still have empathy for these prisoners? Zephyr's face changed. It was very gloomy, even Binz, Shuzo, and the sailors who followed behind him could feel a huge momentum brewing from Zephyr. Ash! You are nothing more than a pirate. You are not qualified to judge these prisoners on behalf of our Marine. Now, leave Impel Down immediately. Zephyr certainly doesn't want to run afoul of the monster Ash now if he can. None of the top Marines teamed up as Ash's opponent, and now he is the only former Marine Admiral in Impel Down. If war breaks out with Ash and these Beasts pirates, Zephyr thinks with that mechanical arm, he can imagine what will happen to these Marines. However, what made Zephyr furious on the spot was that Ash, with that iconic gentle smile on his face, said something that made Zephyr fall into an ice cave. Ash looked suddenly enlightened, looked at Zephyr with a smile and said, By the way, Zephyr, I almost forgot that besides Black Arm, you also had a title back then. It's called by the pirates, Don't Kill Admiral, right? I heard that during your career as a Marine, not a single pirate died at your hands. Zephyr's face was very gloomy, his eyes under the sunglasses were fixed on Ash, and he said word by word. Ash! What the hell are you trying to say? Ash looked at Zephyr with great interest, and said slowly. I just want to say, you let go of so many pirates, is there really a pirate who will remember you? As far as I know, all your family members died at the hands of pirates. Even your former Marine Admiral, your arm was cut off by pirates. That pirate who cut off your arm almost killed all your students. As soon as the words fell, Zephyr was furious instantly, the veins on his forehead popped up, and his dark face turned red with anger. Boom! In an instant, an incomparably terrifying aura erupted from Zephyr's body. Ash's words were like knives, every knife was precisely pierced into Zephyr's heart, filling his heart with grief and anger. Zephyr let out a low growl at Ash, stomped hard on his feet,
and rushed directly towards Ash's position. Ash! Shut up! Originally, in the war after Ash woke up, the mechanical arm of Shenfa had been cut off by Ash. In order to allow Zephyr to have top-notch combat power again, Vegapunk once again personally built a brand new mechanical arm. This allows Zephyr to exert more power than before. Zephyr rushed to Ash without any hesitation, raised his brand new mechanical arm, aimed at Ash's head, and smashed it down. Facing Zephyr's offensive, Ash just raised his fist lightly and collided with him. Boom! The two fists collided together, and a violent roar resounded through the entire Impel Down. A terrifying wave, centered on the location of Ash and Zephyr, quickly swept away in all directions. Bins and Shuzo, the last student survivors of Zephyr, could see clearly. The moment Mr. Zephyr collided with Ash's fists, Mr. Zephyr's face became extremely ferocious and flushed, which formed an extremely sharp contrast with Ash's relaxed and freehand brushwork. Obviously, in front of this black-winged demon, their teacher Zephyr is no match at all. Thinking of this, Bins and Shuzo looked at each other, and rushed towards Ash's position at the same time. However, before they could launch an attack on Ash, Black Maria and Run Shi directly stood in front of them. Black Maria smiled coquettishly, but the words that came out of her mouth were extremely cold. Master Ash's revenge, don't allow anyone to be in the way. Runti held a mace like a meteor hammer in her hand, and also said coldly, "You guys, it's better to be aware of death." After the words fell, the two launched an offensive towards Bins and Shuzo without hesitation. They want to prove to Master Ash that in addition to playing games with Master Ash, they can also help him in battle. At the same time, after Ash knocked Zephyr back with one punch, he raised his right hand slightly, and Zanpakuto with a green handle and white body appeared directly in his hand. In the next second, the ringing sounded, and Ash's figure instantly disappeared in place. Pfft! The blue-white light suddenly appeared, and the sound of the blade tearing the air came to Zephyr's ears. Chapter 64. The moment Ash's body disappeared in place, Zephyr's heart was full of alarm bells, full of vigilance against Ash, the black-winged demon. We must know that as early as the Rocks brothers' era more than 30 years ago, Zephyr had the experience of fighting Ash several times. With Zephyr in this state, he doesn't expect to be able to compete with Ash at all. All he wants to do is try his best to stop Ash, no matter what kind of plan Ash has. Let him waste more time on Impel Down. Best to wait until Ash arrives at Naval Headquarters. The Whitebeard pirates have been dealt with by Marine. Otherwise, facing the Whitebeard pirates while also guarding against Ash's sudden end, this kind of situation is simply not what the current Marine can handle. With this in mind, the moment the shadow appeared above his head, Zephyr raised his mechanical arm and ruthlessly rushed upwards. Boom! A dull sound sounded. Zanpakuto in Ash's hand collided with Zephyr's mechanical arm. Ash's terrifying power came, causing Zephyr's legs to step out of a huge deep pit directly above the ground. The surrounding ground cracked inch by inch, dust splashed, and sand and gravel flew horizontally. In an instant, Zephyr's face became extremely hideous and terrifying. The blue veins on his forehead and the flushed face showed how much pressure the former Marine Admiral had endured. However, in the next second, there was a sound of air being torn apart, which shocked Zephyr's heart. Although Ash's movements could not be seen, Zephyr relied on his fighting instinct at the last moment and tried his best to turn his body to the side. Pfft! Ash's sharp claws grazed Zephyr's ribs, leaving a deep scar directly on his body. Hot blood gushes out from this wound crazily. The intense pain made Zephyr uncontrollably let out a roar from the depths of his throat. Ah! Ash! The terrified Zephyr didn't dare to hesitate any longer, and no longer continued to confront Ash head-on, but with the help of Ash's huge strength, he rolled his body out. After tumbling dozens of times, it finally hit the second floor of Impel Down, the cage of wild beast hell. Boom! A muffled sound came, and Zephyr covered the horrible wound on his rib with the other palm with a painful expression on his face. Leaning against the cage, panting heavily, he stared fixedly at Ash on the opposite side. After seeing their teacher's tragic situation, Bins and Shuzo, who were fighting with Black Maria and Runti, suddenly exclaimed, "Teacher Zephyr!" At the same time, after reporting the news of Ash's invasion of Impel Down to Sengoku, Anne, who immediately hung up the phone and came here quickly, launched an attack on Ash without hesitation. Zhang. 787. Ai Yin drew out the saber from her waist, aimed at Ash and slashed down fiercely. However, before she cut off her saber, two palms grew directly from her shoulders. The huge force instantly deformed Ai Yin's movements, and stopped on the way. Seeing this situation, Ash glanced at Robin, who was not far away with his arms folded on his chest, raised his eyebrows and said, "Zephyr, your students are not very smart." Zephyr, who was leaning on the cage, did not hesitate at all, and shouted directly at Anne's position. "Anne, this is a battle between me and Ash, no matter what happens, you are absolutely not allowed to intervene." Zephyr's seriousness cannot be rejected by Anne at all. Ignoring Anne's gaze, Zephyr stood up with that mechanical arm, took a few breaths, stared at Ash and said in a deep voice, "Ash, the war in the Valley of the Gods was your grievance with me. It has nothing to do with my students. I hope that no matter what your purpose is, you can let them live." After the words fell, whether it was Binz, Shizo, or Anne, they all looked at Zephyr in disbelief. "Teacher Zephyr." Ash raised his brows when he heard this, the smile on his face gradually dissipated, and he looked at Zephyr opposite and spoke slowly. "Zephyr, you are so naive." A flash of anger flashed in Zephyr's eyes when he heard the words, but it disappeared in the blink of an eye. He raised the mechanical arm, and shouted at Ash. "Ash! At the last moment of your life, let me feel what kind of terrifying power you, the black-winged demon, possess." After finishing speaking, he stomped hard, his body was like a cannonball, and he rushed directly towards Ash's position. Ash knew very well that Zephyr was ready to die in Impel Down. If so, then there is nothing more to say. Red. A section of returning edge started, and two huge black wings suddenly appeared behind Ash, and black ryotsu began to drip from the sky above Impel Down, casting a shadow over the hearts of everyone present. In the next second, the black wings on the back flapped, and a gust of wind suddenly appeared, pushing Ash's body towards Zephyr and blasting him. Boom! In an instant, the fists of Ash and Zephyr collided with each other. The terrifying force made Zephyr's mechanical arm make a teeth-piercing sound. Crunch! The ferocious Zephyr glanced at the brand new mechanical arm out of the corner of his eye, and, sighed secretly. If he hadn't been cut off by that pirate back then, his strength would never have stagnated for so many years, and there was even a faint downward trend. When facing other enemies, he can also rely on decades of combat experience to defeat or crush them. But in front of Ash, a monster whose strength is stronger than him, and his combat experience is not inferior to his own in the slightest. The one who was overwhelmingly crushed was Zephyr. Looking at the battle where the situation was very clear from the very beginning, Nami looked around, and asked Robin in a low voice. "Robin, why did you help Ash just now?" Robin's face was a little embarrassed, even she herself was a little unclear. "Why did I subconsciously use the flower fruit ability when I saw Anne throwing a knife at Ash to stop Anne's actions?" Hearing Nami's question suddenly, Robin pondered for a moment, and then said with some embarrassment. "Nami, have you ever thought about what we should do if Luffy is really executed by Marine?" Hearing this, Nami suddenly looked up at Robin, with an expression of disbelief on his face. "Robin, you..." Before Nami could finish speaking, Robin glanced at Ash, who was punching Zephyr, thought about his words, and said again. "Nami, after spending the past few days together, how do you feel about Ash?" Thinking of the pictures of being together these days, Nami's face turned a little rosy. After seeing her reaction, Robin already had some guesses in his heart, and Dang even continued. "Anyway, Ash is our man. And will be my only man. No matter what, I absolutely don't want to see an accident happen to Bingzio." Robin's words finalized the brief exchange between her and Nami also pondered in silence. If Luffy really died at the hands of Marine? No, even if Luffy hadn't died in Marine's hands, would she be willing to leave Ash now? Looking at Ash's figure, Nami's eyes gradually lost focus. Perhaps, since they agreed to Ash's condition from the very beginning, her and Robin's ending was already doomed. While Nami and Robin were thinking wildly, Ash grabbed a flaw that Zephyr accidentally exposed, and punched Zephyr directly in the chest without hesitation. Boom! With one punch, the clothes on Zephyr's back exploded in an instant, and even his chest was sunken. The huge force caused Zephyr's body to fly upside down uncontrollably, and on the way he spurted out a mouthful of scalding scarlet blood. Pfft! Teacher Zephyr! After seeing Teacher Zephyr's tragic situation, Binz, Shuzo, and Indang even wanted to support him. However, Binz and Shuzo were stopped by Black Maria and Runty respectively. Even because of anxiety and distraction, they were precisely seized by Black Maria and Runty, directly leaving them with injuries of varying severity. In any case, both of them are the flying six cells of the beast's pirates, and their strength is naturally not to be underestimated by anyone. It is precisely because of this that Nami and Robin finally knew clearly that Black Maria and Runty, who were arranged and combined by Ash together with them, it still has such a powerful strength. Anne rushed to Zephyr's side without hesitation, trying to pull Teacher Zephyr up, but was thrown aside by Zephyr. Zephyr wiped the blood from his mouth, and growled at Anne mercilessly. "Didn't you hear what the old man just said? You are forbidden to intervene in this war. No matter what happens, you are absolutely not allowed to participate." Ai Yin was stunned after hearing Zephyr's roar, and had no idea what Teacher Zephyr meant. Zephyr also ignored Anne's confused eyes, and just looked at Ash, who was opposite him panting heavily. Ash understood Zephyr's meaning. The reason why he forbids Ai Yin to participate in this war is to save her life. After all, in Ash's style, anyone who chooses to be his enemy will not escape the fate of death. Originally, Zephyr wanted to use his own life in exchange for Binz and Shuzo's survival. But Ash's answer just now is already very obvious: this is simply impossible. From the moment the two of them attacked Ash, their fate was sealed. Ash glanced at Ai Yin, but he didn't intend to kill her too. After all, after Ash wants to replace the world government and become the new king of the world, of course it is impossible to do everything by himself. Just like the world government raises a marine, Ash also needs marine to serve him. Moreover, in addition to allowing Ai Yin to continue to handle various things in marine, she can also serve Ash in another aspect. At least, Ash has unrivaled experience in taming women. Aren't Nami and Robin two very good examples? Thinking of this, Ying Xiu looked at Fa, who was struggling to get up again, and said, "Zephyr, I promise you." Hearing this, Zephyr let out a deep breath. After all his family members were killed by pirates, Zephyr already regarded the last batch of students like Anne as his family. If possible, Zephyr naturally hopes that Anne can continue to live on. Most importantly, Zephyr had a premonition in his heart. This time Ash, I am afraid that he can really replace the world government and become the new master of this world. In that way, maybe the world in the future will be far more beautiful than the present. After all, the world government with countless celestial dragons has already been overthrown. Ha ha ha. After getting Ash's exact answer, Zephyr didn't continue to reprimand Anne, but turned his head to look at Anne, as if looking at his own junior, exhorting in a soft voice. "Road. Anne, remember what I said. No matter what happens in the future, you must not participate in this war. After the war at Naval Headquarters is over, you will lead the Marine and continue to fight for justice. This is my last wish, you have to remember it." Ai Yin seemed to have noticed something, and hot tears began to pour out of her eyes, although she was extremely reluctant in her heart. But under the pleading eyes of Teacher Zephyr in front of him, Anne finally could only nod his head in agreement with difficulty. "Teacher Zephyr." Zephyr forced a smile at Anne, then took a deep breath, and laughed loudly at Ash. "Come on, Ash. As early as 30 years ago, when I first fought against you, I knew that you would definitely become Marine's archenemy. It's a pity that even after experiencing the Battle of the Valley of the Gods, you still woke up from your deep sleep. Those guys from the world government will eventually suffer the consequences for what they have done. I just hope that when you succeed in replacing the world government, you treat Marine well." Ash met Zephyr's eyes, looking at the former Marine Admiral. What Zephyr doesn't know is that the ex-Marine Admiral wouldn't have had a few years to live without him. He even had to be buried by the students he taught himself. It has to be said that with the existence of world government, Zephyr's sorrow is already doomed. But, Zephyr, then let me give you a luxurious funeral. As Ash's voice fell, the Ryotsu in his body began to gather under his control, and countless imaginary bullets shining with dark green light surrounded Ash. Looking at this scene, Zephyr didn't feel the slightest fear in his heart, but instead grinned, looking like he was going to die calmly. Zephyr knew that the reason why Ash used this move was to leave him a complete body. It's not quite right, but it's enough respect for Ash to be able to do this. If so, what more could he wish for? Taking a last look at Ai Yin beside him, Zephyr stomped hard and rushed towards Ash's position. Ash didn't hesitate when he saw this, his eyes moved, he aimed at Zephyr and galloped away. Puff chi chi. The sound of virtual bullets piercing through the body appeared. Zephyr's body burst into streaks of blood. Everyone present could clearly sense that Zephyr's life symbol is rapidly disappearing. Teacher Zephyr. After seeing this scene, Bins and Shuzo immediately lost their minds and wanted to rush to Zephyr at all costs. However, Black Maria and Runty seized the opportunity and launched an extremely fierce offensive against them without hesitation. After all, the Celestial Ash only agreed to the holy law to save Ai Yin's life. Bins and Shuzo, let's go down and stay with Zephyr. Boom! With Ash waving his hand, countless false bullets disappeared instantly. Zephyr's body also fell heavily to the ground. Bins and Shuzo, who lost their minds, were also dealt with at the same time by Black Maria and Runty, who exploded with full force. Ash can clearly hear a voice coming from his mind. The second part of returning to the blade is finally unlocked. Seeing N, who was full of sadness all over his body, rushing to Zephyr's side in pain, Ash turned around without hesitation. Keep cleaning up Impel Down. Yes. Master Ash. Following Ash's order, the Beast's pirates continued to advance to the next level. Meanwhile, the entrance to Impel Down is not far away. After seeing the pirate ship with the flag of Beast's pirates, Blackbeard Teach couldn't help swearing instantly. Hold the grass! What's going on with this horse riding? Why are the Beast's pirates here? Chapter 65. After hearing Blackbeard's words, Poison Q, Van Oka, Giza's Badgers, Lafitte, and others on the warship were all stunned on the spot. Looking at the flag on the huge pirate ship, Van Oka, who is a sniper, froze for a moment before asking Blackbeard Teach. Captain, how did those Beast's pirates come to Impel Down all of a sudden? The jumping Blackbeard's face was also full of puzzlement and anger, and he cursed viciously. Never mind. Even the Beast's pirates are down in Impel, we're going to invade. Impel Down on the 6th floor, the prisoners in Eternal Hell must be recruited and let them join our Blackbeard pirates. Otherwise, it won't be so easy to recruit crew members of this level after the war is over. Blackbeard knows very well how far the war at Naval Headquarters will go. Whether it is Ash, the Black-Winged Demon, or the world government that has ruled the world for more than 800 years. Once the two parties end up in person, it is simply not something that his current Blackbeard pirates can compete with. But with the shock fruit ability possessed by Whitebeard, Blackbeard can't release the Lotus no matter what. If you want to participate in this war, you must recruit strong enough subordinates in Impel Down. After hearing what Blackbeard said, Badgers immediately planned to control the stolen warship and move on. However, before he could start to move, Lafitte at the side directly stopped him. Lafitte, what do you want? Badgers looked at Lafitte in front of him with a puzzled expression, and wanted to know why he didn't let him sail. Lafitte glanced at him without answering, but looked directly at Blackbeard and said in a deep voice. Captain, do you think there are really only Beast's pirates in Impel Down? Or, Beast's pirates, why come to Impel Down at this time? Hearing the words, Blackbeard looked at Lafitte with a gloomy face, and said angrily. Say what you want to say. We don't have much time. If that guy Whitebeard dies at the hands of Marine, it will be too late even if we get to Marineford. Seeing this, Lafitte shrugged helplessly. The captain was really a little puzzled. But since his own captain had already spoken, Lafitte naturally couldn't continue to play tricks, and said straightforwardly. I think that black-winged demon is very likely to be inside Impel Down now. As soon as the words fell, the deck of the warship fell into an extremely strange atmosphere of silence. Whether it was Whitebeard, Poison Q, Van Oka, or Badgers, they all stared blankly at Lafitte, with disbelief on their faces. Seeing everyone's reactions, Lafitte nodded in satisfaction, and then continued. You should be very clear about that black-winged demon who has been sleeping for 36 years. All those who participated in the war in the Valley of the Gods and besieged and killed Brother Rox will be the targets of his revenge. We have also watched the scenes of the battle at Naval Headquarters, and there is a former Marine Admiral figure missing from the Marine senior management. If there are no accidents, Zephyr should be sent to Impel Down to guard this large submarine prison to avoid any accidents. I say so, do you understand? Sensing Lafitte's gaze, Blackbeard nodded subconsciously, and then said in a somewhat unacceptable way. You mean, that Ash guy, with the beast's pirates, invaded Impel Down before us? Lafitte nodded heavily without any hesitation, looked at the ship with the beast's pirates flag, and sighed. Captain, don't forget, according to the information we got, that guy Kaido has always been Ash's most loyal subordinate. Aside from invading Impel Down with Ash and seeking revenge on Zephyr, why do the beast's pirates come here? Blanched. Blackbeard was numb all over. If it's just beast's pirates, then he still has the guts to touch more. Even if he hasn't got the shock fruit ability from Whitebeard yet, at least he can guarantee that there will be no accidents. But that Ash guy is different. That black-winged demon, in front of the 5 elders, cut off Marie Joyce with a single knife. Seeing Blackbeard's face changing back and forth, Lafitte sighed secretly, and said slowly. Captain, let's go to Naval Headquarters now. As you said, if you continue to waste time, your plan may be ruined. As Lafitte's voice fell, Poison Q on the side also nodded vigorously to persuade him. That's right, Captain. That black-winged demon is simply not something we can deal with now. Even if you want to touch him, you'll have to wait until you get Whitebeard's shock fruit ability, right? Even Badgers, who has always been known for his recklessness, hurriedly said to Blackbeard at this time. Captain, in front of that black-winged demon, there is no shame in being cowardly. Blackbeard looked around, looked at the surrounding subordinates who wanted to run away as soon as possible, and said bitterly. Retreat. Full speed to Naval Headquarters now. No matter what, Lao Zi must get the Xiaxia fruit ability of the guy with the sun beard. After hearing Blackbeard's words, Lafitte and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, their captains didn't lose their minds and wanted to fight Ash, otherwise, they might have to consider whether to give up Blackbeard. Standing on the deck, Blackbeard looked at the pirate ship, full of unwillingness. The plan was so good, but it was all interrupted by Ash. But this is nothing, he had been hiding in the Whitebeard pirates for decades in order to get the dark fruit. At worst, wait until the plan is completed and you have the ability of shock fruit, and then experience for yourself what kind of power Ash has. While Blackbeard was leading his crew to Naval Headquarters, Ash had taken the members of the Beast's pirates and killed all the floors below Impel Down. It is worth mentioning that even the Nukama land on the 5.5th floor underground has not been missed. Although Emporio Ivankov, one of the cadres of the Revolutionary Army, also possesses good strength. But in front of Ash, the black-winged demon, it is simply not enough to see. The appearance of Ash made Ivankov very confused. He has been staying here in Nukama land, and he has no idea what happened outside. Of course, it is not clear that Ash woke up in Impel Down after sleeping for 36 years. After getting rid of these unsightly ladyboys, Ash directly stepped into the 6th floor of Impel Down, Eternal Hell. Papa Papa! Hearing the sound of footsteps, the prisoners of Eternal Hell instantly became vigilant. The sailors who were guarding the Eternal Hell didn't know what happened before, and ran towards the exit like crazy. Later, through communication, these Eternal Hell prisoners all confirmed one thing. That is, someone chose to invade Impel Down at this time. Now that footsteps are suddenly heard, these prisoners will of course look a little excited. After all, they have a chance to escape this damn cage. Hey hey hey! Who the hell invaded Impel Down? Hurry up and get Lao Zi out! Laozi has had enough of this damn cage. I'm going out to get revenge on Marine and the world government. Hurry up! Don't dawdle. As long as you let Laozi out, you will get Laozi's friendship. Wahahaha, where's that old guy Zephyr? Has he been killed by you? The moment they saw the figure appearing in eternal hell, all the prisoners fell silent. What's more, the faces of those who shouted the most crazily just now turned extremely pale, and their bodies bound by sea stone shackles desperately wanted to retreat. Yeah, Ash! At this moment, the prisoners of eternal hell once again recalled the fear of being dominated by this black-winged demon when Ash just woke up a few days ago. Obviously, the prisoners who were held in eternal hell were all well-known powerhouses in New World back then. But in the eyes of this black-winged demon, they are no different from lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Ash was on the verge of being forgotten, and thought they would finally have a chance to escape after someone invaded Impel Down. What's going on with the horse now? Ash, the devil, why is he back again? Hey! The prisoners who were talking about Zephyr's death at the hands of the invaders just now hope that Fashiu will be kicked out of the hospital. Unfortunately, their prayer is doomed to fail. Ash raised his right hand, and a dark green light gradually condensed on the index finger. Under the terrified eyes of the prisoners, the dark green Zero shot directly at the guys who were the loudest just now. Pfft! Accompanied by several crisp sounds, these prisoners were either headshot by Zero, or their chests and hearts were directly pierced. It's just a blink of an eye, and they are dead and can't die anymore. Wow! Seeing the fate of these guys, the rest of the prisoners felt that they had walked through the gate of hell. However, seeing the indifferent and cold look on Ash's face, the prisoners questioned Ash after looking at each other. Ash! What exactly are you trying to do? Didn't you invade Impel Down? In addition to wanting revenge on Zephyr, didn't you recruit people like us to become your subordinates? As long as you let us out, we can become your most loyal subordinates. Whether it's going to war with the Marine or the world government, we will never hesitate. The prisoners feel that they have no dignity at all when facing Ash. All they can do if they don't want to die at the hands of his extremely powerful Zero is beg Ash for mercy and give each other their allegiance. Asking for flowers. However, what made them angry and desperate was that after hearing their begging for mercy, the expression on Ash's face didn't even change the slightest. On the contrary, Black Maria, one of the Beast's pirates flying 6, sneered at the prisoners in the cage. Don't even think about it. You guys are not qualified to be Lord Ash's subordinates yet. From the very beginning, Black Maria knew that Lord Ash was going to destroy Impel Down completely. But it is absolutely impossible for any prisoner held in Impel Down to continue to live. Black Maria didn't know that Ash wanted to use this method to harvest soul points, in the eyes of her, and even the entire Beast's Pirates members. The reason Master Ash did this is to prepare for becoming the king of the world in the future. After all, after Lord Ash replaces the world government and becomes the new king of the world, it is of course impossible to allow these pirates to continue to live. Of course, the members of the Beast's Pirates would not have any objection to Lord Ash's decision, and they even volunteered one by one to help Lord Ash get rid of these prisoners. After finally having the opportunity to perform in front of Master Ash, who would choose to refuse? As Black Maria's voice fell, the prisoners in the cage almost spat out a mouthful of blood. In the original plot, Katrin Daime, who would have been released by Blackbeard and became a member of the Blackbeard Pirates, stared at Ash without hesitation and asked, "Ash, what exactly are you trying to do?" The eyes of the other prisoners did not shift away from Ash, they were eager to know what kind of conditions they had to agree to. Ash is the one who is willing to release them from this damn cage. However, to their horror, Ash didn't intend to respond at all, but looked around and said with a smile, "Kill them all." "Yes, Master Ash." After hearing what Ash said, the members of the Beast's Pirates present did not hesitate any longer, and directly picked up the keys they got from Zephyr, and opened the gates of Eternal Hell's cages one by one. But all the prisoners of Eternal Hell are tightly bound by the shackles made by sea stone. Except Haki can still be used, any other moves are useless. Although these Beast's Pirates members have an indelible gap compared with them in strength, but in this situation, they can kill each other casually. All of a sudden, Yuan howl resounded throughout the entire eternal hell. The prisoners never imagined that such a thing would happen. They really couldn't understand. Facing prisoners like them who were imprisoned in eternal hell and possessed extremely powerful strength, shouldn't Ash recruit them? What is the situation now? Ash, is this guy crazy? It's just a pity that their question is destined to never get an answer. Whether it is Katrin Daime, San Juan Wolf, Basque Chote, Abelo Pizarro, members of the Blackbeard Pirates in the original book. Still Shiryu of the Rain, Douglas Bullet, Baloric Redfield, Burndy Waldo, K. Lock Dahl, and prisoners like Jinbei. Members of the Beast's Pirates were not treated differently at all. However, when she saw a figure, Black Maria took the initiative to step forward. Looking at Jewelry Bonnie, who is one of the pirate supernovas in the cage, Black Maria smiled coquettishly. Jewelry Bonnie, you don't want to die in eternal hell like the other prisoners, do you? Bonnie was taken aback when he heard the words, then nodded vigorously. No. Of course I don't want to. As long as you are willing to let me go, I can do anything. At that time in Sabayati Archipelago, except for Zoro who was saved by Ash, all other supernovas were caught by Marine. Since there was no time to pay attention to them in a short period of time, these supernovas were imprisoned in the Minister of Impel Down. After hearing Bonnie's words, Black Maria nodded in satisfaction and released it directly. As Lord Ash's woman, Black Maria feels obligated to help Lord Ash find more beauties. And Bonnie, apparently, was one of her chosen targets. At the moment when the killing started, Ash had already left Impel Down, and when he came to the office that originally belonged to Magellan and was later temporarily used by Zephyr, he saw at a glance the buzzing phone bug. Ash did not hesitate, and directly connected it, and Sengoku's anxious voice came from inside. Zephyr. How's the situation now? Ash guy, did he leave Impel Down? How did he destroy Impel Down? Hearing this, Ash chuckled and spoke slowly. Sengoku, I have helped your marine clean up all the prisoners in Impel Down. As for leaving? Don't worry, I will take people to Marineford now, and you can prepare to welcome me. Chapter 66. As for leaving? Don't worry, I will take people to Marineford now, and you can prepare to welcome me. After finishing speaking, Ash didn't give Sengoku a chance to respond, directly hung up the phone bug in his hand, and walked out of the office. At the same time, Black Maria and the others who had already dealt with the Eternal Hell prisoners also brought people here. The members of the Beast's Pirates all looked at Ash in high spirits, their eyes filled with fanaticism. They all know very well that after the Impel Down is over, what they need to do next is to go to naval headquarters to fight the final war with Marine, world government and other major forces. Once this war is won, then their Lord Ash will completely replace the aloof world government and become the new king of the world. Feeling the gaze of everyone present, Ash raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and said straightforwardly. Let's go, to Marineford. Yes. Master Ash. To Ash's surprise, within this short period of time, Anne had already buried Zephyr's body at the entrance of Impel Down. According to Anne's idea, since she has promised to continue to fight pirates in Marine in the future, then let Mr. Zephyr take a good look at Impel Down, there will be no prisoners in Impel Down in the future. Facing Ash, the guy who ruined Teacher Zephyr's life with his own hands, at this moment Ai Yin didn't have a good face at all. However, he followed Ash and boarded the special pirate ship. The current Ash doesn't intend to talk to Anne at all, the most important thing now is the war at naval headquarters. After this war is over, there will be plenty of time to train Anne, the future Marine executive. And Ash is very clear that in Anne's heart, Zephyr is far more important than other high-level Marines. Zephyr's last wish is to wait until Ash replaces the world government and becomes the king of the world. Let 343 Anne continue to lead Marine to clean up dangerous pirates all over the world. In this way, even if he takes her to naval headquarters, Anne will never turn his back and help Marine deal with Ash and the Beast's pirates. After all, Anne also vaguely sensed that Ash's goal can be achieved with a high probability. The only thing that surprised Ash was that after he boarded the pirate ship, a Beast's Pirates member rushed to him and respectfully watched Ash report. Master Ash, a warship came to this sea area before. Warship? Ash raised his eyebrows when he heard the words, and asked directly as he thought of something in his mind. Where is that warship now? After hearing Ash's question, the beast's pirates scratched his head, somewhat suspicious of the way of life. After they discovered our pirate ship, their speed stopped. Before the people behind us started to attack them, they turned around and drove away from this sea area at full speed. Master Ash, the marine on that warship, isn't there any other conspiracy? Ash chuckled and shook his head. Ignore them and head straight to Marineford now. Yes. Master Ash. After the pirate ship started, Ash looked at the sea in the distance, and inevitably a tinge of anticipation rose in his heart. Open the Properties panel. Host, Rox D. Ash. Current template, Ulquiorra Cipher. Template progress, 96%. Ability to master. Spinning, top, iron car moves at super fast pace. High speed regeneration, top, fast recovery calendar. Steel skin, top, high strength Ryotsu physical defense. False bullets, top, converging Ryotsu destructive light bombs. Zero, top, concentrating Ryotsu damaging rays. Top swordsmanship, Ryotsu perception, Jaikung, moonlight sword. A section of returning to the blade, block it, Dai. The second paragraph returns to the blade. Observation Haki, top, armament Haki, top, conqueror's Haki, top. Soul points, 0. Soul points can be used to improve the power and level of each ability. Looking at the attribute panel that appeared in front of him, even Ash couldn't help becoming a little excited. Finally unlocked the second stage of returning to the blade, and all the skills that have been upgraded to the top level with soul points, let Ash have boundless confidence. Whether it's Marine, Whitebeard pirates, Big Mom pirates, Red Hair pirates, the Revolutionary Army, or even the world government that Mr. I'm personally ended. Ash has no fear at all. It is absolutely impossible for the scene that occurred in the Valley of the Gods War 36 years ago to repeat itself. Even if all of them work together, Ash can still break through one by one, and finally kill these enemies one by one. If so, let's have fun. Shadow of the Devil, chapter is on everyone's mind at Naval Headquarters. Killing, and killing the heart. Naval Headquarters, above the execution platform. After hearing what Ash said, Sengoku's pupils shrank suddenly, and he couldn't control his strength under the excitement, and directly crushed the phone bug in his hand instantly. Boom! Who? Sengoku's chest began to heave violently, the veins on his forehead popped out, and his face had turned livid. After seeing Sengoku's reaction, Garp had a bad feeling in his heart, stood up abruptly, looked at Sengoku with a gloomy face and asked. Sengoku, what happened to Impel Down? What happened to Fa? After Sengoku heard this, he took a deep breath, and then said in a low voice with unconcealable sadness. Zephyr, he's dead at the hands of Ash. Zephyr. Garp's pupils shrank suddenly, and his fists were clenched tightly, making a terrifying sound of clicking. Although Garp and Sengoku had already prepared for this the moment they learned that Ash had invaded Impel Down with the beast's pirates. But now that they really heard the disappearance of Zephyr's death, it was still difficult for them to accept it for a while. After all, they all have decades of friendship with Zephyr, no matter what. Ash that BD. Garp gritted his teeth, and squeezed out a voice containing boundless anger from between his teeth. If you really want to say it, Garp is definitely the person who hates and repairs the most in Marine. After all, how could his grandson Luffy be on the execution block at Naval Headquarters if it wasn't for Ash? Even, if Garp's guess is correct, I'm afraid that boy Drago is already on his way to Naval Headquarters with the Revolutionary Army. One son and 2 grandchildren, if they are wiped out, then Garp feels that he has no reason to live. It was precisely because of this that Garp clenched his fists and looked at Sengoku angrily and asked. Sengoku, where is that Ash guy now? Is he coming to Malindo? Sengoku nodded heavily, with a gloomy expression on his face. Ash said it. Let's get ready for him. Meet? URFG Ash. Garp laughed angrily when he heard this, and said with a ferocious face. Okay. The task of welcoming Ash, I will leave it to the old man to complete it himself. This time, I will smash his head to pieces. I really want to see if his terrifying recovery ability can keep him alive after his head is smashed. Sengoku glanced at Garp and knew that this guy was too angry to say such unreliable words. If the ash monster is so easy to deal with, can he still be the Blackwing MO that has left a lingering shadow for all marine affairs? Sengoku shook his head with a sigh, and set his sights on Whitebeard at the bow of the Moby DK in the harbor. What we need to do now is to kill Whitebeard in the shortest possible time. Otherwise, after Ash arrives in Marineford with the Beast's pirates, the war will become even more chaotic. Garp agreed with these words, but he didn't intend to end now. Even, deep in Garp's heart, there is an unspoken hope that Whitebeard can rescue Ace and Luffy from the execution platform together. Better just get them out. Ash shows up in Marineford with the Beast's pirates. That way, Marine would no longer have to execute Ace and Luffy, and just focus on Ash. With this in mind, Garp even prayed secretly in his heart, hoping that things would go as he expected. At this moment, Garp suddenly noticed that Akainu had disappeared, and Dang even looked at Sengoku with some puzzlement and asked, "Sengoku, where did Sakazuki go?" Below, the war between Marine and the Whitebeard pirates has broken out in full swing. Even the two guys, Aokiji and Kizaru, are no longer acting as apes, and they are fighting against the captains of the Whitebeard pirates. As a result, Akainu, who has always been the most aggressive in dealing with pirates, disappeared at this critical moment? Could it be that kid Sakazuki really heard my prayers, and is letting the Whitebeard pirates down? Sengoku's eyes flashed when he heard the words, and then he waved his hands. The old man doesn't know either. However, that boy Sakazuki should have his own plan. Garp, who didn't notice anything strange, nodded, and didn't suspect anything. After all, no matter how you say it, Sakazuki is one of the 3 marine admirals, and it is quite normal to have his own ideas in this war. In order to change the subject, Sengoku looked at the position of 7 warlords of the sea and said in a deep voice, "7 warlords of the sea, these guys are finally willing to make a move." As Sengoku's voice fell, Mihawk, known as the world's #1 swordsman, directly pulled out the black sword knight that was carried on his back, one of the supreme swords. That pair of eagle-like eyes fixedly stared at Whitebeard on the opposite Moby DK, said in a deep voice, "How much stronger is the man in front of us than us?" Mihawk didn't expect anyone to answer his question at all, or rather, the question itself was what he was asking himself. After finishing speaking, he directly raised the black sword Yato in his hand, aimed at the position where Whitebeard was, and slashed down fiercely. Laugh. A green slash slashed straight out, along the way Aokiji used the solid ice frozen in the Ice Age, and was cut inch by this slash. No matter if it is a member of the Whitebeard pirates or Marine, they all avoid them, lest they be hacked to death by the world's #1 swordsman if they are not careful. Facing Mihawk's slash, the expression on Whitebeard's face didn't even change the slightest. After just a glance, he grinned and continued to look at Ace's position on the execution platform. Just when this slash was about to land on the Moby DK, Diamond Jotzi, the captain of the 3rd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, appeared directly in front of this slash. Drink! Jaws roared, and Paramecia's shiny fruit ability was activated, except that half of her face remained in its original state. The rest of the body has turned into dazzling diamonds. Boom! Jaws stretched out his hands without hesitation, and grasped this slash that contained incomparably terrifying power. The huge force made Jaws' feet step on the solid ice under his feet out of the deep pit, and the ice cubes flew everywhere. The half of Kiazi's face looked a bit hideous, with bruises on his forehead. The next second, Kiazi burst out with all his strength, and directly swung the slash in his hand, and slammed it fiercely at the sky above his head. "Throw it out!" Laugh. The sound of slashing and tearing the air came, and he looked at Mihawk's position and grinned. "Mihawk! With people like us here, we will never let you hurt Dad." After finishing speaking, I plan to continue to charge to Marineford's position. Jaws wants to see whether it is his shining fruit ability that has a strong defensive ability, or Mihawk's swordsmanship is more superb. However, what makes Jaws a little helpless is that Hanuma Vista, the captain of the 5th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, appeared directly in front of him. Beistel laughed without looking back. Jaws. My hawk, leave it to me to deal with it. I also want to see how strong the swordsmanship of the world's #1 swordsman is. Jaws shrugged helplessly after hearing this, but he didn't mean to reject Vista. After all, he also knows that for any swordsman, challenging my hawk, the #1 swordsman in the world, is something he can only wish for. In this case, Jaws raised his head and looked at where Aokiji was. Around this marine admiral, members of the Whitebeard pirates surrounded it. Facing the siege of the surrounding members of the Whitebeard pirates, Aokiji raised his right hand slightly, and an ice blade exuding white cold smoke appeared directly in his hand. Pfft! Every time Aokiji swings the ice blade in his hand, it will leave a terrible scar on the enemy. What frightened the members of the Whitebeard pirates the most was that before the blood gushed from the scar, the frightening cold would spread to all parts of their bodies. Just in the blink of an eye, it will be frozen in the ice layer. For Aokiji, dealing with opponents of this level will not be difficult at all. Seeing this situation, Jaws didn't hesitate at all. While running towards Aokiji's position, 4.4 yelled at the members of the Whitebeard pirates. You keep attacking Marineford. Leave Aokiji to me. While talking, Kiyoshi stepped on his feet suddenly, and his body jumped high. He raised his fists that turned into diamonds, pointed at Aokiji's head in front of him, and smashed it hard. Boom! Aokiji raised the ice blade in his hand and directly blocked Jaws' attack. At the same time, the frozen fruit ability activated the ice and began to spread rapidly along Jaws' fists. Seeing this, Jaws' heart tightened, and he quickly got rid of Aokiji's ice blade. But in the next second, he launched an offensive against Aokiji again. He finally understood that it is okay to fight with Aokiji, but he must not be in constant contact with him. The only correct way is to keep coming in and out, splitting up, and joining together. At the same time, bright yellow and blue rays of light burst out continuously in the air, making people unconsciously want to raise their heads to take a look. Kizaru raised his arm to block Marco's kick, then raised his right leg and kicked Marco's chest. Boom! With one kick, Marco's body flew upside down uncontrollably. After flapping his wings, he finally stabilized his figure. Kizaru, you really don't give me any face. Marco sighed helplessly, in front of Kizaru who didn't hold back. He couldn't take any advantage at all. Kizaru looked at Marco across the way, with a wretched smile on his face. It's a pity, because I have to deal with that Blackwing Eagle later, so I can only use the shortest time to get rid of your Whitebeard pirates. After the words fell, a bright yellow light flashed, and Kizaru's body instantly disappeared in place. The next second, Kizaru, who appeared above Marco's head, raised his right leg, aimed at Marco's head like a battle axe, and slammed it down. Chapter 67. Shoo! Hearing the sound coming from his ears, Marco was startled, and immediately turned his body over, swung his right leg and kicked upwards fiercely. Boom! Kizaru collided with Marco's swung right legs, and a violent roar resounded through the sky. A terrifying wave centered on the location of the two of them, and quickly swept away in all directions. OM! The sailors below and the members of the Whitebeard pirates could not avoid it, and were shaken by the powerful aftermath. Even their bodies began to shake slightly. In the next second, a blue light flashed, and Marco's body fell directly from the sky. Boom! Marco, who fell into the ice layer, directly blasted the solid ice below into a huge deep pit. That is to say, Aokiji's ice age is strong enough, otherwise, Marco will fall directly into the sea just by this one. Seeing this situation, Kizaru, who was suspended in the air, showed a wretched smile again, shook his head and sighed. This is really the first time I feel that Kyuzen's frozen fruit is too powerful, and it doesn't seem to be a good thing. After finishing speaking, Kizaru crossed his arms on his chest, and a dazzling yellow light began to condense on his fingers. 8-foot Kyanguyu. As Kizaru's voice fell, countless light bullets aimed at Marco in the deep pit below and blasted towards him. Seeing this situation, Ace on the execution platform immediately became nervous, and shouted anxiously at Marco. Marco! Marco in the deep pit shook his head, looked up and found Kizaru's 8-foot Kyanguyu,
kicked his feet suddenly, flapped the wings transformed into arms, and took the initiative to meet him. Shhhhhhhh. The light bullet passed through Marco's body, causing ripples on his wings with blue flames rising, but did not cause any substantial damage. Marco yelled at Ace on the execution platform as he attacked Kizaru. "Don't worry about Ace. We'll get you out of here. No one can hurt you." Marco's words caused the members of the Whitebeard pirates below to respond one after another, and also made Ace on the execution platform have tears in his eyes, and his heart was full of remorse and annoyance. If it wasn't for his capriciousness, he didn't obey his father's advice, and insisted on chasing Blackbeard. How could this kind of thing happen now? Every member of the Whitebeard pirates who died in Marineford died for him. At this moment, a mid-air voice suddenly resounded over the entire Marineford. "Ace!" Boom boom boom. Seeing that incomparably huge figure, Ace almost couldn't hold back his tears. Ozzy's goal is very clear, that is to rescue Ace from Marine on the execution platform. Marine along the way felt the boundless sense of oppression under Oz's huge body that made people tremble uncontrollably. However, these Marines are also very clear that this guy cannot be allowed to enter Marineford no matter what. Dang even united without hesitation and rushed towards Oz. Ozzy swung the big knife in his hand, and every time the big knife swung down, countless Marines would die with it. Seeing this situation, one of the Marine Rear Admiral raised his saber and stood in front of Ozzy. Marine Rear Admiral stomped hard, his body jumped into the air in an instant, raised the saber in his hand, aimed at Ozzy's head, and slashed down fiercely. "Stop! The location of the execution platform, no pirates are allowed to approach." Facing the Marine Rear Admiral's attack, Oz acted as if he didn't hear his words, and just raised the machete and directly collided with the opponent's saber. Boom! There was a loud noise, and the terrifying power in Ozzy's hand instantly made Marine Rear Admiral's face extremely hideous and terrifying. The two sides only contended for a short time, and Marine Rear Admiral's body flew out uncontrollably. After rolling dozens of times in the air and about to hit the ground, Marine Rear Admiral finally stepped on the moonwalk, barely stopping his embarrassment. "Damn it, it is indeed a monster called a devil. It has such a powerful power." Ozzy glanced at him condescendingly, and then continued to walk towards the execution platform. Seeing that he was being ignored, Marine Rear Admiral gritted his teeth, waved the saber in his hand again, and launched an offensive towards Ozzy. Ozzy saw that this guy was so ignorant, so he stopped temporarily, and kept slashing at the Marine Rear Admiral with the machete in his hand. It was just a face-to-face meeting, and this Marine Rear Admiral fell into an absolute disadvantage. After a few cuts, the attached saber in Marine Rear Admiral's hand immediately shattered. Seeing Oz's machete slashed down again in front of him, Marine Rear Admiral's eyes were full of fear. Pfft! With one blow, the Marine Rear Admiral's body was cut in two from the waist. A hole. Seeing this situation, the surrounding sailors were all furious, and launched a crazy attack on Ozzy regardless. Facing these guys who looked like scorpions, Ozzy swung the machete in his hand, and directly beheaded all the people who tried to besiege him. At this moment, the location where the 7 warlords of the sea gathered finally took action again. Except that Mihawk was overwhelming vista, Bartholomew Kuma looked at Ozzy calmly. "Put your hands together in front of your body," and in the next second, a bear's paw-shaped white gas aimed at Ozzy's huge body and floated away. Bear paw impact. Ozzy glanced at the cloud of gas, and didn't care about it at all. Instead, he took big steps and continued to approach the execution platform. However, when the impact of the bear's paw released by Bartholomew Kuma touched Ozzy, his raised paw instantly fell down. Boom! Roar! The violent impact erupted in his body, causing Ozzy's huge body to tremble uncontrollably. A wailing sound containing boundless pain came out from the depths of his throat. In an instant, uneven scars appeared all over Oz's body, and scalding scarlet blood kept pouring out of his mouth. Oz! After seeing Ozzy's horror, Ace on the execution platform rushed forward, shaking the sea stone shackles that bound him with a clattering sound. Ace's face was full of pain and anger, and he wished he could get off the field now and kill Bartholomew Kuma, who hurt Ozzy directly.
It's a pity that with the shackles of sea stone shackles, let alone dealing with Bartholomew Kuma, Ace can't even do without this execution platform. Ozzy ignored his trauma, but looked at Ace on the execution platform and squeezed out an indistinguishable smile. Ace, I'll come to rescue you right away, and I won't let these people hurt you. Ozzy, go away, Ozzy. Don't come over here. Ace felt that he was about to collapse, and watched his partners and family members who had been with him day and night die in front of him, and these family members died to save him. The real damn person, he is right. Oz coughed up 2 mouthfuls of blood, and continued to move towards the execution platform. On the other side, Moria looked at Oz's huge body, and Kakuzu was about to shed unbearable tears from her mouth. Hey he. The body of Oz the devil, I want it. I must get your body. After finishing speaking, Xiaolaya decided to get rid of Tuza personally. However, before Moria could make a move, Doflamingo beside him disappeared on the spot after looking at Moria's greedy face. In the next second, Doflamingo's body passed by Oz's side, making Oz's advancing pace stop in place instantly. What's the matter, Oz the devil? Doflamingo's playful voice rang in Ozzy's ear, making Ozzy subconsciously bow his head and murmur. Foot. Laugh. A sound of silk thread tearing the flesh came. Ozzy's right foot was separated from his right leg, rolling continuously in the air. Scarlet blood shot out from the cut of his right leg. Oz. Ace's eyes were about to burst, and his clenched fists made a cracking sound, as if he wanted to crush his own bones. At this moment, Ace hated Doflamingo very much in his heart. If possible, he would rather go down and fight Doflamingo now. On the other side, Moria's anger is exactly the same as Ace's. Doflamingo. I want this guy's body. Moria let out a high-pitched growl, staring fixedly at Oz's right leg, which was severed by Doflamingo with string fruit. And Doflamingo stretched out his arms as if he didn't hear it, with a wild smile on his face. Hey. Doflamingo never cared how the war ended from the start. Anyway, regardless of the world government or Ash, he doesn't need to worry about which side is the final winner. In this case, why not treat this war as a game and experience the fun of this game? Doflamingo's arrogant attitude angered Moria, but now Moria didn't want to conflict with Doflamingo the BD. What needs to be done most now is for him to personally end Oz. To prevent more people from attacking Ozzy, destroy this body that Moria covets to pieces. Shadow Mage. Accompanied by Moria's roar, a huge shadow appeared under her feet. Under Moria's control, this shadow split into countless black bats. Flapping his wings, he flew towards where Oz was. When she was about to get close to Oz, Moria raised her hands suddenly and roared. Go! Shadow Horn Gun! These countless bats gathered into one body, condensed into a sharp spear made of shadows, aimed at Ozzy's chest, and blasted past. At this time, Oz, although his right leg was cut off, caused his huge body to fall to the ground. But he still tried his best to stretch out his arms towards the execution platform, trying to save Ace who was bound by sea stone shackles. Ozzy doesn't care about Moria's shadow horn gun, but Ace can't care less. With tears in his eyes, Dang even shouted anxiously to Ozzy. Oz! Get out of the way! Get out of here! Quick! After hearing Ace's words, not only did Ozzy not want to hide, but he grinned at the mouth with the bloodline, and comforted Ace. Don't worry Ace, I will definitely rescue you. After the words fell, just when Ozzy's finger was about to fall on the execution platform, the shadow horn gun released by Moria directly hit Ozzy's heart. Pierced in the chest. Poof! Accompanied by this dull voice, Ozzy's huge palm trembled, and he wanted to say something, but finally fell to the ground powerlessly. Seeing the picture in front of him, Ace's body began to tremble violently. Ozzy Oz! Why is this happening? Why do you insist on saving me even if you die? For a split second, Ace burst into tears, his screams of pain resounding through Marineford. The members of the Whitebeard pirates turned their heads involuntarily, and they clearly saw that Oz was dead. Even Whitebeard, who was standing on the bow of the Moby DK, grabbed Kong Yunki with his right hand when he saw this scene, wishing he could rush to the execution platform now. Get rid of all the guys who hurt your family. But Whitebeard is also very clear that if he takes action, Sengoku and Garp on the execution platform will definitely not sit idly by. As an old rival for decades, Whitebeard knows very well how powerful those two guys really are. It is no exaggeration to say that in the eyes of Whitebeard, even the current Marine 3 Admiral is just a brat. And Sengoku and Garp are his old rivals recognized by the world's strongest man respectively. Just when Whitebeard's chest was full of anger but he had nowhere to vent, Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral Rance, who was a titan, suddenly appeared beside Whitebeard. He raised the huge axe in 630's hand, aimed at Whitebeard's neck, and slashed down fiercely. "It's showing, Whitebeard." Facing the axe coming from Rance, Whitebeard swung his fist and directly blocked it. In the next second, the shock fruit ability was activated, and the sound of glass shattering was heard. This terrifying vibration directly blasted the giant axe in Rance's hand to shatter. Whitebeard, who was already full of anger and had nowhere to vent, grabbed Rance's head without any hesitation, and pressed it to his feet with a bang. Boom! Crack! The shock fruit ability was activated again, and the terrifying shock instantly shattered the steel helmet on Rance's head, causing the Marine Vice Admiral to lose consciousness immediately. Mouth and nose bleeding. Whitebeard grabs Rance's head and throws it backwards. Rance rolled dozens of times in the air before finally hitting the ground heavily. No one can guarantee whether Rance, who has resisted Whitebeard's shock fruit ability with his head, can continue to live. After seeing this situation, Sengoku's face suddenly became extremely gloomy. Whitebeard, even though he's old, he's still so powerful. Although Garp on the side didn't answer, he clearly agreed with Sengoku's words in his heart. Sengoku glanced at Garp suddenly, and said in a deep voice, "Garp. If Whitebeard goes off in person later, he'll be yours to deal with." Garp glanced at Sengoku, and could clearly see the serious expression on Sengoku's face. After a brief hesitation, Garp finally nodded in agreement. And Garp's promise made Sengoku deeply relieved in his heart. Ash is already on his way to Marineford. If Garp betrays Marine at this critical moment, the situation will be really bad. While Sengoku was talking to Garp, the captain of one of the 43 pirates under the Whitebeard pirates, Squad the Eddy Spider, suddenly appeared on the Moby Dick. Squad looked at Whitebeard in front of him with dim eyes, hesitated for a moment, then took a deep breath and asked, "Dad, Ace, is he really Roger's son?" Whitebeard was able to identify Squad's identity, and after glancing at Ace on the execution platform, he said without looking back, "Ah, Ace is indeed Roger's son." Hearing this, Squad finally made up his mind, lifted the saber in his hand, and strode towards Whitebeard's position. Just when the saber in Squad's hand was about to fall on Whitebeard, a gust of wind suddenly appeared, forcibly blocked Squad's attack, and let the tip of the knife stay behind Whitebeard, but failed to stab it. At the same time, an excited voice resounded through Marineford. "Ace! Luffy! I'm here to save you!" After the voice fell, Sengoku turned his head to look suddenly, his face became very gloomy in an instant, and his face was directly filled with monstrous anger. That BD, Darag, really brought the Revolutionary Army here. Chapter 68. For Akainu, he is very clear about Marine's mission in this war. The most important thing is to get rid of that black-winged demon. And after personally experiencing the Battle of Impel Down and feeling how powerful Ash really is, Akainu also understands how difficult it is to achieve this goal. Although Akainu didn't know that the reason why Ash hadn't appeared in Marineford was because he led the members of the Beast's pirates and invaded Impel Down again. But what he wants to do is to completely destroy the Whitebeard pirates before Ash comes here. Otherwise, when Ash participates in this war, the situation in Marineford will fall into unprecedented chaos. It's just a pity that although Whitebeard is much inferior to Ash's black-winged demon, the solution is not that simple. It is precisely because of this that Akainu has his eyes on the Whitebeard pirates, the captain of one of the 43 pirates, the Great Eddy Spider Squad. Before the start of this war, Marshal Sengoku specifically told Akainu about the grievances between Squad and Roger. As long as he is guided, Squad, who is dazzled by hatred, is very likely to do things that hurt Whitebeard. With Whitebeard's character and consistent behavior, he will not have the slightest defense against his sons. And things are indeed developing as Marshal Sengoku guessed. Akainu watched Skyud, who was burning with anger, turn his head and leave. After wanting to confront Whitebeard, a rare smile appeared on his face. However, this smile disappeared immediately, replaced by boundless anger. You guys, at such a critical time, you chose to be a deserter. Akainu looked at the several sailors who appeared in front of him, and Yoshi's eyes widened angrily. In Akainu's heart, people like deserters cannot be let go no matter what. Akainu didn't even give the other party a chance to quibble, his arms directly turned into hot magma, and when it dropped to the ground, it made a sizzling sound. The faces of these few deserters who were unfortunately encountered by Akainu were full of fear. In the next second, Akainu punched the deserters without any hesitation, and a huge magma in the shape of a fist fell on them. These deserters let out a mournful howl full of pain from the depths of their throats. Ah! The roars gradually stopped, and these unfortunate deserters did not die in the hands of the Whitebeard pirates, but died under the magma of Akainu. Akainu showed no mercy to these guys. After finishing off each other, he suddenly turned his head and looked in another direction. Under the perception of observation haki, Akainu can clearly perceive that there are still two figures trembling in that corner. Akainu let out a cold snort, raised his fist and slammed over again. Accompanied by a loud noise, the wall in the corner was directly shattered by Akainu's punch, and the two deserters behind were blown away by this force. After seeing the identities of these two guys, Akainu's face suddenly became more gloomy. If I remember correctly, you two brats should be students of Vice Admiral Garp, right? Kabi and Belumbo, who were almost scared to pee by Akainu, nodded tremblingly after hearing this, and said tremblingly, Akainu Admiral, we know we were wrong. We're going back to fight the Whitebeard pirates now. Berumeber also nodded hurriedly, begging for mercy to Akainu. Akainu Admiral, for the sake of Vice Admiral Garp, just spare us this time. It was fine if they didn't say this, but when Ri said this, Zion became even more furious. Vice Admiral Garp, Vice Admiral Garp. A dignified marine hero, his son is the leader of the Revolutionary Army. His two grandsons are pirates. Now he has even taught two students who are deserters. I really don't know whether he is a marine hero or someone else has placed him undercover in marine. As for the two of you, you'd better die. After Akainu finished speaking, he heard Sabo's voice resounding in Marineford. Akainu frowned, turned his head suddenly, and found that dozens of huge ships were heading towards the port of Marineford at full speed. He could also clearly see that the figure standing on the bow of one of the ships was Drago, who defected from the marine and founded the Revolutionary Army. Darag. UBD. How dare you come here again? After finishing speaking, Akainu glanced at Kabi and Berumeber, and swung two fists, two fist-shaped magma blasted at them respectively. They rushed towards the port of Marineford without looking back. The screams from behind did not affect Akainu in any way. It's just two deserters, if you kill them, you kill them. Even if they are Garp's students, so what? I have to say, in terms of educating the younger generation, the gap between the dignified marine hero and teacher Zephyr is really too big. Darag. You really deserve to die. Gritting his teeth, Akainu rushed towards the Marineford port at full speed. When he just came here, he saw the scene where the saber in Skyard's hand didn't go into the back of Whitebeard's heart. Looking at the gust of wind on the tip of Skyard's saber, Akainu was filled with anger. Glancing at the dozen or so large ships, Akainu punched the sky without hesitation, and countless fist-shaped magma rose into the sky, dyeing the sky a frightening fiery red. In the next second, countless streams of meteorite-like magma fell towards the dozen or so ships of the Revolutionary Army. Meteor Volcano. On the bow of the Revolutionary Army, Drago looked up at Meteor Volcano, who was falling towards him, and shook his head helplessly and sighed. This guy Sakazuki, his temper is still as grumpy as ever. However, I managed to get the Revolutionary Army to have so many members. How can I sit by and watch you kill and injure most of the Revolutionary Army with one move? After the words fell, Drago smiled at Sakazuki at the port, raised his right hand suddenly, and brought out a gust of wind to roar out. And under the control of Drago, the size of this gust of wind continued to expand actively towards the meteor volcano of Kishu. Boom! The meteor volcano was blown to the sides uncontrollably, completely avoiding the Revolutionary Army fleet in the center as it crashed into the sea. Seeing this situation, the members of the Revolutionary Army on board cheered. Ooh! As expected of the leader. Even Marine Admiral Akainu is nothing special at all. After this time, the whole world will have to get to know our Revolutionary Army again. The next thing we have to do is to help Sabo and rescue his two brothers. Standing at the port, Akainu watched his meteor volcano doing futile work, but he was not surprised by it. It's just that he became even more angry with Darag, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, in his heart. Darag! How did you have the guts to come back to Marineford after all these years? In Akainu's heart, he has always had resentment against Drago. We must know that the Marine Iron Triangle formed by him, Drago and Kizaru was unanimously considered to be the next Marine 3 Admiral. And Drago, who belongs to the leading figure in the Marine Iron Triangle, has even already assigned the position of Marine Marshal by default. Neither Akainu nor Kizaru have any opinion on this, and they are even happy to see this situation happen. But the result? Darag, that BD, actually did something to betray Marine? How dare he ride a horse? Drago shook his head and did not answer the question, but looked at Akainu and said. Sakazuki, if possible, I absolutely don't want the Revolutionary Army to go to war with Marine. So, let go of those two little devils on the execution platform. After hearing this, Akainu couldn't help being even more angry, his clenched fists made a creaking sound, and his eyes fixed on Drago who was getting closer. His chest rose and fell rapidly, and he said without hesitation. Darag! If you have the ability, go and snatch those two brats away. At the same time that Drago was communicating friendly with Akainu, on the Moby DK, Uhuzi also turned his head to look at the dutiful son Skid who almost stabbed him. Whitebeard glanced at Drago, knowing that the brat used the devil fruit ability to stop Skuyard's knife. Otherwise, his body, which is already full of old injuries, will probably be worsened again. 3. Feeling the gaze of Whitebeard in front of him, cold sweat burst out instantly on Skid's forehead. Only at this moment did he realize what a stupid thing he had just done. Fortunately, someone stopped him with the wind at the last moment, otherwise, he would have stabbed his most beloved father with his own hands. Clang! Skid looked at Whitebeard in a daze, and the saber in his hand fell to the ground. Whitebeard stared at Skiyard, and spoke slowly. Did that guy, Akainu, make you do this? Skid froze for a moment, then quickly explained. Akainu said, Dad, you have an agreement with Marine, and Marine will not harm you and members of the Whitebeard pirates. But as a price, you must assist Marine and kill all the 43 pirate groups attached to the Whitebeard pirate group. After Whitebeard heard this, his eyes widened suddenly, and he scolded angrily. Skewad! Do you believe this kind of thing? Skewed's body trembled violently, and he muttered in a distraught manner. I thought. Whitebeard took a deep breath and said slowly. You think that I intend to make Ace the new One Piece, so even if I sacrifice you people, I will not hesitate, right? Skiyard's body shook suddenly, and he didn't dare to look at Whitebeard, because the old man directly expressed his inner thoughts in one sentence. And the most important thing is, no matter which pirate group you are in, it is absolutely impossible to be forgiven for such a thing as betrayal. Especially the BD who did something to Captain Whitebeard like I did just now. At this moment, a shadow appeared above Skuyid's head. Skuyid looked up involuntarily, and found that it was the palm of the old man. The next moment, Skuyid watched as his father's palm was about to fall on his head, making him close his eyes subconsciously. Since you have committed an unforgivable act, then use death in exchange for your father's forgiveness. However, when Skuyard was surprised, it wasn't his father's shock fruit that landed on him, but his huge and warm palm. The huge power made Whitebeard hold Skuyard in his arms, and cursed with a bit of hatred. Skewad, you idiot! Whether you or Ace, they are all my sons. How could I make such a goddamn agreement with Marine? Even if you want to do something to me, you are still my stupid son. Father!
Scuyard looked up at his father, and tears burst out instantly. I shouldn't have listened to that BD Akainu's tricks, I shouldn't have doubted you, Daddy. Ace is not only Roger's son, he is also my brother. Scuyard broke the defense. Not only did Dad not directly kill himself because of his betrayal, but he even forgave himself on the spot, claiming that he was still his son. After thinking about it carefully, Scuyard realized what a stupid thing he almost did just now. Whitebeard let go of Scuyard, patting him on the shoulder manually and reassuringly. Okay Scuyard, remember no matter what, we are family. Scuyard nodded heavily when he heard the words, then picked up the saber that fell on the deck just now, and said through gritted teeth. Father, I'm going to settle accounts with that guy Akainu now. Without waiting for Scuyard to act, he was directly stopped by Whitebeard. Scuyard looked at his father with a puzzled face, while Whitebeard grinned directly. That BD Akainu, the stupid son who dares to play tricks on the old man in this way, of course the old man has to do it himself. After speaking, without giving Scuyard a chance to refute, he bent his legs, stepped on his feet, and rushed directly towards the position where Akainu was. Scuyard stood on the deck in a daze. He knew clearly that the reason why Dad did this was because Dad knew very well that Scuyard's strength was not enough to deal with Akainu. If you insist on going to war with this Marine Admiral, then there is only one dead end waiting for Scuyard. Thinking of this, Scuyard gritted his teeth, and turned his gaze to Ace, who was restrained by Seastone's handcuffs on the execution platform. Ace! Wait for me. I know I was wrong. In order to make up for the mistakes I made, no matter what the price is, I must rescue you. After the words fell, Scuyard ran towards his own pirate ship. Ace has been, Dunyohao, paying attention to his father's situation. Originally, when he saw Scuyard appearing behind his father, and even raised his saber to stab his back, Ace felt cardiopulmonary arrest, and almost died on the execution platform on the spot. Then it was discovered that a wind mass appeared at the tip of the knife, which stopped Scuyard's blow, which made Ace put his heart back in his stomach again. And the voice after that made Ace and Luffy look at each other, and they looked at the figure standing on the bow of the Revolutionary Army at the same time. Their eyes were full of disbelief. Luffy! Did you see that? That guy, is it Sabo? Luffy looked like he had seen a ghost. After hesitating for a moment, he nodded and said. It seems to be really Sabo. But, isn't Sabo already dead? Why does it appear here again now? Ace shook his head when he heard the words, swallowed and said. I don't know why Sabo is still alive. Seeing this, Luffy thought for a while, and then shouted loudly to the ship where Sabo was. Sabo! Are you really alive? Or, are you a ghost now? Hearing this, Sabo was stunned on the spot, and then couldn't help but burst out laughing. Luffy still hasn't changed at all. Sabo took a deep breath and shouted loudly towards the execution platform. Ace! Luffy! I'm Sabo! I'm not dead! I'm here to save you! Sabo's shouts echoed over Marineford, making Akainu sneer. This brat under Duo Law GE is really brazen. Just relying on your revolutionary army, you also want to rescue those two guys on the execution platform? What a joke! Akainu snorted coldly, and just about to sneer at Durag, whom he hadn't seen for many years, when a sound of a blade tearing the air came from his ear. Akainu just turned his head to look, and Kong Yunki, who was wrapped in a strong wind, chopped directly at his waist. Pfft! Accompanied by a muffled voice, Whitebeard struck out in anger, directly cutting Akainu, the Marine Admiral, in half. Chapter 69. The two parts of Akainu's body turned into hot magma, flowing on the ground, making a sizzling sound. In the next second, the two streams of magma gradually converged, allowing Akainu to return to its original state. Looking at Akainu in front of him, Whitebeard waved Kong Yunki in his hand, aimed at Akainu's neck and slashed fiercely. Facing Whitebeard's offensive, Akainu did not hesitate at all, his right fist directly turned into magma, colliding with Kong Yunki in Whitebeard's hand. Boom! Kong Yunki collided with the magma fist, and a violent roar resounded through the sky erupted,
causing everyone present at Marineford to involuntarily transfer the electric light to the upright. Whitebeard slashed at Akainu with a wave of Kanjiun, while grinning at Akainu and said contemptuously, "Akainu, you lava-playing brat, as a marine admiral, actually deceived the old man's son? You want Squad to kill the old man?" Akainu resisted Kong Yunki's wave from Whitebeard, glanced at the arrived Revolutionary Army fleet out of the corner of his eye, and was instantly filled with irritability. Originally, Akainu thought he would do it himself to get rid of that BD Darag who betrayed Marine. As a result, this guy Whitebeard just chose this time to find himself? Stroller, Whitebeard, and Darag, these two guys, shouldn't they have colluded for a long time? Of course Whitebeard has no connection with the Revolutionary Army. However, based on the fact that Drago blocked Scoyard's knife with that wind group, Whitebeard knew very well that at least in this war, Drago and the Whitebeard pirates were friends rather than enemies. In this case, then create an opportunity for Drago and the Revolutionary Army to go to the execution platform to rescue Ace. After all, Whitebeard is also very clear that with his identity, once he rushes to the execution platform, it will affect his whole body. All Marine executives in Marineford will unite to deal with him, the strongest man in the world. If it was the case in the original plot, Whitebeard really doesn't mind doing it. But now, as far as Whitebeard is concerned, at least now, he must not die at the hands of Marine. Because, that guy, Ash, hasn't come to Marineford yet. Akainu swung his fist to block Kong Yunki who was coming again, but this time he didn't choose to fight with Whitebeard all the time, but used Ubeard's huge strength to throw a little. In the next second, Akainu's right arm directly melted into hot magma. A killing intent flashed in Akainu's eyes. He swung his right arm at Whitebeard and blasted it. Dark Hound! A dog-head-shaped magma roared at Whitebeard, and rushed towards his position. Seeing this, Whitebeard snorted coldly in his heart, clenched Kong Yunki tightly in his hand, and an invisible force 090 appeared directly on the blade. Immediately, without hesitation, he swung the saber, aimed at the Dark Hound that had already hit him, and chopped it down like a wolf. OM! Crack! Accompanied by a crisp sound like glass shattering, the shape of the Dark Hound released by Akainu suddenly became distorted. In front of the Shock Fruit ability, the Dark Hound disintegrates directly from within. The Dark Hound exploded, sending magma splashing everywhere. No matter the soldiers or pirates around, after seeing this scene, they immediately chose to stay away from this battlefield. Huzi, the strongest man in the world, is still Chile Marine Admiral, and his strength can be called the top of the New World. This level of battle, even the aftermath of the battle, is simply not something ordinary people can face. While Whitebeard and Akainu were fighting fiercely, the Revolutionary Army who came to the port of Marineford did not hesitate at all. Drago glanced at the position of the execution platform, and then shouted loudly. "Rush to the execution block! Free those two brothers from Sabo! By the way, let the whole world take a good look at the strength of our Revolutionary Army." As Drago's voice fell, members of the Revolutionary Army rushed towards the execution platform screaming, "Whoa! Kill to the execution platform! Sabo! Don't worry, with us here, we will definitely rescue those two brothers of yours." Sabo didn't have time to think about it, but directly led the members of the Revolutionary Army, and rushed towards the execution platform. "Ace! Luffy! Wait for me! I'll get you out in no time." As he spoke, Sabo ran wildly towards where they were. However, the commanders of the Revolutionary Army's East, West, North, and South Fourth Armies, after looking at Sabo's back, turned their heads and set their sights on Drago. In the end, he didn't notice any abnormality in Drago, and he could only participate in the rescue of Sabo's two brothers. But as long as the cotters who participated in the previous meeting of the Revolutionary Army knew that Ace and Luffy on the execution platform were not just Sabo's brothers. That Straw Hat Kid, Luffy, is the son of their leader, Drago. Drago can actually guess what these people are thinking, but even so, it is absolutely impossible for him to sit back and watch Luffy die in this war. As for how doing so will affect his prestige, let's deal with it slowly after this war is over. As soon as Drago thought about it, a gust of wind suddenly appeared under his feet, pushing his body and galloping towards the execution platform. Seeing this situation, Akainu, who was fighting with Whitebeard, gritted his teeth and decided to stop Drago's actions. Back then, he was called the New Marine Iron Triangle. Of course, Akainu knew very well what kind of strength this fellow Turag possessed. You must know that among the three of Akainu, Kizaru, and Drago, Drago is not only superior in strategy, but even more talented than Akainu and Kizaru. I haven't seen you for so many years, and even Akainu can't guarantee what level of strength this guy who betrayed Marine has improved to. It's just a pity that after Whitebeard noticed Akainu's plan, he directly waved his hands and slashed at Akainu. Laugh. The sound of the blade tearing through the air made Akainu's heart heavy, and at the same time Li Zhong was unable to swing his fist to resist the attack of Master Hu. Whitebeard. UBD, in the end you want to save your own son, but you still need someone else's hand. Whitebeard ignored Akainu's provocation at all, and instead grinned loudly. Gu la 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 la. Akainu. A brat like you is still far from trying to plot against me. Do you know, in these years, you, a self-righteous little old man, have already killed many people. Now, let's have one more of you. After finishing speaking, an invisible force emerged from the Kong Yunkai knife in Whitebeard's hand again, and he slashed towards Akainu in front of him, completely blocking his way to stop Drago. Seeing this situation, Akainu was really angry. Since Whitebeard is unwilling to give way, let's kill Whitebeard first, and then kill Drago who betrayed Marine. After making the decision, Akainu no longer had any worries in his heart, and even launched a crazy offensive against Whitebeard. At the same time, Kizaru, who was crushing Marco in the sky, shook his head helplessly after realizing that Akainu couldn't get away. I really didn't expect that after decades, I would still go to war with this guy, Drago. As soon as the words fell, a yellow light flashed on Kizaru's body, and his figure disappeared instantly. The next second, the bright yellow light above his head made Marco's heart tighten suddenly, and he swung his right leg up into the sky subconsciously. Boom! The right legs of Kizaru and Marco collided again, and after a loud roar, Marco in the form of a phoenix flew out uncontrollably. This time, Kizaru didn't take advantage of the victory to chase after him, but after taking a look at Drago, his body gradually disappeared into photons. Looking at Kizaru who suddenly appeared in front of him, Drago showed a smile on his face and sighed. Poor Asalino, the two of us, we haven't seen each other for many years. Kizaru didn't attack Drago immediately, but also showed nostalgia and shrugged. Ever since you left Marine and started your revolutionary army, the two of us haven't seen each other. Durag, you should be very clear about how angry Marshal Sengoku is at what you have done, right? Hearing this, Drago unconsciously turned his gaze to the execution platform. He could clearly see that Sengoku, the Marine Marshal, ignored the battlefield below, but fixed his eyes on himself. Sengoku's gaze made Drago feel a little uncomfortable. After all, even Drago himself is very clear about how much effort Sengoku put in to train himself when he was still in the Marine, as the Marshal of the Marine. At that time, Drago, in the eyes of all Marine executives, was the best candidate to succeed Sengoku as the next, Marine Marshal. But in the end, Drago chose to leave Marine without saying a word, and went to the world to establish a revolutionary army. The world government is well aware of how much the revolutionary army will have a huge impact on their rule. After realizing that it was created by Drago, they attacked Marine immediately. Let Marine deal with the revolutionaries no matter what. However, due to the rampant actions of the New World pirates, Marine found a reason to refuse. In the end, the world government can only let the CP organization end in person to deal with Drago and his revolutionary army. And this has also led to the fact that since Drago betrayed Marine, he has never met these former comrades or seniors again. Thinking of this, Drago let out a long breath, shook his head and said, I did live up to Marshal Sengoku's expectations, however, there is a reason for this. Kizaru has no intention of arguing with Drago on this matter at all, and he is not Akainu, so of course he knows that what this fellow Drago decided is irreversible at all. However, understanding does not mean agreeing. No matter what your reason is, but now that you have led your revolutionary army to Marineford, you have chosen to participate in this war. Then, you and the revolutionary army are the enemies of our marine. Durag, take a good look at the situation below. After all, after this war is over, countless members of High Che and the revolutionary army will die in this war. Kizaru's words made Drago's complexion change, and his mood suddenly became heavy. Although Durag already had such mental preparations when he decided to participate in this war. But when the war really broke out, the wailing and cursing from below still made Drago unable to completely let go of it for a while. Drago could clearly see that among the marine below, there were still many of his acquaintances. Even, at first, when he was in marine, those subordinates also participated in this war. Whether it's the marine or the revolutionary army, Drago doesn't want any of them to die in this war. Dang even looked at Kizaru in front of him and said, "Kizaru, if possible, I don't want the revolutionary army to go to war with marine. So, this war ends here. As long as marine releases Ace and Luffy on the execution platform, I can guarantee that I will lead the revolutionary army to help you deal with the pirates together." Drago's face was very serious, and he didn't mean to be joking. Whether it's the Whitebeard pirates or the awakened Black-winged demon, they are all dangerous elements that must be eliminated in the new era. So, join forces. To Drago's surprise, after hearing what he said, Kizaru didn't even show any emotion on his face. Instead, after sighing, he shook his head, looked at Drago with regret and said, "Do you know, Drago, in this war, Marine's targets are other than the Whitebeard pirates and Ash. From the very beginning, you and your revolutionary army are the targets that Marine must destroy." Durag frowned deeply when he heard this, and asked tentatively, "Is it an order from those guys from the world government?" Kizaru nodded slightly, and Durag smiled when he saw this, and said without hesitation, "Even the 5 elders have been killed by Ash, so is it necessary for Marine to accept the control of the world government? As Marine Admiral, you should know better than anyone else. As long as the world government exists, Marine will never be able to carry out real justice. So, why not take this opportunity and join hands with our revolutionary army to eliminate dangerous pirates like Whitebeard and Ash at the same time? Will the world government be completely overturned in one fell swoop?" At the end, Drago's face was full of fanaticism, as if he had seen the scene of the revolutionary army overthrowing the world government. Kizaru shrugged and said nothing more. If the world government really only had the 5 elders, then the marine would have been out of their control long ago. However, above the 5 elders, there is a more terrifying person ruling this world. Seeing Kizaru's reaction, Drago asked tentatively as if he realized something. "Poor Asalino, is that rumor true? Above the 5 elders, there is another existence with even more terrifying status and strength in the world government." After Kizaru nodded calmly, Dang even said, "Okay, Drago, since you finally led the revolutionary army to Marineford, don't talk nonsense. If we want to rescue the people on the execution platform, we Marine, it is absolutely impossible to agree." As soon as the words fell, Kizaru wiped his hands, and the Amakanjayun sword condensed from the sparkling fruits ability appeared directly in his hand. At the same time, Drago finally realized the situation. It might be impossible to join forces with Marine. In this case, Drago focused his eyes and made the same action as Kizaru. As Drago's hands gradually separated, a wind blade fell directly into Drago's hand. "Come on, Polisalino. Let me see how far your strength has grown after all these years." Kizaru shrugged, looking indifferent. "What you said is exactly what I want to say." After the words fell, Kizaru and Drago looked at each other, and rushed towards the other party's position at the same time. Boom! 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 The Tiankanjayun sword and the wind blade kept colliding, and roars rang in the ears of everyone below. During the fierce battle between Kizaru and Drago, Marco, who had just been kicked by the yellow ape, seized this opportunity, flapped his wings, and flew towards the execution platform. Seeing this situation, Drago smiled and said while resisting the Amakangan sword swung by Kizaru, "Poor Asalino, won't you stop him?" Kizaru replied without looking back. "No, don't forget, on the execution platform, there are Marshal Sengoku and Vice Admiral Garp.
Facing Marco, who flew to the execution platform, Garp with a gloomy face stomped hard, and jumped directly towards him. The fist wrapped in strong wind slammed down on Marco's head. Boom! A dull sound came, and Marco fell to the ground of Marineford below at an extremely fast speed. Chapter 70. Boom! Marco, who fell to the ground, made a huge movement, causing everyone present to involuntarily turn their eyes to his position. However, Marco, who smashed the ground into a deep pit, was surrounded by dust and fog, making it impossible to see what the state of the first team captain of the Whitebeard pirates is like at this time. Ace on the execution platform, after seeing Marco being punched by the old man Garp, immediately yelled loudly. Marco! Garp's movements were slightly stagnant, and he turned his head to glance at Ace, and he could clearly see the anxious and worried look on Ace's face. Garp didn't continue to look at Ace and Luffy, he was worried that he would really betray Marine because of these two grandchildren. However, he did not take advantage of the victory and continue to attack Marco, but turned his head and focused on Drago, who was fighting fiercely with Kizaru. From the moment he saw that Drago really led the revolutionary army to Marine, Garp's face became extremely gloomy and ugly. The development of the matter really went according to what he had guessed before. On one side is a grandson plus 2 sons, oh no, after finding out that Sabo is also alive, maybe it should be a grandson. After all, in the eyes of Garp back then, there was actually no difference between these 3 boys. On the other side, it is Marine and justice that I have fought for decades. No matter what he chooses in the end, Garp believes that he will live in remorse in the future. As a result, before Garp could make a decision, Marco, the Phoenix, offered to come to his door. Of course, Garp would not be polite to Marco. Dang even decided to take this Whitebeard pirate's captain, take a good breath of air. The result was obvious, with one punch, Marco was directly knocked to the ground. Call! Garp let out a long breath, and sat down on the chair where Akainu was originally. If you want to go to the execution platform, you have to step over the old man's corpse. Garp's words echoed in Marineford, and after a brief silence, the sailors suddenly let out a frantic sound. Vice Admiral Garp! Kill the pirate!